36 years in the making. And once we start, I'm just rolling. I'm not redoing this. We're not resetting and pregame this. Just kind of hoping for the best here. How do I even begin? How does this even begin? Today is the 1st, but technically it's the 31st of August. Technically, I'm counting this until dawn as my birthday still. Day doesn't really start until the new day breaks. So we're just going to wing this out until one way or another. I'm pretty sure it's gonna end up somewhere. Additional. I gotta grant permissions to Twitch real quick because they want more permissions. Why do you need more permissions? They need all other permissions. Okay, anyways. See what I'm saying? Twitch over here, like, it's all right. There's bound to be a couple glitches. But it seems like everything is gonna roll on pretty good, I think. Oh yeah, facts. It's gonna work pretty good. Okay, where to begin? I guess it begins, where all good stories begin, at the beginning. The beginning of space and time, for me at least, when I was pooped into existence. Bloop. Pooped out into the world. 1989, August 31st. My father Rodney and my mother Jill got together and had a child. Right? That's me. Hello, greetings. Well, before we go into the story, I guess we got to pregame this a little bit. Why am I even talking to you right now? Why did I take a year and a half off? I mean, last time I streamed or did this was, October of 2023? So almost 2 years. A lot has happened in 2 years. I guess this is my lament. My Phoenix's lament. And if you had one chance, I guess, to go back in time after you died and tell the world anything, what would you say? What would you tell the world? What do you think they need to hear? What would you think you needed to tell them? Anything? Nothing? Everything? What if you had one episode to do it? What if you had that episode that could be as long as it needed to be? That episode could be as 10 hours, it could be 1 hour, it could be 10 seconds, whatever. What would you say? What would you say if you only had one episode to come back? How long would it take for you to prepare for that episode? Well, for me, it took about a year and 9 months. Or a year and however many months. A long time. It took me a long time to prepare for this moment. But starting today is a new adventure in life. I set sail on a new journey in life. I have no idea where it will end up. I assume it ends up with me shot in the back of the head with some asshole ruling it as suicide. That's why I don't want to do this. That's why I never wanted to do this. And the only reason I did it before, right? This is episode number 5. And the only reason that there's 4 before this is because I could feel myself dying. When you're feeling yourself dying, you want to leave something. Well, we back from the gates of hell, boys. And I got some shit to tell you. I got some shit to say. And I guess this is my resume. Why should you even listen to me? What do I got to say? What do I know that you should listen to it for? What have I seen? What have I done? What do I know? What I don't. This is my resume. This is my paperwork. First day in, I'm handing the boys my paperwork, showing them everything I did and everything I didn't do. Sometimes the things you don't do speak just as loud as the things that you do. So this is my first day in. I'm gonna assume that I don't fuck it up too bad, but we'll see. I'm super nervous. I don't know if you can tell. You know what I mean? 36 years in preparation. You would think I would be less nervous. But no, super nervous. You know what I mean? Because I didn't. Okay, so this is. I'm gonna tell you the story of my life. Right, my resume. I'm gonna give you my resume. A little background. A lot of people know bits and pieces of this story, but I've never told anybody the full story. If anybody knew the full story, they would for sure think I'm fucking crazy. One, I don't want to take the time out of my life to tell it because I really don't think anybody could appreciate it. And two, that's a lot of vulnerability, right? It's a lot of power to give somebody, right? So a lot of the stories have been placed around the world. I guess certain people have different stories in which I've told them that I thought would help them in the long run. But nobody knows how it all pieces together. And I'm going to tell you how it all pieces together. This is my main storyline. I think my other 4 episodes hit upon the main storyline once or twice, but it was 98% side quests. It was 98% of shit that, like, if I could have gone back, this is what I would have said, right? If I could go back in time, in those first 4 episodes, I wouldn't have talked about that. I wouldn't have said those 4 things, those 4 episodes. This is what I would say on those 4 episodes. Okay. So this is my return. This is my Phoenix's lament. This is my this is Mein Kampf. This is my struggle. This is me speaking my truth. Okay. Now we're all caught up. We're all on the same fucking page. I'm assuming this is working, so we're just gonna keep on. We're only doing this once. We're only doing this one time. 36 years in the making. Okay, once upon a time, Jill, my mother, met a man named Rodney. They were in high school. I think they met in high school, maybe. I believe that's correct. And I believe that Rodney had a friend named Jeff. Rodney, the father, had a friend named Jeff. Jeff and Rodney were buddies. Awesome. Rodney gets married to Jill. Jeff gets married to Stacy. Long story short, Rodney knocks up Jill. Rodney already has a couple kids before this. And I don't blame him for wanting this, but from what I have been told, I wasn't there for this adventure, but I was told that my father wanted an abortion. My mom already had 2 kids of her own. My father already had 2 or 3 kids of his own. Why do we need another? Why do we need another nigga? Oh gosh. All right, so mom's like, yeah, I agree. We probably don't. Let's go get an abortion. Go to the abortion office. Show up. Hey, I need to kill this child inside my womb. Awesome. Take a number. Take a seat. Take a little seat. Okay, thank you. Waiting. They call her name. Goes up to the window and she has an epiphany. A change of heart. Where instead of going into the doors that kill your boy, she decides to walk out the doors to leave. What? And Ryan gets to live. That's so exciting. A simple little choice like that. A simple little choice like that, and the story begins. Yay. Ryan's excited. Ryan gets pooped out. Yay. Woo, yay, so excited. August 31st, 1989. I don't know, like 5 o'clock at night. Who fucking knows? Who fucking really cares? But my mom likes to call me every birthday and tell me the whole story every time. And I'm surprised I don't remember what time it was. Anyways, and they live together, right? They have a family. Rodney and Jill live together with my sister, who's my full-blooded sister. I guess I should give a little bit of background. I have a sister, full-blooded, same mom, same dad. And then I have a half-blooded brother, same mother, different dads. Okay. Brother's name is Nick. Sister's name is Rhiannon. There are more moving parts in this as we continue, but for now, that's pretty much all we need to know. Rhiannon is 1 year older than me, and Nick is like 3 or so years older than me. Okay. So I get born. It's already kind of chaos. They're probably cheating on each other. You know, they're both like young in their 20s, and they should never be together, but they're together, and they're probably messing around with each other as the stories go, right? Everyone's messing around with each other, whatever. Rodney still has a best friend, and his name is still Jeff from high school. My mother leaves Rodney for Jeff, the best friend. Now, Jeff is married still with Stacy. So Stacy, Jeff has to leave Stacy as well. And Jeff and Stacy have kids. So there's a lot of like family breaking happening in all these decisions, right? A lot of chaos happening in this world. And this happens when I think I'm like 1, maybe 2. I'm young. Don't really know what's happening. I kind of remember maybe 2. I kind of remember it going down. You know what I mean? But anyways, we live with Jeff for a long time. Okay? Jeff is a good dude. Kinda. You'll see why I say kinda, but we'll see. Sorry. I had to see. Okay. But so Rodney and Jill separate. Jill and Jeff become a thing. Okay, so my earliest days aren't really of Rodney, of my father. My earliest days are of Jeff. Okay. So I guess that will come important, at some point, maybe. But Jeff is a decent dude. You know what I mean? He's a mechanic, or he's a body dude. He fixes like dings, and he'll repaint your car and so on and so forth. But he also was a pirate, and apparently he had a side business of hustling weed for the cartels, from what I can tell. And I've verified this with the moms, and she's like, yeah, so these stories are supposedly true. Supposedly. I wasn't there. I mean, I was, but I wasn't involved. I was little baby Ryan. Anyways, father, Jeff is, doing his thing. He's got his own paint and body in downtown Dallas. He's got his main business, paint and body, fix your ding, paint your car. But at the same time, the cartels would drive in on, with their trucks, and half the gas tank would be welded, and they would open up the gas tank, give him, they would use his establishment as like the unpacking of the supplies that they were delivering, right? It's a smart little system. So my early days are filled with like decent lifestyle. We lived in a place called, okay, so I guess we should take the hops through time. I'm born in Grand Prairie, Texas. I think we live in Garland for a little bit. You know what I mean? Garland is like a little suburb of Dallas. I believe we lived in Garland for a little bit. After Garland, I believe the play was we moved to Maypearl. Maypearl is like this little bumfuck country ass nothing town in the middle of nowhere. outside of Waxahachie, I think. It's just this little fucking farm area, you know, a main street with like 6 businesses, a school, a fire station, you know what I mean? Wholesome. It was very wholesome growing up, you know what I mean? I remember going to school, you know, living on this little like acre of land, 2 acres of land with, you know, a nice house and a shed out back and a barn out back, and we had a horse named Snowball. Remember this little horse named Snowball? Beautiful, white. You know, it was a good childhood. You know, Jeff was not a bad dude. You know what I mean? He went above and beyond. Really, realistically, he went above and beyond what I would ever do. I could never take care of another man's kids. But in reality, bro, you stole the woman away from the man, so it's your responsibility to take care of that kid. You know what I mean? Like, you're the one who stole the chick. It's different if she leaves and then y'all decide to get together. No. It was a big plan to bloop. So, like, that should, like, you are now the new father, right? I mean, you signed up for that specifically. You took on that role to be the, okay. So, but he did pretty good, right? He did, in my eyes, I never really felt like he saw me as Rodney's kid. I always felt like I was accepted by, you know, he never gave off that vibe. Anyways, getting lost in the weeds here. You know, good, decent time. But apparently beneath the surface, chaos. So while I'm having a decent time going to school, I'm young. I'm like, this is probably like 4. I'm probably in kindergarten, however old that is, 5. I'm not really sure. Kindergarten age to like 7, maybe 4 to 7. We're living in Maypro. So during that time period, you know, there's weed in the attic, and dude is storing weed, and he's hustling, and you know, he's thinking my mom's cheating, and my mom's thinking he's cheating, and everyone's young and dumb and being stupid. And there's poor kids involved, right? So I'm here in the sidelines going to school, trying to, like, I don't know, trying to make it, not knowing any of this is happening, just stupid and young, right? We had a dog. Dog froze to death. You know, little stories like that, not really important for the main thing. But, you know, I was a kid once. I do remember a couple things that happened, right? I was never abused. You know, he never, like, attacked me. I was never, like, physically assaulted. I think my mom spanked me one time. And then, like, I don't know. I thought it was a joke. You know what I mean? I never took it serious. You know what I mean? And I never was a bad kid. You know what I mean? I wasn't doing dumb shit. And I was always very respectful and, you know, whatever. So it wasn't too much punishment needed to be happening. That comes later. Up until this point, I'm playing, like, T-ball. You know, stuff like that. My mom's trying to get me into T-ball, team sports, whatever. Okay. So one day, Rodney says, hey, I want to have visitation rights. He wants to be in our lives. My mom obviously does not want that to happen. She does not want this dude in our life at all. So she does everything in her power to make it as difficult as possible, right? And who knows the true stories of what happened, right? It's a he said, she said thing. I tried to get a hold of you and I tried to be your father, but she wouldn't let me. Oh, he's a liar. He never tried to get a hold. Okay. He said, she said, right? I don't know. Who cares, right? At this point, who gives a fuck? But it's cute because everybody has their own version of reality. And as the person sitting back trying to decipher it, I'm not going to give you my interpretation of which one is the true reality. I'm just going to give you both sides of the story, and then we'll see how it plays out as the story continues. I feel like that's fair. Oh, jeez. Okay. So, where are we? Okay. Yeah. So Jeff and Jill get married. Okay. It's a beautiful wedding. I think I was like 5. You know, there was a couple years where they didn't get married, and then they did get married or something like that. And I was the ring bearer. It was cute. I'm sure my mom has all of these photos. Oh, and speaking of, I have no social media presence. There's 0 social media presence. I've had the same Facebook since MySpace days, right? Like, I've had this same thing. I probably have 30 fucking friends on Facebook. I had to create an Instagram. I had to create a TikTok. You know, I created all the social medias just for this moment. We are streaming this out into all. I got the subscription to Streamlabs so I can stream it to everybody at the same time. But boy, we going deep. Okay, but the only thing I didn't do is I really didn't upload any photos to kind of show the background that you could click along with. Like if you were watching this, you can open up my Instagram and then like click along. I will add this. I will add those photos, at least the ones I have, and then I'll see if my mom's, you know, has some, and I'll see if, you know, I can add those as well. But like I said, anyways, there was cute photos of her getting married with, you know, with Jeff, and it was a beautiful ceremony. I'm the ring bearer. My sister's the flower girl. It's cute. Cute little experience, cute little moment. Love it. But like all good things, it comes to an end. We can skip right past this. This isn't really that important of the story. All good things come to an end. They get divorced. Good times end. Right? So like, we were lucky. I was lucky. My mom was lucky that she had a stable environment after she left my father, Rodney, that there was another man right behind that was able to help for 5 or 6 years with that. But my mom didn't really work during this time. She didn't need to, you know. Jeff is selling weed for the cartel, and he's got his own paint and body shop in the middle of downtown Dallas. Where is it? I don't remember exactly where. Some bumfuck nasty part of Dallas. Oh shit. It's where all the car shops are in downtown Dallas. It's the shitty car area. Anyways, that lifestyle ends. Lifestyle then ends. Now reality sets in with the single mom. Okay, so the days of horses and go-karts and living on an acre and a half of, and you know, laissez-faire, enjoying life, those come to an end real fucking quick. I remember it like it was yesterday. Let me take you down the path. 3rd grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, 3rd grade. However old you are in 3rd grade. I remember going to the class, coming from one school district to another. Not my fault. I'm like 7 years old. Nothing that happens up until I'm like 18. Just keep this in mind. I'm just kind of going with. Okay. Anyways, I go to the math class, right? New first day. Yay, first day of school. I'm so nervous. Oh, so nervous. It's okay. My mom loves me. You know, it's okay. It's a new day of school. I'm nervous, but the world is okay. There's no reason to be scared. I've never been abused. No one's ever made me really feel too bad. My sister's kind of mean sometimes, but no major trauma, right? This is like my first traumatic experience. I remember it so vividly. And it's not even that big of a deal, but like for me, it was like, what? Anyways, I'm sitting there and we're doing the test, and it's a math test. It's my first day. I have no idea what we're doing. I sit down, I have my little backpack, sit down. Here, we're doing a test today. Here's your piece of paper, do the test. And I'm like, okay. And I have no idea I guess the school I was in, we weren't where they were at. I mean, there was a difference, whether it was a couple weeks, whether it was a couple months, I don't know, like we went from this curriculum to this curriculum, and apparently it's test day. And there's no, hey, Ryan, go ahead and sit this one out. We'll get you caught up. And then, you know, we'll spend the next week getting you catch up a little bit. And then, you know, we'll get you with the next week's test. But, you know, today, you know, just open up the page, whatever, and you know, who knows how you play that, but how they played it was do the test. Oh, you got none of them right. And she looks at me. I remember her looking at me, smiling this evil smile, the most evil smile. Like she was happy that this happened. Happy, bruh. To like a fucking third grader. She says, she hands it back with a big F. You know, everything's wrong. And she's like, you bombed it. And in my head, I was like, I've never heard this phrase before. I've heard it's the bomb, like in a good phrase, like, oh, that's the bomb. So in my head, I was like, oh, thank you. I did a great job. And she was like, why would you think that? What did I just say? You bombed this. You failed every question. If this is any indication of what's going, you know what I mean? And it's like, my little third grade heart was broken. I remember, and obviously this is in the middle of the class. The whole class now thinks I'm fucking stupid. And this is my first day. First day. And I'm like, this is like my first like experience of being like, the fuck just happened? And I vividly being like, the fuck just happened? Makes no sense. Anyways, I meet. This is, I guess, my first time that I meet like friends. Like before this moment, I really didn't have friends. There was a couple of acquaintances or whatever that I had in April when I was leading up to this moment. But I remember, you know, none of them. I couldn't tell you their names. I couldn't tell you. But the people that I meet now at this moment, I remember their names to this day. Right. So they had an effect on me. Right. So there was a girl named Kayla and a girl named Ashley. Kayla and Ashley were these two very nice girls who I knew from that math class, from that mean little bitch ass. And they were there when this lady said it, and they kind of felt the vibe, and they went out of their way to try and make me feel better. You know what I mean? Like, they knew I wasn't bitching, you know, crying like a little, you know, I held it together like a strong little third grader would. But at the same time, like, they felt the vibe, right? So they go out of their way at this point, you know, all the classes are like together, right? So English, history, you know, they're all like, you don't have to go very far to get to the next classes. So this class ends and the next class is like reading, or, you know, they're going to read a book to us. At this point, I have nice, you know, long hair, you know, whatever. But back in the day, I had a mullet. So this is the 90s. My mom's feeling it. I get a mullet. Boom, nice little mullet. I'm rocking the mullet, having a good time. They, during the reading hour, this girl, Ashley and Kayla, genuinely make an effort to be my friend. They start playing with my mullet, you know, back of my mullet hair, brushing it, you know, genuinely made me feel not invisible. Genuinely like, thank you, Kayla and Ashley, if you ever see this. Like, as a young man, lost, I vividly, to this day, 30 years later, vividly remember that day, that moment. Thank you. Thank you. But anyways, read a book. I think it was The Hatchet. You know what I mean? The little kid gets lost in the woods or whatever, and he's got a hatchet, like in an airplane, or I'm pretty sure that's what was being read. Anyways, we kind of got lost in the weeds, but that's fine. Do I think they'd ever see this? Actually, yeah, I think Kayla will. Probably not Ashley. I do think Kayla will see this. Kayla, we can pause, do a little side quest with Kayla. Kayla, to this day, she randomly got a hold of me a couple months ago. And she's a hardcore communist now. Because she's a hardcore communist and I love America, you know, so there's a little friction there with her. Not from me to her, but from her to me. And I wanted to tell her this. So everything I'm telling you right now, I wanted to tell her this before she fucking freaked out. She freaked out in like the craziest way. because like, you know, all the commies ganged up on me and I stood there like any good patriot would, and I was just, you know, parrying and counter blowing and dodge, and they're like, why can't we touch this guy? Like, it don't make no sense. He's ducking and weaving, and then she unfriended me, blocked me. Like, the fuck? Well, actually, okay, what happened was she kept me as a friend, but with an asterisk. So the friend thing was like, I couldn't see her posts anymore. Like, I could only see like what she wanted me to see. And I was like, I'm not going to be your friend with an asterisk. You know what I mean? There's no asterisks. So I removed her, and then a couple weeks later, she tried to add me back. And I wanted to tell her, like, hey, you know, when you deleted me from Facebook, you don't understand how bad that hurt me, because you were that one girl in 3rd grade who was there for me. And when the whole world is against me, you know, I thought that bond that we had would transcend political differences. But as you'll learn with this story, that's not the case. No bonds, no physical man-made bonds will transcend political, spiritual, ideological differences. These are deep. But anyways, Kayla's a good chick. I probably will re-add her, but I wanted to make this first. Before I re-added her because of reasons. Okay, so anyways, we can't get lost in the weeds here. So Kayla's a good chick, Ashley's a good chick. They were good peoples. I genuinely appreciated their kindness in this time. During this time, I joined a football league. I joined a, you know, YMCA program, the Lions in Arlington, Texas. So we're a little, you know, peewee football team. I'm making friends. You know, this school district is here. You know, you play against those kids over there in that school district. So as you grow up, you stay on the same teams, right? So the elementary school doesn't have a team, but the middle school and the high school do have a team. But to get you ready for those teams, they have a YMCA group. So you train during elementary school with this squad, and then as you go up, you know, if you stay in that school district, you will grow and progress with the same guys your entire life. So I met these guys. We're having a good time. I'm, you know, joining, you know, basketball and sports, and I'm learning about the world. Learning about the world, my place within it. Mom's, you know, she's a single mom at this point. There's lots of dudes in and out of, you know, our lives. She's trying to find a better life for herself, but also a better life for us. And that's difficult. You know what I mean? This is the 90s. It's tough out there in the 90s. So there's a lot of moving happening. You know what I mean? Lots of different elementary schools. So I think I went to like 3 or 4 different elementary schools. We can skip right past all that nonsense because it's not important to the main storyline. But there was a lot of moving around. So we get to the days, I guess this is an important part of the story. We are now in 2000, let's say we skipped maybe a year or 2 of nonsense, me doing sports, my mom doing her best in life, normal childhood stuff, you know, normal stuff. My grandfather passes away 1999. So this is 1999. So I'm 10 years old. Little baby 10-year-old Ryan. We've come so far in 30 minutes. We're at 10 years old Ryan in 30 minutes. Not bad, actually. Not bad in my opinion. So 10-year-old Ryan is starting a new chapter in life. My mom's father passed away. His name was Dan. Dan Pigeon. Died at like 51 from lung cancer. Smoked cigarettes. Didn't make it. Didn't make it. Now, we'll touch on this story because this does play a part in the bigger scheme of what happens, right? My family apparently ain't dummies. Apparently, my people, my genetic bloodline, they intellects. They can make money. They whatever. So, Grandpa was an architect, an engineer, had a bunch of money. I guess my mom and the kids thought that when he passed away, he was gonna give them that money, right? Tale as old as time. Tale old as time. My mom is young and she has a friend. My mom is like what, 30-ish? Probably my age actually by this time. Probably around my age, and she has a friend around her age. They're hanging out one night. My mom introduces this lady to my grandfather. Boom, next thing you know, they're a thing, right? The random fucking whore that's friends with my mom is now marrying my grandfather on his deathbed, dying of cancer. On his deathbed, like the day before he fucking dies. This bitch, like, marries him. Like, nobody thought that this was we should stop this because maybe he's high on drugs. And maybe he shouldn't give this fucking random whore 1.5 million. Like, no, that's crazy. Why would you do that? No. On his deathbed, marries my grandfather and changes the will to give her basically everything. Give the children $50,000 each and the grandkids $5,000 each. And then the rest went to the whore, to the woman. She has a name, but like, she's not a bad woman. And if she ever sees this, I'm streaming it on Facebook. This is being streamed on Facebook, and I'm pretty sure she's my Facebook friend. But if you ever do see this, look at it from my perspective, okay? You married my grandfather on his fucking deathbed and stole all the fucking money from my family. So like, it actually drove a big wedge in my family for a long time. Like, there was sides drawn, people took teams, and, alliances were made. Hello, random person. Alliances were made. Empires were fucking destroyed. Nobody talked to each other for like 15 fucking years, right? Like, okay, I get it. Like, you gotta do what you gotta do to survive, girl. But like, that had an effect that rippled through time. Who knows what would have happened, right? Let's say that he split the inheritance money equally amongst the children. Who knows if I would have got anything, but I can guarantee and tell you that my life probably wouldn't have ended the way it ended if my mom had some security in life and she didn't feel like she was in survival mode trying to take care of these kids and trying to make a better life for herself. If she had, cool 250,000 just sitting in the bag, who knows how long that would have lasted? Who knows how that would have played out? But I can tell you it probably would have played out better in the long run. Do you stream? I'm going to start streaming daily, yes. So anyways, how does that play out in the long run, right? Grandfather passes away, lung cancer. My mom gets 50 bands. Okay, so she does get something. Okay, she actually gets. She had 3 kids, so it was 5 bands per one of the kids she had, plus the 50 bands. So she actually got like 65,000. And that 65,000, she decided that she was gonna send her kids to a private school. My brother was getting in trouble a lot. My sister was getting in trouble a lot. She sent them to private school to try and save them. She kept me in public school. And then she drove to all 3 different schools every morning before she went to work because she was trying to do the absolute best for her children. So like, I love my mom to death. God bless all the moms in the world. Like, I can't imagine to this day. Like, I'm 36. She was probably 36 when she was doing this entire show that I'm telling you. We'd all get in the school, into the car. She'd drive us. First stop would be Nick at the first Catholic school. Second stop would be Rhiannon at the Episcopalian school. And then Ryan would be the last stop at, the public school. And then she would drive to Dallas. And then, it was this crazy thing that she somehow made work. And it was like, she did great. And, but it was very difficult for her. But she got this money. She put us into private school. As time progresses, we all end up at the same private school. At first, we were all in different private schools and then consolidated into one private school. That private school was St. Albans in Arlington, Texas. See, I kind of wanted to have photos for this entire story so you could see St. Albans, so you could see me in my tuxedo at the wedding, so you could see, young Ryan, so you could see me in my football outfit. I wanted to have all that, but I'm not an editor. I can't be doing all that. I'm not going to be doing all that. But eventually I'll upload all the photos so, people can critique the story with images. Anyways, Mom's is like, going to the same private school, and this is my first experience with God, right? This is where the main story, I know it's we're like 40 minutes into this, and we just got to the intro. So I think I'm 12 here, right? I'm 11, so it's probably 2001. It's probably 2000, 5th grade. So I'm probably 11, 12 by this point. And let's pause on that real quick. 2001. Is anybody else around my age where they experienced 9/11 happen? And you know what I mean? It was very weird. They like paused school. So everybody's school, and anyone I talked to, we all of our schools paused, and they pulled TVs to every classroom, and we watched the news live over and over and over for like 5 hours that day. I just saw the buildings hit and hit and hit and fall and hit and hit and fall for like 5 hours. Traumatic experience. And you think, I don't know, like everybody around my age I talked to, they have the same experience. And at first I thought, maybe it was just this private school that wanted us, to be aware, I guess, of the world. But they never did this anytime. Like, this was never done again. It was only this very specific day that every student in the country was forced to sit down and watch those towers fall live. Okay, so this happens. Oh, thank you. So this happens at St. Albans. St. Albans, classroom in the 5th grade was like 7 of us. Okay, so my sister's class in the 6th grade, she was probably a grade older than me or whatever. And probably 12 of them, very small classes. So I go from a public school, playing football and, like making friends and, that whole thing, to very small community. And none of these people I connect with, they're all from Christian households. They're all very well, like, educated and, like, their parents are, like, in their lives. My mom is a single mom. You know what I mean? I'm being babysitted. I'm going to YMCA, like, after school care. She's doing her single. I'm raising, I'm trying to raise myself. You know what I mean? She's just trying to keep me safe from the world that's trying to kill her and me. I'm just trying, to survive as well. Anyways, so I really don't fit in with any of these kids. I don't read I guess I've heard of Christ, of Jesus, like in passing. My grandfather gave me a crucifix before he died. So I have an idea, once or twice I went to mass, church or whatever growing up. But I remember asking my father, Jeff, I was like, so what is this God stuff? Why don't you go to church with us? Because my mom would take us to church and he wouldn't come. And he's like, I believe in God, but I worship. I don't believe I have to go to church to have a relationship with God. But I understand what your mom wants. She wants to instill good values on you, and so like I don't stop it. I was like, all right, perfect, like, awesome. So that's pretty much my basic understanding, is that there is this church thing. We go to it. I have no idea about anything, but like at the school that I'm going to, they're about it. The families are about it. They've been raised in it. They all know the lore and the players, and I'm learning. Sure, you may suggest. Sure, go for it. Okay, but I'm not gonna pause and wait for this. Anyways, um, so the father, the stepfather, not a bad dude. Mom, not a bad lady. They both believe in something. They probably can't explain it the way that I needed it explained, but they didn't lead me down to sacrifice the goat. You know what I mean? They didn't put me in the voodoo ritual. They didn't like make me drink the blood. You know what I mean? So I mean, at least we're starting on a positive. You know what I mean? Because some kids, they strayed into just slicing throats and drinking the blood and trying to deal with life after that. Good luck with dealing with life after that. You know what I mean? So we should all just appreciate where we come from, even if it is kind of crazy. I was going to do logos and banners and whatnot, but that's extra. I felt like that's all extra. I don't need all that. The story is the content, not the bells and whistles that come behind that keep everybody distracted. And the bells and whistles. Fuck all that. Fuck all that. Anyways. So I'm at this school. There's every day there's a like 30-minute mass. Right? So every day you go to the cathedral. It was Episcopalian. And if I had to describe from a layman's perspective, if I was gonna this guy is trying to hustle me. So anyways, if I was gonna describe the Episcopalian theology, it's the closest you can get to Catholicism while still remaining Protestant. You know what I mean? That's how I would describe this. Because you would kneel, you would drink the blood, the wine, you would eat the little thing, the little wafer. You know what I mean? So it was very like Catholic ritual, but they don't believe, from my understanding, I could be way off on this, by the way. So if I'm wrong, correct me. But from my understanding is that they believe in all the rituals and all like the by the ways. They just don't believe that the Pope is the vicar of Christ on earth. Whether or not that's true, I don't know. That's how it was described to me back in the day. I'm just going to go with it. Anyways, so we're going to like mass. I'm going to Bible study, right? So I'm a young kid. I went from absolutely no idea of God to like, boom, we in it, right? So I'm going to mass. I'm taking the little wafer, going to Bible study. They're teaching me about the Bible. And by this point, I've already been a little corrupted by the world, right? I've seen enough Simpsons episodes. I've seen enough cartoons where we're making fun of Jesus and it's all Christians are bad. And right. So the world has had its hold on me for a while, right? So I'm pooped into Christian world and they're trying to teach me about this. And I'm like, that don't make no sense. What about this? What about that? I'm asking questions, right? Because the world is telling me this. You are telling me that. Like I'm going here and you're telling me this, and like it just, you need to make it make sense. And they couldn't make it make sense because they don't understand it. They're just repeating and regurgitating what they were taught. So at a very young age, I'm already a troublemaker. At a very young age, I'm already being sent to principal's offices for asking questions. I remember being at the Bible study class, the PE coach is teaching us something he's reading. And I'm like, I ask a question, go to the principal's office. Okay. And I'm turned off. You know what I mean? I am turned off by this point, by this whole experience of God and these teachers and the creepiness of it all and the forcedness of it all. And like, the public school kids were like normal kids. And then I went to this private school and these kids were all like super weird. You know what I mean? Like, at least in my head. This is in my head. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, these people, I mean, obviously, if you believe in God, it makes you weird because they're all fucking weird. So that's what this is doing to me. It's not bringing me closer to God. It's driving me away. I'm being pushed away. I think on purpose. You know what I mean? I think these entities put themselves in positions of power to push people away. But anyways, as a young kid, not thinking anything esoteric, crazy like that. I'm thinking, these people don't know anything. They can't answer any of my questions. I need to find people who can answer my questions. That's what I'm thinking, right? I'm new. I was pooped into reality. I have no idea what is what, right? And I'm going to schools. All these different schools are telling, right? This school is telling me I'm doing okay. That school telling me I'm bombing. This school is telling me that there is no God. This school is telling me there is a God. This school is telling me this. That school is telling me that. Okay, so like, I have no stable ground, and I have no like father figure in my life because at this point, I guess, okay, where is Jeff by this point in the story? Jeff is no longer in the picture. They have been divorced. By the time I make it to the private school era, they have been divorced for maybe a year or so, maybe a little bit longer, maybe. But they're no longer together. They were probably married for like 5 or 6 years. Probably divorced when I was around 8 or 9. I'm probably 11 by this point. Okay, so my mom has some fallback money. She's trying to build her new life. I have no father figure teaching me right or wrong. Mom is doing her thing. I'm winging it. Okay, we're all kind of caught up. It's been about an hour. And we've made a lot of journey, a lot of progress, a lot more progress than I thought we were going to make. I'm not letting people in the chat distract me. I'm staying focused here. Focused. Okay, let's see. By this point in the story, my brother has moved in with us. So I really haven't talked too much about my sister or my brother. I've never been close with my sister. Well, kind of close with my sister, but never really close with my brother. Never really like a true relationship, just more of like they exist in the same household and, you know what I mean, relationship. But I guess we should hit that a little bit. Me and Rhiannon are hanging out with my mom during the craziness that is her divorces and her life, because she's our mom, and my father, whether he is being forced to not be in our life or doesn't want to be in our life, he's not in our life. But my brother's father, he comes from like not a lot of money, but like well-to-do. You know what I mean? Like they come from a good old boy town called Tawakoni, Lake Tawakoni. It's a good old boy town in East Texas, middle of fucking nowhere. And his family has been there since like the beginning. You know what I mean? Mayors, fire chiefs, you know what I mean? Like, I'm probably some corruption here or there. They own property there. You know what I mean? Like, on the lake, off the lake, businesses. His father comes from a different life than my father, right? So my brother is living with that family and not us during this entire time period. My mom is like driving every other week to go pick him up and to spend the weekend with us, and then, you know, driving him back. So my mom is like crazy. You know, my mom's going above and beyond to try and keep a relationship with the kids, to try and keep a relationship with her son, you know, so on and so forth. Trying to raise us right, but, you know, the world is hard. Long story short, my brother decides he wants to live with us. So he joins the school with me and my sister, and now he's living with us full time. And it's, you know, it's beautiful. I've always wanted a brother. You know what I mean? Like, I've always known my brother, but it was always like, I'm the younger brother. He doesn't really want to talk to, you know what I mean? Like, when he's 15, 16, I'm 11, 12, 13. You know, I'm young and he's fucking bitches, and I want to fuck bitches, you know what I mean? He's playing video games and I want to play video games. You know, he's playing Final Fantasy 7. I'm watching him play Final Fantasy 7. So like, I really did like idolize my brother. Like, I don't know how to describe that any more than like in any way that a younger brother could idolize an older brother. I saw my brother like that. I saw him as like the hero that could never be slain. He was the coolest. He knew how he was so cool at telling stories. He could get all the girls. You know, I had all this like stuff in my head that like, I want to be like that. He's always so funny. He's always the life of the party. You know, like he's a good, like, that's a good person to kind of like look up to. And I didn't have a father. I didn't have a male role model. And he was the closest thing. So I really did like latch on to him. And he wanted nothing to do with me. Absolutely nothing to do with me, which is fine. Like, that's whatever. But like, I never gave up the hope that maybe as I grew up, as I got cooler, as I, you know, had sex with more girls, as I did more drugs, as I partied, as I, you know, lived life, he would want the relationship with me that I wanted with him. You know what I mean? Like, I get that I'm not on your level yet, bro, but give me some time. I'll be there. Like, just hold tight, him. Hold tight. You know, a couple years head start on me. I'm on the way. Give me a second. I always had that vibe. You know what I mean? Or always felt that in the back of my head. That's always my vibe in the back of my head. Is I love my brother. I idolize my brother. I wish I could have a relationship with this dude. He doesn't want a relationship with me because he's too cool for me. Let me be cooler. All right. So he moves in, and I'm like so happy, right? I'm like, oh my God, Nick, you're moving in. Because at this point, it's like, I finally get the role model. I finally get that relationship I've always wanted. And he was too cool, you know what I mean? He'd have girls over, and, you know, after they were done fucking, he'd be like, Ryan, want to watch me play Grand Theft Auto? Like, old Need for Speed, you know, PlayStation, like 1 and 1, you know, not even 2, old. Anyways, I'm like, yeah. So I go sit down, watch him play. You know, weird, but he would let me play video games. The only time I really got to play video games is when he was like hanging out with his girlfriend or fucking his girlfriend. And then he would let me like play video games. Like, he'd be like, Ryan, take it over. I'm gonna go fuck my girl real quick. I'm like, yes. And, you know, I idolized him. Right? I cannot describe in words enough. I idolized my brother. Anyways, my sister, on the other hand, crazy. Crazy. Not a bad person. I don't think she's like genuinely like systematically evil, but she thinking a little bit different. And I got no beef with her. Like, I just don't have a relationship with her. I don't have a relationship with either one of my siblings to this day. I'm sure we'll get to it. But at this point in time, young Ryan, I live with Rhiannon and I live with Nick. Nick has moved in. We're all going to the same school together, right? So we all live together, right? My brother finally decided he wanted to live with us. I think he met a girl or something, you know what I mean? Something stupid like that. And he wanted to be here and whatever. My mom has a little bit of extra money from the inheritance. Life's okay. She meets a man. He's like the CEO of Wyndham Hotels, or, you know, part of the division of marketing and acquiring land. So if I remember correctly, he was the grand poobah in the division of, we want to buy a new location in Cuba, for instance. Let's just say Cuba. We want to build a hotel in Cuba. We are thinking of these 3 different spots. we want either one of these three. Which one of the three are we going to pick? Right. And then his job was to like pick the land, and, you know, that was his job. So he was well to do. My mom meets this guy. She's the secretary, you know what I mean? Of this grand poobah. Mom's good looking. The guy's a little bit older, maybe 15, 20 years older, or whatever. And it wasn't actually Cuba. I'm just giving a reference. Anyways, she gets together with this dude who's a little bit older, who's well-to-do. And I go from kind of peasant lifestyle to like a well-to-do lifestyle. Like, he would send me to putt-putt, you know what I mean? Like, here's $200, go to putt-putt. And I go to the batting cages. I'm playing all the fucking games. You know, I'm getting all the prizes. You know, I'm having a good time. You know, $200 at putt-putt back in the day. So that's a good time. You know what I mean? You the coolest nigga at putt-putt back in the day if you had $200 to throw around. All the girls wanted to be your friend at putt-putt. Anyways, I'm doing my thing. I'm batting cages, having a good time. He's a good dude. So I'm getting a taste of a lifestyle that's very interesting. You know what I mean? I come from like single mom struggling to survive to, I asked him once how much his salary was, because I'm learning about the world. And I was like, let's just say it's above $250,000 a year. So in today's terms, that's probably like 700. I mean, maybe more. I'm not really sure, but it was all probably, let's just say double, probably $500,000 worth today. He was doing well for himself. We lived in this nice 2-story house. Nice car, you know, they're flying, they're going on vacations. You know, they're having a good old time, living their best lives. You know what I mean? But underneath the surface, you know, like, everything's not all sunshines and rainbows, right? There are some things that are afoot. And it's understandable. He was older and he already had kids who were like 22, 23 years old, and he didn't want to raise another man's kids. You know what I mean? And that's fair. That's fine. So he dipped, right? And my mom, who was used to this lifestyle, who did not want this man to leave, was very upset that he left, right? And we were upset as well, right? It was a lifestyle, like, but in my head, like, I don't understand what's happening. Like, I have no idea how bad it really is in life to like not pay the rent, not have bills paid, not be able to feed your kid. Like I had no idea, you know what I mean, how scary that shit actually was. So she kind of broke, bro. And this is the part of the story where things kind of go downhill. This really was like the breaking moment, you know what I mean? Where moms held it together. I'm probably like, well, how old am I right now? 14 at this point in time. Moms hold it together a long time. But she didn't hold this together very well. So she goes down a dark path, very dark path. You know, we lose the house, we get evicted from the house. Okay, but she does meet a dude. Okay, she goes down this dark path, but she meets a dude. His name is Steve. Now, Steve does play a role in time, so we should hit Steve. Steve's a good dude. Steve becomes the new male role model in my life. She meets Steve after Willie leaves. She finds a man named Steve. Steve and Jill do not make good decisions in the first part of their relationship. They make very bad decisions in their first part of their relationship. He's getting out of his toxic, crazy life. She's getting out of her crazy, toxic life. They're trying to start a life together and build a life and, you know, have a future. But, you know, somewhere along the way, drugs get involved and bad decisions are made when drugs are involved, right? So, long story short on that, I guess, is she and him eventually pull it back together, and get a house together. Okay, they get a house together. There was a moment where they were chaos. I mean, let's say 6 months of straight chaos, right? So Ryan has no stability at all for about, let's say 6 months. But they figure it out. They start a life together. They get a house together. For about those 6 months, I'm hopping around. Aunt house, a friend of a friend's house, whatever. Just kind of hopping around. My sister's friends, whatever. Just trying to survive, right? My mom is losing her mind. Survive. Okay, so we survive. She brings it back together. We get a house in a place called Keller, Texas. Good old Keller, Texas. Now, obviously, there's a lot of other stuff that's happening that maybe I'll touch on, but we're going to try and speed through because we're not even at like adult Ryan yet. We're still in like no man's land. I haven't even graduated high school yet. This is crazy. Like, what is happening right now? Anyways, we moved to Keller. I'm probably 15. I guess we can go a little bit before then. Actually, let's reach before Keller, right? Let's reach before Keller. There was I guess some key moments that happened in before Keller that we should probably hit on that play an important role later on. I have a lot of memories from Keller, but we're gonna pause before we get to Keller. Before everything, while everything's falling apart, so Willie is still in the picture. Willie has money, right? Willie's the CEO for Wyndham. My mom hasn't lost her mind yet. This is right before then, so I skipped over something. But I'm in high school. At this point in the story, I'm a freshman in high school. I'm going to a high school in Arlington, Texas called Lamar High School. It's a black predominant school, Hispanic. I'm the white kid. I'm the minority. Not the same school district as the kids that I went to elementary school with. I'm in a completely... So all the kids that I knew from elementary school, and I disappeared for a couple years and went to that private school, they're going to normal public school, right? I show up after disappearing for a couple years going to that private school. I show up back into the public school system playing football against the homies. Against, like, I'm playing for the other team now. Like, I'm in high school. They're playing for that team. They're cheering for that team. The cheerleaders are on that team. I have found myself in the other school district playing for this team. Okay, I'm making friends with these people now. These are the poor kids. When I was young, I was going to school with the rich kids. Okay, so that school district rich, this school district poor. Lamar poor, Martin rich. Martin rich, Lamar poor. Okay, we're all caught up. Some shit pop off. You know what I mean? This is my first taste of glory, I guess you could say. This is my first taste of wiling out, of being a bad kid. Because during this time when my life is kind of like going apart, kids talk. You know what I mean? And it's like, even though I'm not in the same school district, like, my sister is popular enough. She's pretty enough where enough people know our stories where the entirety of everybody knows my story. You know what I mean? Even though I never told anyone my stories, everybody knows my story. So when I go to these new schools, it's not a fresh start. Okay? It's not a fresh start. We're not like new identity. It's, run the mouth about, you know, your mom or whatever, you know, whatever. And it's like, bro, I'll kill you. You know what I mean? I'll kill you. But anyways, there was a specific moment that I really want to touch on because it kind of leads into all the other moments that happened. While I'm dealing with all the chaos of the world outside of me, right? I'm dealing with my mom losing her mind, my brother not liking me. I should also mention I have no friends. You know, I'm wetting the bed until I'm 14 years old. So, like, you don't get to have friends if you're wetting the bed, right? So every decision you make in life, when they're all having get-togethers and parties and, you know, whatever, if they're like, oh, we're having a get-together, we're having a sleepover, I can't go because if I fall asleep, I wet the bed and everybody who already knows my entire shitty life is now going to know that I wet the bed. So my entire life has been filled with, like, me maneuvering in such a way where to be accepted by people that I don't know, because I went to all these different school districts, but to also live like a secondary double life hidden in the shadows because I could never truly let anyone know who I am because who I am was the scared kid who wet his bed. But I wanted to be the cool kid who got the girls and, you know, could make people laugh. But in reality, I'm just the scared pee wetter better guy, right? And I'm trying real hard not to be that guy. I want my brother to accept me. I want my mother to accept me. And at this point in my life, nobody wants me, right? That's the vibe I'm getting. The teachers don't want me, right? So I'm just trying to figure out. You know, teachers don't want to teach me anything. Teachers don't want to help me out when I go to them after school. And I'm like, hey, I've gone from this school to this school and I'm not caught up with the curriculum. Can you help me out? Ooh, you'll probably need private lessons. Yeah, I have other priorities I have to handle after school. And yeah, it's more like a private lesson kind of thing. You should talk to your parents about that. You know, so on and so forth. So in my head, I can't grasp anything stable, not friends, not family, not school. There is no stability. There's nothing, right? But there's like, in my head, there's like, oh, well, those guys in my past, like they were my friends, you know, when I was in 3rd to 6th grade. In my head, I'm like, they were my friends. In my head, I glorified my relationship with Jeff, my stepfather. So even though I didn't have a father, I always like glorified my relationship with Jeff, even though it wasn't really like a true relationship. He was more just there. In my head, just being there was better than me being alone. So like that was better than nothing. So I glorified all these things. All right, I glorified wanting a friend, wanting an education. Like I wanted all these things, but could not get them. Nobody wanted to give me answers. Nobody wanted to give me shelter. Nobody wanted to teach me. Nobody wanted me around, bro. It's been nothing but assholes rejecting me and telling me to get the fuck away from them. And they have no business. I'm not their problem. That's basically the vibe up until this point. So I'm a freshman in high school. I'm trying to find my way. I'm like a little like I'm mad at the world, right? I got like a lot of anger. I'm very frustrated. Rawr. Nobody wants to help me. The whole world's falling apart. Yeah, this is all before we get to Keller. I'm still a freshman in high school. I'm 14 years old. Willie and my mom, the CEO, are still together. I'm going to a place called Lamar. I'm a freshman. So I'm sitting there at a homecoming game. So there's like this homecoming game. And the rival homecoming game is, lo and behold, Lamar versus Martin. So all the old school homies are now playing against the new homies at this homecoming game. And we got the rich kids and the poor black. We got the rich white kids at Martin. the dudes I all went to school with and all like, you know, in elementary school and played football with growing up. Now, you know, a decade later, you know, 8 years later, they're playing for this school and I'm at this school. So shit pops off, bruh. You know what I mean? Like any good homecoming game story, 40 of us kids go to the other side, to the other team where their benches are. And, you know, like they see me and I'm not with them. I'm with the brothers. And it's because, look, bro, like y'all rich kids, I'm poor kid. I get that y'all white and they black, but like I'm poor. Like this is where I'm at. Like it is what it is, bruh. Like, and there's a huge fight. You know, kids just fucking going at it, bruh. At this fucking homecoming game. Parents like trying to like stop it. It's just a fucking mess. It's a goddamn war zone, right? We're like, meet us at this fucking park. Meet us at T Square. T Square was like a little park back in the day. Meet us at T Square, bitch. We'll settle it there. All right, bet, bitch. We'll see you at T Square. Bet. All right, well, motherfuckers get to T Square, and you know, it's a sad story, but basically what happens is you know, the white kids show up, you know, probably 10, 15, 20 deep, you know, 6, 7 cars, a couple trucks, nice trucks, Beamers, you know what I mean? They feeling strong. You know what I mean? They feeling real strong. Well, unfortunately, the young brothers didn't just come as young brothers. They brought their uncles. They brought their fucking cousins. They brought the fucking entire community. You know what I mean? So when those white rich kids showed up, them cars popped out deep, hella deep, dark, deep and dark, bruh. And I'm not involved. You know what I mean? I'm sitting, like, I already know, I already see the writing on the wall, right? I don't need to get involved. Why the fuck? Like, I was at the homecoming game. I'm just here to see, you know, what happens. And what happens is like ICU, PPB, like the white dudes realize what's about to happen, right? They're like, fuck this. They get in the cars and they're trying to drive away. You know, there's like trucks and people try to jump in the back of the trucks. And some of them didn't make it, bruh. Some of them didn't make it in the back of the trucks. You feel me? You feel me? And I'm watching this shit happen. And I'm 14 and I'm seeing people getting beat to the inches of their life, bruh. Inches of their life. And I'm like, damn, this is crazy. This is crazy. Anyways, I go back to school the next, you know, this is like Friday. Homecoming is Friday. And then Saturday, Sunday, you know. And then Monday I go back. Guess what? Ryan, you're suspended. Ryan, not only are you suspended, you were banned from the school. Like, wait, what? You're kicking me out? Like, what does that mean? Not only am I suspended, I'm banned. Like, I can't come back. I have to go somewhere else. I'm like, why? What the fuck? Well, we watched the camera footage, Ryan, from Friday's homecoming game, and you seem to be one of the main instigators. You seem to have known all parties, all factions, and you seem to be right in the middle of everything. So yeah, you're the one. You're the one we're pinning all of this on. I was like, God damn, man. So I get kicked out. And at the same exact time, Willie leaves, right? So this exact same time, my mom's going through this crazy divorce or, you know, breakup with this super rich dude and her entire life's falling apart. I'm being kicked out of this school. My mom's super upset with me. She's not even really talking to me anymore. You know what I mean? She's kind of retreated into her bedroom for like 5 months. It hasn't come out. And I'm walking to school and I'm getting into all these crazy fights and I'm wiling out because she is done. You know what I mean? She tried real hard for 14 years, did everything possible, and the world just ate it alive, bro. And she just, you know what I mean? She shut the door and locked it. And I didn't see her for months, dude. I didn't see that lady for months, bro. I would get up, I'd walk my ass to school, I'd walk my ass home, and I basically took care of myself because she like lost her fucking mind. And that's fine, I get it, you know what I mean? It is what it is. But while she's losing her mind, I'm wilding out. I'm going crazy. I'm rebelling against the world as well. I'm hanging out with King Von and Devontae Jackson and you know, gang triple gang bang. You know, I'm making bad decisions out here in these streets. I'm not making good decisions. You know what I mean? I'm getting high. I'm having, you know, I'm having experiences. I need guidance. I need someone just to take me by the hand and say, hey, bro. But no one's coming. Okay? So there's some good advice for the young bucks. No one's coming. No one's fucking coming. Anyways, I'm making bad decisions. I'm getting expelled from school. My mom's losing the house. The world's falling apart around me. The whole world is now, we are now deep. We're deep. I've been suspended. I'm losing the house. I'm floating at weird, like, my sister's friend's house. You know, I'm staying with them for a week. You know, my mom's trying to, like, get clean. She's trying to start a business. She's trying to, you know, because the old house was owned by Willie and we got to get a new house. So, you know, there's a couple, you know, that takes time. Being an adult, like, I understand now how difficult that fucking is. You know what I mean? I get how difficult that is. And it's difficult by yourself, much less with 2-3 hungry kids looking at you, hoping for the best. So, things stabilize. Okay? Things stabilize. We're still in Arlington. We have not made it to Keller yet. We're still in Arlington. We're still in Arlington. I get expelled from Lamar. My mom's lost her fucking mind. One day, she comes up and she's like, Ryan, you're coming back with me. And I'm like, what? Really? And she's like, yep, we're going to, you know, we're moving to this rich area of Arlington. So we were at this poor area of Arlington. Now we're going to the rich kid area of Arlington. Now I want you to guess which rich kid area of Arlington we went to. Oh yeah. Yeah, oh yeah. The rich kid from Martin. Those kids that I watched that night get beat half to fucking death. I am now going to that school. Okay, and I'm not like somebody who wasn't part of the moment, nigga. Like, I was there. You know what I mean? I threw hands, like, on old homies, bro. Like, next thing I know, I'm getting expelled from the school that I was part of the team. Now I'm going to Martin, okay? And I already can see the writing on the wall, nigga. Okay, MySpace is popping. MySpace AOL Messenger is popping. Ryan's on the way. We're getting blood. Blood for the homies, bruh. First day, Ryan, watch yourself, homie, watch yourself. And I'm like, oh shit, it's about to be a fucking war zone. I'm walking into a goddamn war zone. And I walk into that war zone, guess what? Held that head hella high. Not only that, I wore the Lamar Viking t-shirt to that fucking first day. I was like, bitch, if we're gonna do it, we're gonna do it. So I'm not rocking your colors, you know, I'm gonna rock the Lamar Vikings fucking school colors, purple, baby, big old Viking on it. Bro, the whole fucking school wanted smoke, right? Right off the bat. And I'm like, first off, you know, we'll catch it. You know, we'll have a moment. You know, all of y'all will get y'all's moment. And they all got their moment. They all had the moment. The Black Squad got their moment. The wrestling team got their fucking moment. Everybody got their fucking moment. The football team thought they was going to get their moment. Okay, but okay, so the football team were one of the peoples who showed up at T Square, right? So a lot of the other like teams, the wrestling teams and them, they didn't show up that night. Most of the football team people did show up because they were there at the homecoming game. So they're the ones who went to the park. You know, they're the one. Anyways, yeah, they surrounded me one day after school, like 25 of them, it's a big ass circle, just waiting for me outside. And I was like, bet we doing this? And they're like, yeah, you know what I mean? It's happening, da-da-da-da. And I thought it was all going to happen at the same, like they were all going to jump me. But no, it was legit like one at a time. And then 3 or 4 of them, they all didn't just like one. It was like 3 or 4 of them. You know, I beat one dude's ass, do next one, you know, whatever. This is going on for a while. This goes on for weeks, bro. This goes on for weeks. Like, people challenging me before school, after school, lunch breaks, meeting me at the like bus stop when I'm getting off of buses. You know what I mean? Like, this is like this is a fucking, like, this is goddamn gladiator school. You know what I mean? And I didn't sign up for this. I'm a victim. You know what I mean? Like, what is happening? That's what I'm thinking in my head. I'm thinking, what the fuck is happening right now? The entire time this is going on, I just want to play video games. You know what I mean? I just want to go home and play EverQuest Online Adventures. I just want to go home and play SOCOM US Navy SEALs. I just want to go home and play video games. And these motherfuckers want goddamn blah. Okay, well, you know, it is what it is. Okay. So, I'm living this life. I'm being crazy. I think my mom has her life together, right? Because I'm now in rich kid land. I'm living in a place called Enchanted Bay. If you're living on a street called Enchanted Bay, like, life isn't that bad for you, right? Like, it's not too bad if you live in an Enchanted Bay. But look, that was just an illusion, right? That was the last of the money. This is all an illusion of good things, okay? One day, this is kind of crazy story. One day, I am, I'm going to school. I'm trying to survive the war zone. I've survived long enough. I've established, don't fuck with Ryan. You know what I mean? Like, Ryan willing to throw hands. Like, nobody be friends with Ryan, but we've all challenged Ryan. We've all had the moment, but I have no friends. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't make decisions that got me friends, but also nobody was fucking with me anymore. So I'm able to, like, go to my classes. I'm able to talk to girls. You know, girls thought I was the shit, man. Bro, if you're the one dude that will stand against all of the world, it doesn't matter what you standing against the world for. If the entire world wants your blood and you're like, bet, bring it. These females, dude, it's in their DNA to cream themselves all over you, right? So in my head, I'm like, all right, bet. Like, all right, shit. This is nice. I'm getting attention from the females and I'm having a good time. But I know it's all an illusion. I know the reality of what's happening behind the scenes. I know my mom says she has it all together, but this isn't the mom from 3-4 years ago. This is mom who's just gotten better at, like, being high. She's just now incorporated, like, instead of, like, locking the door for 4 months and getting high and hiding from the world, she's now learned how to get high and operate in the world. Okay, so that's where we're at now in the story. Is I'm surviving in this gladiator school with all these kids who hate me. Bad things are happening, right? But behind the scenes, yeah, bad things are happening. My mom says she has everything under control, but everything is not under control. You know what I mean? She's taking doors off of one door downstairs, and she's moving it and taking the door off the upstairs door. We're switching doors, bro, in the middle of night. Oh my God. And my sister, you know, being that the wildling that she is, she's over here just having the best time of her life. She has no responsibility. She has no guidance. She's having parties in the middle of my mom taking doors down. There's like 25 people at our house. You know what I mean? And I'm trying to sit in my room. I swear to God. I don't care about any of this. I don't care about the doors. I don't care about the party. I'm sitting in my bedroom, door closed, playing EverQuest. Just sitting and playing EverQuest, trying to survive, pimp. Like, every fucking dude in there goes to Martin. You know what I mean? So they all just want my blood. They all just automatically know the story. But, you know, they're at my sister's house trying to fuck her, so they're not going to fight me because they want to fuck her. But at the same time, like, who knows what's about to fucking happen? And obviously everyone's fucking young. and trying to fight everybody else. This is a time period in life where everyone's outside in the backyard fighting each other. So everyone's drunk, on drugs, and they're all fucking outside fighting each other, being crazy, burning themselves. You know what I mean? Like they'd heat up this fucking like, you know, metal thing and then like burn each other with like marks. You know, it's stupid. Well, one of these days, my mom does not come home. So I'm sitting in this nice house, and my sister's throwing a party, and my sister's like, yeah, mom's not coming home tonight. I'm like, bet. Will she be home tomorrow? And she's like, well, not really sure, Ryan, but we'll see. Because my sister's a little bit older, so my mom's talking with my sister, and my sister's relaying the messages to me. She's like, well, you know, she needed to go somewhere, but, you know, I'm going to be here, and don't worry about it. Okay, well, like a week or two passes, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening? And we got no food. You know what I mean? There's no food. My sister is throwing parties every night. My mom's no longer in the house. So now it's just house party every night. In the house, the parties are getting bigger. They're getting crazier. You know, because now the world knows that this is the house you go to party, right? There's no parents. They're not coming back. Have a good time there. And I'm like, this is crazy. Long story short, I'm sitting there one morning, you know, party's ended. It's the next morning. I'm still walking my ass to school, right? Like I want answers. Right? Like I have not given up. I could just be wilding out with my sister who's skipping school, doesn't give a fuck. I genuinely cared, bro. I genuinely walked 2 miles in the snow, uphill, downhill. You know what I mean? Like I genuinely did all that with nobody telling me to. I just did it because I wanted to succeed in life. And it's just for some fucking reason, bro, every time I want to succeed and every time I do something, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? It's just gonna, And it seems like I'm bitching, but I'm not. It's all part of the grand narrative of my main storyline. I know we're pretty deep in this no man's land. Just bear with me. Bear with me. It all plays. It's all gonna come up later. I promise. Mom disappears. Parties are happening. One day, I'm sitting there, 6 o'clock in the morning, eating my fucking cereal, watching SpongeBob. I remember it like it was fucking yesterday, bro. Okay? Little baby Ryan, little 14, 15-year-old baby Ryan. See, this would be perfect if I had some photos. I don't quite have the hair yet. The hair has not quite been established yet. We're on our way, but, you know, not quite there yet. Anyways, Ryan's sitting here eating his fucking Lucky Charms, where the fuck it is, watching SpongeBob. Boom! Ta, ta, ta. Fucking police, open up! The fuck? What the fuck? I look out the window, bro, and they're everywhere. 30, 40, like individual cops everywhere. 20 fucking cop cars, you know, surrounding the fucking neighborhood. I'm all alone, right? I'm freaking out. I'm so scared. It's like 6 o'clock in the morning. And I remember my sister telling me, Ryan, because my sister's gone. She's fucking some dude, hanging out with her friend. Who knows? She's not there. It's just me at this fucking house. My sister, before she left, she was like, Ryan, you know, if anyone comes to the door, don't answer it. You know, it could be CPS. It could be the authorities, you know, whatever. It could be a million things. Don't answer it. I'm like, okay, fine. I'm not answering the door. Well, this is one of the moments you probably do answer the door because they're coming in. It's not one of the moments where they're like asking to talk to you. You know, they're coming in. So I, you know, being young, I go into the closet and put all the blankets and stuff over me, and I'm hiding. I'm terrified, bro. And it's like slow-mo. I'm listening to the sounds of the universe outside the closet. Stuff all over me. I'm listening to it outside, and I can hear them break the door down. I can hear them break the windows. You know what I mean? I can hear them clearing the rooms. I hear them enter my room, and I'm like, all right, bet. Like, here we go. I hear them enter the closet. I hear them check the closet. I hear them walk away. And I'm like, no fucking way. I just got away with this. Like, they didn't find me. No fucking way. Next thing I know, dude, I guess he went to go tell somebody that there was somebody in the closet and he didn't want to try to get me by himself. I'm assuming this is what happened because 5 seconds later, I'm being fucking drug out of the closet, hands behind my fucking back, AR-15 to the back of the goddamn head. I'm like, what the fuck? Remember, all I want to do is play EverQuest, eat my Lucky Charms, go to school, watch SpongeBob. Next thing I know, I got an AR-15 to the back of the fucking head. Okay. Okay. Oh gosh. Okay. So they clear the house. They find my drugs. They find my drugs, right? They find the party drugs, you know what I mean? They find, and this is all, you know what I mean? Like, we found your drugs, we found your bong, we found your cocaine, you know what I mean? Like, they're finding things, and they're telling me what they're finding. And I'm like, shit, like, that's not mine. Like, the cocaine's not mine. Like, I smoke weed. Like, the stuff in the bathroom's mine. Anything you found in the bathroom, I'll take. But, like, anything else, that's not me. Like, I swear. And they're like, look, dude, we're not here for you. Like, if we were here for you, maybe it'd be a little bit different, but how old are you? And I was like, I'm 14, 15. He's like, yeah, bro, we're not here for you. We're here for your mom. Where the fuck is your mom at? I was like, I don't know. I haven't seen her in 2 fucking weeks. He was like, all right, man, but your mom's in deep shit. She needs to call us. So if you hear from her, like, we're looking for her, bro, as you can tell. So, whatever. I was like, are you going to school? You know, you look like, you know, you're getting ready for school. Like, what's happening? I'm like, yeah, bro, I'm going to school. That was the plan. He was like, do you want us to take you to school? You want us to drop you off? Like, how you want this to happen? And I was like, no, man, please. Like, I'm just going to walk. I'm just going to walk to school. Whatever. So I walk my ass to school. They leave. They leave their fucking telephone number, you know, a little business card. I walk to fucking school. My sister is not going to school. Okay, my sister has given up. You know what I mean? Like, she's not going to school. Did y'all see that? What was that? What was that? What is that little guy? Oh, little guy can't say hello. But anyways, my sister is not going to school, bro. You know, she's given up. Like, I'm going to school. I'm trying. Like, I want a future. But so she's not there. She hears about this because I go to school. And I'm telling people, like, holy fuck. Okay, y'all can't be coming to my house no more, having these get-togethers, because apparently, you know what I mean? Like, shit's popping off, and y'all can't come to my house no more. Like, I get my sister's telling you y'all can come, but, like, it's done. It's done. Done. So I go to school that day, and and I'm like, dude, no more. Party house closed. Party house closed. Okay, well, that gets back to my sister, right? She's like, Ryan, oh my God, I heard that your house got raided. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'll be there after school and we'll figure out our game plan. I was like, okay, like, I guess after school, I'm going to see you and figure out our game plan. So I go home after school. She's there and we're talking about game plan. Like, oh, I have a friend we can stay with, you know. We got to get out of here. I think that they're going to have CPS come and get us. If the cops raided us and mom's not here, obviously we don't have anyone looking out for us. So we got to leave, Ryan. Like, we can't be here. Like, we got to go. And I'm like, oh shit. Like, it's like that? Like, that's great. She's like, it's like that. We got to go. And she's a year older than me. So she, you know what I mean? Anyways, we're talking about this and guess what? Sheriff's Department with the CPS worker. Hello. We heard your house got raided this morning because your mom's gone.
And that's not very acceptable. We need to talk to you. Where is your mother? What are you doing? What can we do for you? You know, asking all these questions. My sister, being sneaky, you know, she's like, I need to go to the bathroom. You know what I mean? So she goes to the bathroom and escapes out the fucking window. Next thing I know, they're like, where's your sister at? I'm like, I think she went out the window. And they're like, what? Yeah, that's not good. She's not supposed to do that. And I'm like, yeah, bro, like, probably not supposed to do that. And she's like, well, you know, we need to talk about this in the future. We need to figure out what your plans are, you know, what we can do, you know, the next steps moving forward. Here's my business card. We need to. Next thing I know, a grand adventure unfolds where I'm now jumping around for a couple months. So the first jump around experience was for a couple weeks. This one's for a couple months, right? So this is staying with like friends of friends, aunts. You know, I'd stay with an aunt for 2 weeks and the aunt would, you know, I have nowhere to go, right? So like I am literally a homeless child, just hoping for the best. And I'd go stay with my aunt for a week. And then next thing I know, Ryan, you can't stay here anymore. You have to find somewhere else to stay. And then my sister and my mom, who's on the run from the cops because she's hiding out in a tent somewhere in the woods with Steve. They're hiding out from, you know, all these felony charges that they have that I really don't know what is happening, right? I'm trying to keep you in the dark about what the charges are of why she got, because I don't know at this point, right? When I'm this age, I have no idea what's happening. I'm trying to give you the full experience, right? I don't know why I just got raided. I have no idea why nobody wants to take care of me. I have no idea why the world is out to fucking destroy me when all I want to do is be a good dude and go to school and meet a girl and go to college maybe, and, you know, like maybe join the military, go to the Air Force, fly helicopters or something, right? So this is like what I'm, you know, this is what I want in the world. No, the world decides, hey, fuck you, bitch. Ready for combat? You ready to go to gladiator school? Ready to have a goddamn AR-15 in the back of the goddamn head? Ready not to know where your next meal is going to come from? Bet, we got you. Sorry, I got off a little tangent there. My bad. Got a little tangent there. But I'm a young kid, right? I'm lost in the world. And the sister and I are trying to figure out where we land in life. She's very popular. She has a lot of friends. She didn't wet the bed. You know what I mean? So she made friends her entire life. You know, she was popular, go-getting, pretty. So she was fine. You know what I mean? For me, it was like really like I had no friends. There was no like go stay with Adam and his dad for a weekend. It was like you can stay with my friend and me, Ryan. Like I have friends and they're letting me, her mom is letting me stay the night for the next week or two so you can stay the night because you know me. Okay, so there's a lot of that happening. And there's a lot of like family members who want to pretend like they give a fuck, but they don't give a fuck, right? Like aunt who says she would help, but then next thing I know doesn't help, or a brother, or, you know, whatever. There's a million people who could have helped. No one helped. So a very tough time in life. I figured out a way through it. My mom goes to jail. She eventually gets caught. Okay. My mom gets charged with like 3 felonies. Theft of a motorized vehicle, like GTA, Grand Theft Auto, or some shit like that. Possession of something under a gram, and some sort of like government, or not government, corporate espionage crime. I'm like, the fuck? Anyway, she does her little bit of time. She does like 6 months or whatever, gets a lot of probation. This is what is happening in between her disappearing, the AR-15 in the back of the head. There's about 5-6 months of Ryan's floating. Ryan's trying to go to this school. No, that's not working. Let me go there. Let me drop out for a little bit. You know, all this dumb stuff. Yeah, that's a weird charge, right? I can go into what the story is, but maybe we'll hit that. But Anyways, there's a couple months of straight chaos. And I'm trying to survive. I'm meeting interesting people in this time period. I'm learning how not to piss the bed, right? Like by this point, I'm no longer pissing the bed. We're big kid now, right? We're dealing with big kid shit. Big kid stuff. I'm getting in fights. I'm no longer peeing the bed. I'm fucking girls. You know what I mean? Like, we have now taken some steps, right? We've grown a little bit. There's a moment where my mom's like, hey, I'm out of jail. I have a plan. I want to start a life. Perfect. And she comes back and she saves me and my sister from the dark despair that we were headed down, right? She comes out of jail fucking ready, bruh. She's starting her business. She's go-getting. She's feeling strong. We go to Keller. So her and Steve, okay, they're done with the running. They got caught. They did their time. Okay. Kids are back with mom. Good things. Good things are afoot, right? So it would seem. So it would seem. I gotta drink some water real quick. We gotta take a little. We're gonna pause for a second. Everything's going well. I mean, she gets out. I'm going to high school again. She's enrolled me into high school. I'm probably 15. Sister's 16. I've got my own bedroom. My sister's got her own bedroom. My mom's got her own bedroom. You know, well, we're a family again after like 6 months, a year and a half of straight fucking chaos. I'm told by my mom she's off drugs. You know what I mean? She is off drugs. She went to jail. She's obviously off drugs. You know what I mean? She's got a plan. She's got a plan. This is around the time period that I get high for the first time. Right? Before now, I probably have smoked weed once. Like truly like inhaled. Like there's the first like couple times you get high and you're like real young and you don't know how to inhale properly, and there's a learning curve here, right? We're smoking out of cans and it's tough. So I smoked once or twice, but like this is the moment where like fuck it. You know what I mean? Like I no longer just want to play video games and like get my dick wet. I now want to play video games, get my dick wet, and get high, right? That's now the next step. So we do need to hit this story because it's very important, and we're right here, we're right at it. At this time, my sister is 16, and I'm like 15 because she's a year older than me. And we're living in this new house with my mom after all this crazy stuff has been happening, and I'm feeling some stability, bro. I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, this is all gonna work out, bro. It's all gonna work out. I started like reading the Bible. Well, not yet. Hold on. We don't get to the Bible yet. Hold on. I don't want to get ahead of myself. This is where the story gets interesting. This is where the story gets fun, actually. This is where things start to get kind of fun. So there is this guy my sister is dating. His name is Bradley. Okay. So my sister's like 16. I'm like 15. Bradley's like 19. Bradley's a grown ass man. He's got a full-time job. He's got a Camaro, Trans Am. You know what I mean? Like, he's got his own place. This is a grown ass nigga. You know what I mean? Grown. Fucking my sister, who like, you know, she's young. She's 16, man. Anyways, Rhiannon, my sister's name is Rhiannon. Rhiannon comes in my room one night. Ryan's playing EverQuest or something. Probably playing. No, I'm playing World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft is now out. By this point, Ryan has been playing World of Warcraft for about 6 months. By this point in the story, I am very addicted to World of Warcraft and my shitty PC. But I don't care because World of Warcraft changing the world, right? So I'm playing World of Warcraft. My sister comes in. She's like, Ryan, you told me the other day that you were interested in getting high. And I was like, yeah, I'm interested in getting high. Like, yeah, I'm interested in getting high. And she was like, well, Brad, you know, he can get you high. Are you interested? I'm like, yeah, please. Please, I'm interested. So Brad comes over in his Trans Am, tattoos. What's up? Get in. I get in, takes me to his fucking trailer, loads the Chong Bong. I don't know if you smoke weed or don't smoke weed, but back in the day, Tommy Chong had a bong franchise, whatever. He ended up going to jail for it. Long story short, Brad had a Chong Bong. Loads it full of, you know, hydro. That's what we called it back in the day. Puts some of that hydro in the Chong Bong and lights it up. You know what I mean? And I don't know what I'm doing. You know what I mean? I've smoked out of a Coke can before. I think I've gotten high before. Okay, but little do I know about what I'm about to experience. And I fucking hit that bitch, right? And they're like, hit it. It's fucking yellow, like a deep, dark yellow. You know what I mean? Huge ass, like 4 foot, 3 foot bong, completely filled, and tell me to clear it. And I was like, oh my God. And I like, you know, whiteout, like, right? It's not blackout. It's like a whiteout. I really don't know how to describe it, but like everything went really bright. I took the hit and everything went super white. And like I sat down and they were laughing. And they're like, you got to clear it. You got to clear it. Because I only halfway cleared it. You got to clear it. And I'm like, okay. And I clear it and I'm dying, right? And they're all laughing. It's all big funny. I'm going to take you back home. I'm like, all right, bet. I'm going to go back home. Thank you for the crazy experience. Going home now. And I get home and my sister's like, how was it? I can't talk. I can't talk. Don't talk to me. Don't fucking talk to me. So I go in my bedroom, right? Go in my bedroom, and I lay down. I just lay down in my bed. Just complete darkness. World is spinning. I'm lost. Next thing I know, okay, look, before I say this is where the stories get kind of weird. And my greatest desire is to tell you the truth as I lived it, the way I lived it. Like, nothing I'm telling you is any exaggeration of anything I've ever done, anything I've ever witnessed, anything I've ever experienced. This is exactly as I saw it, as I experienced it. And my greatest desire is to speak that testimony, that truth, and to be a faithful witness. I'm sitting there, I'm laying in this fucking bed, 15 years old, all the backstories you now know. And the spirit of our ancestors come to me. Around my bed come individual spirits. Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, Alexander the Great, George Washington, Genghis Khan. You see what I'm saying? Dozens of these entities, I could see their hair. I could see their eyes. It was like it is very like wispy. Like there's a reason why I named my channel Ethereal Echo, is because of this exact moment. Because everything that happens after this is a direct correlation of this happening. For whatever reason, these spirits of our ancestors came to me, surrounded my bed, and just started talking to me all at the same time. And I'm sitting there in my bed, first time ever getting high. out of my fucking mind high. And I'm trying to understand what every one of these niggas is saying to me. But there's no way to understand everything they're saying to you. There's fucking 25 people, 30 people talking to you all at the same time, faster than I'm talking to you now. Like, quick. And this is going on for maybe like 5 minutes. Obviously, I have no idea how to interpret the situation that I'm now experiencing. I'm thinking I've lost my fucking mind. Right? I have maybe told this story to 3 people in my entire life, and those 3 people have all been in the last year and a half trying to prepare to telling the world this story. Because I've never told all this story. Maybe 1 or 2 people know 1 or 2 of these stories, right? Nobody knows how they all fit together. Nobody knows the fucking spirits talking to me when I'm fucking first getting high, right? This is all very new. I'm trying to be okay with sounding as crazy as I sound, because it's as real as it's realer than this experience. It's realer than me talking to you right now. This is an experience that happened 20 fucking years ago, and it's like it happened goddamn just now, yesterday, 10 seconds ago, and I can smell it, I can breathe it, I can feel it, you know what I mean? So anyways, I have this experience with these spirits talking to me, and I have no idea what the fuck is happening, and I get out of my bed, I go to my sister, and I'm like, Rhiannon, I need to talk to you. And she was like, what? I was like, what did I just experience? What just happened? She was like, oh, you had a good time? Oh, you were high? Da, 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 da. I was like, Rhiannon, I don't know if... She thought it was funny, right? Because I didn't explain what I experienced. I just asked her, is that what I'm supposed to, like, what happens when you get high kind of vibe? You know what I mean? Because are people... I didn't think that's what getting high was like. I didn't know full-blown entities were going to appear to me. And I'm like, And she completely made me feel like getting high is fun and just enjoy it. And whatever's happening, just enjoy the ride. And I was like, okay, that's fine. So I go back in my room and I lay down, and it's just kind of like the spirits are no longer there. Nothing's talking to me anymore. And I'm just laying there trying to decipher what the fuck just happened. And by this point, the next day, I wake up and I'm like, what the fuck did I just experience? And everything changes after that, right? So that moment, everything changes after this. This is when my life goes from whatever it's been to whatever it's going to be. Oh, baby Jesus. And I guess I should hit this. You know what I mean? I guess I don't want to tell this side of the story, because this is probably, like, out of everything I'm going to say, this is probably the crazier one, right? The next day, I wake up, and I'm trying to decipher what the hell I just experienced the night before. So I have a dog named Ziggy, and I'm like, I'm gonna walk this fucking dog, and I'm gonna reflect what the fuck just happened. I'm walking the dog, and next thing you know, bro, like, I promise, this is as real can be. Walking this dog in a goddamn helicopter, like an Apache fucking helicopter, flies over this playground. I'm next to a playground. I'm walking my dog around this neighborhood, this housing developments, and there's a playground in the middle of the housing development, and I'm walking to the playground, walking to it with my doggy. In a goddamn helicopter, as quiet. What noise? Quiet. Quiet. Whispering to me. Like, not loud at all. Super quiet mode. Hovers about 25 meters over the playground, just staring at me. And I'm transfixed. I've never told this story because it sounds fucking crazy. It's a little bit different with the spirit creature or whatever, the ancestors coming to you and talking to you. It's like, okay, maybe. But a goddamn Apache helicopter that's quiet is now hovering over a playground staring at you. And I make eye contact with the pilots. I can see the fucking pilots. You know what I mean? And they look at me. They nod their heads at the same time, like this. And then they fly away. Okay? And I'm like, what the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening? What am I seeing? What am I experiencing? I'm having a mental break. I'm like, okay, nobody can ever know these stories. We're just moving right past it. I'm just going to go live my life, whatever. So I'm hanging out with friends. I'm now going to school. You know what I mean? I'm going to the high school. Nobody knows these stories, right? Like, I'm not telling people that I'm experiencing this. I'm trying to start a new life. My mom's back in my life. I'm getting high. I'm fucking bitches. Yeah, I got a roster, that I'm running through in the local little housing development. You know what I mean? I'm having a good time. I'm driving. My mom's letting me drive her car, even though I'm 15, with no license. I'm having a good time. You know what I mean? I'm not even thinking about these experiences. You know what I mean? Like, to me, I'm not even thinking about those experiences, to be honest with you. I'm just trying to enjoy the new life, because all the chaos that's been happening, I'm just happy I have my mom back. I'm just happy I'm able to go to school. I'm just happy that my sister is now in my life. I'm just happy that, things are on a better... I'm not thinking about the crazy shit that I just experienced, right? Okay. Well, my mom one day... I haven't talked to Jeff in about a decade. You know what I mean? They got divorced and my mom never talked to Jeff again, right? Well, my mom on my 16th birthday comes up to me and she's like, do you want Jeff's number? I'll give it to you for your 16th birthday. I know you've always considered him to be your father or a father figure in your life, and I know you've always missed him. I have his number. I can get you in contact with him. And I was like, please, please. And that's when Jeff comes in the picture again. So Jeff is now back in the picture. Hello, Jeff. I'm hanging out with him on the weekends. I'm going to his house. He smokes weed, so he's teaching me how to roll joints. You know what I mean? Like, this dude from all these years ago is now back in my life, and he's like, homie. He's like, he's not like a father, but he's like a homie. You know what I mean? Like, we're getting high. He's letting me drink. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of what I needed in life. I really didn't need a father at that point in life. I really just needed a friend. You know what I mean? I needed someone who's going to teach me how to roll joint, not tell me don't smoke. You know what I mean? Like, 'cause I would have just rebelled super hard. I would have just gone even further down the rabbit hole. You know what I mean? But Jeff was good. You know what I mean? Good dude, at least so far. And he was super excited to see me and Rhiannon. You know what I mean? He was a good dude. I enjoyed seeing him. I enjoyed this part of my life. Everything was going well. I was in school. My mom was in my life. Jeff is now back in my life. Like, they're not together, but like, I don't need them together because I can have separate relationships and whatever. Things are okay. I have girl that I'm seeing, and I'm feeling like there's maybe a future for your boy, right? This is the days of MySpace. Facebook is just out. Facebook has only been out for like 6 months to a year, and it's more like a New York thing. I remember a kid coming from New York, transferring to my school, me being on MySpace in the middle of class, and him being like, oh, you're still on MySpace? In New York, we're on Facebook. We do Facebook in New York. And I was like, okay, fucking guy, thanks. Appreciate it. Anyways, brand new. It's all very MySpace, Facebook. What's that? Oh yeah, it was like, hold on. Jeff. Oh shit. Jeff. MySpace, Facebook. Oh yeah. I'm going to school at Keller, okay? All this stuff's happening, and this is the reason why I never wanted to do a podcast, even though I'm pretty decent at telling a story, even though I'm not the dumbest person in the shed. There's a reason why I'm kind of standoffish about putting myself out there in the world, is because of this moment that happens. There was a moment in MySpace. I'm new to this school. I don't really know anybody at this school, right? I don't expect anybody knows me. I'm very new. I have no friends at this school. I'm like, it's the first week or two, right? I'm still trying to figure. So I thought it was safe to make a MySpace post about all the different people that I'm seeing at this school. Because with smoking weed, your perceptions kind of change. Your perceptions of reality kind of open up a little bit. So now I'm seeing the different factions in school, right? I'm seeing the different cliques, and I'm seeing I'm seeing how their cliques operate. I'm seeing why they operate the way they operate. I'm seeing the different hierarchies in the cliques. I'm seeing the way that the relationships between the cliques, like I'm seeing all these, three-dimensional movements. And I decided that I was going to write on MySpace a blog about what I'm seeing. I'm seeing this group of people and how they do this, and they want this attention because, this, and the reason why that they want that attention and the reason why they're doing this for that attention is because they expect this result. You know what I mean? Weed introspection. Exactly. And I'm thinking, I want to express this to the world. Okay, well, I write this thing down. I write my little, wiggers, wannabe gangsters, preppy kids, theater kids, goth kids, jocks. I gave my little paragraph synopsis out of what I thought about each group, not names of people in each group. I just said jock. And then I described my weed introspection of a 15, 16-year-old's interpretation of reality. Yeah, well, I go to school the next day. I wake up, wake up. I'm new. I have all this crazy shit happening in the past. I think no one knows me. I don't have any friends. Next thing I know, before school starts, everyone's just kind of staring at me. I walk into school and everybody, the entire school stops. Now, this isn't my first I've done this before, right? I've been to war with an entire school before. So I kind of know what the vibe is, pal. You see what I'm saying? So I walk in these goddamn doors and there's something fucking off. There's something off. Because it goes quiet, pimp. It's like a movie. Fucking 5,000 kids instantly go quiet and they all turn on me like it's a goddamn Twilight Zone episode. I'm like, what's up, guys? And then a kid walks up to me and passes me a piece of paper. And I'm like, fuck. Somebody printed out my rant and passed out hundreds and hundreds of pages, copies, to the entire school buses, to everybody in the school. I had a copy of what I thought of their life decisions. So, bro, when I say people wanted smoke, pimp, not only did they want smoke, the cops had to come and escort me home because they thought that someone was going to try to murder me. And I was like, look, but you don't even understand. I come from gang, triple gang, bang land. These Keller kids, they don't know what it's like in the streets of Arlington, in the streets of Agtown. Shit, they don't know. And the cops are like, well, it just takes one, bro. Just takes one. We think it's best if we take you home, gives us some time to chill out. We'll figure out our next steps. It's like, next steps? I didn't do anything. Like, what are you talking about? Next steps, dude? Well, I'm not allowed to go back. Basically, long story short, I'm not allowed to go back. I'm kicked out of this school. Not because I did anything wrong. They just feared for my safety, and it's best if you go somewhere else. There's a lot of talk of hurting you. I was like, bro, you don't know. I can handle myself. Don't worry. well, you know, there's a lot of like school shootings and there's things that happen, and you know, you might be able to hold yourself, and you know, you think you do, but you know, whatever. And I was like, whatever. So I go home, I talk to my mom, and she's like, we'll just do homeschool. We'll just put you in homeschool. I'm like, okay, fine. So now I'm getting high, playing video games, and going to homeschool. I'm playing a bunch of World of Warcraft. I'm smoking a bunch of fucking weed, and I'm going to homeschool. You think I'm going to homeschool? You think I'm playing? I'm hitting level 60 quick as fuck. All the homies are jealous of my fucking in-game gear. I'm hitting lower Blackrock Spire. I'm hitting upper Blackrock Spire. I'm hitting fucking Onyxia first. I'm hitting Naxxramas and Vanilla. You see what I'm saying, pal? I'm pushing. I'm going places. I'm fucking bitches. You know what I mean? All the high school girls are sleeping in my bedroom. My mom don't care that I'm, you know, I'm just living the dream, as some would say, right? I'm hanging out with my dad, my stepfather on the weekends, and he's teaching me how to be, you know, El Cartel drug dealer guy. You know what I mean? He's telling me stories about, because now I'm old enough to kind of hear these stories from him. So now he's very like, yeah, bro, let me tell you some stories. So all the stories about him selling drugs that I've already told you is from him kind of telling me at this time. He's like, yeah, man, let me tell you about all the shit that you didn't know was happening behind the scenes. So I was like, God damn, that's crazy. So he's really like, you know, showing me that a lot is happening behind the scenes. When you think you are living this life, there's a lot happening behind what you're experiencing. And he really is like the first one to kind of like show me, because like when you're a kid, you have no idea there's 200 pounds of marijuana in the attic, and that he's going to go meet Pablo and got shot once in the leg because of, you know, the weed is missing because my mom stole 2 pounds from the goddamn shipment in the attic and didn't tell my dad. So when my dad sold all the weed and went to go give the money to Pablo, and Pablo's now like, nigga, you $4,000 short. And dude's like, what are you talking about? No, that's all there. That's exactly what you gave me. That's your cut. And he's like, nah, bro, you too, you know, da-da-da-da-da. You know, and I asked mom about that. I'm like, Mom, is that true? And she's like, yeah. It's hilarious. So, you know, I'm living the dream, but at this time period, I'm having what you would call epiphanies, right? I'm having sudden realizations that I shouldn't be having, right? That like no one's teaching me about these grand truths that are coming into my brain and being downloaded into my little 15-year-old brain. There's a lot of like, I used to tell Brad, I'd be like, Brad, I just had the craziest epiphany. And then like, you know, he'd be like, Ryan, did you have another epiphany today? Did you have another? Tell me about it. And he would like want to, and he'd be like, bro, that's crazy. You just thought about that? Like out of the blue? I'm like, yeah, this is before YouTube, right? So there's no YouTube. Is AOL Messenger still? You know what I mean? There is no guidance, right? There's no like, I'm gonna go to YouTube and have someone, you know, motivate me, or I'm gonna have a life coach, or no. This is what is it, 2004? YouTube don't come out until 2006, 2007, right? 2008, something like that. 2006, 2007. So anyways, I'm like, so I find a Bible. And I decide that I am going to try and read this Bible. I'm having these epiphanies. And I'm feeling like the only place they can come from is, they're not coming from me, right? Me is rolling weed, playing World of Warcraft, and like fucking horse. Okay, I'm getting like downloads, bro. I'm getting like transmissions. Like, that's like fucking with me. You know what I mean? Keeping me up at night kind of shit. Thinking about. So I'm like, the fuck is happening here? You know what I mean? I don't understand this. I'm going to read the Bible. You know what I mean? Like, someone's got to have answers. You know what I mean? Growing up, people used to tell me that the Bible has some answers. I feel like maybe I should try and read it. I tried to read it. That's a tough read for a stoner, lost child, right? Who thinks he already has all the answers and just wants reassurance that his answers are correct. And if you don't tell me that, I really don't want to listen. So anyways, I start reading the Bible, and you get to the point of the tabernacle and the links and the cubits and the lineages, and you're like, holy fuck, bro, where's the story at? Like, I get the goddamn tribe of it. Like, I get it that the building was 6 cubits long, and okay, but I don't care. Like, where's the story? So I really got turned off by the Bible, right? I was like, fuck it. It's too hard to read. They talk fucking weird. There's no answers there. Fuck that. And I remember being in that private school a couple years before this and talking to the football coach, because I was part of the football team in that private school. And I remember talking to the football coach, and he was like, yeah, I'm going to Bible study tonight. I was like, you're going to Bible study? Why do you need to study the Bible? Haven't you already read it? He looked at me and he was like, yeah, I've read it, but like, I want to understand it more. I was like, what do you mean understand it more? You've already read it. Like, what more is there to understand? He was like, Ryan, you could spend your entire life trying to understand the Bible. He's like, that doesn't make any sense, you dumbass. That's what I'm thinking as a kid. I'm like, this dumb motherfucker can't understand a book the first time he reads it. What a stupid fucker. So when I try to read the Bible, when I'm this young kid, because I had an epiphany. One of the epiphanies was, or, one of the things, I was like, maybe life's like a video game. Right? Maybe there's like the mind of God wants to experience creation, and thus he has like these little vessels, these little 3-dimensional spacesuits, and then he just plugs a little piece of himself in there so he can go, live life on this creation that he's created in a different body and a different experience and a different all these things. And then this is the thought process that really grew, right? So when I had that epiphany, I really stuck with that thought process. That really, like, yeah, I think, because when you hear a piece of God, you're a piece of God's child, you're different than the animals. It's because God himself literally plugs into us, and that's what makes us different, right? I really kind of stuck with that. Or that first thought was a big direction. It really kind of like sets up the rest of the story, I guess. Dude, we're like 2 hours into this shit, and I'm not even past fucking. That's crazy. I really don't want to do this more than once, so we're gonna try and just smash this out. Yeah, the Bible's a pretty slow start. It's a pretty slow start. Okay, so next thing I know, I come home from school one day, and there's a cop outside the house with all this shit outside. My mom's nowhere to be found. School bus drops me off. Everybody in the school bus is like, oh shit, Ryan's getting evicted, oh shit. And in my head, everything was going well. In my head, everything was good. In my head, I'm having epiphanies. I'm fucking bitches. I'm playing video games. I'm going to homeschool. Next thing I know, oh yeah. The reason why I'm at the bus is because the homies needed. What did the homies? There was some reason the homies needed a ride from point A to point B, and I was picking them up from the bus stop in like the car or something, and I come back. Next thing I know, everything's outside Mom's nowhere to be fucking seen. And all it, I'm like, what the fuck? So the homie's like, Ryan, good luck with that. We're going to go home. We'll see you when we see you. And I'm like, bet. So I go over to the cop. There's a constable. I go over to the constable. My sister's already there. And she's screaming at the constable, you can't take our shit out of the house, you know, blah, 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 blah. Well, he don't care, right? So all the shit's out of the house. He's doing something with, like, he's trying to arrest my sister or detain her because she's fucking crazy. And puts his hands on her, and then I see that happen, and being a good brother, you know, I put my hands on the cop. So I have this moment with the cop. My sister escapes. I escape. The cop's chasing me down. I escape. He's like, you're just making this worse for yourself. Da 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 da. Arrests me. I go to juvie. Long story short, I get out because Jeff comes and gets me. They release me to Jeff. So Jeff now drives me back to the house. He's gotten me out of juvie. He's bailed me out. Whatever, however it fucking works. I don't know if they just wanted to detain me just to get me out of there because it was crazy. And I don't know. There's no real charges that came from it. I never went to court or anything. They just kind of arrested me, took me to juvie. Jeff comes by, picks me up. We drive back to the house. When I get there, he's loaded up a U-Haul and all this shit is off of the yard and everything's in a U-Haul. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you for showing up. You know what I mean? My mom's nowhere to be found, but Jeff has now showed up, loaded the U-Haul, all of our shit's in a U-Haul. We're going to go stay with Jeff at his place, so on and so forth. Mom, where you at? Where'd you go? Oh, I couldn't be there for it. You know, da 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 da. Okay. Anyways, long story short, yeah, Jeff keeps coming with some W's, like facts. Well, Jeff is now signed up to be my figure. You know, Mom has now disappeared. Jeff has now picked us up. You know what I mean? Like he's fresh back into our life, maybe a couple months, maybe 2 months back into our life after a decade. And this is what he's walking into. Right? This is hello again. Hello. Welcome to chaos. Oh shit. So he's like, yeah, y'all can stay with me. And I'm thinking in my head, like, how long? Because, you know, by this point, a lot of people have told me I can stay with them, but not very long. You know what I mean? Not my problem is how it usually ends. So I'm hoping for the best, right? I move in with Jeff. Things are fine. You know what I mean? Things are okay. I was able to re-enroll back into Keller. Things have died down by this point. He's driving me to Keller every day. I have friends, and this happens for maybe a month, right? And then one day he's like, Rhiannon, you're not my kids. Isn't my problem. Good luck. And this isn't, you know, the first time I've been in this experience. It's not the first time my sister has been in this experience. And by this time, Rhiannon is old enough to be able to use her feminine charms to convince men to take care of her. So as I've told you once before, Bradley and her are still dating. Bradley is 19, she's 16, 15. You know, I'm 15, 16, she's 16, 17 during this tale of the story. And Bradley's 19, 20, he has a job, so on and so forth. So Jeff kicks us out. Rhiannon and Brad are old enough. Rhiannon's 17, she's old enough to go get a full-time job, you know, waiting tables or something. Brad is doing construction or something. So I'm their responsibility, right? That's kind of how it plays out, is my sister kind of has to like drag me, or feels like she has to drag me around. And I really don't want her to feel that way, right? I don't want to be Brad and Rhiannon's like +1. So the school year is ending, right? The school year is ending. Jeff is kicking me out. I'm staying with Rhiannon and Brad like at like a budget suites or something. Like it's pay by the week kind of shit. Like you pay $400 a week and you can stay here. And it's got like a little kitchen in it and a couch, and it's like a hotel but with like a kitchen, right? You can stay there for cheaper per week. So we're staying there for maybe a week or two, and one of my friends from school, they were rich parents. They were like, hey, you should, you know, we heard that you have a shitty situation in life, Ryan. You're a good kid. Come live with us. We're moving down to Houston. My husband's an oil engineer for some company. We're moving down to Katy, Texas. It's near Houston. This could be your fresh start. We'll get you enrolled in school. I'm like, bet. Like, I'll take you up on that. But at the same time, my brother, we haven't heard from in a while. My brother is living his own life. You know what I mean? He's not in any of this, right? He's from a different lineage. He doesn't have to deal with this chaos. But anyways, before I moved down to Katy with this family, we should name them so we all know what the family's name is. The Calais family. The Calais family. The homie's name, the friend, was Kirby. So Kirby Calais, Kirby. Kirby, you know, Kirby was a friend during a time when I had no friends, right? Anyways, Kirby's family offered me a place to stay. This is the end of the school year. I said, my brother offered me to stay with him during the summer for the transition. So Jeff has kicked us out. I'm kind of in transition with Rhiannon and Brad. They're trying to start their life, and I'm kind of just hanging on to it. The friend Kirby and his parents, who are like, you know, well-to-do, see that my life is falling apart and offer me a place to stay in Katy with them. But before I do that, I've decided I want to spend the summer with my brother. I haven't seen my brother in a couple years. I've been dealing with all this craziness. He's got his own place, his own apartment with a girl, and he wants me to stay with him for a couple weeks during the summer. And I said yes. I had a great time, right? I had a great time with my brother. I love him. I was so happy to bond with him. I finally felt like I was becoming cool enough to hang out with him and his friends. I've had enough life experience. You know what I mean? Like, I'm having fun. He's taking me to a club in Dallas and sneaking me in because he knows the bouncer. And, you know, I'm having a good time. And the time comes where it's go to Houston. You know, the summer's now over. Finally come over, you know, finally it's time to go to Houston. Time to go to Houston. So I go to Houston. Okay. So the way it worked was I was going to take a Greyhound from Greenville, Texas to Katy, Texas. It's like a 4.5 hour adventure. I bought the ticket, but I missed the bus. I missed the stop. I missed it. I'm such an idiot, kid, and I'm stupid. So I tell Kirby's parents, I'm like, hey, I missed the stop. I have no money. I need to figure out how I'm going to get down there. Once I figure it out, you know, we can figure this out. They're like, we'll buy you a plane ticket. No big deal. Buy me a plane ticket. And I'm like, what the fuck? And this is the first time that I committed like an international felony, I guess, is I smuggled marijuana on that plane, on that plane ride. So I'm going through TSA, or maybe not TSA. Maybe not. Yeah, I think TSA is around at this time. But I get singled out, and they're like, hey, we want to do a private screening with you. And I'm like, fuck. So I have like weed in my sock. Like a lot of weed, like enough to like not, I'm young and weed is not easy to find and I don't have money and it's like I'm going to a new city and I need a little bit of smoking weed and I'm not throwing it away, so I'm taking it with me. And all of a sudden, next thing I know, the brother is singling me out. I'm going to a private screening. Take your shoes off. I got the weed in the sock, and I'm freaking out. So I'm taking this, and I'm trying to like sneak it. And he's like, "Show me what's underneath." And I'm like, "Yeah, no problem." And I angle it, and I kind of like, he's like, "All right, put your shoe back on. You're good to go." And I'm like, "Oh my god, it's so crazy." Anyways, first time breaking the, feeling like, "Ooh, I'm so smart." I get down there and obviously like this is a family with rules and structure and I am not a kid from rules and structure. So I get there and they basically tell me what's up. They're like, "We're on a 3-strike rule with you, Ryan. You fuck up 3 times, you're kicked out. These are the rules. You break any one of these rules, that's 1 strike. You get to the 3rd strike, it's game over." Well, I'm sure you can guess that I probably struck out, but I get there and I am trying, right? I really am trying. I see that this is an opportunity. I see it's beautiful. So I go to school. I enroll myself into school. There's like, I've been emancipated, right? I can enroll myself into schools, right? Like, so I enroll myself into the school. I start the journey. You know what I mean? This is a rich kid town. I'm the poor kid. Everybody else is oil engineers, super rich. There's a program in the school where if you're poor, they'll buy you a book bag. They'll buy you your books. They'll buy you your pens. They'll buy you your lunches. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm the only kid in this school on this program. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? Everybody else in the school doesn't need this program. They're well-to-do. This program exists for me, and that's it. Nobody else. So I'm already off to a pretty decent start when it comes to popularity in the school. Already starting out strong. I'm the kid who everyone knows my story already. You know what I mean? Everyone already knows the story. Everyone knows that I'm the story we okay. But, I'm a champion. So I power through. I get a job at Sonic. Still popular with the chicks, of course. Certain chicks like me. The rich girls have never liked me. But the pirate outcast girls love me, right? If you're a goth girl, if you're not a preppy rich girl, I do okay with you. But if you require a couple zeros in the bank account, a nice car or something, that's not me. You know what I mean? Those girls, they just don't like me. It's fine. But anyways, I get a job at Sonic. I'm working the night shift, so school is from 7 in the morning till 3. I get out of school at 3. I walk home. I get home at 3:30. I change. I'm out of the house again by 4. I walk to Sonic. I'm at Sonic by 5. I work at Sonic from 5 to 1 o'clock in the morning. I walk home. I'm home by 1:30. I wake up. I do it all again. Okay, that is now my life for the next couple months. I'm doing this. Right? I'm trying to go to this school. I'm trying to I'm trying to homework. I'm trying to have a job. I'm trying to build a future. I'm trying to follow these fucking rules that these fucking people have set. Like, I'm young. I'm only 16. Like, I'm 16 with a full-time fucking job, going to full-time school, trying to figure out, what's happening in the world that I'm living in. Walking to school. I'm doing all this. But I'm having a good time. Like, this isn't woe is me, right? This isn't woe is me. Like, I'm enjoying life. I'm fucking whores. I'm having a good time. Let's not get it twisted. but I have no guidance. I have no idea what fucking planet. I'm trying to tell you these stories to the fullest extent to just show you that, like, I have no fucking idea what planet I'm on. And anytime I think I have any stable footing, the world will just come through and just wipe it out. Like, even when I'm trying everything, right? Anyways, it's not woe is me. It's just, I'm just trying to tell a grand story. Anyways, it's a long day. It's a long adventure. I start smoking cigarettes at this time. By this time, I've never smoked a cigarette. I'm always very anti-cigarette. I'm that kid who's like, oh, it's bad for you. Bad for you. You shouldn't do that. But I'm working at Sonic and I don't get breaks. I'm there from 5 o'clock at night until 1 o'clock in the morning without a single break. And the only people who are getting breaks are the people who are smoking cigarettes. They get to go out every half hour and smoke a 5-minute cigarette. And I'm doing the drive-through at like the 5th busiest Sonic in all of Texas. Like, oh, right, you can keep up? You know, it's like the 5th busiest Sonic in Texas. You know, that's a big number, and I need you to be able to keep it. So it was popping 24/7. So I was like, of course I'm going to start smoking cigarettes because I want to break, because I want to breathe, because I want to smoke weed. And I can't go outside and smoke weed if I don't smoke cigarettes. Because it's like, hey, I'm going to go outside and smoke. And they're like, you don't smoke cigarettes. What are you going to go smoke? You know what I mean? So I was like, well, just give me a cigarette. I'll go smoke a cigarette. And then I started smoking cigarettes. And that is an important benchmark because I smoked cigarettes for 20 fucking years. And I remember the exact moment, the day, how it started, why it started, so on and so forth. And I wish that I never started. You know what I mean? I wish so anybody who's watching this, don't start smoking cigarettes. It's a fucking pain in the ass to quit. It took me 20 fucking years to quit. I should have never started. You know, I'm still fucking smoking goddamn nicotine because it's tough. Anyways, I have a teacher. This is an important part of the story, I guess, because this is a very integral part of the story, actually. There was a teacher in this environment. I can only probably name you one teacher out of the hundreds and hundreds of teachers, the 5 or 6 different high schools, the 4 or 5 different junior highs, the 4 or 5 different elementary schools. I could probably only name you one teacher. Like, actually know her name, give you a story about how she changed my life for the better. Like, one. And I'm going to tell you that story, I guess. Her name was Mrs. Vial. Vial, I believe. Mrs. Vial. Very good woman. A great person. She would come visit me. She learned I worked at Sonic at the drive-thru. And she would come visit me every Friday and, you know, give me a tip. You know what I mean? And, oh, Ryan, you know, don't forget, you know, you have that homework assignment. Like, I know you're busy, but that doesn't give you an excuse. Because she genuinely, like, knew my story. She knew that I was working. Like, she knew what I was doing, right? She knew where I came from. She knew I was getting the help from, like, she knew. And she wasn't trying to drag me down, bro. Every other teacher knew. And they would make little jabs at me, pimp. Every other teacher knew my story. Instead of like trying to help me and guide me and be a fucking positive influence in my goddamn life, they would try and like poke at me. Make my life a little bit fucking harder. But not Mrs. Vial. Mrs. Vial, good person. There was a specific moment, because at this point in life, I'm an atheist. By this point in my life, I've decided that there is no God. The story that I have just told you, would you think there's a God? Like, do you think, like, as a young kid, 16, after everything I just told you, the entire world has abandoned me. No one gives a fuck. You know what I mean? Like, I'm out here, like, you know what I mean? And so I'm an atheist. I'm mad. No one believes in me. Thus, I believe in nothing. Nothing believes in me. I believe in nothing. It's a fair fucking trade. It's an understandable journey, right? So there's this Christian kid. Mrs. Viall teaches English. Okay, Mrs. Viall is the English teacher. I have Mrs. Viall last period, 8th period. I'm sitting in the class and this Christian kid is telling me that, you know, Jesus this and Bible that. And by this point, you know, like, I'm not an idiot. Like, as you can tell, I can string a sentence along, I can tell a story, I can have a thought process past 5 seconds. Like, so I've thought about God, and I've decided that nothing believes in me, thus I believe in nothing. If you lived my life, you wouldn't believe in a God. And the only reason you believe in a God is because you get to go home at night, because you get to have someone who fucking loves you. But the moment that there is no one there for you, we'll see if there is any faith. Okay? That was my mentality when I'm hearing this kid in high school in class telling me that there's a God. And I'm like, bro, don't ever tell me there's a God. Because if there was a God, he's a cruel and vindictive and evil God. Because there's no way I deserve what I'm getting. Because all I want to do is do right, be good. I don't rape people. I don't hurt people. You know what I mean? Like, I've realized that, like, do unto others shall, you know, like, I've had bad things happen to me. Right? I've had bad things happen to me, and I've realized by this point that, like, I don't want bad things to happen to me. I'm sure you don't want bad things to happen to you. I won't do bad things to you if you don't do bad things to me, and that's kind of the vibe that I'm trying to grow up with. Anyways, this kid, Christian. I'm like, you don't need Christianity to be good. You can just be good. Like, and I would ask him questions about the Bible, and he was like, man, I can't give you all these answers, you know, like my preacher he might be able to give you some of these answers, but like I can't. And in my head, I've already been to the preachers. I've already been to the schools. I've already asked these questions. Not only did they not have answers, they sent me to the fucking principal's office for asking them. So I think this kid's a fucking idiot, right? So I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, this dumb motherfucker, he doesn't even know the right questions to ask. He just believes whatever he's fucking fed. You know what I mean? Because if you ask these questions, you know what I mean? Like, there should be answers to these questions. That's what I'm thinking in my head. What I'm thinking in my head. Mrs. Viall hears this debate, and she comes in the next day with a book. No, she hears this debate, and she's assigning us books to do a project on. She's like, Ryan, you have such a beautiful, you know what I mean? Like, and she gives us a list of the books. We each have to pick one. So a student won't do a duplicate report on a book that's already another student did. So we all have different books, and we're all reading different books, and we're all doing different reports. And she has a printout of, you go up and pick the book, and when you pick your book, you cross out that book, and by the end, you know, whatever. Everyone goes. I'm last to go. She like timed it really well, where the school, you know, like, oh, I didn't get to pick a book, Miss Viall. She's like, oh, I know, Ryan, come here. And I go up to her desk, and she's like, I have a very specific book I want you to do. I was like, what? The fuck? She's like, yeah, I didn't put it on the list because I don't want them to do it. This one's specifically for you. I picked this book out just for you. I'm like, okay, what's up? And I can't remember the name of the book, but I will describe what the book's about. So maybe in the future, send me a DM, drop a little comment, tell me what the book is. I would love to know. You know what I mean? But basically, the book is this. We live in a dystopian world, okay? And all people have been equalized. but not at the highest level, at the lowest level. So the highest IQ you can have is 80, okay? Because that's where they want to keep you, right? And to keep you at 80 IQ, they have to stop you from thinking. So the best way to stop you from thinking is putting an implant in your brain that shorts your brain every 5 seconds so you can't hold a thought for longer than 5 seconds. So if you're super intelligent when you're born, as you grow up, they start to see these traits evolve in you. They'll put something in you that hinders you. So if you can run real fast, they now put weights on your ankles. If you can talk real fast, they now, if your ability is to speak, they then cripple. Everything has been normalized. Everybody has been equalized, not at the highest level, but at the lowest level. And then there's this one guy who was born. Just one dude is born. And the story is about this one dude. And this dude is able to withstand all of the enemy's restrictions. They put weights on him, it makes him stronger, makes him faster. One of the ways that they are able to make someone's brain reset is through pain. So if your brain is put in through a high level of pain, it will turn off and reset. Your brain can't. Pain is a very intense thing, right? So anyways, pain makes him it makes him think faster. It makes him able. Everything that they put in front of him to make him less, it turns him into more. And the entire civilization, he's the only one who's been able to do this. For whatever reason, this dude is able to withstand all the assaults and all the by the ways and all the mind control and all the genetic engineered sicknesses. And for whatever reason, this guy, everything that the enemy sends against him makes him stronger. Eventually, he gets in front of the news station and he's able to, like, hey guys, like, we need to break out of this trance. Like, they're controlling us. Like, this is bad. And his parents are watching. You know what I mean? This is a kid at one point in time, and as he grew up, they're taken from the parents and so on and so forth. And they're trying to train him and to be a good little slave. And nothing they do works, and he's breaking free, and he's trying to start a revolt. He's trying. He meets a girl, and the girl has that same ability. And they together are the saviors of humanity, right? Like, these two people, a woman and a man, who have defeated the enemy and all the abilities that they've sent against them. They've now broken into the TV station, and they're sending out the message, if we can just get to the people and tell them, they can wake up like we did, right? They get to the station. They give their heartfelt plea to the masses. The parents are watching. Parents of the dude is watching. They come in, they kill these motherfuckers live on TV. Whole world see it. Mother's weeping. 5 seconds later, forgets it ever happened. Tonight on There Has Never Been War in East Asia. There's always been war in East Asia. And that was the book that I did my assignment on. That was my very specific book. And found the name Harrison Bergeron. Interesting. Like I said, I'll have to look it up. I don't really know. Very interesting. But that's the book that I read. That's the book that I did a report on. And that, like, really, like, I don't know, man. Like, I've never had a teacher give me that vibe before. Every teacher, every authoritarian experience has been to keep me down, to break me. Like, no one has ever tried to help me. No one has ever, like, singled me out and said, I see something special in you. I want to nurture this talent, this inquisitive mind that you have. I want to encourage it. I want you to ask more questions. I want you to go down this route. See what you can learn over there. See what's happening over there. So I'm actually I like to read now. You know what I mean? I'm reading Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I'm reading, a bunch of different books. Ender's Game. You know, I'm into sci-fi. So like when she tells me to read this book, I'm like, holy shit, this is like a little short story. It's not very long. It's not a very long book. Short. And I'm like, holy fuck, this is crazy. Like there's shit like out here like this. This is nuts. When I was at my brother's house during the summer before I went down to Katy, I stole a book of his. I stole 2 books of his. I stole Elements of read all of 5 books 2 or 3 times. Yes, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, a classic. But while I'm down there at my brother's house, I stole 2 books from him. Elements of Moral Philosophy. I don't remember who wrote it, but it's got like a yin yang on the cover. But Elements of Moral Philosophy and Diary of a Drug Fiend. Now, we have to hit this story because this is why, dude, I named this podcast after this book, Diary of a Drug Fiend. That's why I'm naming episode 5 of Ethereal Echo is Diary of a Drug Fiend. And it's the beginning. It's the name. It's like Family Guy. I love it when they say the name. Huge lore drop. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay. So I steal 2 books, Elements of Moral Philosophy and Diary of a Drug Fiend. Diary of a Drug Fiend is written by a man named Aleister Crowley. Now, if your ears kind of twinged up a little bit, is because Aleister Crowley isn't a nobody. At this point in my life, I don't know who the fuck Aleister Crowley is. I don't know anything about anything. I'm a fucking idiot. You know what I mean? I'm an idiot. I saw Drug Fiend, Diary of a Drug Fiend, and I'm like, oh, I like drugs. I've done cocaine. I've smoked some weed. I like drinking. I've done some Adderall. Like, this seems like a fun book. Okay, well, first off, Aleister Crowley is the darkest of dark side that you could ever get. Okay, so for me to have my first intro with like the spiritual side was through Aleister Crowley. Now, Aleister Crowley is the darkest. I mean, that's a light version of his work. So Diary of a Drug Fiend is supposedly like his life. Supposedly, it's Diary of a Drug Fiend is about a man who befriends princes, who befriends the richest men in the world, parties with them in their castles, goes on their yachts, fucks bitches with them, does drugs with them. It's just a grand story of a dude who's partying with the richest elites of the world. Okay, and later on, Aleister Crowley is like, no, it's kind of like a biography of my younger life of partying with the elites of the world. I don't know that at the time, right? I'm not aware of this. I'm just, this is an interesting book, Diary of a Drug Fiend. Well, a teacher comes up to me one day and she's like, what are you reading? I'm like, Diary of a Drug Fiend. And she's like, oh, God. You shouldn't read that. I'm like, bitch, you don't know nothing. Fuck you, bitch. But you know what? She probably was right. I probably shouldn't needed to read that. Like, I probably should have. But she had no idea why I shouldn't have been reading it. You know what I mean? So I read this book, and there's a spirit attached. Okay, look. Whether I knew it at the time, then there were forces at work calling to me. The spirit of the ancestors that came to me and spoke to me, and this book finding its way into my life. 2 sides fighting for my soul. I don't know it at the time, right? I'm just a young kid living life, but I'm gonna give you a little extra, I guess. Is that at this point in life, apparently there are 2 sides fighting for my soul. Now, I don't believe in anything, so I'm not aware that there's a fight going on. And I believe nothing. I nothing believes in me. I believe in nothing. So anyways, this lady, Mrs. Vial, apparently can see my light. Even though I can't see my light, and no one else wants to see it, or maybe they do see it and they want to extinguish it before it becomes brighter than they can handle. This lady saw my light and wanted to foster it, wanted to protect it and give it a little bit of life. A very nice lady. Side quests are afoot. I'm fucking bitches. There were a couple rules. Don't bring girls over to the house. Obviously, I fuck a girl at the house. They come in while I'm mid-stroke, and strike one. Strike two, this isn't even my fault, to be honest. This next one wasn't my fault. Strike two is Kirby, the kid. I'm staying with Kirby and his parents. The kid asked me to hold his drugs for him in my sock drawer. Like, hey, my mom goes through my shit looking for stuff. She won't go through yours. Can we keep it in your sock drawer? Yeah, for sure. So he kept his acid in my sock drawer. She went through my sock drawer, found his acid, strike two. Damn. Strike three. What was strike three? Strike three was caught me smoking weed, caught me smoking cigarettes, something. Drugs or something. It was females, drugs, and that was probably it, actually. Females and drugs. There was 2 drugs and 1 female. Anyways, you're out here. Good luck. And I'm like, bro, what? Like, how long do I have? You have until tomorrow. You need to be out of our house tomorrow. I'm like, what? Like, I'm 700 miles away from anybody. I'm still like enrolled into school here. I have a job. Yep, not our problem. Good luck. Like, fuck, man, that's crazy. So I go to school. I explained to them the situation. I was like, hey, I came down here to try and start a new life, and I'm being kicked out. I need to unenroll myself. And they're like, yeah, here's a piece of paper. Go to all your teachers, have them sign the paper, and this is how you unenroll yourself, and good luck in life. I'm like, shit. Okay, bet. So I make the rounds, you know what I mean? Make the rounds. I get all the teachers, and every teacher is like, yep, this is exactly what you deserve. That's the vibe I'm getting. Yep, enjoy your shitty life, you piece of shit. That's the vibe I'm getting from all the teachers besides Miss Vial. Right? Everyone else is like, you didn't even deserve to be here. You should never have even been here. That's the vibe from these motherfuckers. And all the students are giving me that vibe. Like, yeah, bitch. Peasant. Pleb. But I go to Miss Vial. She's the last stop, right? She's the 8th on the list because she's my 8th period. Because she's like the 8th on the list that I have to go around to and get to sign this piece of paper. I'm just going down the list. And I go to Miss Vial's class. I walk in, and she already is aware that apparently I'm coming. Apparently some of the others, this is an all day thing to get all the teachers, and this is like an all day thing. So as the day is progressing, as the periods are ending, I'm like, hey, can you sign this? Hey, can you sign this? This is my last day here. I'll be leaving. Can you sign this? Can you sign this? And they all signed it. Anyways, Mrs. Vial is the last one. I decided I'm not going to wait through the entire class. I've waited through all the other classes. I did the entire school day. I figured out how I'm getting home. My sister is going to let me stay with her for a little bit. I have the plane ticket bought, so on and so forth. I have it all planned out. I just want to get this last signature, get the fuck out of this goddamn school, start my new life. I can't leave for 4 days because I don't know if you've ever bought a plane ticket, but the sooner you trying to get on a plane, the more expensive it's going to be, right? So I had $400 paycheck. I had $400. The quickest, cheapest flight was 4 days away. I needed a place to stay for 4 days. We'll get there, whatever. Anyways, I go to Mrs. Vial's class. I'm like, hey, can you sign this? She's like, Ryan, I'm so sad. This is heartbreaking. What happened? Is there anything I can do? You don't deserve this. You're one of the good ones. You're actually trying, and it just seems like the world just, and she started crying, bro, in the middle of class. 30 kids, a teacher, and me next to her desk, and she's weeping. in front of the entire fucking weeping, bro. Weeping. And it's like I'm breaking up with this chick. And that's what I'm thinking everyone else is thinking. They're like, holy fuck, like this nigga must be. But in reality, you know, she got me 2 books. The case for a creator, and she wrote in the front of it, she wrote a nice, you know, Ryan, never stop searching. You are a seeker. You will find, if you keep asking, you will find the answers you seek. And then she gave me another book, Case for a Creator, and I don't know. I still have them. You know, I still have both books. I'd have to go. But the one that really sticks with this story is A Case for a Creator. You know what I mean? Because she overheard that conversation that I had with that Christian kid, and you know, she started fostering a flame, and she was very upset that she wouldn't be around to foster it anymore, and she knew that I was going into the pits, that there was no more help, that we are now in the streets. This was the last chance, you know what I mean? So there was this girl that I kind of had a crush on. She was a lesbian chick. We were supposed to go to homecoming together. She blew me off for it. Woe is me. Kind of hurt my feelings a little bit. Anyways, I kind of told her the situation. She was like, super rich, mansion style rich, mansion rich. And she was a lesbian chick. She was dating a college girl. Anyway, she was going to go stay at her college girlfriend's house, and her parents were in Hawaii or something, and the house was going to be all alone for the next 3 days, and I can stay there until my airplane takes off. She was going to let me stay at this. Anyways, I stay there for 3 days. Fly away. Fly away. That's crazy, bro. We're only at 16 years old. So crazy. Jesus Christ. But we're not. I gotta pee, but like I'm not trying to do this again. You know what I mean? So we're just gonna smash it out. We're on a roll here. Like I said, I haven't ever told this story. I'm not trying to start it and like revive this. I'm never gonna retell this story. You know what I mean? This is it. We just gotta keep at it. We're just gonna chug along. Okay. So I take the flight. My sister picks me up. Oh, this is actually pretty interesting. I guess. Not really, but I'm learning to play the guitar. Like I want to, you know, Kirby was good at the guitar. His parents were buying him guitar lessons, and thus after his guitar lessons, he would teach me what he learned, and he was much better than me, and I'm kind of crappy at it, but like I was trying. Anyways, I bought, you know, a little crappy guitar with my Sonic money and so on and so forth. I get on the plane back to Dallas Fort Worth from Houston. So flying back. My sister's going to pick me up at the airport. I'm waiting at the terminal. I'm playing a little guitar, and big old dude with a big old cigar walks up to me, and he's like, "You play?" I'm young, you know what I mean? I have a lot happening in life, and obviously I'm not that good, right? I'm like, yeah. He's like, show me something. I'm like, oh man, you know, I don't have my tuner with me. He's like, you can't tune it by ear. And I was like, oh, I'm not there yet. I'm still real new. He was like, well, just keep practicing. But I want you to know something. You just missed a huge opportunity. I was like, what? He's like, I'm the manager or whatever for the band Breaking Benjamin. And, you know, I'm always looking for new talent, you know, so just keep it up and you never know what might happen. And I was like, oh, okay, bet. Like, appreciate it. But I thought he was bullshitting me. I was like, this fucking dude, piece of shit, lying to me. I love Breaking Benjamin. Don't you lie to me about Breaking Benjamin. So cold. How dare you? Anyways, no, a limo pulls up. He gets in a fucking limo, says bye to me. And I'm like, oh. So it was like the first, like weird, you know, you'll meet interesting people in life. And that was a very, you know, first moment, I guess, meeting an interesting person. And like and having an opportunity, and like if I was Randy Rhoads, you know, 16, shredding, you know what I mean? Ready for that moment. That would have been the moment that changed my life forever. You know what I mean? but wasn't prepared, wasn't ready, and missed my opportunity. And I always kind of hung on to that because, like, if I was prepared, you know, if I actually did spend the last 2 years instead of getting high fucking bitches playing World of Warcraft, and actually would have spent that time actually playing guitar like I should have, I would have been ready for that moment. You know what I mean? But it's what it is, I guess. Sister picks me up, drives me back to her apartment or wherever they're staying. I think it's their apartment at this time. Yeah, I think they have an apartment. And you know, time for a new life. You know what I mean? Like, time for a new life. And this starts you know, this starts, I guess, big kid life. You know, we're done with school. We're done with all that stuff. Now it's Ryan, like, growing into the man that he needs to become in life, right? Oof, I really do need to pee. Like, is that bad for the content? Yeah, it probably is. Probably just need to keep smashing this out. Okay. So, I get a job. You know, my sister, and my sister and Brad have an apartment together in Arlington, and I moved back with her. Let's go ahead. I'm craving some coffee. But don't forget, this is like, you know, like 7 different platforms, and, you know, this is going on for all of eternity. So sometimes we gotta make sacrifices for eternity's sake. My sister's working at Sonic as a car hop. Brad is working at Sonic as a cook. I just came from Houston working at a Sonic. So it was real easy fit, you know what I mean? I was sleeping on her couch. They had a 1-bedroom apartment in Arlington. We were all working at Sonic. And, you know, I'd pay half the rent. I'd give them, you know, $300 a month. It was $5 an hour. We're talking about $5 an hour. Scary. Working, you know, Sonic, you know, living a life, trying to save up money, you know, walking to work every day for 6 months, paying her rent, you know what I mean? Just building a life. I finally saved up enough money to buy a car. 1992 Camaro. Your boy gets a Camaro, green, RS, Rally Sport, 25th year anniversary edition, $500. Had $500. My dad. Oh, I guess we should hit this. We should hit this. No, this isn't. Okay, so this is a very interesting part in life. So not this time. When I moved back, I'm trying to remember where we stayed. So I moved back, and they're living in an apartment, and I'm trying to remember which apartment that was. Okay, yeah, it was the one in Arlington, right next to Six Flags. Right next to Six Flags in South Arlington. Yeah, it's crazy. Anyways, there's an apartment there. And wait a second. You understand, there's been so many different, like, when this story starts, I want to make sure I get this right. Okay. So when I moved back with my sister, she's working at the Sonic in Keller, right next to my old high school. So the high school in Keller was Fossil Ridge. Right next to Fossil Ridge, there's a Sonic. I used to go to that Sonic when I went to high school there, right? Like, right next door. Anyways, my sister, when I moved back in with her from being in Katy, I get a job with her at that Sonic. So I'm fresh. I'm new. I get the job at that Sonic as a car hop. The two cooks in the back during the day were two black kids. You know, I say kids, but they were probably 20, 21-year-old black dudes. And I became friends with them. You know what I mean? Like, at first they didn't like me because, you know, I'm a white dude with long hair. And they would call me Sunshine from Remember the Titans, the hippie kid with the long hair. They'd Sunshine, Sunshine. And it's like, bro, I'll kill you. Stop calling me fucking Sunshine. Anyways, long story short, we became homies. And this is like one of the key moments in my life, I guess, that shows some synchronicity. Is I'm at a party with them. You know what I mean? We're doing coke. We're having a good time. You know what I mean? We pick up one of the cute car hop girls. Two black dudes, white dude, little 18-year-old car hop girl. You know what I mean? She want to get high. We're about to have a good time. We take her back to they have an apartment together. We take them back to their apartment together. We do drugs all night. Girl passes out. They're like, Ryan, we're gonna rob a pizza guy. I'm like, the fuck? What are you talking about? They're like, yeah, bro, we're gonna call pizza and we're gonna rob him. I'm like, that doesn't sound a good idea. No, don't worry. We've done it before. Okay. They rob the pizza guy. They come back with pizza and a little bit of money. Laughing. We eat pizza. Have a good time. I go to work the next morning. I get to work at like 6. And they're supposed to be there at like 9 in the morning. And nobody shows up. You know, they don't show up. As the day progresses, the general manager lady gets more information. The brothers called the pizza guy from their own phone, so it wasn't hard to track them back to them. And she was like, weren't you hanging out with them last night, Ryan? Like, did you know anything about this? And I ate the pizza. And I did the drugs they bought with the money that they stole from the pizza guy, but I didn't actually rob the pizza guy. You know what I mean? Like, I was just in the house chilling. They left, came back with pizza and a little bit of cash. We got some drugs, did some drugs. Next thing I know, I'm at work telling, that they got arrested. And they're doing facing 5 years or some shit like that. Aggravated, they had a gun, so it's aggravated robbery, and it was like a whole fucking thing. And I felt very lucky that I had work at 6 o'clock in the morning because they showed up at like 7. You know what I mean? To like arrest these dudes. So I literally left like, you see what I'm saying? Okay. So it's like the first run in where I'm like, kind of weird. What the fuck just happened there? Making friends, maybe not friends, but I'm living life. I'm living that street life. Selling weed, buying weed, selling coke, buying coke, tripping and trapping in hell with the demons. Okay? When you live in that street life, there's all kinds of adventures, side quests. Okay, but the side quests aren't what we're here for. As the daily streams happen, as the stories get uncovered, and I'm talking about other things, I'm sure a lot of side quests will come up, but we're gonna stay on main quest. Main quest, I'm 17 at this point, you know what I mean? Hanging out with those dudes was my 17th birthday, I believe, if I remember correctly. That was my 17th birthday. That's why I wanted to hang out with them. That's why I had some extra money. Is because I've had a hard life so far, and I'm finally I got some friends, I got a job, you know what I mean? I'm feeling like things are progressing, whatever. Sister gets a new job, no longer can drive me to that Sonic. She used to work right next door to that Sonic, and she would drive me every morning to that Sonic. And then when she got off of work, she would pick me up and drive me back home. But she got a new job. She can no longer take me there. Says she can't do it. So I have to figure out a new thing. Well, there's a Sonic up the highway about 5 miles from where I'm living. 3 miles. Let's not exaggerate. 3 miles up the highway, straight walk on the side of the highway. About 3 miles is there's a Sonic. And I'm like, bet. So I do everything in my power. I get the job at that Sonic. I walk my ass up down that fucking highway for 6 goddamn months, saving every fucking dime possible. By this time, my sister has forgiven Rod, or has forgiven Jeff. So Jeff is back in the picture, right? I haven't really forgiven Jeff for abandoning us and all that shit. Like, but my sister, you know, Ryan, he's helped me out a lot when you were gone. He's trying. Without his help, you know, I probably wouldn't have made it. Anyway, so my sister's talking with Jeff again. Jeff hits me up one day. He's like, I can get in contact with your father. I can get you in contact with your father. It'll be my gift for you for your 17th birthday. Will be, because like you remember, Jeff and Rodney used to be best friends in high school. All those years ago, Jeff and Rodney were buddies. Like, Jeff was Rodney's best man at his fucking wedding. You know what I mean? So when Jeff is like, I can get you a hold with your father. I haven't talked to my father. I have never had a relationship with my father. So when Jeff is like, hey, for your 17th birthday, do you want to know your father? Like, I can get you in contact with him. I'm like, that's crazy. Can you really? He's like, yeah, I got you. I'm like, all right, bet. So we meet, and I meet him at like a Chili's or something. We go to Chili's, meets us at Chili's or whatever. And he's, you know, he's fresh out of being tripping and trapping in his own fucking hell. You know what I mean? He's done time, and he's lived a hard life of himself. You know what I mean? And he's fresh out, and you know, he's, I'm pretty sure he had a coke addiction. It could have been a heroin addiction as well, because I'm pretty sure he was injecting, because he had a huge cyst one day. Anyways, doesn't matter. He was on some sort of drugs. You could see it. You know what I mean? And you could tell that Jeff and Rodney haven't talked since Jeff stole Rodney's wife and children out of his house. Right? This is hey, do you want to meet your son? Oh my God, I haven't talked to you in forever, and I would love to see my son. Okay, meet us at the Chili's at 8. Oh my God, y'all should come over back to my place. We can reminisce there. Da 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 da. I meet my father. It's a weird situation to know this story, and Jeff and Rodney, and they're in the same house together, and they're like being buddy and laughing and reminiscing about old times and telling old stories. I'm just like, this is crazy. Like, but it's the first interpretation of like brotherhood can withstand all things, women, war, anything. You know what I mean? Like yeah, you stole this, and yeah, y'all had, but 15 years have passed, and here y'all are with the kid who kind of connects all of this together. And it was just a very weird moment. You know what I mean? It was just a very strange, like, this is weird. I'm in my great grandmother's house from when I was like really young. You know what I mean? Like, it's all very surreal. I'm having a very surreal moment in this fucking house, listening to these stories and listening to them reminisce. And so I meet my father, right? So I finally meet my father, and learn that he's like a used car dealer. He's out of jail, and if you're out of jail, one of the good jobs you can get is selling used cars. Anyways, very cliche. He does that. He's selling used cars. I'm like, hey man, I need a new car. I'm walking to work every day. How much? And he's like, gets me a car, gets me the Camaro for $500. Now I got a car. You know what I mean? I don't got a driver's license. I don't got ID of any kind, but your boy got a fucking car. You know, your boy been walking for a long time. You know what I mean? I've been walking to these Sonics, and I've been walking to schools, and I've been doing a lot of walking for like 2 to 3 years, and I finally got my own car. I don't got a driver's license. I ain't got insurance. I don't need a driver's license. I don't need insurance. I got the car. Fucking the rest of it's gonna work out. So anyways, I got my 92 Camaro. Boom. Feeling strong, feeling cool. Can finally like go on dates, you know, finally asking some of the car hop girls out. You know, finally feeling like a big kid. You know what I mean? Get a car, you kind of feel like a big kid. Smoking cigarettes, got a car, living on my own. I'm 17. You know what I mean? And then I'd be like talking to like other 17-year-olds, and they're like sophomores in high school, juniors in high school. And I'm like, by this point, bro, I've lived lifetimes. By this point, I've been AR-15 to the back of the head. By this point, I've been kicked out. I've loved. I've lost. My family's abandoned me, reaccepted me, abandoned me again. I've been owned, disowned by every fucking person known to mankind. I've had spiritual experiences. I've had touches from the dark side. You know, I've fucked maybe 20 bitches by this point. Like I've lived a decent life by this point. Like, and like I'm trying to like, you know, I cannot like. The only reason I say that is because like I can't make friends with other 17-year-olds. I'm not making friends with 18-year-olds. I'm not making friends with people still living at their parents' house. You know what I mean? I haven't lived in my parents' house since I was like 15. You know what I mean? So it's like a... So it's hard, you know what I mean? It's hard to make friends. So like a lot of my friends are older cats, 25, 30, 35. And you gotta be real careful as a young buck when you're hanging out with these groups of people, because not everyone trying to help, not everyone trying to nurture your flame, right? Not everyone trying to make you a better person. But I've had enough life experiences by this point to understand that. A lot of side quests have happened where I haven't trust nobody. Family, friends, girls, guys, old, young. You trust nobody. Trust nobody. So when I'm hanging out with some of these older bucks and whatnot, you know what I mean? Like they know my story. They respect that I'm young, that I'm doing my best, and I'm not making horrible decisions. You know what I mean? I'm sure we all know people who have gone through some struggles, and instead of making them stronger, faster, healthier, it breaks them. And as an older buck, when you see a younger buck going through the trials of the fires of hell, or on their toes or on their feet, and they decide to walk still, like that's a beautiful thing, right? You want to see people do that. But there's also people who will see you in a time of vulnerability and want to take advantage of your lack of intelligence, your lack of money, your lack of, you know, spirituality, whatever. You know, they will come offering answers to problems you didn't even know you had, right? So there's a lot of snaky shit. You gotta be real careful when you have no fucking guidance. The snakes. Well, by this point, me and Brad ain't getting along. Rhiannon and Brad and me are all sharing a 1-bedroom house together, and Brad and Rhiannon have a shitty relationship, thus everybody's having a shitty time. You know what I mean? Some shit goes down with me and Brad. You know what I mean? Some things are said, some hands are thrown. I think I threw a coffee in his face as well. I got kicked out. But it doesn't matter because I got a car. You know what I mean? I wasn't just chilling for the last 6 months. I'm no longer carless Ryan. Okay, now we're 17 years old with a car. Okay, I'm not 16 in Houston woe is me. Now I'm 17 with a car. Oh yeah. So as I go to Sonic, I tell him, I'm like, hey, I got kicked out of my house. My brother, Nick, is like, you can come live with me, bro. Like my glass is half full. Even I remember him saying this. He's like, my glass is half full. I have the ability to help you. I want to help you. I was like, amazing, 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 cool brother, the brother. You know what I mean? Like, I'm finally like, oh my god, I get to have a relationship with my brother. That's so exciting. You know what I mean? I was like, I can't even describe to you how excited I was. You know what I mean? Words don't describe how excited I was to get like, Ryan, come stay with me. Shit, awesome. Thank you. I remember talking with one of the cooks at the Sonic that I was working at on that highway that I was walking to, whatever. And he would do ecstasy. I would do coke. I was a coke head, coke and marijuana head, and he would do ecstasy every night. So he would pop a tab of ecstasy every night, and I would do like a gram of coke every night. And he was like 33, and I was like 17, and we'd hang out. You know what I mean? Like this is. I don't know, like he was a good dude, and like he was like, I don't have to work here, I'm rich, you know what I mean? Like I don't know if I believe the story, but I do believe this story from. I never verified it. Okay, I cannot verify this story. I'm just assuming just the way he said it, the vibe he had, and just the overall. I never doubted when he said this story, but he was like, "Look, man, his brother was the general manager, and he was like, look, my brother needed a cook." I don't work. I told him I would work for him until he could replace me. I'm actually really good at this, apparently. So, I decided to stay. But like, Ryan, if you need a place to stay, dude, you can stay with me at my penthouse in Dallas or whatever. And I was like, what? He's like, yeah, bro. Like, I have a penthouse in Dallas. My girlfriend lives there with me. As long as you don't do anything weird, you know what I mean? Don't try to fuck my girlfriend. You can stay with me. It's fine. I know you're a good kid. Like, I think you just need help. I mean, I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for the offer. I remember sitting in the car doing lines with this dude. And he's like, you can come stay with me, bro. Come chill with me. I was like, bro, like, I appreciate it, but my brother has offered me a place to live. And like, I've always wanted a relationship with my brother, and this is my chance. He's like, no, man, I get it. Like, family's the most important thing, but just so you know, like, you know what's up. The offer will always stand. I was like, man, I really appreciate that. Thank you. You know what I mean? As I drive to my brother's house. You know what's crazy is it's been like 3 hours, and I'm just now at my brother's house. My God. Okay. So I'm at my brother's house. I drive to my brother's house. I get there. He plays World of Warcraft. I play World of Warcraft. He's a gamer. I'm a gamer. He plays guitar. I play guitar. You know what I mean? Like, I'm so excited. You know what I mean? He smokes weed. I smoke weed. He's a cool kid. I'm a cool kid, right? Little did I know. Little did I know. When Elon said that people are more interested in looking like they're doing good than actually doing good, that hit me on a level you will not understand. My entire life is filled with people wanting to show the appearance of being good people, but not actually being good people. Okay. I love my brother. Like, you know what I mean? Even to this day, I wish things would have went different. But whatever. So I'm 17. I'm young. I got my car. I got no license. I got no insurance. You know what I mean? But I don't need none of that. I got the car. I got my youth. You know what I mean? I got my brother. He's gonna let me stay with them. So I show up. We're in Greenville, Texas. We have now arrived in a little town called Greenville, Texas. Probably 45 minutes, an hour east of Dallas. He lives in like a little apartment out there with his girlfriend that he had in high school. He ends up marrying this girl. So, I mean, like, anyways, I'm 17. He's probably like 21. Yeah, he's probably 21. He's probably 4 years older than me. I'm a little bit better about rules. You know what I mean? I've lived alone. I've been kicked out of houses. You know, I've loved, I've lost, right? So like, he gave me like the rules. Okay, fine. Do the dishes. Don't make a mess. Get a job. You know what I mean? Like, if you're not getting a job, go back to school. You know, I actually tried to. Okay, we can pause there. I tried to go back to school after all is said and done. After all of the jobs and the kicked outs and all that stuff, I finally was like, you know what? I want to go back to school. I'm 17. I had a teacher in freshman year when I was at Lamar. When I was at Lamar, I had a teacher come up to me. He knew my life was falling apart. And he was like, Ryan, no matter what happens to you, it's Texas state law that says they can't stop you from going to high school until you're 21 years old. You can continue to enroll in high school until you're 21 years old. They'll try and tell you everything in the world, but don't listen to them. State law says you can go up until 21. And that always kind of stuck with me, you know what I mean, in the back of my mind. So in my head, when I'm, you know, dealing with all this crazy shit that I'm dealing with, I hear this teacher, this is the other teacher, Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman and Mrs. Vial are the two teachers that actually gave a fuck about me, who saw the shitty life I was about to go upon, and were like, hey, here's some heady knowledge, whatever. Anyways, he gave me that heady knowledge. I finally am in a position where it's not, I don't have to pay my brother rent. He doesn't care about rent. He just wants me to get my life back together. And I'm like, dude, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You have no idea, dude. Thank you. You're amazing. Oh my God. I show up. He's like, cool, let's go to the school. Let's try to enroll you. So I go up there. I'm 17. Don't forget, I'm 17. There's no reason. Like, I've never graduated 9th grade. You know what I mean? I didn't have enough credits because I was truant. Apparently in Texas, if you miss more than 5 days, or if you're late a certain amount of days, it counts as an absence. And if you have more than 5 unexcused absences, it's truancy. And if that happens, you don't get credit for the entire year. You could go the entire year, okay? Pass every fucking class, get 6 unexcused absences, and the entire year is null and void. Even though you passed every class, everything was done, but because you had 6 unexcused absences, because your mother is tweaking in her bedroom and isn't taking you to a fucking school, and you can't get you see what I'm saying? And I remember talking to a counselor when I was like freshman, and this is like Bush era, you know what I mean? And they were passing a law. This is like, I know nothing about law. I know nothing about politics. I know nothing about this. I'm 14. You know what I mean? I'm talking to the lady, and she's like, don't worry, Ryan. Don't worry, Ryan. They just passed a law called No Child Left Behind. It's specifically made just for children like you, Ryan. You won't be left behind. Don't worry. Fuck you, bitch. If I could find that lady's, dude, if I could find that bitch today, I'd hit her in the fucking face. I'd hit that bitch in the fucking face, swear to God. But anyways, I'm a Christian now. I can't say things like that. Anyways. I'm like, hey. I'm like, hey, bro. Take me to the school. You know, we'll go through the process. I go in. They're like, hey, sorry, you're not eligible for enrollment. I'm like, why? Because you're 17 and you only have this amount of credits, which still makes you a freshman, which means that you won't graduate until you're 20. And I was like, yeah, but like I thought I could be 21 until I'm not allowed to go back. And he was like, well, yeah, technically, but based on what your history is and, you know, your situation, we don't think that a normal school would be good for you. We think an alternative school is what you should be going to. And I was like, what's an alternative school? And he was like, you know, you go and you just get done with school faster. And I've heard of these schools, right? The pregnant girl who got pregnant in high school goes to the alternative school. The kid who got in trouble and went to juvie goes to the alternative school. I was like, no, man, like, I don't want to go. Like, I'm not the pregnant bitch. I'm not the illegal Mexican. I'm not the go to jail kid. Like, I want to be the good kid. I want to go to school. And I'm in a situation. My brother's let me live at his house. I want to. No, we're not. No. Oh, okay. I guess I go to the alternative school, and you know, it's MS-13 face tattoo. It's pregnant lady. It's pregnant girls. I was like, dude, fuck all this. Fuck all this. I'll just go get a full-time job. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. This isn't it. Like, I'll go have the experience of high school and a normal, you know, like starting a new life. But this, like, all these kids are dead ends, right? All these kids, like, this is just people to get a piece of paper to still be looked down upon. Like, they're going to get the GED, right? They're going to get the GED, but it's still going to be just a GED, right? Like, these kids are like I said, like the painted on eyebrows, like the 16-year-old with the goddamn teardrop already, like, and you're like, fuck all that. I'm just going to go get a full-time job. I'll work at Sonic. I'll just stack some paper. I'll figure out the future, but they don't want me. They don't want me in their system. I don't want to be a part of their system. I've done fine for the last year and a half without that shit. I'll just get a job. Nick was like, that's fine. My brother was like, that's fine. Get a job. You know, we'll figure out a plan on how to do this in the future. And I was like, awesome. I've never had like responsibilities of like having nice things that I have to care about, right? Like, I guess I have, but like, I don't know, like if I forgot to lock the door one day, like it wasn't a big deal. You know what I mean? Like when I lived with Rhiannon and Brad, or if I live, you know, whatever, and I forgot to lock the door one day, like it wasn't the end of the world. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, maybe it's because we didn't own very much or we weren't bitches. I don't really know, but whatever. One day I forgot to, like, I get it, bro. You want to protect your stuff, and I get it. And he had a conversation with me, and he was like, Ryan, you got to lock the door. Like, you didn't lock the door when you left today, and you got to lock the door. And I was like, my bad, bro. Like, my bad. I didn't have a key. Give me a key. I'll lock the door. And he was like, bet. I'll get you a key. Gave me a key. Don't forget to lock the door. You know, my girlfriend wasn't happy when she came home from work and the door was unlocked. And I was like, my bad, dude. Like, I'm sorry. I got you. I'm lock the door. A couple weeks pass. I forget to lock the door. And I get kicked out. You know what I mean? Kicks me out. For not locking a door. You know what I mean? Like, I get it, bro. Like, that's your house. You want to protect your stuff. But like, you know, bro, you knew my story, dude. You knew my story. Bro, you know my story, bro. Like, I never like stole from you. I never like challenged your authority. I never threw no party at your house, pimp. I accidentally forgot to lock the door, pimp. And you gotta understand something, Nick. Everything that happens from the story on is a direct result of you deciding to kick me out because I forgot to lock your door. So everything that happens now is because you decided that you didn't give a fuck about our relationship, about my life with you, about my love for you, about the bond that I wanted to have with you. All you gave a fuck about was your girlfriend not bitching at you about how your little brother forgot to lock the door. Okay, so everything that happens now is a direct result of I needed my brother to look out for me. Now, if I would have beat you up one night, if I would have stole $500 out of your fucking wallet, if I would have crashed your car, if I would have done something bad, bro, like it would have been like understandable, pimp, but I forgot to lock your door twice. Crazy. Anyways, I'm doing a lot of coke at the time. I'm a very personable person. I've always been a very personable person. I'm learning some interesting things at this point in life, and I'm going to hit a couple of these stories because they play in later on. I meet a gay guy. This is like my second gay guy I've ever met. He was like an older gay guy. He was like 30-ish years old, and he was dating a cop in the town of Greenville. He was fucking a cop dude, okay? I only know this because like I befriended this dude because he was friends with like a chick I was trying to fuck. Anyways, long story short, like I became like in with the circle of this apartment complex, and I knew all the players, I knew all the coke dealers, I knew everybody, right? I knew all the weed dealers, I knew everybody. So I'm like, anyways, I know this gay dude, and I'm hanging out with one of the coke dealers. He's around my age, and there's some older coke dealers that he knows, and there's a lot of moving parts. As I'm hanging out with the gay dude, and he knows that I've lived a lot of life at 17 years old. So he knows that his little gay Jedi mind tricks that he's playing on some of these young bucks aren't going to work on me. And I even asked him one day, I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Like, what is your play? Like you're gay, and like, okay, so what happened was there was this kid, this 18-year-old kid who hung out at the coke dealer's house, who was like the weird triple C, like I'm gonna get high on anything. I don't care how high I get. I'll get blackout drunk. I'll do it all. It doesn't matter. He just wants to be numb to reality. Well, the gay older dude knows that and is a predator. And he told me that he gets young men drunk, and his favorite fetish, his favorite thing, is to take young straight men, get them drunk, and turn them gay. I remember being like 17, listening to this fucking dude tell me this. Like, I knew this dude. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I knew, like, that was his reputation. Everybody knew that's what he did. You know what I mean? Like, this was not like, he was rapey. He was the rapey gay guy in the community. And I'm young, you know what I mean? Like, so, and I know, and I've lived enough life to know that, like, that's his vibe. You know what I mean? And there was a kid that hung out. So, okay, there's me, the coke dealer, we'll call him, what was his name? He had a cool name, like Slater or Stoner. Oh, Stone. Okay, yeah, Stone. His last name was Stone or something like that. And then there was like his friend, we'll call him Bob. So Stone is the coke dealer. Bob is the weird triple C kid who I believe got butt fucked by the gay dude, right? And it always just, I remember him telling me that story and me just being very aware that, like, there are predators who are, like, trying to drug and rape you. Like, I always knew that was out there, but, like, this was a dude, you know what I mean? I would smoke with him. I hung out with him a couple times. And then, like, I started to learn, like, you got to be careful, Ryan. He has a reputation. And I even approached him one day. I was like, bro, I keep hearing you have like a modus operandi. Like, you have a way of doing. He's like, yeah, that's my thing. I was like, this is crazy. This is at that age. I was very aware that, like, be aware. Oh, baby Jesus. So I'm hanging out. I have a Coke dealer, Stone and Bob. You know, I'm hanging out with them. My brother kicks me out of the house, of the apartment, because I forgot to lock the door or whatnot. So I move in with the Coke dealer. Like, I'm hanging out at the Coke dealer's house anyways. I'm like his best customer. I got really good at Guitar Hero. So what we would do is we would do Coke all night long and just play Guitar Hero on expert mode. And we would just go back and forth, like OG Guitar Hero 1 and 2. This is early days Guitar Hero. So I became really good at Guitar Hero. Like, I used to do competitions. I got so good at Guitar Hero, did so much cocaine with my boy Stone, that I actually became really, really good at Guitar Hero. Anyways, it's like my 18th birthday, right? So today is my 36th birthday, a couple hours ago. August 31st of 1989 is my birthday. That's why it's all very symbolic to be telling this story now and so on and so forth. But anyways, my 18th birthday. It's not quite my 18th birthday, so it's August 30th, 10 o'clock at night. I'm working at Sonic. We're closing down the Sonic, you know, cleaning the back, and I kicked out of my brother's house. You know, my life's falling apart. I'm done. You ever had a... See, I like this word that the young kids have of crash out. You know, because back in my day, the word crash out didn't exist. Okay? It was just fuck it. All right, so we just said fuck it. All right, so I like the word crash out, though, because it's much better. It's a much better visual interpretation of what you actually do in life. So I had my crash out moment. I was like, fuck it, dude. My brothers abandoned me. My mom's abandoned me. My aunts have abandoned me. My sister has abandoned me. Nobody gives a fuck about me. Everyone who's ever said they gave a fuck about me didn't give a fuck about me. Fuck all these people. I hate them all. God doesn't exist. God doesn't love me. I don't even want to exist. I want to crash out. You know what? If a cop tries to pull me over, I'm going to crash out. And old dude's like, what does that mean? And the homies be like, what does that mean? I was like, bro, I ain't stopping. I ain't got an ID. I ain't got nothing to live for. I was like, bro, they try and pull me over ever. I'm just gonna, because they'd be like, you don't have an ID, you don't have a driver's license, you don't have registration, you don't have anything, and you just drive around. I was like, bro, I ain't got a future, I ain't got a past, I ain't got nothing, bro. I ain't got family, I ain't got friends, I ain't got nothing. Like, of course, I'm just like, I was like, you know what? I keep trying. Every time I try, every time I want to succeed in life, but dude, fuck all you people. All right, so I'm having this kind of mentality. I'm not having a very healthy mentality in life. So anyways, I go to work. It's August 30th, 2007. Yeah, this would be August 30th. 2007. And I'm cleaning the back in the Sonic. And I'm thinking, I need to get some Coke. I'm going to play some Guitar Hero. I'm going to go to, you know, Coke dealers. You know what I mean? I'm just, you know, to find $100 bill in the back of Sonic, like a fake. I could obviously tell it was fake. But it was just laying in the back of the Sonic. And I was like, whoop, that's me. So now, because I could get, back in the day, a gram of cocaine was $50 and an 8-ball was $100. That's the deal that I had, right? So now I had $100 or something like that. I had $100 in my pocket, like on top of any extra money. So I was like, perfect. I'm gonna get an 8-ball. It's gonna be a great birthday, like Guitar Hero. Awesome. But my Coke dealer is not gonna take a fake 100, obviously. So I have a mission. I have to get somebody in this shitty town to accept this $100 bill and break it for me. I'm on a mission. I'm on go. This ain't, bro, I'm a Jedi. I'm a Jedi. If you've ever met a Jedi, I will Sith Lord mind trick you into giving me everything you own. Okay? You understand what I'm trying to tell you? So I had no doubt. I had no doubt in my head that I was going to get someone to cash this out. I just knew that it was going to take, I didn't know how long it was going to take. So obviously it's late. We don't close that Sonic until midnight, 1 o'clock. So I didn't get out of there until like 1:30, something like that. Boom, boom, boom. Drive out. I go to like Wendy's or Wendy's or Whataburger maybe, whatever's open that late at night. They're like, oh, it's fake. Shit. And they hand it back to me. I'm like, yes. Because they're supposed to take it and keep it from you. And she's like, this is fake. And she gave it back to me. I was like, oh, thank you. Bye. So I go to Walmart. And I'm like, okay, this time I have a different technique. You know what I mean? Like, because I was in my car and she had time to like look at it. You know what I mean? She had time to examine it before she put it in the register. This time I'm going to Walmart. This is pre-COVID, obviously. Walmart's 24/7. I go to Walmart. Young buck, 18 years old. You know what I mean? Like, not ready for a Jedi to come into his world. I give him the $100 bill. I buy a stick of gum. I'm keeping eye contact with him the entire time. I'm talking with him. I'm being personable. Boom, boom, boom. Gives me my fucking $98. Okay, gives me my stick of gum, my $98. And I'm like, bet, party time, right? Party time. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning, 1:30. I'm done with the day. I got a free $100. I'm going to stop by the gas station, pick up a pack of smokes, some Marlboro Reds. Actually, probably this time I'm probably smoking Turkish Royals. Yeah. So I go grab some Turkish Royals at the gas station. And I'm pulling out to go back to my dealer's house. And guess what? Whoop, whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. And obviously, I'm in crash out mode, baby. It's time to stand on that shit. We standing on 10. I told the whole world for the last 6 months that if they try to pull me over, I'm crashing out. Because in my head, I'll tell you why. Because in my head, I already lost everything, right? I have nothing. All I have is this car. It's the only way I can get out of the shitty situation I'm in. And if they pull me over, take this car away from me, I don't have anything and I have no way to get it back. I have no way to start over again. So I was like, fuck it, bro. Like, they're going to have to catch me. They're going to have to kill me. They're going to have to catch my ass. So anyways, I guess karma, God, the universe, whatever, heard me say this at one point in time and was like, all right, bet. You 18 now. You 18. It's 1:30 in the morning. What you going to do? What you going to do? And I was like, fuck it. We going places. So me and that cop and the entire police department of Greenville and their helicopter and their dogs and, you know, we went on a journey. I was hopping railroad tracks. I was driving through fucking fields, cornfields. Bro, I got out on foot. Okay. So we're running. Okay, so doo-doo-doo, whoop, whoop, driving, boom, 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 hitting the town, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo, bust the left, bust the right, you know, hitting all the shit. I think I get rid of one dude, right? I get rid of one dude. You cannot defeat the radio. As good as you are, the radio is better. Because I'd beat one cop and there would be two more. Wait, you know what I mean? And I'd be like, God damn, bro. I hit a field, bust through. Next thing I know, helicopter. I'm like, God damn, bro. I can't get away from these people. I hit a dead end, right? I remember going down this dirt road, right? Dirt road. And there's a dead end right here, right? So this road goes this way, dead end. And there's a line of cars. You know, there's 20, dude, there's the entire... I am the moment. You know what I mean? This is it. Anyways, there's cars coming this way, cars coming behind me, and there's nowhere to go. You know, I'm blocked in. There's no field to drive through anymore. It's like a field, but then there's like briar patches and like little mini tree lines. Like I can't drive through these tree lines. I'm like, fuck it. I drive. I jump out mid drive into the ditch. You know what I mean? And I start booking it on foot. I dive through some briar patches. You know what I mean? Fucking my face up because I'm thinking if I can make it through this, there's no way these niggas are gonna make it through this. They have all their gear on. They're probably 20 pounds overweight. You know, they're working for a paycheck. I'm working for my life. You know what I mean? And I'm thinking if I can just get away, like this isn't in my name. You know what I mean? My sister bought it. And I was just, you know, in my head, I'm rationalizing this. I was like, I'll just tell Rhiannon to say her car got stolen. You know, I mean, this will never get traced back to me. If I can just get away. If I can just get away. I didn't get away. Your boy didn't make it. Your boy didn't make it. It rained like the night before, and it was grass like as tall as me. So I'm running through this field, dude. Like I make it through the briar patch. I dive through the briar patch, and I'm like, bet there's no way they're behind me. There's no way they're gonna catch me. And I hit this cornfield, and it just rained, and I'm in my outfit, and I'm soaking wet, and I'm like dragged down, and I'm like trying to fight these goddamn raptor grass, and I'm just like, Next thing I know, I see a flashlight with a freeze or we'll fucking shoot you, and I'm like, you right? My bad. My bad. Get on the fucking ground. My bad. Don't kill me. I'm sorry. Dude, I was bleeding. I was lit, bro. That briar patch fucked me up. I was lit. I was scratched. I was lit. You know what I mean? Anyways. They're talking shit. You know what I mean? They got their prize. You stupid motherfucker. Why the fuck? What? He's like, Ryan? Ryan, is that you? I'm like, Officer so-and-so? He's like, God damn it. No. I was like, damn, it was you? He's like, why didn't you stop? Why didn't you stop, Ryan? And I was like, and he was like, damn, bro, you fucked up your life. You know that, right? And that cop was the cop that at the end of the Sonic shifts, there was like a cop that would sit outside of Sonic and wait for everyone to like go home. Like he would just kind of wait, and he was like the cool, like, you know, he'd sit there and like bullshit with us and watch us, you know, protected the Sonic kids as they went home at the end of the night, because the car hop girls are pretty and, you know, they're young and, you know, weird things happen. Creepies are creepers. And anyways, he was the cop and I knew him. Like, and he was like, bro, you know, long story, you know, he's like, you know, if you would have pulled over, bro, I'd have given you a warning. Like, I know you. Like, I wouldn't have, like, you would have been fine. Like, you, what? You know, you just, what? And I'm like, why tell me that now? Like, that's the last thing I need to hear right now. Okay? Like, I just need to hear, like, I don't need to hear that. Okay? That doesn't help me in this situation. I appreciate knowing that. Thank you. But, like, that's not helpful. But on the way back, puts me in the back of the cop car. And I'm sitting there. And I'm like, pissed. You know what I mean? Mad at the world. I'm like, fuck it, my life's over. I don't know how bad of a charge this is. You know what I mean? I don't know what I'm facing. I don't know what. I don't care anymore. I do not give a fuck. I ain't saying a word to these niggas. I don't care, dude. Like, I cannot describe to you how little I give a fuck about what's going on. That's where shit gets a little funky. There's a lot of cop cars. Okay, like I said, there was a squad and the helicopters and the body cam. You know, there's a lot of cars and there's a lot of video footage that should exist. I'm in the back of this cop car, and I see these two cops talking in the front of the car. It's like late at night, you know, sirens and lights, and there's chaos happening. My car's in the ditch right in front of me, you know what I mean? And they're standing next to my car, and they go to the other cop car, and then they look at me, and they get out, and they talk outside of my car for a little bit, and then they shake their heads, and then they come back. The cop comes back to the car, and he sits down on his computer, and he starts looking on his computer, and he looks back at me, and he gets back out, and he goes back to the other cop. You know, these two cops are like trying to figure something out, and I'm very interested right now, right? I'm watching this, like, what are they trying to figure out? This is weird. And I hear outside, you know, you can hear a little bit through the windows, right? When the doors are all closed, you can kind of hear the mumbling of the voices. And I'm like, and he's like, it's okay. We'll just have one of the IT guys check it out when we get back to the station. I'm sure he'll figure it out. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? Whatever. One of their IT guys, I guess, figure out something when we get back to the station. And he gets back in the car, and he's like, man, you dumb. You stupid as fuck. And I was like, why is that? He's like, you ran and you didn't even get rid of the weed in your car? Like, there's weed in your car, dude. You didn't even throw it out. You know, you had plenty of time to throw it out. Why didn't you throw it out? And I was like, fuck you, dude. You know what I mean? Fuck you. That's not what you're thinking when you're on a car chase, is let me get rid of the weed in the car. You're like, it's either get away or die, right? That's what you're thinking. Oh God. So anyways, I go back to the station. 18th birthday, and he's like, holy fuck, it's your 18th birthday? I'm like, yeah. He's like, bro, if you would have done this 2 hours earlier, you wouldn't be facing big kid time. Like, are you stupid? Like, what is happening right now? Nobody could understand, you know what I mean, what was happening, right? And I couldn't understand. Nobody could understand. And none of this made sense, right? Dumb decision, whatever. I'm sitting there, and by this point, you might be thinking to yourself, where's Ryan's mother? Where did she go? We haven't heard from her. She just vanished one day, and no one's heard from her. Yes, if you will remember, there was a U-Haul experience when I came home from school with a constable, and I haven't seen my mother since then. That was the last time I saw my mom's. Okay, so it's been 3 years. It's been a long time since I've seen old moms. You know what I mean? I haven't talked to her. I don't want to talk to her. You know, my sister talks to her. I don't want to talk to that chick. You know, she abandoned me. My entire life is the way it is because she couldn't hold it together. I don't want to talk to her. And, you know, obviously she didn't go out of her way to try and, like, help me or fix the shitty situations that she put me in. So, I assumed she didn't want to talk to me either. I assumed it was both ways. I wasn't going to play fucking pretend. Like, I'm not going to call you mom if you weren't my mom. You know what I mean? Like, you abandoned me. You know what I mean? So anyways, I'm in the jail. I'm getting booked in. And they have that conversation again about, you know, he's talking with the other cop. I'm in the holding cell, or like, not in the holding cell. I'm in the, like, take a picture, get your fingerprint area stage still, the booking area. And he's talking to another cop, and he's like, yeah, man, we're going to have to get the IT guy tomorrow to look at the video footage. I don't know what's happening. We can't pull it up. And I'm like, what? Okay. Interesting. Weird. Didn't really think too much about it. I remember hearing it and not really thinking too much about it. Just a conversation in passing. But like, as the story progresses, like, very important part of the story. I'm in that holding cell for like 3 days, right? It happened on a Friday. Judge can't see me till Monday. You know, it's Labor Day, so I probably can't see him till Tuesday. You know what I mean? It's one of them fucking moments. So I'm in this goddamn holding cell, freezing my ass off, soaking wet from the goddamn chase. And obviously, if you've ever been to jail, it's a goddamn freezing cell that they like to put you in just to torture you a little bit, just to give you a nice little torture session. And obviously, I'm freezing because I'm ice cold, and the other prisoners are like, dude, this dude's about to die if you don't get him some blankets. Like, he needs he's shit, like he's dying. You know what I mean? So I'm in this holding cell. I'm waiting for the judge, and I'm broing down. I'm young. I'm 18th birthday, but like all these dudes are grizzled vets of the prison system. You know what I mean? Like I'm in there with a bunch of wolves, a bunch of predators, a bunch of fucking cutthroats. And they're all just joking, having a good time, like it's not jail. You know what I mean? I'm at, like in my head, I'm like, I had a completely different interpretation of what jail was going to be like. A lot of raping, and a lot of beating up. Okay, well, so far it's just homies laughing and joking and, being bros. It's like, how, like a chat lobby in Call of Duty. It kind of like that in the holding cells. You know what I mean? I was like, oh, this is, you know what I mean? Not too bad. I'm broing down with the brothers, broing down with the white dudes. They had all the Mexicans, the illegal Mexicans, in their own holding cell. And I'm young, and I have long hair at the time. You know what I mean? And this illegal Mexican keeps eyeballing me. Like, he's feeling like a little rapey. You know what I mean? I'm getting this nigga wants to have a moment. You know what I mean? And he's just staring at me through this fucking glass, bro. And I'm just staring at him like, all right, bro. Like, I guess this is going to happen. Apparently, when someone's gonna die, because that's, you know what I mean? Like, this dude looking at me way too much. So anyways, I'm preparing mentally for war with the illegal Mexicans. I'm preparing mentally for whatever's about to happen. I go in front of the judge, and he's like, we're all standing in the court. We're all standing in the court, and they read your charges out in front of everybody else, right? So like, if you have like a weird charge, everyone's going to hear it. You know what I mean? Because, like, what are you facing? Oh, you're facing whatever. And there was a black dude. I remember this old black dude, like 65, 70 years old. Old black dude. Old methed out crack. Black people like crack. Anyways, old crack dude. And I'm like, what are you in here for, bro? He's like, oh, God damn it. They got me on stealing cattle. I was like, stealing cattle? What? He's like, I don't know, man. They came to my house one day. They came to my house, said they have a warrant for cattle theft. I was like, did you steal? He's like, what the fuck would I do with steal? What do you mean, did I steal a cow? What the fuck does a 70-year-old crackhead need with a goddamn cow? Of course I didn't steal no fucking cow. He's like, Ryan, you know what they do to niggas in Texas who steal cattle? They hang them, Ryan. I can't be here, Ryan. They're going to kill me, Ryan. I'm like, what the fuck is happening right now? You know what I mean? Anyway, so I'm listening to this dude's charge, and his charge actually, we're sitting in the thing, and he's like, yeah, cattle theft, first degree, whatever. And I'm like, the fuck? That's crazy. And they read my charge, and I get up there, and they're like, evading arrest in a motorized vehicle. How do you plead? The charge is $100,000 fine and 1 year in prison. How do you plea? I'm fresh 18, and someone says year in prison or $100,000 fine. You don't know what, you know what I mean? I looked at him and I said, what? He said, did I stutter, son? How about this? How about you go sit another 3 days in that holding cell? When I call you back, you have a good answer for me. How about that? I was like, oh, okay. And then I go back to the holding cell, and everyone leaves, gets booked in. And I have to sit in the holding cell for another 3 days because I said what? So on the third day, he comes in. You can see the judge again. How do you plead? Not guilty. Okay, good. Go sit in your holding cell. Okay. And he's like, someone comes on. I've been in there like a week. You know what I mean? I've been there 3 days plus 3 days. So 6 days, long time. So I probably got there on a Friday. I'm probably leaving on a Thursday. You know what I mean? Because a person comes in, It's like, you're free to go. I'm like, what? I mean, yeah, you're good to go. I'm like, nah, nigga, you seem to be confused. I can't afford the $100,000 fine. I don't have money for bond. I have no idea what you're talking about. But you know what? Fuck it. I guess I'm free to go. Bye. So I go to the go get your shit out of like Hawk. You know, you get booked in and they have all your shit. So I have my $98. You know what I mean? I have my $98. I got my car keys. You know what I mean? They give me all the stuff that I was booked in with. And they're like, okay, you're free to go. And I'm like, hey, which way's the highway? Because I don't even know where I'm at. You know what I mean? Like, I have no idea where I'm going. I have no idea how I'm getting there. All I know is that I need to get the fuck out of here. They're letting me out. I need to go. And I walk outside. You know what I mean? Got my $98 in my pocket. Got my stick of gum. You know what I mean? I got all the shit from my adventures of war. And I'm ready to like start, you know what I mean? The sun is shining. Ain't no Mexican trying to rape me no more. Like I'm feeling fresh. I'm feeling spry. I have a new lease on life. I've been doing push-ups in that holding cell, planning for my future. You know what I mean? I was like, I'm gonna get cut. I'm gonna have to, gladiator battle these illegal Mexicans. So I'm doing push-up. You know what I mean? Guess what? I walk outside that door, and I haven't seen my mother in 3 years. But guess who's standing there? That's my mom's, bro. Standing there, smiling. The light of God surrounded this woman. I can't describe to you. I walk out of those prison fucking doors and I see my mom's there, bro. I just saw her radiating with light. Look, when I look back on this story, right, and I see her just covered in light. Like behind me right now, you can kind of see this glow kind of happening. Yeah, imagine that with my mom's when I come out of the hospital. You know what I mean? And I'm like, hey, good to see you. Good to see you, lady. What you doing here? I heard you were in trouble and I begged, borrowed, and stole and got you bond, and I'm sorry I wasn't there for you, but I'm not gonna let you fall. And I was like, damn, that's heavy. You know what I mean? Very beautiful moment. She helped me get a lawyer. She helped me get bonded. She helped me. She got me a phone. She came back into my life, guns blazing. You know what I mean? Like. She came in at a very clutch moment. You know what I mean? Big dub. And I guess we can hit that. It's another story. Fuck it, we'll hit it real quick. Nobody would take my case. You know what I mean? Finding a lawyer is, a lot of money. And I don't got no money. My mom ain't got no money. We had to beg, borrow. I had to get the bail bondsman. It was $100,000, right? And anything over a certain amount of money is like 10%, right? So 10% of $100,000 is $10,000. So I have to find 10 bands to give this bail bondsman so he lets me out, right? I don't have 10 bands. My mom ain't got 10 bands, but she was able to convince the bail bondsman to let me out with 2 bands. And then we would pay the extra 8 bands on a payment plan over the end of time. You know what I mean? So anyways, I go to the bail bondsman. We set up all that up, Like, I need a lawyer. We go to several lawyers' offices, and they're like, no, like, you need to talk to this guy. But you can't afford this guy. This guy, He plays golf with the DA. You know, it's a small town in East Texas. So very good old boy. Everybody know each other. Everybody like fucking each other. You know what I mean? Eyes wide shut parties probably. You see what I'm saying? And I go to this dude. This is the dude you want to talk to. Anyways, we show up at that dude's appointment. And my mom walks in with me and we sit down with this dude. Big old fat dude. Smoking a big old cigar. Seems like you made a bad decision in life. Tell me about it. And I tell him the story, and he's like, it just seems like you're a good kid. He's had, my mom told him a little, I mean, this guy has a good understanding of what's happening, right? And he's like, I think you're a good kid who's just found himself in bad situations. And I think this is a moment in your life that decides the rest of your life. And I'm a Christian man, Ryan. And I do believe God wants me to help you. So I'm going to help you. How much money do you have in your pocket right now? So I have $98. Like, give me that $98. Like, oh, okay. He's like, I just want you to know something. To even have this conversation with me usually costs $5,000. And then I usually charge $500 an hour on top of that. To even have this conversation, I want you to understand something, Ryan. I'm doing you a favor. I'm saving your life. I want you to leave this room knowing that I'm saving your life. I was like, okay. Okay. Long story short, all the cameras in every cop car went black. There was no video evidence of it actually happening. So that incidents where they're like, we'll have the IT guy check it out later. Okay, that problem was there was no video footage of it happening. So like, yes, their testimony would have been plenty. You know what I mean? There was enough people there that would have been plenty. But from the way I understood it is that because I got the best lawyer and all these little things happened with the video footage and I got the best lawyer and so on, is that it got dismissed. Is that I was charged with it, but the DA decided to never take it to trial. Because there was no evidence. Does that make... So like, I went to go, years later, a decade later, I went to go get my medical marijuana license to be able to work at medical marijuana dispensaries. And to get approved for that, you have to write down everything you've ever done, any crime you've ever been arrested for. You got to go through this huge list of everything you've ever done. And I called the city of Greenville because, I never knew how this story ended, right? And one day I had the lawyers and I was paying the bail bondsman and everyone's getting their money. And then next thing I know, it all just kind of, I made agreements with the judge. The judge was like, we'll dismiss this if you do this, and this. So I had some fights when I was a kid and I was angry. I got some fights in school and I never did my anger management classes. I never did my community service. I never got my driver's license. I didn't do all these things. So the judge and the DA and the lawyers, they were all like, look, we will dismiss this case, but the only way we dismiss it is if you do these 7 steps. Get your ID, get your driver's license, go to the anger management classes, finish up all the other warrants you have hidden throughout time. Get your life together, kid. And don't get arrested in the meantime. So that's what I did. This is the moment in time. I'm still an atheist, right? By this point in time, I'm still an atheist. But there's weird shit happening. I'm very aware. I'm aware that my mom showed up at it everywhere, that the cameras went black, that there was wispy spirits talking to me. You know what I mean? Like, synchronicities and like coincidences are one thing, but like synchronicity is a true thing. And I'm not aware of synchronicities at this point in my life. I'm not aware that there are bigger movements in the universe than what I can comprehend. But I'm starting to see it. I'm starting to fucking see it, bruh. And that's like like hit you in the face, pimp. That will hit you in the fucking face. And you're like, what? You know, I met a girl like a day before I went to jail. And I was invited to a party. And the day after I get out, so I go in like on a Friday, the 30th, 31st or whatever. 31st. And then like I get out like on a Thursday or something like that. And then the weekend, there's like a party that I was told about the week before. So I'm like, holy shit, I get to get out in time to go to this party that I totally didn't think I was ever, you know what I mean? Like I was expecting to never go to a party again, you know what I mean? Anyways, my mom helps me get a phone. My mom, you know what I mean? She's still, like, I'm in Greenville. I have to stay in Greenville. She's in Dallas. She just came from Dallas to save me, but now she has to go back to Dallas. Like, hey, Ryan, I'm back in your life. Don't fuck up this opportunity. Play life smart. This is a new lease on life. I'm back in your life. We're going to figure it all out. Just don't be dumb. I'm like, all right, bet. That's fine. I was invited to a party, so I'm gonna go to this party. I meet a girl at this party. She's a little bit younger. Facts. But anyways, the girl was a little bit younger. I just turned 18 and she just turned 16. But I haven't been to high school in a long time. And I mean, like 18, 16, at that point, who gives a fuck, right? Anyway, she's dating like a 33-year-old dude who's tatted up and whatever. Anyways, I go to the party and, you know, I'm the fresh talk of the town. I'm the kid who just got out of jail and, you know, did an evading arrest. And I'm so, you know, da-da-da-da. Anyways, she doesn't want to be with the 33-year-old anymore. She wants to be with me. Long story short, I have nowhere to live. All right. Okay. So I get out of jail. Right. I get out of jail. I try to go back to my Coke dealer's house because that's where I'm living, playing Guitar Hero, right? I'm playing Guitar Hero, having a good time with Stone and Bob. You know, Stone's the homie, Bob's the weird triple C, I get raped by the gay guy. But like this is where I'm sleeping on their couch. They're roast, dude. More roaches coming out of the microwave, roaches coming out of the sofa. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of roaches, bro. In the fridge. I'm talking about Roach Central. But when you are homeless and you are a coke fiend and you are 17, 18 and you have nowhere to live, you'll live with the cockroaches and the weirdos and the rapey people. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta do what you gotta do. So I go to Stone's house. You know what I mean? It's Stone and his mom live in this apartment together, and they all do coke. You know what I mean? And so I'm going back to the. They're like, "Hey man, you can't be here." I'm like, "What? What do you mean? All my shit's here. Like I've been staying here the last couple of weeks. What are you talking about?" He's like, "Yeah, but you just got out of jail." I'm like, "Yeah, and?" He's like, "Yeah, how'd you get out of jail? You had an evading arrest and a motorized vehicle charge. You shouldn't be out of jail. Did you rat me out?" I was like, "Bro, if I would have ratted you out, like I wouldn't be here. Like if I ratted you out, you'd be arrested and like what? Rat you out? And dude, you ain't that important. Like I know you think you important, but you ain't that important. Where they're gonna let me out to get you. Like." And Stone believed me. You know what I mean? Stone was like, "All right, bro. You know what I mean? All right. Bet." But Bob did not. Bob did not. Bob kind of knew that I knew that he got raped by that gay dude. You know what I mean? And I never really told anybody, but the gay dude told me what happened that night. I never really wanted to call him out. And I don't know. I guess this is his moment that he felt like he had the moral high ground to challenge me. So me and Bob throw hands a little bit outside the apartment complex. Bob goes back and sits down, and I'm like, you know what, dude, fuck all this. Fuck you, I'm out of here. Whatever. I go to that party, I leave this fight, right? That fight with Bob and Stone. I leave that and I go to the party. I meet that girl there, so on and so forth. She calls me the next day. She's like, what are you doing? I was like, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out my life, you know. And she's like, you can come over to my place, you know, da, da, da. So I go over to her place, I meet her parents, you know, lives on a ranch, like a farm, you know, chickens and horses and, you know, a proper farm, like 20 acres and, you know, a proper farm. Proper farm. Chickens, goats, pond with ducks, you know, fences. And he would make chandeliers and chairs and couches and sofas and shit like that and tables out of like longhorn antlers. So he'd go and buy these huge longhorns, and then he would make chandeliers and shit and chairs and whatever out of them. But they also had this nice property. Anyways, long story short, I was able to live on this ranch, this farm, with this chick and her family. Like, they were like, hey, we heard that you're dealing with a lot in life. Come stay with us. And I was like, oh, okay. Bet. I appreciate that. Thank you. So that lasted for a couple months. You know what I mean? I was able to get all the legal stuff handled. I was able to get my driver's license. I was able to get my car out of hock. I was able to get my registration. You know what I mean? Like, this was a very important transition, because without this transition, I would have been living in my car. You know what I mean? Like, Bob or Stone isn't letting me live there anymore. The coke dealer isn't letting me live there anymore. My brother has kicked me out. My mom is like living in like a halfway house in Dallas or something like that, so I can't stay there. I still have to stay in Greenville to do all the dumb shit that I have to do for the court. On top of, like, I'm still working at Sonic. You know what I mean? Like, so it was like a literal godsend that this chick came into my life, and not only that, decided that they were going to let me live there. An 18-year-old is going to you're going to let an 18-year-old who just met your daughter 2 days ago move in with you. Who does that? Anyways, I like this chick. She was a cool chick. Her name was Jessica. Jesse, if you ever see this, you were a good one. I did like you. I did. But she was young, you know what I mean? I was 18. She was still like a junior in high school, you know what I mean? Could never have worked out properly, you know what I mean? Like, it was all just smoke in the air, you know? But anyways, that ends. Story, whatever. That ends. But it ended in such a way where, like, you know, I was able to get my life together. You know what I mean? So but there was a very important, this is another very important story that we have to hit, because it leads into the other stories. Well, I'm at this farm, right? I'm like a ranch hand at this farm. I'm helping them out, right? So, like, he needed a fence fixed. I'd help him with the fence. He needed to pluck the chicken for the dinner. Boom. If you needed me to churn the milk to make cheese and butter or whatever, got you. You know what I mean? I'll do dumb shit like that. I'll do like little, you know, dig a hole for a new fence post, or, you know, like farmhand shit. I'm smoking weed. They had like 10 acres. You know what I mean? They had like 20 horses, and I think you need half an acre per horse or some shit like that. They were breaking down to me. Anyways, certain amount of horses, certain amount of acres, whatever. There's this huge pond in the back of the property. Beautiful. I'd smoke weed, look at the pond, hang out, chilling. You know, just enjoying life. Atheist as fuck. You know what I mean? Like nothing means nothing. Nothing means everything, but nothing means nothing. Nothing means nothing. Okay? So like I'm kind of seeing it. I'm like, these things are weird. Weird. But like I'm not like, yeah. Anyways, I'm sitting out in this fucking pond, smoking weed, and all these. Like, I've been here several months. Okay, like this isn't my first time sitting at this, doing this. Like this isn't like I want to explain that this isn't like I've done this many times and nothing has ever happened. Right? Okay, I've fed the horses many times before. You know what I mean? Like I've done. This has never happened. So I'm sitting there at the pond, smoking my weed, and I look over and I start seeing all the horses. There's like 20 fucking horses, and they're all like gathering. I'm like, I'm watching. And then they all get in a big line, and they start walking over to me in a huge line. Like, big old stallion up front, then bunch of mares, you know what I mean, behind the stallion, and then like younger behind them, and then like the youngest in the very back. You know what I mean? It was like this little progression straight to me. What the fuck am I looking at right now? And they circle me, bro. Like I'm at the pond smoking, and I watch them like circle me, like a half circle around the pond. The pond is a full circle. They're a half circle behind me. And I'm freaking out, right? Because I'm thinking like they're going to kill me. I'm high as a kite. I'm like, oh my God, this is like a horror story. The horses are about to murder me. And I'm like, I'm thinking like, how do I get away? You know what I mean? Like, how do I get away from here without dying? I think they're going to kill me. You know what I mean? So I'm like, all right, so I kind of sneak around the fucking horses, and I go to like the fence, and I walk the perimeter of the fence. I'm trying to make it to the gate, and the horses are following me in that same progression. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening? So I fucking start booking it, right? I get to the gate, I open the gate, close the gate. I'm like, holy shit, I made it. Thank God. What's wrong with these horses? Fucking crazy little horses trying to like kill me. You know what I mean? And I'm thinking it's over. You know what I mean? As I'm smoking my weed, looking at the gate, thinking the horses are gonna like leave me the fuck alone. But no, bro. No, bro. I'm standing at that gate. Each horse comes up to me. Maybe this is the thing horses do. You know what I mean? But to me, it was like, what the fuck is going on? Okay, so this entire moment, I'm kind of like, what the fuck? But it could be, Ryan, that happens every third moon, you know, when the horses get their third trimester. This is a natural occurrence. Maybe. I don't fucking know. Okay, but to me, it was crazy. So I'm sitting there, I'm looking at the horses. There's like 20 of them, and there's a gate between me and the horses in a proper line, right? They walked in this proper line from beginning to end, and they're now in this line, standing in a line, perfect line at the gate, and the stallion looks at me dead in the eyes. Kind of judges me a little bit. You can tell he's kind of thinking, looking at me, man. Like, I don't know how to describe it. This fucking horse looks into my soul, dude. And then he bows to me, like on like one knee, bro. Like one up, one knee. You know what I mean? Kind of like bows, and I'm like, the fuck is happening right now? And then every adult one came up. He got up, okay, and then he walked to the side, and then the next one walked up, looked at me, did a gentle, like didn't get on the knee or whatever, just did a gentle bow down, and then walked around and then went behind, and they all did it individually until we got to the two youngest ones. The two youngest ones just stood there, looked at me, and walked away. They didn't bow. They didn't like nod their head. I don't think they had any idea what the fuck was happening. I think they were just there for the ride. But like the old buck, the lady mares and the young teenage, they all came up to me and like crazy, blew my mind, blew my fucking mind. And at that moment, I'm like, what the fuck is happening? You know what I mean? There's some weird shit happening. I'm very aware at this point in time that that's not normal. Maybe everything else is a coincidence. Maybe everything else is just a coincidence, but there's no, like, in my head, that was something weird is going on. I was kicked out of that girl's house shortly after that. For reasons that we won't go into, because it really doesn't matter. It's not part of the main storyline. But I'm sure it'll come up one day. But I'm kicked out. And I'm like, okay. And I'm like, well, what's my next step in life? You know what I mean? Like, I've got my legal stuff handled. I've got my car out of Hawk. I've got my driver's license. It's registered in my name. I'm not allowed to drive it, technically. It's part of the one by the ways. Okay, we can actually hit this. One of the by the ways to me getting my license and not going back to jail was I was not allowed to drive the car until I got my license, right? But I knew I wasn't going to be able to get my license for at least a couple months because I had like community service and I had like anger management classes. So there was like little things but I still had to go to my job. You know what I mean? So it's not like I couldn't drive. So in my head, I was like, look, I have to drive, but like I'm on the way. If I can just get through life. But little do I know is that car is well known. By this point in the story in Greenville, Texas, that car has been on a police chase. So, and like they are aware that I'm not supposed to be driving it. So they see me driving it, and guess what? They pull my ass over. And I'm not supposed to be driving, bro. I'm going back. The judge said if we pull you over, we're taking away this deal. You're going back to jail, and you're going to serve your entire sentence. Do not drive. And I was like, yeah, no problem. And I explained to my mom, and I was like, look, I have to drive. It is what it is. She's like, no, they're going to arrest you. Anyways, guess what? Ryan gets pulled over shortly after. Oh, yeah, nothing solved. Yeah. Guess what happens? Pulled over. License and register. Roger that. It's your lucky day, son. I want you to go home and do not drive this car again. I was like, wait, what do you mean? He's like, there was an officer involved in a crash and I have to leave. But I know exactly what you're doing and what you shouldn't be doing. So here's my advice to you. You got extremely lucky because if I didn't get this call, you were going to jail. So you were lucky. You should take that as a sign and go home. And I took it as a sign, bro, and went home. And I never drove that car again until I got my driver's license. Like I had that chick's dad drive me back and forth from work. You know what I mean? Like I was spooked out because you see what I'm saying? Weird shit like that is happening around me. And I'm like, wait a second. The fuck? What are the odds that an officer involved in a crash would happen at the exact same time that I'm about to go back to jail for driving my car when I'm not supposed to drive my car? You know what I mean? And the officer is like telling me, like, so I'm like, there's a lot of like weirdness happening, a lot of like synchronicities, a lot of, for the longest time, I felt like I was ignored. I felt like the universe was out to get me. And now I'm starting to feel like, maybe there's something like looking out for me. Maybe it's not all just darkness and sadness. Maybe there's some light. You know what I mean? Maybe there's something that's moving on my side. Maybe that's not all just pain. Maybe there's some good in the world. And I'm starting to like get that vibe. You know what I mean? I'm starting to see that like something bigger than me is happening here. You know what I mean? Like I'm making bad decisions and being stupid. I deserve to go to jail. Like 4 hours deep into this. That's crazy. You see what I'm saying? We're not even past 18 yet. But there's a point that I'm trying to make here. Okay, there is like a grand narrative. And I do have to go to the bathroom though. So we are going to take like a break, a quick break, because I have to go to the bathroom. So we'll call this intermission. I feel like any good episode needs an intermission. I don't think I have. Well, I appreciate you being locked in, Pim. I don't think I have a please waiting. Maybe. Hold on. Maybe I can find like a waiting. We'll be back. We'll be back soon. Do I have a we'll be back soon? Okay, I don't have a we'll be back soon, but we're just gonna let it ride for a couple minutes. Grab some popcorn. This is where the story actually gets fun. Up until now, it's all just backstory, a lot of lore. It's all just pregame. You know what I mean? So when I start to do things now in life, you can kind of understand why I'm doing and seeing the world in which I'm seeing it. Because if I would have just started with this story as I'm going to start it now, it wouldn't make sense of how we even got here. So I'm sorry that we had to spend 5 hours on backstory, but everything that happens now, you needed it. You know what I mean? What year is this? This is 2007. So this is definitely Wrath of the Lich King. No, this is Burning Crusade. This is definitely Burning Crusade. I have a level 29 twink named Liberty. She was a rogue, I believe blood elf rogue. Liberty. That's my girl right there. I can't remember the guild name or the server, but dude, I had some good times. Anyways, I'll be back. Maybe Lich. Maybe. Okay. So I do wish I had a coffee, but like I don't think I have time to really make a coffee. So maybe I'll just put some like pre-workout in my water, and I'll just get some energy like that. Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna put some pre-workout in this bit. Okay, we got our pre-workout. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. I've been ranting for the last 4.5 hours. That's okay. It's okay. We're bonding. We're bonding a little bit. I don't even know where I'm at. Where am I at in this story? We are at. Where was this? We was at the horses, the synchronicities of the cop. That's right. I'm getting kicked out. That's right. Was there any interesting stories that need to be told then? Nah. Yeah, horses, farm, cop crash. Thank you, chat. What do you think, chat? Should we continue? Oh, funny. All right, here we go. All right, so I'm 18. I'm still young. You know what I mean? Let's see. My sister and I have had a my sister, me, and Brad have had a we're sorry moment, right? My sister has convinced Brad that the coffee in the face and the fight that we had, you know, a year ago or whatever, that's all water on the bridge. We can all move past it. We're all adults. Move on in life. I'm like, bet. Perfect. I need a place to stay. You have an extra bedroom. I'll move in with you. This is perfect. Perfect. And Jeff, you know what I mean? Jeff comes through because this is kind of recently after my birthday. This is like a month or so after my birthday. This has all happened within a month. You know what I mean? Month, maybe a month and a half. It doesn't take them long to kick me out. You know what I mean? It doesn't take long for most people to kick me out, as the trend is showing. But anyways, Jeff comes through. Jeff, he's like, "Hey, I got you tickets to see the Eagles. ZZ Top. I got tickets to see ZZ Top. Do you want to go?" I'm like, "Bet, dude. I can't wait to see ZZ Top." And he's like, "Cool. We'll go after you'll move in with your sister, and then a couple days after you moved in, the day of the tickets, blah blah blah. I can't wait to go with you." I'm like, "Awesome, thank you. I look forward to it. Thank you." As I move in with my sister, she's at this point we're out of Arlington. We're in Bedford, I believe. If I had to zone in where we're at, what I just want to give exact references. So if you're following along and you want to Google what city I'm in, okay, Bedford, I believe. Might be Hearst, something like that. I really want to remember exactly. I think Hearst. Anyways, it doesn't really matter to the grand scheme of the story. I'm moving with my sister. This is a weird moment in life. It's a fun story, I guess. I'll tell it. I go to the ZZ Top concert, whatever. At this time in life, there are a lot of side stories that maybe one day I'll tell, but we'll get past all that dumb shit. There is an interesting story though. This is my first experience that kind of made me, what the fuck? I'm hanging out on the balcony, on the porch, and I'm playing my guitar, right? Playing some chords, whatever, making up a song, whatever. A couple, I'm 18, a couple gets out of their car and they're like, hey, neighbor, you should come over, hang out one day. It sounds really good, you know. Da, da, da. I'm like, bet, you know, I'll come hang out, you know what I mean? Go down there, meet him, hang out with him. He plays Halo. He's like 30, you know what I mean? He's like 30-ish. She's like 28. He plays Halo. I'm a gamer, you know what I mean? I play Halo. We hanging out, we playing Halo, you know what I mean? He does a bunch of ecstasy. I do ecstasy. You know, he does drugs, I do drugs. He plays video games, I play video games. Like, cool. Appreciate it. His wife had a sister who was 17 and I was 18. And I was really hanging out over there to try and, like, you know, hit on the sister. Like, that was the, like, I didn't mind playing Halo. I didn't mind doing drugs, but, like, the main quest was to hit on the sister, right? But the sister had a boyfriend, and the boyfriend was, like, you know, 16, super nerdy. I was like, this motherfucker, like, I've been to jail. I got horses bowing to me. Like, this bitch doesn't even know. You know what I mean? But, you know, she liked the dude, whatever. I'm not, you know, I didn't get the girl. It's fine. I did get a different girl, though. Anyways, I'm hanging out with this dude for like 2 weeks. You know, like every night we're playing Halo. He would do ecstasy every night, and she would drink her box wine. You know what I mean? Box wine and ecstasy and video games. The American dream, right? Everyone's having a good time. One day, after about 2 weeks of this, he's like, Ryan, you want to go smoke a cigarette? I'm like, bet. You know, we're high. We're smoking a cigarette. And he's like, hey, man, my wife likes you. I'm like, that's cool, man. I like your wife, too. The fuck? No, man, I don't think you understand. My wife, you know, she likes you, man. I was like, okay, yeah, that's what's up. And he's like, no, dude, like, would you be interested in joining us if you know, we invited you to a threesome? And I'm like, oh, shit. Because at first I thought he was like setting me up. You know what I mean? Your wife likes you. You know, what do you know, I can tell something's happening. You know, I was like, I was trying to play it cool. Like, no, man, like, you got nothing to worry about me. But his wife had a banging body. Like, yeah, I got no problem smashing on your wife, dude. So, obviously, he breaks down how this is going to go down. And I'm 18. And I'm fresh, right? So I'm like, all right, I'm listening, right? I'm like, oh, shit. Dude's asking me to fuck his wife? We're in a whole different territory. You know what I mean? We're in a different land all of a sudden. I'm fresh out. I got some stories underneath my belt. I'm about to get a new one. You know what I mean? I'm feeling type of way. I'm feeling confident. You know what I mean? He's like, yeah, what's gonna happen is we're gonna go back in. You know what I mean? We're gonna go back, play video games, hang out. You know what I mean? And she's gonna sit down. She's gonna come out in a sexy outfit, and we're just gonna, you know, she's gonna take lead. Okay, so whatever she does, we follow her lead. Okay, and I was like, okay, bet. I was like, all right, bet. Anyways, this is such a fucked up story, but I'm not going to ruin it for you by skipping out any of the parts. So, anyways, we're having our experience. She comes out. Things start happening. Things are happening. Things are interrupted by they had a kid, and the kid came in and saw it happen. So this kid saw her mother getting just double teamed by me and her, you know what I mean? Like, I felt so bad. You know what I mean? Because like afterwards, I was like, bro, what the fuck just like? Oh, it's fine. Don't worry about it. She won't remember it. I'm like, bro, she just saw like her mom's getting double stuffed. Like, what do you mean she won't remember it? Like, what are you talking about, bro? Like, and it ended, and he was like, hey, man. He's like, don't worry about it. Da, da, da. You know, I was like, okay. And he's like, hey, do me a favor. Can I talk to you? And I was like, yeah. What's up, bro? He's like, my wife's kind of a whore, bro. So I just need you to make me a promise, man to man. Don't fuck my wife without me around. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, I know, man. No, it sounds weird, but like I don't mind if, you know, we fuck my wife together, but just make me a promise. And if she tries to fuck you while I'm not around, would you tell me? I was like, yeah, bro, I got you. Like, you just let me fuck your wife. Of course, bro. Like, you my nigga. Like, of course I'm going to tell you. Yeah. Crazy story. So on and so forth. I thought that's how reality was going to be like. You know, I'm 18. You know what I mean? That's probably body number like 30. And I'm like, okay, we're in a new territory where men want you to fuck their wives for them. You know what I mean? But that's really the only one time that's ever happened. You know what I mean? Like, that's where the dude, and I asked him, I was like, why do you know, I couldn't let a dude fuck my wife, bro. How come you let me fuck your wife? And he's like, look, man, you know, we got a kid together. You know, I was cheating on her a lot. She was cheating on me a lot. We decided that, you know, we probably shouldn't be together because we can't stop cheating on each other, but we probably should be together because we have a kid together. And we just decided that, you know, probably best just to invite people in the bedroom. So like she gets to pick one, and then after she picks one, I get to pick one, and then we just kind of go back and forth, and you were her pick. I was like, oh, interesting. Well, you know, just it was an eye-opening experience. Just it really has nothing to do with the main storyline, besides it being like a what the fuck moment. You know what I mean? That's pretty much. It was like, what the fuck? You want me to do what? I just never, like, it really showed to me that there are types of mentalities in this world that I will never understand. I will never be able to understand that. I will never be able to understand, hey, bro, do you want to fuck my wife? Right? So people apparently have thoughts and rationales that I can never understand. And that was a very eye-opening situation, I guess. I meet a girl, right? At this point in life, I'm living with my sister and Brad again. I'm having weird experiences with weird people. I get a job at Sonic. As you can tell, Sonic is like my go-to. I have so much experience at Sonic that any Sonic that's near where I'm living, I know I can instantly get hired. You know what I mean? I can be car hop, I can be a cook, I can be whatever. You know what I mean? So like, it was like that go-to, like, I'm moving to a new place, I'm starting a new life. Where's the closest Sonic? You know what I mean? I meet a girl named Jenna. I won't say her last name, but Jenna. I meet a girl, beautiful girl. She was a car hop. I was a cook. A story of the American dream. You know what I mean? I meet a girl, Miss Jenna, and she's from a well-to-do family. I'm just the poor peasant kid, but by this point in life, I'm pretty confident. I'm aware that I'm not ugly. You know what I mean? I might be the prettiest dude in the world or the best attractive or the in shape or whatever, but I know that, like, if I talk to a female, she'll at least talk to me. But the door is at least open. All right, it's my job to, like, get in the door. But I'm pretty enough where at least when I show up, they'll at least open the door. You know what I mean? So anyways, I meet a girl. I like her. I fall for her. She falls for me. It's a beautiful story. We start a life together. We get an apartment together. It's beautiful. We can call this the happy time. These are genuinely probably the happiest times in my life. Like if I were to look back and say I was genuinely happy in life. Like happiness isn't the goal as an adult male. But if I did have to look back at a time where I would say that I genuinely was happy, it was with Miss Jenna. And obviously I destroy everything good. So I guess this is the story of how of how, you know, of the Jenna story, I guess. It's a crazy narrative. I'm so surprised. It's 6:30. It's 6:30 in the morning. We've been smashing this out for 5 hours. And we've just now reached Jenna. That's crazy. That's crazy. I love Jenna. It's one of my favorite stories, actually, to tell. And I never get to tell it. Because I usually just hang out with females, right? Because females... This is how it works in my life. Dudes want to fight me, and females want to fuck me. Right? So I can't have guy friends because their wives want to fuck me, and they can pick up on that. You know what I mean? And thus, there's issues, right? Or they realize that they a bitch because, you know, whatever, because da, 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 da. And it's just dudes want to fight me and females want to fuck me. It's just the way the world works. So I'm hanging out, living my best life with this girl named Jenna. We get a house, we move into an apartment together, or we get an apartment together. She's working as a co-op. I'm working as a cook. We're paying $1,000 a month. And when you're making $5 an hour, $1,000 a month is a lot, especially for an apartment. You know what I mean? Because we wanted to live, you know, she was from a well-to-do family. And I wanted to give her what she deserved, right? Like, I didn't care that I had no money as long as, like, she had a place to live. You know what I mean? That, like, was worth her. That I knew that she deserved. And, you know, she was going to school and she was going to college and, you know, she wanted to start a life with me. I didn't want to disappoint her. Right. So I was like, let's get a nice apartment in a nice area and, you know, so on and so forth. Come to find out, it was not a nice area because 90% of my neighbors were all Section 8. So even though I was paying $1,000 a month and working my ass off and trying to do the right thing and live in a situation that was better for me and for my girlfriend, all my neighbors were paying $200 a month. And the other $800 was being paid by the government. So, like, you can imagine what kind of neighbors I was surrounded by. So, like, I felt at home. Like, I'm from the streets. But, like, I didn't want my girl, who I wanted, you know what I mean? She was a good girl. I don't want her involved in any of this. I don't want y'all to be around any of this. I want her to go to school. I want her to live her best life. Like, I want her to be happy to be with me. I don't want any of the crazy shit that I've been experiencing for the last 4 years to be anywhere near this girl. That's not real. That's not going to happen, right? That's not real. So, you know, I like this girl. Get an apartment, whatever. Long story short, I'm living in, imagine apartment complex where you have one level and then a second level. So you have two levels. There's a stair that go up to these two, and then there's just a hallway that goes to these two. Right? So, like, each group has like 4 neighbors. So I'm on the top right one. I have a neighbor over here, a neighbor here, and a neighbor here. Right. And that's like our little group. That's how I saw it. Right. This is like our little community. And it, you know, there's other groups, but like this is the main one. And I knew them all. Right. So the guy, I'm here. The guy who's here, He's a pimp for the Aryan Brotherhood of Texas. He was a captain in the Aryan Brotherhood of Texas. His name, I don't know. This is a long time ago. I don't think I'll get in trouble. I don't think I'll get like a hit team or anything silly. But his name was Lucky. And it just plays, the name's important because just the way the story happens, and it's all very symbolic. His name was Lucky. Okay? So Lucky lives across, like, I live here, and then 5 feet across is Lucky. And then there's stairs that go down from my place to this apartment and then that apartment, right? The guy underneath me is a brother. Gang brother. You know what I mean? 6'5", straight off the plantation. Kunta Kinte, you know what I mean? Big fucking dude. And then the other dude is like a Mexican, illegal Mexican. So we have like white dude, pimp for the Aryan Brotherhood, brother, you know, black dude, gang, and then illegal Mexican. It's a nice little melting pot of America, a nice little cultural diversity for everybody. Anyways, I'm selling weed, I'm selling drugs, you know, the black dude's selling weed, selling drugs. Aryan Brotherhood dude's doing it on a whole nother level, if you know what I'm saying. Like, he's got prostitutes in there. I mean, it is... John's coming in and out. I'm seeing meetings with other Aryan... Like, I become friends with Lucky, right? So, we need the Lucky story. I become friends with Lucky. I'm playing Michael Franti in the Spearhead, right? Michael Franti in the Spearhead. I'm jamming one day. My brother got me into Michael Franti when I was down there hanging out with him during one of my adventures. And years later, I'm listening to Michael Franti, smoking some weed, hanging out. Lucky's walking by, and he's like, bro, you listening to some Michael? I was like, yeah, bro, shit, what's up? What you know about Michael Franti? And he's like, shit, bro, what you know about Michael Franti? And he's like, yeah, there's nothing like, you know, being on crystal meth for a week, unable to sleep, trying to come down, and you just need some Michael Franti to set you right. You know what I mean? And I was like, no, I've no idea what you mean. I've never been up for 7 days on crystal meth. I have no idea what that means. He's like, oh, well, you know, oh yeah, that's a good time right there, right? I'm like, okay. And like, I knew all of his girls. Like, you know, I would sell weed if he was gone, you know, doing something, and the girls didn't have a supply. They would come knock on my door, be like, hey, Ryan, can you until Lucky gets back, and then we'll get you when he gets back. I'm like, of course, here you go. One of the girls' name was Angel, and I really liked Angel because I always liked their dynamic because he or she was his favorite girl. Like, I remember talking to him. He's like, oh yeah, Angel's my best girl, you know, and she was gorgeous, bro, gorgeous girl. And I just remember, you know, thinking very symbolically, like Lucky Angel, you know what I mean? I always thought that was very cute, you know what I mean? Anyways, there was some beef with the brother downstairs. Now, me and the brother downstairs started out cool. Me and the brothers downstairs used to like hang out and play video games together and smoke weed together, and everything was chill. Everything was chill. You know what I mean? I'm from Lamar. I'm from the other sides of the stretch. Like, I get it. Like, I understand the struggle, bro. Nigga ain't a color of skin, is a class of social economic situationship. Like, I understand, pimp. We all niggas when you're down here in the gutter. Like, you don't gotta, like, I don't need none of that nonsense, right? So I was fine with him. Like, we were cool. One day there was a huge, like, brawl happening downstairs because this big old black dude, he's probably 20, 21, his girlfriend, very attractive white woman, probably around the same age, and there's a big brawl happening downstairs. And I go outside to smoke a cigarette on the balcony, so I don't got to hear this. And my neighbor's outside, and he's like, man, I'm going to call the cops. I'm going to call the cops. I'm like, bro, don't call the cops. That's nothing good comes from calling the cops. And he calls the cops. And the cops show up, knock on the door. It's a whole moment. Which one of you fucking white motherfuckers called the cops? And I was like, bro, like, I'm like, God damn it. And then, like, I guess he picked up on it because I looked at my neighbor and I was like, bro, we both this is about to be an issue for both of us if you don't, I mean, you the one who called, pimp. Like, I told you not. That's why I'm trying to tell him this And I guess he picks up on it because he's like, yeah, I called. He's like, all right, motherfucker. Anyways, he catches him the next day. You know what I mean? Catches him walking outside and fucking hits him. And I'm like, God damn, I told you not to call the cops, dude. You know what I mean? So I'm already knowing that this dude's feeling a type of way. There's a weird dynamic happening all of a sudden because I'm friends with this guy and he saw us together when he was talking about who called the cops and guilty by association. So now there's weird dynamic, I guess. I don't think there's a weird dynamic, but I'm assuming he thought there was a weird dynamic, just the way that things progress. A couple nights pass and there's another fight. This time, instead of going out to the balcony, I decide to go out the front door and just sit on my stairs, you know, the staircase leading outside my front door. There's like a little staircase. I was just going to sit on that staircase and smoke my cigarette. Down smoking doors. I'm trying to be good. Anyways, I sit in the little staircase, smoke the cigarette. His white girlfriend comes out, sees me there, says, hey, Ryan, can I have a cigarette? I say, of course. I hand her a cigarette. She was like, do you have a lighter? I said, of course. Right at that moment, guess who walks out the door? Big and mean. Big and mean walk out the door right when I'm thinking I'm just helping a chick out who's probably in a stressful situation with her dude. She walked outside to get some fresh air. She doesn't have a cigarette. If I was in this exact situation, I would want a cigarette. I'm not thinking, hey, bro, let me fuck your girl. You know, I'm not thinking that at all. I swear on everything, okay? But that's what old Big and Mean thought. He came out huffing and puffing. Feeling some type of fucking way. No, bro, like, it's not like that, pimp. Look, bro, it's not like that. All right, no, I'll catch you. No. Yeah, I got you. I see you, white boy. White boy? White boy? A night or two passes. I'm getting home from work at Sonic. I'm closing the store, so it's like 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm coming home. Guess who's outside my fucking door? Guess who's sitting outside my door with 5 fucking brothers? So now it's Big Mean and the 5. Big Mean and the 5 are now sitting outside I cannot go up my steps because there are 5 brothers blocking my steps. And I'm like, oh shit, here we go. And you can't show fear in the jungle. Okay, that's the one thing you will learn. If I can give you one, piece of advice you can take, do not show fear when you in the jungle. I don't give a fuck if there's 100 of these dudes. You do not show fear. You walk up into the lions. They putting you in the lion cage. You stare the lions down. Okay. Anyways, the Big Mean. You know what I mean? Get out the way, dude. I need to get up to my apartment. Get the fuck out the way. I go up, I give my girl, she was having trouble sleeping. My mom gave me some Xannies, some Xanaxes, and I gave it to her. She was, enjoying the Xanax experience. And I was like, hey, I gotta go walk the dogs. So I go outside to walk the dogs. The brothers are no longer blocking my way. I walk the dogs. I come back up. As I'm walking up, the brothers are coming back. Okay, so I was able to walk my dogs. They apparently went into their apartment. They apparently saw me walking the dogs. They decided that they're gonna follow me now. Now it's on. Let me explain. Let me tell you a little pregame. Some shit's about to go down. And I can tell. My dogs can tell. The whole world. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Ain't nothing good about to happen at 1 o'clock in the morning in the apartment complex with 5, 6 brothers and 1 white dude. Nothing good come from this story. And it's a story as old as time, right? As old as we were mingled together, right? This is what happens. And I got no beef with nobody, right? Like, to me, it's a lot bigger than skin color. I'm just telling you. I was walking my dog at 1 a.m. because I just got out for work, right? I just worked for 8 hours, got home. My girl's there, but she's kind of high on Xanax because she's crashed out. So the dogs need to be let out. I have to go walk the dogs. So I go walk the dogs. I finished walking the dogs. I going up the stairs to take my dogs back out. That's when the brothers all walk out at the exact same time and start like following me up the stairs. And I see the writing on the wall. So I open the door, let my dogs in, close the door, lock the door, and I stand there in front of the door on top of the stairs with the 5-6 brothers coming up the stairs. I'm like, bro, what the fuck is happening right now? We used to be friends. You know, I'm thinking that I can talk about this. I'm thinking that I'm going to have, you know, me and this dude used to be homies. You know what I mean? Like, I have no idea that it, like, how did it go from 0 to 100 in like 2 days? Yeah, like I didn't call the cops on you, bro. I didn't do any of this, bro. Like, what are you talking about, pimp? I didn't try to fuck your girl. She asked me for a cigarette. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I got a girl. What is happening right now? So I'm like, hey, dude, what are you coming up my stairs for? There's nothing up here you need. Oh yeah, we're gonna talk real quick, white boy. I was like, what do you think we're gonna talk about? Oh yeah, the disrespect you showed me the other night. You know what the fuck I'm talking about? I was like, no, dude, I don't. And then at this point, he's halfway up my steps, and there's 5 of them coming, and I'm like, nothing good happens. Like, I have the high ground. This is what I'm, you know what I mean? So I attack. I mean, nothing good is about to happen if I don't attack first. You know what I mean? So I have to attack. Like, who knows how it would have went down differently if maybe I didn't attack first, but I saw no option. Okay, I want to try to make that very clear. I saw no option. They weren't talking. I tried to talk. Okay. So that's when I, like, you know, did like the 2-legged, you know, hold yourself on the rail. I'm going to kick them down the steps as hard as possible and watch the domino effect. You know what I mean? That's what I'm thinking in my head. The first 2 fall into the other 3. And then, you know, they catch themselves. And now it's like, white boy dead. You know? We were probably just about to beat your ass. Now we're going to kill you. That's the vibe change, right? That's the vibe change. And I'm sensing the vibe change. So I steady myself and they're booking it. And it didn't go well for your boy. Okay. There's not much you can do. Like, it's all good and dandy to say, there's not much you can do, bro. Like, I don't give a fuck what you think you is. I don't give a fuck how good of an MMA. I'm a 10 times Golden Glove. Nick, when you surrounded on all sides and you're in a tiny space, there ain't nothing happening. So I get my ass beat. I guess Lucky here's what's happening. Lucky here's what's happening. Lucky comes out with a shotty. Lucky, the captain from the Aryan Brotherhood, is now watching one of the boys getting fucked up by 5 big brothers. How do you think good old Lucky handled that situation? Good old Lucky threw out some rounds. Good old Lucky saved your boy's life. Good old Lucky looked at me when everyone's scattered and I'm dying, right? I'm laying there in my pool of my own blood, dying. And he was like, he looked at me, calm as a cucumber, bro. Just laid out some shots, just saw some traumatic shit happen. I'm dying in front of him. Like, jaw is hanging off my fucking head. You know what I mean? Like, and he looks at me, he's like, you gonna be okay? I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know, bro. He's like, can you make it inside? Can you call? I cannot call the cops. You understand that, right, Ryan? I was like, yeah, I get it. And I did. I understood. Like, he cannot, the code in which he lives by, he can save my life. He'll lay off, like, he's a felon who just shot off rounds. You know what I mean? He can't call the cop. You know what I mean? He's going to do a hard time if anyone realizes he's even there. You know what I mean? He's not supposed to be selling weed and pimping out. And so he's like, Ron, I can't call the cops, dude. You going to be okay? And I'm like, I don't know, bro. And at this point, you know what I mean? I think I'm saying all this. I'm assuming I'm saying all this because he's like, all right, man. So I crawl. You know what I mean? And now it's me all alone on this balcony, on this staircase thing, this walkway. The everyone has scattered. Okay, Lucky is gone. Brothers are gone. It's now just 2:00 in the morning. Dying. And it's like, okay, army crawling. Get to the door. Get the good key. You know what I mean? I unlock the door. Crawl my ass inside. I find my girlfriend sleeping on the couch. Zanied out, bro. Zanied out. You ever tried to wake someone up who zanied the fuck out? Good luck. Good luck waking up someone who on fucking a 4-bar, a football. You're right. Anyways, I wake her ass up finally after fucking God knows how long. Wake up. Wake up. I'm dying. Save me. Ah! And then finally, I think, you know, she looks at me in the eyes. She realizes my jaw is hanging off my face, that I'm gushing blood from every orifice known to mankind. And she wakes up. Oh my God. And I finally like, okay, I can give up now. That's what I thought. So I was like, I'm going to go crawl into that corner. This is what happened. And I wake her up. I sit down on the floor. I've lost so much blood by this point. You know what I mean? And I was like, you know, I'm just going to go find that corner. And I'm going to let go in that corner. That seems like this is what I'm thinking. I'm like, that seems like a good corner just to let it all go. I wouldn't mind letting it go in that corner right there. And I army crawled my ass. Peaceful as can be. Peaceful as can be into that fucking corner. And I just remember laying in I remember like just dripping from every orifice. Just blood, right? And just dripping into a big old pool in front of me. And I was like, damn, that's a lot of blood. And I just remember slowly just kind of laying down in that pool of blood and being like, damn, that's real warm. Yeah, that feels nice. And I just passed out. You know what I mean? But we're going to pause because I wanted to at least get that story. So we're going to do like a Pulp Fiction kind of side quest, right? I wanted to give you that story before I gave you this story. Before this story happens, before my jaw is knocked off and I'm dying and all this, me and this girl Jenna went to a concert a couple months or a couple weeks before this whole thing happened. A couple weeks before all this happened, we went to a Pink Floyd, Roger Waters, Dark Side of the Moon. Life-changing experience, right? I'm a hippie Ryan. And, you know, Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, Roger Waters, it's the closest that I'm ever going to get to actually seeing Pink Floyd. You know what I mean? So, like, I was a drug head, an ecstasy head person. You know what I mean? So, me and Jenna did a bunch of ecstasy. I did 4 hits. I think she did 2 triple stack Pink Ladies, heroin based. Bro, I was in the moon. I was at a Pink Floyd concert. Feeling it. You know what I mean? So I went to this Pink Floyd concert, took all these drugs, had an experience. Had a religious experience. It was the first religious, spiritual experience where I felt the presence of the divine. I didn't just see weird effects in reality that I could maybe misconstrued as synchronicity or as something more than coincidence. I was at this concert. I was listening to The Dark Side of the Moon on 4 hits of ecstasy, and I felt God. You know what I mean? Like, you could just say that was drugs. That's fine. That's fine. All throughout human history, mankind has used drugs to feel that connection with that divine. Not all of us just wake up in the morning and just like beam in, spiritual enlightenment. Some of us gotta like, we gotta, Anyways, I've done a lot of ecstasy before this point, right? I've done a lot of cocaine, a lot of drugs before this concert. So it's not like, oh, you did drugs for the first time and thought it was a religious experience. No, I've had a lot of drug experiences. I'm actually very well versed in the drug experiences. I've never had a religious, spiritual experience ever, even on drugs. I went to that Pink Floyd concert and finally, like, whoa, all the synchronicity that's been happening in my life, all the weird shit that's been going on. Like, you're telling me, like, there's a feeling that goes with that? It's all just not in your head sometimes. There's actually an actual, like, feeling. Like, I remember going to church when I was a really young child. I was like 10 years old, and there was like a church lock-in, like an overnight lock-in. It's like you bring your kid to the church and it's a 24-hour lock-in, all the kids, they get to run around and it's like free reign, and there's movie rooms and there's Bible study rooms and there's, the sleeping room, whatever. But it's just like a lock-in. And I remember going to this lock-in once and everybody like praising Jesus and having these weird, religious, these kids who are my age, like deep in worship and saying that they feel the presence of God. And I was looking around like, are we all just like lying right now? Like, am I the only one who's like broken? Am I broken? I must be broken because I can't be the only one not feeling this. Like, y'all are all on this together. Like, we're all, I don't feel that. Okay, well, at that concert, I finally like flashed back to that moment at that lock-in being like, man, this must be what these people are talking about when they feel some sort of like religious experience. Is like, that's heavy. If y'all can experience that without drugs, good for you. So I remember having this crazy experience, right? Like at this Pink Floyd concert. And I was like, holy shit, ecstasy's kind of crazy. Ecstasy's kind of crazy because I'm usually a cocaine kind of guy. And it's only been a couple months of me doing ecstasy like all the time. So I was like, damn, apparently ecstasy can like has a little bit different effect than cocaine. And obviously I'm young and I'm learning all this and so on and so forth. But a couple weeks before getting jumped by the brothers, and like a week after, so a week after the Pink Floyd concert and like a week before getting jumped, there's this weird moment where I'm on ecstasy. It's a week before, week after, like this weird moment in time. Okay. I just had the experience at the Pink Floyd concert. I'm going to my work. There's weird things happening in my life, but I'm not really overthinking it. I have a beautiful girlfriend. I got my dogs. I got my job. I got my house. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to survive. Realistically, I'm not thinking about anything extra, but survive. But I had that experience at that Pink Floyd concert, and then I did some more drugs the next weekend. I took some ecstasy, and it was like 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, and there was this tree right outside my house, right outside my apartment complex. There was this tree, this huge tree, twice the size of me around. You know what I mean? Twice the size of me. And they just cut it down. There's a huge tree in the middle of this fucking, like, middle of the apartment complex, and they cut it down. Jump. And I'm like, I guess I don't know. I epiphany, an experience telling me, hey, go outside and stand on that tree. I'm like, wait, what? Why the fuck would I go outside and stand on a tree? And I did, you know what I mean? Like, this is one of those things where I was like, Loki. It's one of those things where I was like, yeah, fine. I will go stand on this tree. I don't want to. I have no idea why I'm about to go stand on a cut down tree, but I guess I'm going to go stand on it. And I stand on it, and I can't move. Like, electricity comes from this tree and shoots through my feet and sticks me to this tree for like 2 hours. So long, I'm watching the sunrise. I get out there maybe 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, and like this tree is downloading information into me. I can't describe it any other way than I'm weeping. I'm standing on this tree, shirtless. You know what I mean? And it's like the sun is about to rise, and you would assume people are getting ready for work. Not a soul comes out, right? So it's just me, this tree, the rising sun, and a huge apartment complex, and nobody is coming out. It's like time stood still, right? It's very strange. So I'm standing on this tree. I'm weeping. I'm having this religious experience. I'm trying to figure out what's happening. I'm getting downloaded information again from the tree. I'm feeling it, like it's energy beaming through my feet, and I'm like strapped in, like, you know what I mean? I'm like, holy fuck, this is intense. And I see the sunrise. Now, I've seen the face of God one time in my life, and this is the only time I've ever seen the face of God. I don't know what the fuck I saw or how or what. I don't know. I'm just gonna tell you as I saw it, as I experienced it. I'm sitting on this fucking tree. I'm technically still an atheist, right? I had a crazy moment at a Pink Floyd concert. I'm now standing on a tree. I'm kind of opening up that maybe there's something I can tune to. I'm not really sure, but like something's happening. Something's going on. So I'm standing on this tree looking at the sunrise, and in the clouds I see the face of the Lord. It's like a side profile, long beard, very stoic face, a crown with 13 crosses. And on each cross was another cross, and in like a fractal of crosses. So like for whatever reason, I could zoom in into this crown, and more HD than HD, more 4K than 4K. You know what I mean? Like I could zoom my eyes into the crown, and then I could see. So let's say this is the crown, right? Little cross right there, and crosses all the way around. That little tip of the cross is 100,000 more crosses. Millions of crosses. Each cross is millions and millions and billions of crosses. And everything is surrounded by a red, smoky, black fire that's coming out of his eyes. Like, it was crazy, bro. The craziest shit. And I'm sitting there and I'm weeping. I'm like, what the fuck am I looking at? The fuck am I looking at? Weeping, crying, and I get a message. Go inside and cut your marijuana plants down. I'm like, what? I'm growing marijuana at this time in my closet in this apartment complex. I have marijuana plants. I'm growing weed. And I am told by this experience to go inside and cut my marijuana plants down and throw them away. And I'm weeping. I'm like, no, that's my life. What are you talking about? Cut my marijuana plants. I'm in Texas. You know what I mean? That's like hard time, 5 to 10 if you're caught growing weed. You know what I mean? And there's a reason why you can sell it for so much is because it's such a large sentence, right? So like, I'm looking for like a cash out. I can't go in there and cut my weed. Like, we're almost to harvest. What are you talking about going there and cut my weed? Like, what? But I'm having a crazy experience, and I'm like, fuck it. I just saw something in the air. I just felt something in the ground. I'm over here weeping. I guess I'm going in to cut my marijuana plants down. So I go in there, I cut my marijuana plants down, I throw them in bags, I take them to the river, and I throw them in, in the river, or in there's like the little creek or whatever. It doesn't really matter. I got rid of them. Jenna's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I'm like, "I can't. Don't even ask. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea. I have no idea. I just did it. I don't know. I don't know." Well, guess what happens a week later? Your boy passes out in a pool of his own blood right next to that fucking closet. And when the cops come in and the FBI or the ambulance comes in to try and save my life and, investigate what's going on, they go, "Hey, why are there grow lights in this fucking room right here? And why is there like there obviously no weed because I cut it all down and threw it all away, but like obviously somebody's been growing here." Right. So they obviously were like, "Oh, this is a drug deal gone wrong." So that's what they kept trying to pin it as, a drug deal gone wrong. Not just a poor white kid who got jumped by the squaw. No. It had to be a drug deal gone wrong. Right. So if I would have had those plants in my house when all this went down, like the cops were coming in, like I'm dying in a pool of my blood right next to this room. Right. And if I wouldn't have cut those fucking plants down and thrown them away, your boy would have done 5 to 10. Like easy. There's no way around it. You know what I mean? So crazy story, divine intervention, synchronicity, coincidence. I don't fucking know. I'm just telling a story. Okay. I'm just out here. I'm just a storyteller. I'm just a narrator of today's adventure. Okay. You take it and you run with it. You delete it. You control alt delete, alt F4. I don't give a fuck. I'm telling you exactly what happened to me as it happened. So I'm like, I'm feeling a type of way, you know what I mean? When I wake up in the hospital with my jaw hanging off my face. 24 hours later, they're like, here's some hydrocodone. Come back in 3 days and we'll fix you up. And I don't know how bad this is. You know what I mean? All I know is I got jumped. I got picked up at the hospital, at the ambulance. They took me to a hospital. I'm poor, so they took me to the poor person hospital. I sat in the poor person room for 24 hours. They came in, handed me some pills, and said, "Come back in 3 days. We'll take care of you then." Okay, now we're basically all caught up. My mom shows up. My brother shows up. You know what I mean? My father shows up. It's a very traumatic experience. Yeah, and don't look in the mirror. Facts, dude. Facts. Don't look in the mirror because I don't. You know what I mean? It's bad. It's bad. And so like my family, we all go back to the apartment, and my entire family is escorting me back to my apartment. Well, the brother who initiated the entire situation, who lived underneath me, he got arrested. He admitted to doing it. The cops showed up. He was like, "Yeah, I beat that white boy's ass." I guess he didn't know how bad it was. But he admitted to it. So he was in jail. Now his sister, his mom, his dad, his family are at his apartment. And now it's me and my family and then the black dude's family. And we've now confronted each other, like 6 of us and 6 of them. And now we're like right in front of each other. I'm trying to get back to my apartment and they're trying to like leave their apartment. And my sister's hood and ghetto. Obviously, she's black, so she's hood and ghetto, and there's hooting and hollering and "fuck you, bitch," and it's World War III out in the middle of the apartment complex, and I'm like dying. You know what I mean? I just want to get back in the fucking thing. And I should be very happy that happened because one of the neighbors called the cops when all this was going down, right? So the two sisters are going at it. Rah! I just want to get up there, wait my 3 days, go back to the hospital in 3 days, and I have no idea what's happening. All they said was come back in 3 days, so I'm like, okay, I guess I'm waiting 3 days. Cops are called. Cops show up. They look at me, and they're like, "What the fuck is wrong with him?" And they're like, "Yeah, he just got let out of the hospital." And the cop looks at my mom and says, "They just let him out of the hospital? Like they let him out looking like that?" And she was like, "Yeah, like they told us to come back in 3 days." And he was like, "Wait, what? No, none of that, no." And he looked at me and he's like, "Look, kid, we're gonna help you out." And I was like, "Okay, for sure." And then so he calls an ambulance. He sends a message, I don't know, but they take me to Baylor Hospital. It's like the best hospital in DFW Metroplex area. They close off an entire floor. They call me John Doe. They put me underneath the, witness protection, victim protection, whatever. They fly in the best facial reconstruction doctor from, Austin. Because my face was, broken on all, like, I'm fucked. You know what I mean? They had to I look pretty good now. I mean, shit. But, they had to do some work. You know what I mean? So anyways, awesome. You know what I mean? Perfect. Wire me shut for a couple months. Make me look all pretty. I could talk real good. I talk real good with my teeth all shut. You know what I mean? You talk real good. You learn real quick. You know what I mean? It wasn't that big of a deal. The hardest thing was drinking through the straw, trying to survive without being able to open your mouth. You know what, man? The worst thing, imagine vomiting with your mouth wired shut. I know that's a little intense, but that was probably the most intense thing I've probably ever had to experience in my fucking life. Try puking with your mouth wired shut and a whole new level of terrifying trauma. Like, bro, you'll fucking... It's the worst, bro. It's the worst. I've had all kinds of crazy shit happen to me, and that's probably that's like room 101 in 1984. Where Winston or whatever takes him and he's getting tortured, and he's like, "What's the worst torture thing?" And every person has their own individual torture that's the worst for them. A person has a spider, a person has a rat. Mine's vomiting with my mouth fucking wired shut. Anyways. They saved my life. Life is saved. Beautiful story. Time to recover, right? I have to recover. The girl's parents, Jenna has well-to-do parents. They're like, "Hey, Ryan and Jenna, come stay with us while Ryan heals. And once he's done healing, you'll get a job. I can tell that he's a good kid. Whatever. They wanted to help. Fine. So for a couple months, I stayed with her and her mom and their family. They let me recover. Once I was done kind of recovering, I got a job. We got a house together. Me and Jenna were starting a future, or at least I thought. Wah, wah, wah. Yeah, and this isn't even all the families, to be honest. There are some other ones. I'm just trying to hit the main ones that fit the grand narrative. But yeah, I guess there's always a by the way. Like I said, a lot of the help is about looking good and not. And obviously, I'm young and I'm making decisions. I'm not blaming anybody for what happened in my life. I truly understand that. At this point in my life, I truly do understand that there's a lot of moving parts, right? And you can't blame just any one thing or, there's a billion zillion things that happened before you were even born that transcend into our lives. You know what I mean? We're born into a social contract that we never signed, so on and so forth. So like none of this story is woe is me. I really hope that I'm just presenting the information. Even as, bro, we're not even 19 yet. I think I just turned 19 in the story, actually. That's crazy. We're like 6 hours deep into this shit. I just turned 19. To be honest, bro, this isn't even the good part of the stories yet. We haven't even reached the fun parts of the story. We still in like filler episodes, bruh. That's so crazy. It might have to be part 5 and part, like this might have to be a several part series. I don't know, bro. I don't have, look. Oh gosh, I did say that I would hit this all in one hit. I've been pre-gaming this for like a year and a half. I've been pre-gaming this for 36 years. Like if I don't smash it out now, I feel like what was all that for 36 years all about? You know what I mean? Oh lordy. Okay, where are we at? We are 19, jaws broken, starting a new life. Right. This is where shit gets funky. I'm so tired already, bro. This is why I don't tell this story, bro. I'm so exhausted. I'm exhausted, bro. I'm exhausted thinking about this story. I'm exhausted telling it. I'm exhausted reliving it. I haven't thought about these stories in fucking every time I would think about, like, for the last year and a half. I pre-gamed how this would go, right? And I was like, oh, I know that I don't need to be like, what happened at this year, at this time, and oh yeah, I need to fill in that blank. I totally no, bro. This to me, this literally is like running side by side with my day-to-day life. You know what I mean? Like to me, these stories, this story, I don't even like telling this story. You see what I'm saying? Like, because it lives with me 24/7. I can't forget it. I can't get away from it. Everything that happens is just an add-on, addition, a by the way, a plus one to this crazy fucking narrative. And there's really nothing too crazy about it, to be honest. It's just a bunch of like crazy little weird shit that's been happening. But like, I don't know. It's about to get crazier. It's about to get real fucking crazy. It does. No, it does all tie together later. And that's why I have to say it. It's just like, it's exhausting. I'm happy that I have this random person. We've had a random person in chat being like, you know, our hype man through this entire episode. Okay, we got, you know, the true MVP of tonight is actually hype man. So I just want everyone to put their hands together for chat. Good job, chat. You really have been helping me tell this story. Oh god. Horrible. Okay, so me and Jenna. God, dude, I don't even want to start this story just because it's so intense. Let me have a breather real quick. Let's. Nikita. Are you okay? Okay. And she's upset we're not in bed. She's like, Dad, why aren't we asleep yet? This is crazy. I'm talking to the light. Okay, I love Jenna. Okay, so there are some touch and goes. I'm not the greatest person. You know, I'm a young man with no guidance. You know, trying to get my dick wet. You know what I mean? I love this girl, but I don't know what love is. No one showed me love. No one's loved me. You know, like I truly believe she loved me. And looking back on it, I should never have treated her the way I treated her. I wasn't abusive. I didn't hit her or nothing. I didn't yell at her. I didn't treat her like shit like that. But, I definitely did not appreciate the woman that she was. I've lived a lot of life now. I've lived a lot of life since then. I look back on that, bro, and that was a good woman that I fucked that shit up. But it wasn't all my fault. And when I tell you this story, you might understand when I say it wasn't all my fault. I probably definitely could have played it better, for sure. But like, she was a good woman. And I regret how it ended with Jenna, because she stuck by me through a lot of crazy shit. She saw some crazy shit. And she was a good person. For the most part. But I'm a very hippy dippy kind of guy, right? I got the long hair. You know what I mean? I don't quite have the come and take it and the don't tread on me. I got one tattoo at this time. It's on my back. It's an incubus tattoo. You know what I mean? I'm not. This is 2008. You know what I mean? I voted for Obama. Okay, let's take you back. Let's take you deep. We're going deep cut. Okay, I'm gonna go take you deep cut. 2008, your boy voted for Obama. I had the writing on the back of the Camaro that said "Vote for peace, vote for Obama." 2008. Oh, baby Jesus. Help me. You know what I mean? Help my soul. I've been tainted. I voted for Obama. Like, I'm tainted. You know what I mean? But I'm young. You know what I mean? I have no idea. I'm on drugs. I'm selling weed. You understand? This is a different time period in life. Bush was in office for 8 years. You're thinking, oh, I just don't want to be in war anymore. You know what I mean? You're thinking, are you okay? You're thinking, you're thinking anything other than what's been happening for 8 years has to be better. So you have no idea about this world. And I'm 18. I finally get into this world. I finally get to vote. I finally get to have an opinion. What is my opinion? What do I believe? I think we shouldn't kill each other. I think me getting beat up was pretty bad. It'd be nice if other people didn't beat up other people. War is probably bad. Probably shouldn't go to war with people. We've been at war with Iraq and Afghanistan for 7 years, and that makes no fucking sense. So I'm over here like, this is the first time in my life where I realize there's a problem. No, I've never thought about politics up until this point. This is the first time I'm fresh. Never even thought about it. I didn't even know. You know what I mean? So I'm like, okay, Bush is bad. That means Obama's good, right? That's the system. You're shit out into the system, and they tell you that civilization's 5,000 years old. That the pyramids were built in 15 years by a bunch of slaves. That they tell you this interpretation of the world, and then you kind of just walk through life believing it, and then all of a sudden you start asking questions, and you're like, wait a second. Why is Obama better than Bush? Like, yeah, everybody's telling me that Obama's the better pick, but why? You know what I mean? And I started like asking questions. I started like going down these little questions, because I always thought I was pretty smart. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not a dummy. And I might not know much about the world, but like, I got some common sense. You know what I mean? So I'm like, what's happening here? So I find a song, I find, this is very fresh, early YouTube. So YouTube's 2006, this is probably 2008. So we're one step above a PowerPoint. You know what I mean? Like, these videos are one step above a PowerPoint. We got PowerPoints basically with music behind it. That's basically where we're at. And I remember finding some videos like Wake Up Call and the Obama deception and a bunch of Alex Jones videos and a bunch of like David Icke, reptilian people, and you start like, you're like, wait a second. And we're in early, and there's no, we're in very early days of the early internet where there is no guide rails. There's no hey guys, I've been through this adventure for the last 5 years. Let me help you out a little bit. No, we all just jumping in to reptilian, Credo Mutwal, David Icke. We in it was a wild time. It was a wild time trying to figure out the world in this early days of internet and the early days of and you look back, woe is me, 2008. What about the Bucks in 2000? The Bucks in 1998, the Bucks in 88. Those motherfuckers who carried the torch for us, because a lot of those videos in 2006, 2007, 2008 were of presentations of Fritz Springmeier in the 90s at a church conference, or John Todd in the 70s at Illuminati, church hearing. A lot of this is old school shit from back in the day where these bucks, gave their lives to pass that torch to us. You know what I mean? All credit goes to the homies who made it who gave us that torch. We wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for the Fritz Springmeyers, for the Alex Jones, for the William Coopers. You know what I mean? We stand on some very tall shoulders. I just want all you to remember that, because in the early days, if it wasn't for those 90s dudes, we would have been thinking David Icke was truth. You know what I mean? Everybody would be reptilian people right now. But luckily, you know what I mean? We had some homies who were navigating this for a while and were like, hey, I know you think it's the reptilians, but let's just keep going. And don't stop there. That's all I'm saying. Just don't stop at the reptilians. Just keep traveling. Just take the rabbit holes. Keep going. No, by this point, I've left the apartment complex. Right? I left the apartment complex as soon as I got out of the hospital and my mouth was wired shut. At that moment, I made a decision in life. I would never live in an apartment complex ever again. And I never have. That was the last apartment complex your boy ever lived at. Ever. So anyways, I'm in this, soul searching. I don't know what the truth is. I don't know what reality is. But something, I thought Obama was the answer to the, they create a problem. They create the reaction when they created the problem, and then they offer the solution to the problem in which they created the reaction to. So on and so forth. Problem, reaction, solution. And I felt played. I was like, oh, you knew I was going to be upset about Bush, so you presented an alternative to me and presented it as a different flavor, but in reality, it's two sides of the same coin. And then that was the first time I was like, oh, I got played. I don't know what fucking planet I'm on. And not only do I not know what planet I'm on, I can't trust anybody to tell me the truth. Everybody's going to lie to me. Everyone's going to lie to me. The people in power are going to lie to me. The historians are going to lie to me. The scientists are going to lie to me. They're all pushing an agenda, and I don't know what agenda. I don't know why. I don't know why they want to go kill all these brown people. I don't know why 9/11 happened. I have no idea. And I realized at this point in time that I have no idea what planet I'm on. And I need to understand what planet I'm on. This is that moment. This is my breakthrough moment where I'm like, I'm basically half retarded. You know what I mean? That's what I'm thinking in my head. And I always thought that was like a smart kid. You know what I mean? So when you come to the realization that you're half retarded, you know, you either double down or, you know, you start reading some books. You know what I mean? It's either like, no, I'm going to dye my hair pink and I'm going to become woke and Obama can do no wrong and Hillary Clinton's the best. Ugh. Or you're like, wait a second, what is reality? Let's think for myself. Apparently, school systems were all lying to me. They failed me anyways. They didn't prepare me for the real world. I've been living in the real world for the last 4 years. I don't even know what the real world is. I'm just in survive mode. Like you're going through all of this. You know, you're a young man. You're trying to like do all this, and you have no fucking guidance. And like I understand, like well, a lot of these young kids just get lost because like I'm telling you the story as I lived it, and I'm feeling lost. And I'm like, how did I even make it out of this? This is crazy. How does the story end? Does he make it out of it? There's no way he makes it out of it. I even know what happens. And I'm like, this poor kid. And I just know every young man. It's not like I'm a unique story. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm sitting here and I'm like, oh, unique. Every one of us is going through some. We're all in this like madhouse. And I just don't know how to like, you know, I just see all these young bucks who just get, you know, there's like that scene in Jurassic Park, the original Jurassic Park, where they're walking through the field and they're in the tall grass and the raptors are coming after them. And, you know, as they're walking through, you just start seeing people just ting, 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 ting. And I'm just that guy who's been walking in the fucking field for a while. And I just see all the homies just start ting, 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 ting. And I'm like, I just want to tell the next dudes, hey man, don't look that way. Don't look that way. Just keep on this path. They're going to get real scary over there. I just see all these dudes falling to the wayside. It's not like this stories that I'm telling you. I'm like, oh, whatever. I just want to give you a little preparation. You know, these are the things I saw. This is some of the shit that I experienced. Good luck. You know what I mean? Because nobody, like, I don't know. I was thrown to the wilderness and everyone acted like I was crazy for, like, having any experiences other than, okay, this is 90% of people's lives. Ready for 90% of people's lives? They're born, they go to school, they go to college, they get a job, they get married, they get divorced from that marriage, they have kids, they pay alimony, child support for 20 years, they die miserable and alone. That's the average male story. You know what I mean? That's the average. Right, it goes, right. But people think in their head that that's normal. And what I'm trying to explain to you is that that's not normal. You know what I mean? Like, that's not normal. That old way of thinking, like, that's 1950s nuclear family. Like, that's come and gone. Our women are all whores. We don't have good women to choose from anymore. We don't have strong men leading us anymore. We have weak men and whores. We are surrounded by weak men and whores. You are ruled by weak men and whores. Okay, so I just want you to understand that you are living in a clown world. That anything that would make sense doesn't make sense. And I'm waking up, right? 19 years old. I'm waking up to this reality, right? That, and like a lot of the young, the generations of today, like we've been aware of clown world and been trying to tell our sibling. I'm about to take you down a journey. I'm researching all this. I'm finding out stuff. Whatever. I've become, I guess you consider it radicalized. I just become very passionate about America. I never really thought about what was America or what made America special, or, you know, what liberty and freedom and the great experiment of, you know, these 13 colonies. I never read the founding fathers' documents. I never read the Constitution. I never studied history. Bro, I took a dive. You know, I'm selling weed. I got a broken jaw. I don't got to work. You know what I mean? I'm smoking weed and I'm on my rabbit hole. I'm in my schizo arc. Or I'm knee deep in schizo arc. I'm talking to anybody who wants to listen. You know what I mean? Bro, Prescott Bush funded the Nazis. You know, I'm hitting random historical. I'm just thinking in my head, this is what I'm thinking. I'm like, nobody knows this, because if they did, there's no way they wouldn't be as upset about this as I am. Like, just nobody knows this. They just need to know. If they can just know everything, like, I can fix this. Like, I just learned this, so maybe nobody else knows. Okay, well, what it was nobody else gave a fuck what it was, realistically. It's easier if you pretend that they're not poisoning your water supply to kill you slow over 20 years. It's a lot nicer to live in your little world if you assume that fluoride isn't put in your water supply to lower IQ and make you easier to control. It's a lot easier to live your life and go to your fucking little 9-to-5 and do all that if Ryan's just a crazy guy, right? If Ryan's just a crazy guy. So I'm having like these weird experiences, right? I'm being touched by this. I'm feeling that, you know, I'm growing as a person. I'm becoming a man. I'm a boy into a manhood, you know, struggles of life, learning about myself and the world in which I live in, and so on and so forth. Okay, well, I choose a side, right? America, baby. Constitution. George Washington. Tommy Jefferson. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's something, like, when you hear the truth just hit different. You know what I mean? When people lying to you and they trying to convince you of a scam, trying to manipulate you, trying to tell you something that you know isn't true, bro, I don't know. You read a little bit of world history, read a little bit of tyrants throughout human history, you really start to appreciate the gift of America. You know what I mean? You start talking to the homies in Europe, you know what I mean? All the homies in Europe today, you know, they'll tell you right now, bro, America, the only hope we got. America, the only hope, bro. That's it. For all of men. This is it. So you better appreciate how awesome America is. Right? I'm learning this. I'm learning how awesome America is. But I'm also learning that the enemies to the Republic run deep. We have been infiltrated. We have been conquered. Okay? The promise, the great birthright in which you were given was stolen from you. You woke up in a land conquered by the enemy. And this is not, we'll see how the story progresses, but I mean, like, in 2008, there was no hope. You see what I'm saying? There was no great white hope called Donald Trump. No great white hope coming for us. It was bleak. It was dark. New World Order was coming. You ever seen James and the Giant Peach? You know that movie, James and the Giant Peach? And then there's that, like, storm chasing the peach. Rah. That's what was happening, right? I woke up one day and I was James on a peach called America, and we're being chased down. And I'm like, fuck. And that's basically, you know, me waking up as I learned about the world, right? My sister's dating a guy at this exact same time. I'm learning about the world. I'm realizing 9/11's an inside job. Obama's just two sides of the same coin as Bush. That the Federal Reserve is private. You know, I'm going. We're spinning, right? We're going places. I mean, my sister's dating a dude. And this dude is part of the Sons of the Republic of Texas. It's like a little militia organization in Texas. And I'm telling him about my schizo arc. And he's like, bro, welcome to the club. Not only welcome to the club, but you know, there's a couple of us that get together. And not only do we talk about this, you know, we do training drills, you know, we're a militia. What do you know about the militia? And I was like, I don't know anything about the militia. What the fuck are you talking about? He's like, the Second Amendment, and he breaks down what the militia is. And I'm like, okay, bet. New research topic. Read about the militia. Cool. I support the militia. I talked to him a couple more times. He's obviously dating my sister. He's like, cool. We're doing some drills and training. You should come with us. Da, 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 da. I'm like, bet. Can't wait. Da, 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 da. This is all being planned out. Okay. It's all being planned out. I'm gonna join the militia, the Sons of the Republic of Texas, da, 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 da. I'm gonna go do training with them. I'm learning that there's a bigger issue in the world, and not only am I being apathetic about it, I actually want to like squat up and who knows? At this point, I don't know about Ruby Ridge, right? I don't know about Oklahoma City. I don't know, and I don't know about any of the militia lore that has happened in the last 20, 30 years before. I just know that there's a problem, and I gotta like, well, what do we do, boys? Okay, we're joining groups. Okay, what happens in this group? Okay, we train with guns. Okay, cool. What? Oh, okay. So it's like you start researching, going down rabbit holes. Girl I'm dating, Jenna, is still in high school, I think, at the time, but she's 18. Don't worry. She's 18, but she's a senior, and her last field trip for theater class is to go to New York to go see Broadway plays and whatever. So she's gonna be gone for like a week. So I'm gonna have the house, by myself for a week. So like, I'm selling weed, living my best life, doing research, whatever. There's an incident that happens with the mailman. God damn, every story leads into 1,000 other stories. It's like I don't even know like. Okay, so there's an incident with the mailman. At this point, I have some dogs. Long story short, I have dogs. Not going to go into how. It's all very coincidental, all very crazy, whatever. Not part of the main storyline. Even though they should be, because they're great doggies. And they deserve to be part of the main storyline. But Mr. Bobo, Mr. Bojangles, and me were selling weed at the neighbor's house, whatever the fuck it was. Mailman comes by, delivering the mail. My dog goes up to sniff his foot. Mailman hits my dog with his mail bag. Okay, we on go. Okay, you attacked my dog for literally no reason. It's not like my dog was barking or like giving off a vibe that like, oh, this is gonna be a bad moment. It's literally my dog just walked up to him, sniffed his foot, and then instantly, and maybe he's got PTSD. It was a brother, and it was a pit bull. So Bobo was a pit bull. The mailman's a brother. So maybe PTSD. I don't fucking know. But now I'm in this dude's face. You know what I mean? Now it's like, bro, I'm gonna kill you. Put the bag down. Like, let's do this. You can't assault a federal employee. It's a felony. I'm like, can't assault? You're going to press charges? He's like, yeah, if you attack me, it's a felony for assaulting a federal employee. It's a huge fine, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, bet. I'll be the bigger man. I'm going to go up to the post office. I'm going to make a complaint on you. He was like, fuck you. You want to go do shit? I'm like, all right, bet. So I drive up to the post office, and I get to the post office. I stop, and there's a stray dog. Weird, I know, after all, but there's a stray dog sitting outside of the post office, and I'm like, hey man, go sit in my car. I'll leave the windows cracked a little bit. So I go talk to the fucking post office person, and I'm like, hey dude, I gotta make a report on da da da. No, you need to get the fuck out. And I was like, what the fuck? Wait. I was just assaulted. I want to make a report. I don't think you understand. No, you need to leave. We don't want your report. We're not talking to you. If you don't leave now, we're calling the cops. I was like, please call the cops. I at least want to make a report because this dude assaulted my dog. And if you're not going to take my complaints, I'd like to file. Sure, call the cops. Cops show up. I'm in the right? But no, I learned real quick that I am the enemy. I am the enemy that must be kept down. That must be put in its place. That must be stomped with a boot. For all time. That's what I learned. Hey, sir, you need to come outside with us. I was like, cool, yeah, go outside. You show us your ID. It's like, I don't need to show you my ID. I need to make a complaint on the dude, whatever. failure to ID. If you don't give us your identification, I'm not giving you my identification. I don't even have my ID on me. Like, I didn't come up here thinking this is going to be a fucking adventure. I came up here to make a complaint. Like, I don't have my ID, dude. He's like, did you drive up here? Which one of these is your car? And I've had this happen before. They do this so they can tow your fucking car, right? So I know not to tell them which one's my car, right? I can't afford to get my car towed, right? So they arrest me, take me to jail, and I'm feeling the type of way. They arrest me for failure to ID. I'm like, dude, this is crazy. Like, this is like, what? Like, and I had like $189 in my pocket. You know what I mean? $189 in my pocket, and it's like a Friday, one of those situations. They're booking me in. I'm like, cool. Can we see the judge today? He's like, well, you probably won't be able to see him till Monday. But, you can just pay the fine right now. It's only like $180. I'm like, wait a second. The fine is $180 and I just happen to have $189 in my pocket? You're telling me that's just coincidence? He's like, yeah, I don't know what you're trying to insinuate. I was like, I'm trying to insinuate this is a fucking highway robbery. That this is a goddamn shakedown. He was like, no, that's not what this is. I was like, all right, bet, dog. Fuck, because this dude... The dude arrested me is like my age. You know what I mean? He's like 20, 21. He's young. You know what I mean? And he booking me in, and he kind of like, he kind of agreeing with me a little bit on some of the shit. Like he's connecting with me. Like we're close enough to the same age where I'm making some decent points to this dude. And he's like, yeah, man, I get it. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I don't know. It's, it's just the system. He's just like, and I'm like, all right, bet. I'm going deep with this. I'm gonna go deep with this. So I'm ranting. You know what I mean? I'm in the booking process. I'm in the jail. I'm about to be booked for failure to ID. I'm knee deep in like conspiracy theory, Alex Jones and information. I'm now being arrested. You know what I mean? So I'm ranting. I'm like, fuck this. I'm young. I got nothing to lose. I don't know that they trying to kill niggas. I don't know that it's as heavy as it is, right? So I'm like, bro, let me tell you about the Federal Reserve Act. Let me talk to you about the War Powers Act. Let me talk to you about, da-da-da-da. Let me talk about Jekyll Island. And I'm over here like spitting facts in the middle of this goddamn jail. And I'm forgetting information. And then prisoners like in other jail cells are like, oh yeah, that was 1913. Oh yeah, 1933. And I'm like, God damn, the team. The team is on. Everyone's jumping in. I'm feeling it. I'm getting all riled up, and this dude is not like. He might have been on my team at first, right? But when all the prisoners started getting riled up and other cops came in to see what was happening, his mood shift to like team cop, right? Where it was no longer Ryan's making good points. It's enemy, right? So I catch this vibe. I'm like, all right, whatever. I'm not trying to wait. Okay, so for one, my girl's out of town, right? I have my car at the post office. I have my dogs at my house, and I have this random dog that I found in the car waiting for me. So I have no real option just to sit this out. You know what I mean? Realistically, I would have liked to keep the $180 and sit it out and, not done it. But like, they got my $180. They got paid that day. That's for damn sure, because I couldn't sit it out. Like I can't stay there. I got responsibilities. Anyways, I get the dog. I go back home. Girl comes back home. Like a week passes. There's a fallout to this moment. There's a lot of fallout to this moment, actually, and that's where the story gets kind of fun. By this point, my girlfriend's parents have realized I'm a peasant and their daughter deserves better than me. By this point, they've realized I'm a drug dealer that, that sell, that their daughter probably deserves better. It's no longer, oh, poor Ryan and his broken jaw. It's now, Ryan probably deserved to get his jaw broken. And our daughter's too good for Ryan. And that was the mentality that kind of started after she came back from New York. And there was a get together that was called, where it was, hey, Ryan, we're having a family dinner tonight. Jenna doesn't get off work until 8, but we're all meeting here around 7. She'll meet here around, 8 when she gets off. We would like to have you around beforehand. And I was like, bet, can't wait. So I show up at 7. And no one's there. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'm a little early for the get together. No big deal. And they're like, hey, Ryan, take a seat. And they have this nice house, and there's a table in the dining room. I'm like, yeah, bet, for sure. And I sit down at the head of the table, and they sit down at the other end. Like, so it's like this long table, and I'm on this side, and they're on that side. And they're like, you're not good enough for our daughter, right? I'm like, what? What? I'm over here. I'm thinking there's a dinner. I'm thinking there's a get together. You know what I mean? Like, and it's serious. It's dead serious. They're staring at me. You're not good enough for our daughter, right? I was like, I really love your daughter. What are you talking about? Like, yeah, but you're young, and you don't know yet. Like, our daughter has time to figure out her life, and she wastes her life with you. You know what I mean? How much is it going to cost for you to leave our daughter? I was like, what? Like, we're willing to pay you right now to leave. How much? I was like, I love Jenna. What are you talking about? They're like, 10 grand. I'll give you 10 grand. I was like, no, you give me 15 grand, 20 grand. It don't matter. It's like, 20 grand. I was like, dude, I got up and I walked out, right? Because like, it gets to a point in a conversation where there's no point in having a conversation, right? Like, it gets to a point in some conversations where it's like, dude, this is out of control. I'm gonna beat your ass. Like, I'm gonna fuck you up. No point in having a conversation past that moment, right? Like, so anyways, I should have saw the writing on the wall. I should have taken the money. You know what I mean? Because they're not dummies. You know what I mean? And they did love their daughter. And they truly thought I was not good enough for their daughter. So they had a plan. Okay? They had a plan. I guess if I was not going to take the money, they had a plan. Their plan was to make her life as difficult as possible if she stayed with me. Right? They were paying for her college. They were paying for her car. They were paying for, her college and her car, basically. And they gave her a laptop. They gave her a 2006 Mustang, red Mustang, and paid for her college classes at University of wherever in Tarrant County or whatever it fucking was. Which is important for a person who is going down that route in life. Like, that route was never available to me. And I'm not going to hate on a person where it is available to. And I should have taken the money, because what happened was life got very difficult when they came by, took the car back from her, stopped paying for her college, and stopped helping her out in any way, shape, or form. Like, I had my car. Like, we had our place together. Like, the struggle, like, I was used to the struggle. Like, I didn't, whatever. Like, they're not helping me go to college, but she cared about college. She wanted that future, and I couldn't pay for her college classes. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to pay rent and like gas and food and like. Anyways, they made life as super difficult. And is what it is. You know what I mean? They came by, took the car back away from her. Now she's carless. And, it's like a whole moment because they called the cops when they came by to take all the shit, right? So I get released from jail. She comes back from New York. We have that weird meeting with her parents where they're trying to buy me off. They realize they must switch tactics. A couple days later, they show up at my house, me and Jenna's house, to take the car, the laptop, take all this stuff. And to make sure they got it all, they made sure the cops were there, right? So, like, this car is ours. It's in our name. We were letting our daughter use it. But now we don't want her to use it anymore. We want the car back. So they had the cops there to make sure everything went the way they wanted it to. And obviously they're like, well, Ryan's a drug dealer and, he's da-da, and they're telling the cops this, right? So the cops not only think I'm a fucking domestic terrorist, part of a militia and whatnot, they also now think I'm a drug dealer. Okay, so now we have now we're getting a nice little perfect storm riled up. We get nice little pieces laid out. And I'm like, you know what? Take the car. Don't give a fuck if the cops know I'm a drug dealer. Get a warrant. You know what I mean? Whatever. I'm not high enough in the drug dealer food chain where it really mattered. You know what I mean? A couple ounces here or there, enough to smoke for free, enough to, pay my bills. Like, I'm not over here pushing weight like my father was when I was a kid with 200 pounds in the attic for the cartel. That ain't me. You know what I mean? I'm pushing some ounces for $50. You know what I mean? Like smoking for free. Easy, So I'm not too worried about this dumb cunt telling the cops that whatever, right? Okay, well, I should have been because a couple days later, I got another knock on the door. I look outside and it's a sheriff's deputy and a police officer. And I'm like, the fuck? And it's the young police officer from that. It's the young buck from the booking where I'm like Jekyll Island and the prisoner, getting everyone riled up. So it's the young buck and it's like a different sheriff. They're wearing, and I'm like, the fuck? So I go out the back door. So I want to open the front door, right? I've learned enough about life not to do that. So I go out the back door and I circle around. I'm like, hey guys, what's up? Y'all knocking on my door? What's happening? Yeah, we just want to talk to you. You got time to talk? I was like, yeah, man, what's up? We've had a couple incidences lately. Just wanted to talk to you about them. And I'm like, yeah, what's up, bro? Yeah, we were here the other night. They were saying some weird stuff about you being a drug dealer, and you're not selling drugs, are you? I'm like, no, man. In-laws. You know what I mean? They just say whatever they. They're like, okay, yeah. But you did say some weird stuff. When you did say some things when you was in the jail the other day. You remember that? And I was like, yeah, I remember that. And I started broing down with the younger cop, and I was like, did you look up anything I said? And he just kind of like he wanted to talk to me, but he was like, this isn't the time. That was the vibe. He's like, this ain't the time, bro. I'm like, I'm kind of picking up on it, and I look over my shoulder because I'm talking to them. And I'm like looking over. And I where their cop, because usually the cop cars are like right next to them. They usually don't get too far away from their cop cars. And I'm like, I can't really see their cop cars. And I see it over there, and there's the sheriff, the patrol car, and then there's a black SUV. And I'm like, there's 3 cars and 2 of these niggas. Who's in the black SUV? And I've done enough research. Black SUVs ain't good signs. And he's like, hey man, let me give you some heads up, bro. You're on our radar. Okay. You came in here. Like, I just want you to know we're aware of you. And I'm not sure if you want us aware of you. I was like, I don't have no idea what you're fucking talking about. And so I think you do. we don't like having Homeland Security telling us how to do our jobs. So we have a suggestion for you to make your life easier, to make our life easier. It's best if you just leave Haltom City. Because I'm living in a little town called Haltom City. It's best if you just leave Haltom City. For your best and for my best, just leave. 10-4. 10-4, good buddy. Gotcha. 10-4. 2 weeks later, month later, tops, boy's gone. I was like, fuck all that. Spooky, right? You don't want the knock on the door telling you a domestic terrorist and it's for everyone's best interest that you leave. It's a very what? I'm having this chick, parents offering to buy me money. I'm having the feds show up telling me what? What is happening? You know what I mean? I'm 19. I've had this crazy, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Oh God, we're 7 hours deep, bro. Whoever this random dude is who's stuck with me this entire fucking journey. True MVP. Real talk. But I'm like, look, dude. We move. We move. We moved to Fort Worth. To a nice little house in Hewlin Street. I get a job at a head shop. Smokey's House of Pipes. I'm pretty sure that still exists. It's in Fort Worth. So I get a job at Smokey's House of Pipes. Me and Jenna, you know what I mean? She's taking this champ. She's taking it like a champ, dude. She's taking this disowning of her parents. Good. She's not backing down. She's turning down the blackmail just like I turned down the money. She's turning down, the help that they offered her for love. Beautiful. Well, things start to happen. Okay, there was a conversation that was had, and it really changed my perspective of Jenna and the love in which I had for her. So as you know, there's an epidemic of whores in this country. And even though you might be dating a good female, okay, she has whore friends. And those whore friends are going to convince your good female to not be a good female. Okay, that's just the way it is. That's the way it works. And females are very easily corrupted, if you will. Okay, that's why Lucifer in the Garden of Eden came to Eve. So, I get a weird conversation one day with my girl. She comes up to me. We're living in our house. I'm working at Smokey's House of Pipes. She's working as a waitress, making tips at the place right up the road. And, we're trying to build our future. Her parents have abandoned her, but it's okay. We have each other. It's beautiful. We're away from the Homeland Security. You know what I mean? Life is good. I'm in Fort Worth. Millions of people in Fort Worth. Not this little small town called Haltom City. There's lots of other problems. No one cares about me. Right? No one care about me. Well, I should have seen the writing on the wall when the female that I've been with for a couple of years, a good girl, good, wholesome, good family girl, comes up to me and says, Ryan, my girlfriend gets paid to play with herself in front of this rich dude. He's willing to pay me as well if I have sex with this girl in front of him. Would you be okay if I did that? He's willing to pay me $2,000. Now, I love this girl. You know what I mean? This is I love this chick. And I'm not the best human in the world, but I do love this chick. I want a life with this chick. And I always thought she was I've known hoary girls, and this chick never gave me the hoary vibe. Never saw this coming. Left fucking field, bruh. And that really hurt my soul when the woman that I love told me that she wanted to have sex with somebody else for money. Couldn't understand that I was offended by it. What? And this is early days, right? This is early days. There are no OnlyFans. Like, you know, I turned down 15, 20 bands. So I saw it as like, oh, no, I'm not cool with that. Let's cut that in the ass real quick. Don't ever think about that again. And thought, you know, move on with my life. Well, no, your boyfriend's controlling, you know, he's controlling. He doesn't, you know, that whole fucking thing. And then that starts slipping in. And then the parents, the mom, right, and the dad see the opening. And they're like, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to offer our daughter, give her everything else back. We're just going to give her everything back. We're going to offer her a job. We're going to give her a car. We're going to pay for her college again. We want the relationship with our daughter again. Apparently, it doesn't matter if we take everything away from her. Next tactic. What do you think the next tactic was? If you were them, question, let's just brainstorm. They've tried 2 tactics, right? They tried to buy me off. They've tried to, you know, blackmail their daughter by saying, you know, if you don't leave them. What do you think the third tactic was? They were going to give her everything, give her a job, give her her house back, give everything back, and some more, and then bring her real close and just slowly snake me behind my back. Oh, you can do so much better. Oh, you know, da-da-da-da-da. Oh, this, you know, anything, any little thing, they were there to whisper snaky thoughts behind my back to them. You know what I mean? So they changed their tactic to, we're just going to be snakes. We're just going to slither in the grass. Whisper sweet nothings. And corrupted her against me. You know what I mean? Turned her against me. Woke up one day and everything was different. You know what I mean? Everything changed. Obviously, I'm not the best human. After that conversation with, you know, I want to be a whore for $2,000, I kind of saw it differently. I saw the writing on the wall. You know what I mean? Kind of saw the writing on the wall. Didn't really prepare for it. There's a lot of like backs and forths and ins and outs and lefts and rights and ups and downs with me and Jenna. She really deserves a whole episode on just her. But I won't stand there for too long. But Jenna was a good person, and I the falling out was not great. You know what I mean? There was some back and forths. You know, the breakup took, you know, maybe a year total. You know, we got back, you know, broke up and then got back together and, you know, trying to cling to something that really wasn't there anymore. You know what I mean? Lots of jobs and experiences, and, you know, I got a job at a titty bar for a little bit as a DJ. That was fun. You know what I mean? I'm freshly 21 when that happens. You know what I mean? Brand new to the game. And at this point, I'm just wilding out. Okay, so there's a lot of like research happening. There's I get my Gadsden flag, don't tread on me tattoo. I guess I can hit this story. This is a pretty interesting story. I get this tattoo around the same time. This is when things kind of start to scatter a little bit, just because there's so much here that, like, if I don't scatter it, we'll be here until 10 o'clock tonight. You know what I mean? Like, we gotta start tightening it up because we're 7 hours deep. Like, if I don't tighten it up somewhere, we're gonna get lost. This tattoo was done by a dude who was fucking my sister. Okay, this is Sanskrit for freedom and liberty. During this time period, I'm getting into my patriot. I'm finding reasons to live for and what I'm willing to die for, right? So as a young man, you're really finding what causes motivate you. Why do you wake up in the morning? What do you stand for? You know, there's a lot of like things that young men have to figure out. You know what I mean? What team are you going to play on, pimp? What team you fighting for? You know what I mean? Because like there's shit happening on this planet bigger than you, and you got to pick a team. What team? So I'm picking team. I'm Team America. You know what I mean? Not only my Team America, I want to die for it. You know what I mean? I want to bleed for my country. I want to die for something bigger than myself, because my entire life I have felt nothing but alone. And finally, I have a team called America, called Patriots, called the 3%. You know what I mean? Those men who are willing to die for something greater than themselves. I want to join that team. I want to join that team. The team that our ancestors were on. I want to join the great fight that all of our ancestors have been fighting since the dawn of time. I want to be on that team. How am I worthy? What do I got to do? Who do I talk to? What alliances do I form? What do I got to know? You know what I mean? This team. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to get tatted. You know, first step one, show the world right off the bat, what team you on. You know what I mean? When I meet these little neo-Nazi kids and they're like, oh, you know, I don't get tattoos, you know, duh, duh, duh. What, you not willing to get a swastika on you, bitch? You don't think I walk down the street and motherfuckers see that just the same as they would a swastika on you? Don't tell me you believe your ideology if you're not willing to tat it on you. Men are supposed to get tattoos that explain what they're willing to live and die for. I should be able to look at your tattoos and know exactly what team you on. It shouldn't be pretty koi fish in a Japanese pond. Oh, yes. In the Alice in Wonderland sleeve. Oh, yeah. So pretty. No, females get pretty tattoos. Men get tattoos that show what they're willing to die for. So when you captured by the enemy, you can't be like, oh, no, I was on your team all along. Nah, bitch. If you capture me, you better be ready to kill me. Kill me. You know what I mean? That's the mentality that you must have when it comes to picking a team. So I'm picking my team. I'm getting tattoos, whatever. I was offered a free tattoo from a 35-year-old dude, 35-year-old married dude who's fucking my 18-year-old sister, my 19, 20-year-old sister, however old she is. She's banging this old tattoo guy, right? And he did tattoo for her, and he was like, Ryan, you want a tattoo? And I'm like, bet. He's like, I'll do it for free, whatever. So he did this with a 2 needle. Took like 8 hours in his fucking... She was in the same city as you and Jenna. Who's she? Oh, yeah, my sister... Okay, at this time, my sister's all over the place. We're all over the place. It's a DFW Metroplex. Every city blends with every other city. It doesn't matter that we're not in the same city. DFW is like 100 cities that all count as DFW. So if you're in Bedford, even though it's 5 cities away from Fort Worth, it's still only a 30-minute drive. It's just like the DFW Metroplex. It's like a clusterfuck of chaos. So, like, if you're in the DFW Metroplex, you're in the same city, technically. But anyways, what was I saying? Shit. What was I saying? I totally forgot. Tattoo. Oh, yeah. Old dude's like, yeah, I'll do the tattoo for you, whatever. It's freedom in Sanskrit, right? Freedom in Sanskrit. Years later, a couple years later, I haven't thought about this dude in years. My sister has stopped fucking him. You know what I mean? I get a call from my mom, and she's like, hey, Ryan, you know, Adrian, that's the guy. My mom knew him. So the way that my sister knew him was that Adrian was friends with my mom. And then through the grapevine, somehow my sister met Adrian. My sister wanted some free tats. Threw her pussy at this dude, got some free tats. Dude broed down with me, decided he wanted to give me some free tats. Now I got a free tat, right? Okay. Years later, this dude shoots his wife in the back of the fucking head, takes her out, drags her by the fucking hair to the middle of the street, in the middle of God, his kids, 2 kids watching it, and the whole neighborhood watching it. Wife crying. Puts her on her fucking knees, bro. Puts that AR to the back of the fucking head and blows her the fuck away. Now, Adrian is now doing life in prison for obviously murdering his wife. And I always took that very symbolic, and I always took it very, symbolically, that he signed his freedom away to me. And the reason why I've never had to do time in life, even though I've done a million crazy bad things, and in any normal circumstance, I should be in jail for a million different things, he's doing my time. He signed his freedom to me, and he is now doing my life sentences. That's how I see it. I know that sounds crazy, and I know it's like a stupid way to look. I ain't never done more than a week in jail. And you've heard the story of me being a week in jail. Like, and I have done more shit than you could ever say on a podcast. Ever say on a podcast. I should definitely be in prison. You know what I mean? Like, so anyways, I believe he signed his freedom away from me. So he's now doing life, whatever. So anyways, I'm getting tattoos. I'm finding out who I am in life. I'm loving. I'm losing. I'm working at jobs. I'm working at titty bars. I'm fucking whores. You know, all that stuff. Obviously, me and Jenna broke up. You know, I broke up and she broke up with me. You know what I mean? And I don't blame her. You know what I mean? I was kind of tapped out. We were both just kind of clinging to each other just because we were with each other for so long. But she was done. You know, her parents whispered enough toxic venom into her ears and I heard the hoary thing, and I was, you know, whatever. Anyways, she leaves. You know what I mean? She moves back to their parents. It's one of the good things about having rich parents is you can just go right back. And she left me there. We had a house together. We had bills, you know what I mean? We had a life, and she left it all the day before rent was due. You know what I mean? The whole thing. As shitty as the situation as you can imagine is what happened, right? I'm sitting there in this house. Girl's gone. Lost everything. I have no job anymore. I've lost my job. You know, everything has fallen apart. Everything has fallen apart. Now, we should pause there, I guess, because there is a little preference that we have to make. I'm in this path of research. I'm not a Christian at this point. Okay? If anything, I'm barely out of atheism. At this point in the story, we are enough research deep with enough experiences deep where, if anything, I'm maybe agnostic. I might be, there's something. I don't know what is happening, but I know I don't know what's happening. I've now come to terms that I have no idea what's happening. And until I know more, I really can't make a decision. So I'm in like the digestion, the incubation, the initiate. I'm in this very initiate. We'll go with that. I'm in the initiate stage of this. I'm figuring out who I am. I'm figuring out what the world is. I'm figuring out what team I'm on. I'm figuring out the philosophies of all the different teams and the histories and the players. But I am not a Christian by any stretch of the words. I'm actually very anti-Christian by this point. I have decided that the elites who rule the world, whether or not it's the right choice to pick, they for some reason are tapping into something that is giving them power to rule the world. Like, I might not agree that the sacrifice to Moloch in the Bohemian Grove is doing anything, but they do, and they have for a very long time, and they've been the same people in power for a very long time. So maybe they're on to something. Maybe they are the smart ones. That's what I don't know what team I'm on yet. I think I'm on Team America, but at this point, you know, all of our founding fathers are Freemasons, and I'm not really sure how to interpret that. And I'm like, what is real? What is right? Who's good? Who's bad? What team's good? You don't know. Everyone lying to you. Everyone fucking trying to tell you some bullshit. Everyone trying to sell you a book. Everybody wants you to come to their conference. It's like nobody just wants to give you answers. So I'm over here dealing with like, I have no idea. I have no true role models in which I look up to. Maybe Alex Jones, but he's over here talking about Christian and God and, you know, feeling the divine spirit. And I don't feel that still. Like I felt something, but like, who's to say that's God? You know, the Hindus would say it's, you know, Buddha enlightenment, you know, and the Gnostics are going to say this and the Luciferians are going to say that. And everyone's got their own interpretation on what this is, and I don't know, right? If anything, I'm closest, like realistically, you want to go hella real with you right now, I would have considered myself a Luciferian. I would have considered myself that this is all allegory. It's all these stories are just trying to impart larger esoteric allegorical lessons to initiates, and they do it through symbolic metaphors, symbols behind symbols. That's, if anything, I thought, okay, they rule the world, they've ruled the world forever. Our founding fathers were kind of Freemasons, so maybe like, and then you start traveling down that road a little bit. You start traveling east a little bit, through the channels of enlightenment, and you start reading Manly P. Hall, Secret Teachings of All Ages, and you start reading Madame Blavatsky's, and then Alistair, and then you in Albert Pike, Morals and Dogma, and then you're reading Albert Pike and Aleister Crowley and Blood Rights and Sacrificing the Innocent and these demon names and the Keys of Solomon, and you're like, wait a second, we have reached. And I mean, it go deep real fast, right? And you don't know what team or what or how, but I know I want to be free, right? I've read the founding documents of our fathers. I know that's no other civilization was given freedom before America. And what led to that was, you know, Catholicism led to the Protestant Reformation. Protestant Reformation led to the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment led to the Industrial Revolution. So, and everything stems out of Christianity. The Hindus didn't create the first world. The Muslims, the only thing, if you like driving cars and you like internet, you need to go outside and thank a Christian, thank a Protestant, not a Catholic. The Catholics would keep you into 10,000 years of dark ages if they had their fucking way. Okay? When man finally was able to read the Bible for himself, is when man was finally freed from the bonds of tyrants. So you read all this stuff, okay? You're coming into terms with all this. You're figuring all this stuff out. I am, if I had to describe myself, this is how I would describe it, is that there probably is a creator God, right? I'm living in a created universe. I'm living in a created universe. Thus, there, by definition, is probably a creator God. But is he active? Like, is he actually here? I mean, I'm here. But some people say God left, created the universe and left. And he's not paying attention, right? There's lots of different interpretations of what this is. I'm trying to figure all that out at this point in time. I believe that God created this with infinite time and infinite space that have infinite possibilities. Given infinite time, infinite space, infinite possibilities, all things that can happen will happen under set parameters and boundaries, right? Thus, there's laws, the speed of gravity or the speed of light, the law of gravity, and all these things are laid in stone to be unmoved, right? And I believe that we, three-dimensional spacesuits, for God to experience this reality. And there is no right or wrong because God created all of it. Right? This is my Luciferian thought process. That if there is a God, he's a neutral God. That gray is the gray. Everything's gray. It's not black and white. It's all gray. And there is no such thing as sin. It's all just experience. That God would put me in these situations to experience as much of reality that he created as possible. And who am I to turn down an experience that was given to the creator for me to experience, for the creator to experience? Who am I to say no? Like, so this whore wants to fuck and have a threesome at an orgy? I probably shouldn't. But like, who am I to say no? So that was this time period. Okay, so like I have no stable ground in which I'm standing on, right? Like I have ideas that sound good, and I can probably explain them to make them sound even better. I could probably convince you that I have some idea of what I'm talking about, but in reality, I'm vapor. I am floating in the air. I am wind to be carried to and fro. I stand for nothing, thus I fall for everything. I have no guide rails in which are telling me not to do that or not to do that. No, we doing it all. Do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. You know what I mean? I didn't hear that and thought, oh, that doesn't sound good. No, I thought, oh, I bet. Yeah, that sounds real good. But then you're in this weird place where the men who created America were the absolute antithesis of that philosophy. The men who created America were all Protestant, Calvinist, Baptist, Protestants. All of them, Bible believing. And then you get into this weird thing. Well, Ryan, they were Freemasons. Well, we're not, I don't want to get lost in that too much, but like, look, Freemasonry as we know it today is not the Freemasonry that it was of the yesteryear, right? The Freemasons of yesteryear, let's say the early days of our founding fathers, the late 1700s, there are writings between a German guy, William something, and George Washington after he was elected president. And he's like, hey, bro, George Washington, I know you a Freemason, but like, what you know about the Illuminati? I'm from Germany, and there's some Jews out there in Germany right now creating this like sect called the Illuminati, and they're going to infiltrate Freemasonry and all existing religions, and they're going to destroy all existing governments. And it's crazy, bro. Like, might want to, check the lodges in America because like they knee deep in Europe right now. And George Washington's like, nah, man, I've only been there like twice. Same. And he's like, what was I saying? Yeah, so the Freemasons of yesteryear are not the same Freemasons of today. The Illuminati, a certain sect infiltrated other secret sects and took them over. The Freemasons of our founding fathers were all Christians. They all believed in God. They were all Christians. There were weird rituals and rites, like blood oaths and secret oaths that they would do, which were kind of weird to Christians at the time. But let me tell you a story, and then maybe it won't be so weird. 1300 comes around. You're a Knights Templar. You've been doing the work of the Catholic Church, the Knights of the Hospitaller of St. John of Jerusalem. And you have some beef. They convince the Pope to excommunicate you and to burn you all at the stake and to torture you under the Inquisition. And right? So you, being faithful decide, no, we aren't doing that. We're going to go to Scotland and we're going to go to England, and we're going to hide from the Catholic Church in Scotland and England. So Freemasonry, you'll know there's two different rites. There's the York Rite and there's the Scottish Rite. And that's because after the Templars left the Catholic sect, they had the largest standing navy at the time. And if you know anything about the first pirates, the Knights Templar flew the skull and crossbones as their flag. So when they escaped, they became one, pirates, and two, they escaped to Scotland and Britain and created secret societies known as Freemasonry and so on and so forth. But you gotta understand why they created these secret societies is because if they were caught and found out to be Templars, they would have been burnt alive, their fingernails ripped out, bamboo sticked up their fucking penis and broken. You know what I mean? Like, bad things happened under the Inquisition. Bad things happened under the Catholic Church. So if you were a scientist back in the day and you wanted to research ideas that were contrary to what the Catholic Church says was okay to research, you would join one of these secret societies and take blood oaths that you would to protect your brother if he was in need from all threats. Because if you were caught thinking about, is the earth round or is the earth flat? The Inquisition's just going to burn you alive. But if you and the boys want to get together and have a deep intellectual conversation, you don't know who you can trust. So you're going to go through this long initiation ritual with blood oaths and secret rituals, and we'll kill you and cut your dick off and cut your tongue off and shove it your fucking eyeballs up your asshole. Like, these are the things that evolved through the Catholic Inquisition. So when you reach the 1700s, this is like Freemasonry is at this point in time, it really is like a drinking club. At this point in time, it really is like a drinking club. When you hear nowadays people say it's like a drinking club, no. It has been co-opted. It is satanic. It is Luciferian. It is Illuminati. The enemy is deep. They've had 250 years to run deep. Deep. So that was a very difficult thing, right? Is to try to decipher what my ancestors believed and why they believed it and what I believe and why I believe it and how it makes sense and why it doesn't make sense and so on and so forth. And, you know, I'm losing partners and, you know, like I'm having schizo arcs and I'm having weird coincidences and yeah, history, once you take the rabbit hole of history, you realize the more you learn, the less you know. And the more I started to learn, I truly started to feel like, holy fuck, I know absolutely nothing. And the more I know, the less I'm learning, because it opens up all these extra doors that I didn't even know were there, and I keep going deeper into the fucking. And I'm like, God damn, when does it ever? And it doesn't ever end. And I'm fucking 20 years on this goddamn journey, and it still has no end in sight. I mean, I am on much stabler ground, right? I'm not like the lost 15, 18, 20, 21-year-old kid anymore. But like, it just go deeper, bro. It just keep going deeper. History keeps getting older. Weirder shit keeps happening. The future getting stranger. Like, I don't know. It's getting crazy. But I don't want to get lost too hard because we are 21 now. Finally 21. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I can do it. Oh man. I've been using drugs and drinking this entire time. Right? It's just there's a lot of character development that is taking up the story, opposed to a lot of positive character development. I could use this time, instead of telling you about all the positive journeys and ups and downs. I could go all negative and just be like, I was dumb there, I was dumb there, I was dumb there. Oh yeah, that was dumb. Or I could just stay and like, I'm trying to keep an overall. It is my main storyline, so I do need to make it sound good in the end. You know what I mean? I gotta be the hero of the story, right? It has to be painted in such a way where Batman is the good guy. Okay. He's just a weird guy dressed up as a bat, beating up people in the dark. Okay. So let's see. Yeah. So Jenna leaves me. Jenna leaves me. And I'm sitting there living, you know. Okay. Yeah, this is fun part. I have a friend, I guess. I have an acquaintance, Travis. Travis has a brother. Travis is probably 6-7 years older than me. His brother's probably 3 years older than him. So his brother is probably almost a decade older than me, right? So I'm like 20. He's probably 30. Okay, he's Travis and his brother are good dudes. Like I thought Travis was a Fed for a while, but to be real, if I was going to tell you about my life, after that visit with Homeland Security, everybody was a Fed. Everybody I met for the first God knows how long, I instantly thought Fed. And they would have to like I wouldn't tell them that, but like everybody, I swear to you, you don't get a visit telling you that you need to leave and that we watching you, and you don't think everybody a Fed. Every deal, every girl, everybody. It was tough. It was a tough couple years thinking everybody is a Fed. My own parents were in question. You know what I mean? Like everybody is in question. Okay, by this point, dude, I've had enough Feds that I've co-opted to the side of liberty where they just stop assigning me Feds. They're like, this dude, we can't keep no Feds on him. They switch teams on us. He just makes too much sense. Stop assigning this dude's. Only AI bots watch this guy. That was the order that went down a long time ago. Only AI bots watch this guy. Everybody's a Fed. Travis and his brother got past that. I met Travis shortly after my jaw broken. You know, he met me while my jaw was still broken. I started selling weed to him and his brother during this time period. They knew me when my jaw was wired shut. They knew me after my jaw was wired shut. We had cocaine adventures. Travis was like a homie. Once I got past that, he might not be a Fed. Even though he was kind of a piece of shit person. Like, let's get real. Like, most people today are pieces of shit and only hang out with you if they think they can get something out of you, or if they think they can use you in some way or whatever. And obviously Travis, I was a drug dealer, you know, a weed dealer or whatever. And I would give homies, you know, fronts. I'd give homies, you know, good deals on. I don't think he was my friend because he wanted to be my friend. I think he was around me because of the benefits. You know, I had females around me all the time. So like, you know what I'm saying? Like, wait, it's fine. I get it. Whatever. It's not throwing shade. But me and Travis and his brother are, and they're ex-military. So Travis's story, basically, from what I was told, is Travis, when he was 18, he was given a choice. This is 2002, the start of Iraq, Afghanistan, whatnot. he got in trouble when he was young, and he was given an option instead of, the option I was given, which was get my life together or go to jail. His option was join the military or go to jail. And in Texas, that's like a real thing. Like, I know I tell people that and they're like, wait, that doesn't sound right. And it's like, nah, that happened all the fucking time in Texas. I don't know if it happened everywhere else, but I've heard that story more than once. Okay. Anyways, Travis is like, yeah, I decided to, instead of doing 4 years inside prison, I decided to do, how I think it was 4 years, 2.5, 2 years, whatever it was, overseas. I was like, yeah, I guess. And he told me some of the crazy shit that happened. You know what I mean? Like, he was traumatized, just like all of us. If we go to a war zone and we're fighting for a cause we don't really believe in, and we do things that we normally would never do. I mean, he did some things and saw some. It's not my story to tell. I'm not going to tell his story, but like, my condolences to the boys out there who had to do some work. Like, I understand that you dealing with some shit. I understand that, like, suicide ain't the answer, pimp. You know what I mean? Call me, talk to me. I understand you did some darkness for the dark side, but Jesus Christ the blood of Christ will protect you. But anyways, Travis and his brother, they got war stories. You know what I mean? They've seen some crazy shit. They've actually been overseas, slit some throats. You know what I mean? Lived the whole life. So I enjoyed talking with them. You know what I mean? I did enjoy, like, conversating with them, because a lot of the other people in my life were like weird hippie dudes, or, not men who would bleed and kill if needed. You know what I mean? So I did respect that, and they respected me because of my life and whatever. So, his brother, this is about his brother, Travis's brother. Travis's brother is like, hey, Ryan, can I come by? Okay. Jenna leaves me. I get a call. Okay. The day Jenna leaves. I'm sitting there on the couch. Rent's due. Right? Rent's due. I have no future. I have no job. I have no car. I have no nothing. I'm sitting there, lost everything. And I'm like, God damn, the Luciferian philosophy, like, do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, is not working out for me. Like, it feels real good, and it seemed like everything working out for you, and then all of a sudden you wake up one day and you look around and the whole world has fallen apart on you, and there's no one to blame but yourself. Because that's the deal, right? That's the deal. So I get a phone call that day when Jenna leaves from Kirby. I haven't heard from Kirby since the day his parents kicked me out. Okay, I was fucking 16 last time I heard Kirby. I'm 22 now. It's been 6 years since I heard from Kirby. And Kirby calls me random as fuck the day Jenna leaves, and my entire life falls apart. And he's like, hey, bro, how you been? I'm like, shit, dude. How you been? What is up with you? And he's like, hey, bro, I just moved to Colorado. I thought I was thinking about you, bro. You should come up here. What you doing in life? You want to come up to Colorado? I was like, bro, you have no idea your timing. And he's like, what do you mean? I was like, bro, my whole life just fell apart. I have nothing left down here. I literally have nothing left down here. And he was like, well, bet. Perfect. It sounds like you coming up. I was like, it sounds like I'm coming up. What's the deal? Like, what are you doing up there? He's like, I'm growing weed. Like, I heard you were selling weed, growing weed. I heard you were doing your thing. I thought that, you could help me do my thing. We could just do our thing together. And I'm like, bet. That sounds awesome. Like, what? What are the odds? So I'm getting very like, is this a Fed setup? You know what I mean? I'm thinking Fed, right? I'm thinking everything, because there is no God at this point. There is no Christian God. There is no like grand architect of the universe that's actively moving and shaping my life into what, his will. I'm completely like, this has to be a Fed. This is a setup, but I like, fuck it. I don't really care. And even if it's not a setup, Kirby, it'd be good to see Kirby. But anyways, I'm dating a girl at the time. Her name is Shelby. Shelby will come into play throughout this story because Shelby was one of the ones who got away. If I had to tell, there are a couple females in my life that I have loved. I've probably loved 4 or 5 females, maybe, in my entire life. I've had relations with 400, you know what I mean? Like, physical relations with... It just shows... The only reason I'm saying that is because maybe 1% of the females that I've had intimate relations with, I've actually loved. And Shelby and Jenna and Shelby are obviously... That's why they're in the story, right? Because they're main characters in the story of my life. So anyway, Shelby shows up. Shelby is my fuck buddy. My, for a couple months leading up to this moment, I've met her when I was working at the head shop. She came in looking cute as fuck, invited me to a party. Party turned out to be kind of like a open, fuck who you want, like vibe, like people fucking on the couch, people fucking in the rooms, one of those parties. And she's all like, I'm celibate. And I've lived enough life to know if a bitch tells you she's celibate, that means she's trying to fuck. If a bitch tell you that you not getting your dick wet, you getting your dick wet. Any bitch who has to tell you that you not getting your dick wet, she telling you that you is getting your dick wet. Okay? So anyways, by this point, I already know this, right? So anyway, Shelby's a good girl. I enjoyed Shelby. I liked Shelby. I wanted a relationship with Shelby. She was cute. We meshed well. We had good vibe, good energy. I wish Shelby would have, happened. I always felt like she was the one that if we actually had the opportunity to have a relationship together, like she either had a boyfriend when I was single, or I had a girlfriend when she was single, or I lived in a different state when she lived here. You know what I mean? There was always so close, but so far away with this girl. You know what I mean? Like at this time, Kirby calls me. He's like, hey, come to Colorado. I'm thinking, how am I going to get to Colorado? Well, obviously I have this fuck buddy named Shelby, who is kind of my girlfriend. I've asked her to be my girlfriend. We're kind of boyfriend, girlfriend, but she knows that like my entire life's falling apart and I'm not trying to like rely on her to start a new life. You know what I mean? Like, oh, me and my old girl broke up. Let me jump in a relationship with you. And no, like, I didn't want to do that to her, So I was like, look, Shelby, I have a cool coincidence happening with a homie that I used to know in high school. He just called me up, wants me to move to Colorado, grow weed with him. This is all sounding like too good to be true. How about this? How about you drive me up there? I'll get everything situated. Give me a couple months. After, a couple months, you drive up here and then we'll start a life together. Just give me a couple months to get, I'll be the initial, recon, infiltration group. And then you come in and, you'll be the support and the rally afterwards. And, we can start this. We can actually have a life together, Shelby. And she was like, yes, perfect. Awesome. So she drove me up here. We loaded up the car, drove me up to Colorado, dropped me off, stayed a couple days, had cute moments. I'll upload those. It's like one of my favorite photos is that experience with Shelby. I will show you that photo, on the Instagram or whatever. It's just, it was a very beautiful moment. I really looked forward to what life had to offer at this point in the story. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of negative things were happening, but like I finally was going to get the girl that I felt like I deserved. I finally was in a place I needed to be at, Colorado. They just legalized weed, or they were just about to legalize weed. This is like 2012. So like a lot's happening. You know what I mean? I'm feeling like, oh, dude, I'm feeling like, okay, everything fell apart, but like, it fell apart to be rebuilt. It fell apart because there was a bigger plan. And I'm starting to like, what is happening? You know what I mean? I wouldn't say I'm anywhere near Christianity. I'm still kind of a Luciferian. I've kind of seen that you can't just do whatever you want, that there has to be some guide rails, but those guide rails can be whatever you feel like they are. Doesn't matter what the guide rails are. I mean, you can't just go do everything. And any experience that comes at you probably isn't the best way to look at it. But at this point, I can make up the rules. I'm the rule maker. You know what I mean? So I've had these past experiences, and I'm going to let the past experiences be my guide, right? I now know that these are bad decisions based on my past experiences, so I won't do those anymore. I'll now manipulate the situation in this way because I want this result. I know that this action doesn't cause this result, that this result is caused by, maybe this action, and then lots of that happening at this point in life. But it is very allegorical still. There is a little bit of meaning happening, but I'm not sure if that's all in my mind and I'm crazy and I'm just kind of making it all up and I'm seeing patterns and things that there is no patterns and, cognitive dissonance. Who knows? Who knows what's happening, right? I'm young. I have no idea still. I'm still trying to figure it all out. I can't get a girl to stay with me. I can't keep a job for longer than 6 months. God knows. I have no idea. About any of this. No, I don't become a Christian for another decade. I know, at least another decade. There's another decade. Don't forget, I'm 36, bro. It's my 36th birthday. We only at 22. That's what I'm saying, bro. We like 8 hours deep into this conversation. We only at 22. And this is like the easiest part of the story. Oh my God. Help me. Help me. I need strength. I need strength. Oh, man. But when I was dying, and I was like, there was a point, we're going to skip a little bit. I just want to, real quick, pause button. Pause the story. Pause. We're 9 hours deep and I haven't stopped fucking talking, right? This has been a non-stop fucking vomit fest of words. And I hope that I haven't lost. This dude, bro, I don't know who you are. I don't know if you some chick that I've been seeing. I don't know if you some rando. I don't know, bro. But you've been here with me since the beginning and you a champion. That's what's up. That's what's up. But like real talk, when I was dying and I was, at the end, I would have given anything to tell this story. You know what I mean? Like if I could go back in time, like when you're dying, right? And you've left no remnant, no trace, right? My entire life has been me in ninja mode. You do not get a visit from Homeland Security and you're like, yeah, I want to have a podcast. I want to go online. I want to fight these people. No, you're like, I want to go in the mountain. I want to go train with the boys. I want to go get skills. I want to become dangerous. I want to die for a cause greater than myself. But I don't want to get hit in the back of the head. You know what I mean? 2 in the back of the head, and they call it suicide for no reason. So I'm just going to keep. I wanted to see shit pop off. You know what I mean? I wanted to be there. I didn't want to get hit teamed. I didn't want to get drug off on the side of the road. You know what I mean? Ugh. I didn't want to get hit with the cancer virus. I don't want to get hit with the electromagnetic radiation device. I wanted to actually like be here for that final battle. So I was like, bet, I'm going to go hide out in the mountains of Colorado, grow some weed, fuck some bitches, wait for us all to kill each other. I was like, there's no way we ain't going to kill each other. Okay. You get to the point when you facing the end and you haven't left, you went ghost mode, you went ninja, you left no remnant. Like I got 30 fucking friends on Facebook. Like I created every social media account just to make this fucking video. Like I made like Kick, Rumble, Instagram, X. I didn't have social media. You know what I mean? So like I had to create this social media because I went ghost, bro. You know what I mean? There is no trace of my existence because like when you a pirate, when you tripping and trapping, when you dealing, when you doing that, when you growing, when you like You making moves? Okay, they only catch the dumb criminals, and I was like, I'm never gonna be a dumb criminal. I'm gonna move in such a way where I'm not like, I might lose a package, I might lose some money, but I ain't gonna lose 5 to 10. I ain't losing 5 to 10 a year. That ain't happening. I'll lose $1,000. I'll lose $2,000. I don't give a fuck. I'll get that back. You can't get back 5 years. I've seen what that does to a human brain. I've seen what happens to the homies when they disappear for 5 years in a fucking hole and they come back. It ain't the same dude, bruh. Okay, so you gotta like move in such a way, and the way that I decided to move was I'll just go ninja. I just went ghost. You know what I mean? So there's no evidence of my existence. So that's one of the reasons why I made the other 4 episodes. Right when I knew I was dying, I made those 4 episodes as like, I didn't know I was. You do know when you're dying, but I didn't know how close I was. You know what I mean? I thought that, like, you know, I'm in great shape. Everything's good. You know what I mean? But anyways, I'm sitting there. I'm on my deathbed. And I'm like, dude, I just want to go back in time. And I just want to tell my story. Nobody knows my story. Nobody knows the story. So you're like, we're 9 hours deep into this conversation. And I'm probably going to go for another 9. And it's like, how can this motherfucker just rant for 18 hours about his life with no stop? And the only reason I'm able to do that is because when I was sitting on that deathbed, and I was staring death in the fucking face, and there was no remnant, and there was no goddamn trace of my existence, and all I wanted was to leave just something. A phoenix's lament, bro. I just wanted to leave a little something. You know what I mean? For the homies, for my mom, for, you know, for somebody to know that, like, I existed, I had a story, I was here, I saw some shit, I did some shit, I had purpose, meaning. I wasn't able to ever, you know what I mean? They got in my head, bro. The enemy got in my head. And I neutralized myself. They didn't need to drive me off the side of the road. You see what I'm saying? They got in my head to such a level where I drove myself out of the game in general. Like, that is crazy, bro. That's crazy. And I remember sitting there on that deathbed being like, bro, if you give me another chance, pimp, I'll come back and I will spit some facts. You just put me in front of a mic and a camera. I don't give a fuck. You know, I don't know if you watch those other 4 episodes or whatever, but you know what? But I'm telling you, it's a different vibe. It's a different vibe. I don't give a shit no more. I don't give a shit about the feds. I don't give a shit about death. I don't give a shit about money, life, nothing. All I want is the grace of God, and I want to do His will on this earth. So we're 9 hours deep into this. I can go for another 9 hours because I remember vividly looking at the gates of hell and being like, bro, just send me back, bro. You want me to tell my story? You send me back, I'll tell it. I'll tell it all in one go. We'll keep that energy. I'll keep it going. You know what I mean? So, like, I don't want to get lost in the weeds, but the reason why I'm smashing this out, I'm going so in depth with a lot of this, is because I kind of made a promise to my creator that I would give a true witness, a true testimony of my experience. That if I was granted second life and I was granted the ability to go back and tell this story, I was given that opportunity, I would do it. I would do it with grace. I would do it with wisdom, and I would do it with my whole being. And that's what this is. Okay. So, like, I know, like, I'm lost in the weeds. We're 23. We're in Colorado, you know, Shelby. You know, I haven't lost the story. I haven't lost the main narrative. But, like, I said, it could be only this one dude who ever hears this story. And I'd be 100% okay with that. You know what I mean? Because at least one person heard my story. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't give a fuck about the fame. I don't do this for glory. I don't do this for gold. I do this for grace. You feel me? Okay. I don't give a fuck about money. I don't give a fuck about none of that. I just want God's love. Okay? And God's love requires me to speak a testimony. And you can't speak a testimony until you have a test. We having a good time though. You know, we bonding. You know what I mean? I'm all hopped up on pre-workout. But I'm trying real hard. Okay, trying real hard not to get lost in the weeds. This is like the hardest part of the story too, man. All that extra shit where we just was, that's nothing. That's nothing. That's nothing. We about to get into fun land. We getting into spooky territory. You know, we about to get in some crazy shit. Okay. So Jenna, no. So Shelby. Okay, yeah. So on the drive, this is just a fun side quest, I guess. On the drive up to Colorado, I get a long text message from Jenna, right? So Jenna leaves. She learns that I'm moving to Colorado. She wants to send me a long fucking 10-page goddamn paragraph messages about how much piece of shit I am, you know. So I read this long fucking message and it's, I fucked your friends after I left you. And, you know, you're like, God damn, right? God damn. But I'm starting a new life with Shelby. I'm thinking that everything's going to go well. Anyways, me and Kirby start this new adventure together. Kirby's a good dude, you know what I mean? But he's got some demons, and there's a lot that's happened with Kirby since the last time we saw him when we were a young man. He's fighting some demons by this point in the story. I guess the only way to describe this is just exactly what happened. He came home from college one day. He opened the front door. He looked down. He saw his father with a shotgun hole through the back of his fucking head, tried to give him mouth to mouth, try and save his life, fucked him up. Okay. Like I knew this dad, I knew this dude. Anyways, Kirby was fucked up after this. Now he's drinking a gallon of KD of Kentucky Deluxe every day. We're a gallon of KD every day to deal with the demons that he has in his head from witnessing his father with a shotgun hole in the back of the head. Okay? Now, I get it. That would fuck up anybody. You know what I mean? Like, that's a lot. And I was very understanding to my boy Kirby, because not only did he help me out when I was 16, not only did him and his family decide that they wanted to help me out when I was young, all these years later, at the most random moment, he's helping me out now. Okay, so I'm trying to be his homie. You know what I mean? I'm trying to talk with him and connect with him and help him heal. There is no healing. Okay, you understand what I'm trying to say? There is no words that anybody can say that is going to heal this. Only the blood of Christ can heal something like that. You see what I'm saying? So I'm over here thinking that, okay, if I just put the words together right, or if I'm just there for them, and I'm trying to start a business, I'm trying to grow weed, I'm living in the same house as a guy who's literally losing his mind because of, understandably, of what he experienced. And now I'm understanding why he needs me there, because he's too out of it to do any work, that the reason why I'm there is to do the work, which is fine. That's fine. But so I get up there and I'm like, so what's the play? Who owns this house? Like, what is happening right now? Because it's like this house and we're growing in it. And I'm like, there's shit still in it. Like, what is happening? Oh, the lady who owned it died. The daughter inherited it. That daughter went to college with my mom. That daughter decided that she wanted just to use the house to grow weed in it, because, you know, and then we'll take 50% and then she'll take 50%. I was like, all right, bet. Like, we don't got to pay any bills. We just grow the weed and that's her 50 and our, like, we're good. And she's like, yeah, that's the deal. I'm like, all right, bet. Sounds good. So we start growing, start doing our thing. Kirby's an alcoholic, and you know, marijuana is it's a science. You know, you gotta mix nutrients, you gotta pour water. It's not a very hard science. But I mean, like, if you fuck up the nutrient balance, I mean, you're gonna kill your plants. If your pH balance is wrong, you're gonna kill your plants. You know what I mean? So on and so forth. Anyways, one day he killed the plants. Next thing I know, I'm like, bro, what do we do? What do we do? You killed the plants. Oh, I'm just going to go back to live at my mom's house. I was like, that's real nice. That must be real fucking nice because I don't have that option, pal. I don't get to go back to live at my mom's house. So, like, I'm having, like, an existential, like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm having a moment. Like, and by this point, Shelby's broken up with me. You know what I mean? 2 weeks after being in Colorado, Shelby, you know, listens to her friends that tell her that I left her and that I won't be waiting for her and that it's best in her interest to just move on with her life and to break up with me. And that's what she did. So she called me like 2 weeks later. She was like, you know, you left me, you ran away from your problems here, you know, and I was like, no, I just didn't see an option there. And I saw an option here and I just needed a couple months. Like, you're only giving me like 2 weeks. Like what the fuck? Anyways, broke up with me. Not a big deal, but you know, the one who got away, very sad. I'm, you know, Shelby, good person, all that good stuff. But I'm over here thinking, what am I going to do in life? Like, Kirby killed all the plants. I have nowhere to go back home to in Texas. I don't have a car here in Colorado. Like, I'm riding a bike, you know, getting around places. Like, this is like, I'm starting all over again. I've lost it all. I'm starting brand new, all new. And not only am I starting all new, I'm doing it with an alcoholic, and he just ruined my entire future. At this point in the story, I have 4 homeless kids, 5 homeless, I say kids, but from the age of 19 to 30, I have 4 homeless people that I've picked up in downtown Colorado Springs. Downtown Colorado Springs is like bars. It's where, you know, the bar scene is. And the homeless people, if you have musical talent, they call it busking. And what they do is they play instruments and they, you know, get money from the people going bar hopping, and they play music in between. You know what I mean? And that's how, anyways, I'm down bar hopping. I meet a cool little squad of, you know, 4 musicians down there who are homeless dudes, and they're like a little clan that run together, whatever. And I'm like, hey, dude, I got a house. I got a floor. Y'all each pay me $5 a day. I'll let you sleep on my floor, use my bathroom, take a shower, but it's going to cost y'all $5 a day per head. So that's $20 per person per day. That's enough to, like, for me and Kirby to, like, buy food and for us to, you know, pay for dumb shit. You know what I mean? So that was kind of like our little hustle that we did to kind of like get by, you know, while the grow was going. But he killed all the plants. So now I have no future, right? And these people who are living at our house are also alcoholics. So it's making Kirby a worse alcoholic, you know, because we now have the homeless team with it's like the home of the Lost Boys. You know what I mean? It's the home of the Lost Boys. We're all sitting here, all getting drunk, you know, throwing parties, gambling. You know, it's there is no future. It's just we're hoping for the best. The plants are dead. He hasn't told the lady who owns the house yet that he killed the plants. She still thinks that she's getting a crop here in like a month. So we're just riding it out. You know what I mean? And he's like, no, we're just riding it out. I'm accepted that like this is not going to work. I've accepted that my entire life has fallen apart and there is no way out. I've accepted that I am going to go back to Texas as a failure, tail between my legs. And I'm going to have to like, I don't know. I had no idea what was going to happen. All I know was I had about a month. I had about 3 weeks before she was going to know, because he was going to tell her, because she was going to ask, you know, where's the crop? Oh, well. So at this time in the story, we have, you know, a bunch of homeless kids living with us. There's falling outs that are happening with the homeless team, right? They're now trying to take over the hierarchy of the house. So like, let's say the 30-year-old dude doesn't like that the 22-year-old that I am, I'm 22, is the head. Like this is my house. I'm the only nigga here who's actually had a house, who's paid rent, who has had bills, who's had a girlfriend, who's had a life. You know what I mean? I'm the only dude in this entire house who's actually had a life. You know, Kirby's never left his parents' house, and the homeless kids have always been homeless. So like, obviously I'm the one who's going to take control of the situation, because nobody else has ever had control of the situation. So no, you do not get to have control of this situation. You okay? You tired? Dogs are hella tired. They're like, what the fuck is happening right now? But yes, I have the squad of crazy people, and obviously with that amount of alcohol running through people's veins and that amount of testosterone floating in a house, obviously, you know, I mean, Kirby ain't gonna control the situation, and I ain't gonna let some motherfuckers I invited to my house to control the situation. Anyway, some shit started popping off, and I'm like, you know, one guy leaves, beat the other dude's ass, almost kill one dude. Feel real bad about that. I'm happy he didn't die. You know, bunch of those stories happening in this, you know, time period. Me and Kirby decide we're gonna go to a bar one night. So me and Kirby go to a bar. You know, I don't hate Kirby. I wouldn't even be in Colorado. Like, I'm just grateful to have these couple months, you know, because if I was back in Texas, I wouldn't have had any months. You know what I mean? Like, he saved me. He gave me a couple months. So I'm just enjoying life. I've had enough crazy experiences where I know that whatever's going to happen is going to happen, and whatever. So anyways, we have no money. And he's like, let's go to the bar. I'm like, bro, we have no money. And he's like, it doesn't matter. I was like, okay. So we go to the bar, and I do have like $10. You know what I mean? I got like $10. And he's like, hey, I met a girl. You know, we're at the bar, and he's like, hey, Ryan, I met a girl. She wants me to buy her a shot. I think I can screw her if I buy the shot. And I was like, yeah, but you don't have no money. He's like, yeah, but would you buy the shot for me? I was like, I guess. Sure. So I buy him the shot. He takes it over, gives it the girl the shot. Her name's Ellen. Ellen's going to come up in the story again. So Ellen gets the shot. Long story short, Kirby gets his dick wet. You know what I mean? I buy the shot. That's all it needed. You know what I mean? It's all she needed. She just wanted that one shot, apparently. Whoever was going to buy that shot for her was going to, you know what I mean? I could have bought the shot for her and got my own dick wet. I mean, but Kirby needed it, and I'm a homie. So, Kirby got his dick wet. Had a good time. Came home the next morning happy. You know what I mean? Never seen him so happy. Nice little skip in his step. Feeling like $1 million. Like he actually, you know, like he didn't ask me for money. Like I didn't give him that pussy. You know what I mean? Like he did it. That's okay. It's okay. I just had like $8. No big deal. Comes back. Oh yeah, and by this point in the story, I've probably been in Colorado for like 2 months, and I've already bought him a hooker off Backpage. Like I've done a lot for Kirby. Like I'm trying to like be his homie. You know what I mean? I'm trying to like get him out of this funk. I'm trying to like, so like I'm encouraging him. You know, I'm trying here, guys. Okay, like I knew his dad. I knew Kirby. Like I'm trying to be a good person with Kirby. Anyways, he's feeling like $1 million. Awesome. He ends up fucking with Ellen for like 2 weeks. I'm very happy that he's got, a fuck buddy. Comes home one day and he's like, "Hey dude, I'm so sad." I'm like, "Why? What happened?" "Oh, Ellen, she left me." I'm like, "Oh yeah? Like left you? Like, what do you mean? What happened?" He's like, "I don't want to talk about it." I was like, "Nah, bro. Like, I'm too invested. You gotta tell me. What do you mean you don't want to talk about it? I'm the one who bought that fucking drink. You have to tell me. What are you talking about? You don't want to tell me. You have to." He was like, "All right, yeah, you're right." So he tells me, and he's like, "All right, here's the story. Me and Ellen are hanging out. She says that she's gonna invite someone over. She invites these 2 guys over. We're all drinking, having a good time. I get too drunk. I pass out on the couch. Next thing I know, I wake up. I'm on the couch. Nobody else is around. I go upstairs to where her room is, and she's getting smashed out by the other, you know what I mean?" And I'm like, "Oh, yeah, that's not good. Yeah, that's never good." He's like, "Yeah, so, I'm butthurt." I'm like, "Yeah, I'd be pretty butthurt too." So I'm like, "All right, man, no big deal, like easy come, easy go. Next one, no, man, you don't get it. Okay. Yeah, I don't get it. You're right. I don't get it. You're right." So I'm all like, "All right, bro. Yeah, but you know what I mean? You don't get it. You don't get it." So I'm all like, "All right, look, dude. What happened?" And he's like, tells me the story, whatever. A couple days later, he comes back, or he tells me, he's like, "Hey, Ellen's coming over." I'm like, "Wait, what? Wait, what do you mean Ellen's coming over?" I was like, Are y'all good? Are y'all fucking again?" "No, we're not fucking. We're just friends." I was like, "You're friends with some chick who fucked other nigga in the house next to you? Like, what?" "Yeah, but it's okay. It's okay. He's a cool dude, and it's fine." "Oh, okay. I mean, sure. Like, apparently everyone's just fucking running through on Ellen. I guess, yeah. Come on with it." Ellen comes over with the dude. The dude's name is Chris. And Chris is a cool dude. Kirby was right. Chris wasn't a bad dude. Chris actually plays a very important part in this whole story of my life, which is crazy to think about because, like, the way that the story ends up, it's like, how, what, why? But yeah, Chris and Ellen are fucking. And Kirby is just happy, I guess, to be around, I guess. Like, I don't know why Kirby wants these people around him, but he does. Which is fine, I guess. But me and Chris become like homies. You know what I mean? Chris is like, Chris is a grower. Chris is, lived some life. You know what I mean? Kirby's more of a child, you know what I mean? Protected by the world and never grew up and never had to grow up. Chris, he's lived a life, you know what I mean? Like, he's over here pulling females underneath drunk dudes. So I mean, obviously he's got some game. He's got some. So me and him became kind of homies. You know what I mean? Like he gave me grow advice. You know, like he'd come over to the parties, and Chris wasn't a bad dude. Like I got no beef with Chris at this point in the story, and probably overall as well. But I got no beef with Chris. But I meet Chris, Ellen and Chris. They come over, you know, party with the squad and the homeless people, and they bring people. And one day, Chris is like, "Hey Ryan, I have a gift for you." I was like, "What? What you mean, Pin?" He's like, "I'm bringing a girl over just for you." I was like, "Oh, well, that's nice of you." He's like, "Yeah, you're gonna like her." I was like, "Oh yeah, why do you say that?" He's like, "You'll see." I was like, "Okay, bet." He's like, "Just see, here's a pro tip, dude. But don't do, you know, like I know you'll know what to do with this information, but here's a pro tip. She just got an insurance settlement check, and I think you can have a lot of fun with her if you play your cards right." I was like, oh, okay, interesting. You know what I mean? That's all he told me. That's all the conversation was. Not too crazy, not crazy, just a very interesting, you know, like what? Weird. Anyways, they show up. I meet the girl. Her name is Angela. Now, Angela obviously shows up in this part of the story because she would be another female that I have loved in this. So she obviously has a narrative in this grand story. But yes, Angela shows up. Long story short, me and Angela hit it off, and she decides she's never going to leave. Like it's like 3 days later, and she's still at my house. And I don't got a problem with that. I'm having a good time. She's buying alcohol. Like she said that she, you know, after 3 days, I was like, "So what are you doing? Like, what's the plan? You have anywhere to go?" "No, I don't have anywhere to go. I was wondering if I could just stay here." I was like, "Yeah, I mean, but like we are getting kicked out. I mean, like." She's like, "Well, I have $100,000. You know, would that help?" I was like, yeah, yes, that would help." She's like, "Yeah, what are y'all behind? You know, I'll just catch y'all up real quick." I was like, I mean, so me being me, I saw an opportunity, and I'm not gonna lie to you people. I was not a Christian. I'm not a good person at this point in my life. I saw a chick with $100,000. I knew I didn't love her. I mean, she was attractive enough, you know, she was attractive. She was like a 6 or a 7, you know, probably 7. But like, it isn't like, girlfriend, let me wife this chick up. You know what I mean? I legitimately, like, I hate to say it out loud on the internet for everyone in the whole world, God and country to see, but I was in a weird moment. You know what I mean? My whole life was falling apart. I was about to get kicked out of my last fucking option, the last Hail Mary in Colorado. And there was a chick showed up with $100,000 and did not want to leave and wanted to like buy me. This is basically how the conversation went. "Ryan, I have $100,000. I know I can buy pretty much any guy I can get, any guy I want, and I want you." Okay. So then it comes into like, okay, what's my next step? Okay, like, what would you do? What's your next steps? How do you play the next part of this game? Because this chick's kind of crazy. I mean, the girl is crazy, obviously, right? She has $100,000. She just met a dude 3 days ago, and okay, there's levels of crazy happening around your boy, and I'm like, I mean, like, I didn't make them crazy. I'm not forcing them to do anything. To me, this is moral gray. To me, it's moral gray, right? Like, it's not good, but it's not bad. I'm not manipulating this. I didn't like it just happened. You know what I mean? So very morally gray. So I think in my head, I'm like, cool, we got to make plans. You know what I mean? Because she's spending money like money ain't like she a billionaire. But she, you know, she hanging out. I mean, she kind of a crazy chick. You know what I mean? Like, it just is what it is. Everyone's kind of crazy. Everyone's a little bit crazy. But she a good person. I need to figure out my next steps in life, right? She wants to start a life with me. She's spending money like it's going out of fucking style. You know what I mean? Like, we're taking like 5 people out for breakfast. You know what I mean? We're buying hundreds of dollars of liquor. We're going to titty bars and spending $1,000, and you know what I mean? Like, money. I mean, you think 100 grand is a lot, okay? You would think 100 because you know you getting paid $1,000 every week or every 2 weeks or whatever. So you're like, oh shit, if I had $100,000, let me tell you right now, okay? $100,000 don't last long. Oh man, so I'm all like, you know, I'm seeing it just. I'm like, do you even check how much money you have left? She's like, no, just one day I'm gonna wake up, I'm gonna go to use my card, and it just won't work anymore. I was like, that doesn't sound like a good plan. I was like, let's go to the bank and check the account. So we went to the bank, checked the account. It was like 60 bands left. I was like, bitch, you spent $40,000 in like a month and a half. Like, what? And we have nothing? Like, we have nothing. We just got drunk and did some drugs and went to some concerts, and she bought me a car. You know, I mean, she did buy me a, you know what I mean? Like, there's some things happening, but like, in my head, I'm like, we should be planning for a future. You know, obviously, like, so anyways, we start a future. I plan for a future with her. You know, we buy this spot. This spot I'm in right now. We buy this spot. She bought it for like $15,000. Like 3 bedrooms. You know what I mean? 3-bedroom, 1970s, like mobile home. She, you know, she bought it way back in the day. I convinced her to buy it. You know what I mean? That's how I ended up in Palmer Lake. If you ever saw where I lived, it's on the very base of the mountain. The average home price here is like $1 million. Like, this is CIA, NGO, government contracting, military industrial complex retirement. Okay, once you work for the government for 30 fucking years, you know, killing brown people, you know, stealing money from the peasants, you know, manipulating psychological trends, poisoning the entire world through genetically engineered viruses. Okay, once you do that for 30 fucking years, you get to come here and retire. Okay, this is what this is. Okay, so everyone around me is old spooks, is old Air Force intelligence officers, or old Halliburton fucking biological chemical engineers. Okay, this is NGO, CIA, continuity of government central. Colorado Springs, baby. We deep. Bro, facts. Facts. Is fucking crazy I ended up here. It is crazy your boy ended up here. And I'm all like, wait a second. You know what I mean? God be doing some stuff. You know what I mean? God be doing stuff in our life that is like, I couldn't have planned it this way. You know what I mean? If I was like, dude, I could not have planned it this way. You know what I mean? I don't know how to describe it. I don't know how to describe it to you. But anyways, I'm in like this glitch in the Matrix, right? Where I have this like beautiful like girlfriend with all this money, and I really just kind of like happened into it, and now I'm growing weed and like my own property, and so starts like a whole new adventure, right? And I guess I should hit the Kirby thing, because Kirby's like, hey Ryan, like I'm gonna get to come with you, right? I'm like, wait, Kirby, what'd you just say? He's like you're moving with her and you're getting your own place with her. What am I gonna do? I was like, well, you're going to go back to your mom's house because you killed all of our fucking plants and you almost like ruined my life because you're dealing with demons. So you need to go back to mommy's house and deal with your demons. And he was like, that's not fair. I was like, what do you mean that's not fair? He's like, well, I thought I was going to come with you. I was like, what? You thought that it was just me, you, and her? Like this was a big happy family, and this is like now you're in on my life forever? I was like, look, bro, I really appreciate like you inviting me up here, and like, but this failed for both of us. And you have an option to go back home. I don't have an option to go back home. So I created this option. While you were getting drunk on KD and puking and not caring about life and not caring about your future, I was in the trench line, bro. I was being personable. I was being charismatic. I was out there hustling. I was getting random fucking homeless people to pay us $20. I'm over here like terrified of like failing in life, bro, because I have no safety net. But yeah, it was a bomb, you know what I mean? It really hurt his feelings. And there was a huge falling out. You know what I mean? Fuck you, Ryan, you know, da 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 da. I'm like, look, dude, you know what I mean? Like I don't really like know what to tell you. Like I guess if this is it, this is it. Good luck. Bye. But there was a falling out, and me and Kirby to this day have never talked to each other since then. There was a huge, you know, things were said about past things about my mother. He said things about my mother. I said things about his father. You know what I mean? There's no coming back from some of the things that he said and some of the things I said. And I regret to this day how that ended. And if Kirby, if you ever do see this, I do apologize, dude. You know what I mean? Like, I was young. I'm sorry, dude. You know, you and your family have always been good peoples in my life. And, you know, obviously you're not my fucking baby. And I wouldn't change, you know, bringing you with me, pimp. Like, but, you know, it could have been handled better. And I hope you're well. And I don't know what you're doing in life, pimp, but hope you're well. You know what I mean? But anyways, Kirby, not a bad dude. Started a new life with Angela. I started growing weed. You know, like, it's a whole new journey. And we can kind of speed through a lot of this because a lot of this is just filler. A lot of this is filler episode. There's a lot of researching. This is when I find William Cooper. There was an incident before I moved to Colorado with a guy, and I'm going to hit that story just because it plays into this story. There was a guy. I'm in my Luciferian stage, right? I'm living in Fort Worth. It's kind of after the Fed visit, right? Before Jenna leaves me. You know, we're in that time period. And I'm doing research. I'm in my Luciferian, you know, schizo arc, right? I don't know what reality is anymore. Everything could be real, right? Reptilian, lizard, queen people. Everything's on the table, right? I'm at the bookstore. I'm at Barnes & Nobles. And I'm looking for a book, right? I don't know what book. I don't know anything. The way that I used to do this is I would go to bookstores and then I would just look at every book and then a book would call to me, right? And that's how I knew what book to call. Like, I never went to a bookstore like, I'm going to buy this book. I always went to bookstores, and that's how I pretty much do everything in life. Like, anything you see, Rebel Machine, anything you see in my life is a random find somewhere in life. Nothing you see is like, I went to Amazon and I bought that. No, everything you see, anything in my life, from the watch, from the shirts, to the necklace, to everything, is a random find. Like, I don't want something if I can buy it. You know what I mean? I'll wait a decade to get my alien. You know what I mean? I'll wait a decade to get my Fallout Shelter sign. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to go online and buy a Fallout Shelter. I'm going to find me a Fallout Shelter sign. And the universe is going to give me a random loot drop. You know, you want to really appreciate a rare item if you can go buy it from the vendor. You really appreciate that rare item that you got out of that dungeon drop, though, that you can't buy from that vendor. that you got to grind a little bit. You know what I mean? There's a little bit, that shit hit a little bit different. So there's a lot of those moments happening where of course I've heard of the Bhagavad Gita, flying machines, Vemanas, of course, I went down that ancient history path because history is like one of my fortes, right? You can't know about the present or the future if you have no understanding of your past. And that's why they want to isolate us from our past. Thus, they change our history so we don't know our history so they can control us in the now. But yes, the Bhagavad Gita talks about flying machines and battles in space against Martians and the moon people, and it's kind of crazy. I mean, like, I don't know. It's weird. It's an interesting, like, I think our ancestors are very smart. But anyways, I'm at this bookstore. The Bhagavad Gita. I'm pretty sure the Bhagavad Gita is the Hindu, like the Vamanas and the flying machines and whatnot. I don't know, maybe not. But anyways, I'm at this bookstore and I'm looking for, I don't know what I'm looking for. I just think I'm there. And this guy comes up to me. Face tattoos, arm tattoos, hand tattoos, palm tattoos. Dude is tatted, shaved head tattoos. You know what I mean? I can't describe to you. He had no skin left that he could tattoo anymore. And they're not like, you know, tattoos. They're like prison tattoos. They're like bluish ink. You know what I mean? Kind of faded, kind of rough, kind of like he paid some ramen noodles for that tattoo. You know what I mean? Like, but his entire body. And he comes up to me, and it's, you know, obviously, like, I'm a pirate, and I got tattoos. I get it, like, but I don't got. We have reached a different level once you institutionalize for 20 years, and you doing 23 in and 1 out, and you know, it get dark. It get dark, and who knows what this guy's past was. But he comes up to me and he's like, "Hey, dude, what you looking for? What book you looking for?" I'm like, "I don't fucking know. Any book, all books. I don't know." He's like, "Well, what you into?" I was like, "I'm into everything, bro. Like, I just want to know it all." He's like, "That's good. Like, I can see you're in this occult section. It's like the New Age is what they call it, the New Age section." I'm like, "Yeah, man. Like, I'm interested in, like, you know, this kind of stuff." And he's like, "Okay, but like." He's kind of feeling me out, right? Is he like, "Are you hippy dippy New Age, or are we going old age? Because I can get you old age." And I was like, "Okay, what's up, bro?" He's like, "All right." So what he says, this is exactly what he says. He's like, "There's 2 books you should read. You should read Manly P. Hall's Secret Teachings of All Ages and William Cooper's Behold a Pale Horse." Now, I never heard of William Cooper's Behold a Pale Horse or Secret Teachings of All Ages by this point. But when he tells me this, I find these 2 books. He finds these 2 books for me. I'm like, "All right, bet, yeah, I'll look for them." He's like, "No, I'll find them for you." I'm like, "What the fuck? Do you work here? Like, what are you doing? What?" And he finds me the 2 books, Manly P. Hall's Secret Teachings of All Ages and William Cooper's Behold a Pale Horse. And he's like, "Read these." I'm like, "Bet, but why these?" He's like, "Well, everything in the New Age section, he said, is based around Manly P. Hall took all of the ancient teachings and made it into one book. And then all these books that are made after this book are based on this book. So a good place to start if you want a good idea of everything is this book." And I was like, "Bet. So why the other book? Why William Cooper's Behold a Pale Horse?" And he's like, well, if you are going to learn about this stuff and you want to know about this stuff, you need to know about all angles of it, not just the side that says it's good, but the side that also warns you about it. And I wouldn't feel comfortable telling you about one side unless I warned you about the other. So I wanted to make sure that I gave you both books, one that shows you that there are people who think this is a good thing, and then there's another side that thinks that this is a bad thing. So I don't want to point you in a direction that your soul doesn't need to go in. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. Like, I have no idea what, you know what I mean? I'm like young. This is way over my, But years later, I'm sitting outside in the back of my porch, listening to an Alex Jones show. This is like 5-6 years later, dude. I'm listening to an Alex Jones show and a caller calls in. And he's like, hey, man, I got to tell you about this weird experience I had at the bookstore. I'm like, wait a second. He's like, yeah, bro, this dude came up to me. And I don't know, he started talking. And he gave me these 2 books, William Cooper's Behold a Pale Horse and Marion P. Hall's Secret Teachings of All Ages. And, we started talking about you and, your beef that you had with William Cooper back in the day. I just wanted to, I don't know what's your thoughts on this interaction that I had in the book that he suggested. And there was some beef between Alex Jones and William Cooper back in the day. And I was just blown away by like what this dude randomly called in about. And he had like pretty much the exact same experience with, I don't know if it's the same dude or if there's like a clan of these dudes floating around. And this is like they're in like, if this is, I don't know, but it was very interesting. You know what I mean? And that's how I came across like this path of like, so around this time period, I'm dating Angela. I'm living in this house. I'm growing weed. I'm hanging out with Chris and Ellen. Chris and Ellen become a thing. Right? Chris and Ellen by this point are like dating. You know what I mean? They're cute. You know what I mean? It's no, Chris and Ellen are a thing. Chris and Ellen is friends with Angela. Me and Chris are friends. Like he's teaching me how to grow weed. He used to be an ex-grower for a dispensary. Like it's all like life's okay. You know what I mean? Not great, not bad. You know what I mean? It's okay. We're just in standby mode. I'm literally just hiding out in the mountains. Like what I wanted to do was hide out in the mountains, grow weed, research as much as possible, figure out about what world I'm living in, make sure I'm on the right team, because eventually this shit's going to pop off and we're all going to have to pick a side. We're all going to have to bleed for something. And I just wanted to make sure I was willing to bleed for something that I thought was right. I didn't want to bleed for something that I later thought was wrong. I didn't want to make that mistake. So there's a lot of like research. So I listened to all 10 years. William Cooper did a radio show host, was a radio show host from 1990 to 2001. They killed him shortly after 9/11. He predicted 9/11 was going to happen. When it happened, he did an entire 24-hour radio show broadcast about how it was done by the government, so on and so forth. They killed William Cooper like a month later. It's very sad story. But you can listen to his entire like radio. He did shortwave radio. So in the 90s, they didn't have internet like this. They had shortwave, like you would talk on your little, and you would send it out into the ether, and somebody might be listening, maybe not. But anyways, he has 10 years of shortwave radio broadcasts that have been saved on his old website called thehouroftheTime.com. The Hour of the Time. Hot. Hour of the Time. HOTT. ThehouroftheTime.com. Lots of information on there, lots of books, lots of different like downloadable PDFs of books, lots of, news articles. There's a lot of information that and like I said, bro, like I showed up in this battle in the 2000s, late 2000s, early 2010s, and there was a lot of information that a lot of the old books from the 1800s, from the 1900s, from the, this has been going on since Babylon. Babylon. The same forces that we are fighting today are the forces that your ancestors were fighting against in Babylon. Same entities, same bloodlines. Crazy. Fucking crazy. So anyways, I'm trying to learn about all this shit. I want to know about all this shit. I finally have the stability in life. Like, my entire life up to this point has been just fucking survive, right? And I'm finally, I don't know how, but I'm finally in a position where I'm growing weed. I got a girl. I'm happy. I got a car. I got a future. I got some stability. I got a place. Like, it's not really mine, but she really loves me. You know what I mean? So, like, and I am beginning to love her, right? Like, I don't love her at that exact moment, but as time goes on, you can't be with somebody for 5, 6, 7 years and not love that person. Like, even if it starts as beneficial, I didn't have to stay. You know what I mean? It didn't have to stay. It didn't ever have to stay. I wanted to stay because I did care for her. And you could just say that it was convenience, and maybe it was just convenience and whatever, but like, in my head, I did fall for her as I got to know her more, as we struggled in life together, as we fought the world together. I did see her strength, and I saw her beauty, and I did see, you know, what she was good at, you know what I mean, which was, you know, she was a much stronger person. She was able to deal with the horrors of this world easier than most. And you know, she was, anyways, Angela, you know, she's dead now. You know, I guess I can ruin that as part of the surprise. She died. That's sad. R.I.P. Angela. Yeah, I kind of ruined a little bit of the story there, but I guess I just really want to like skip through some of these sad parts of it. Yeah. But me and Angela, you know, like, ups and downs, right? Like, I don't want to talk ill on her, but I do need to, I guess, tell, you know, she does die, and I guess I should tell how she dies, right? You know, it's a pretty standard situation for 5 or 6 years, 5, 6, 7 years. I'm growing weed. I'm hustling. She's working her little jobs. We're fixing up the home. You know what I mean? Like, we're doing yard work. I'm building fences. You know what I mean? Like, I'm doing little things. Like, she wants the bathroom remodeled. You know what I mean? Like, little things like this. She owns the property, but like, I do the work, and like, I help her fix it up, and we're living our life. You know what I mean? Like, whatever. I get to a point where I'm like, you know, I just kind of want to fuck 18, 19, 20-year-old girls again. I just want to like while out. You know what I mean? You're kind of getting up in age. You know, you 28. You know, I'm attractive. I was like, And she once upon a time told me I could cheat on her, and as long as she doesn't find out. You know, most bitches say that kind of stuff, but like, they don't actually mean it. But I heard her say it, and I was like, okay, I'll cheat on you as long as you don't find out. You know? But then I decided that made me feel bad. I didn't want to cheat on her. I did, and she didn't find out, but I didn't want to. It made me feel bad. I didn't feel good about it, right? Like, anyways, I was just like, well, fuck it. If I'm not wanting to be with someone, I should just leave them. So after years, I left her. I left her for a different female, moved in with that female. I had a huge grow operation. I had like 100 and something plants. The landlord figured out that I was growing this massive amount of fucking marijuana in this rental property. And she called the cops. Cops came by. Heard you're growing 150 fucking plants in here. We're here to like check on it because you're not allowed to do that, obviously. I was like, you need a warrant? Go get a fucking warrant, bitch. And they're like, look, dude, you know, we'll be back. You know, give us a couple hours. We'll be right back. And I was like, all right, bet. I'll see you a couple hours. They left. I call Angela, and I'm like, hey, I need to move like 100 plants to your house. Like, here. You know what I mean? Like, from there, from that chick's house here. And she was like, yeah, you know, because she wanted to be with me, and she wanted to be helpful, and so on and so forth. I was like, cool. So I load up the car, 20 fucking trips, you know what I mean? Back and forth, moving these fucking plants, you know, these fucking, we're talking about plants, dude. Plants. I'm moving them in the back of my car, move them over here. It's a whole fucking thing. Long story short, cops, show up. Hey, there's nothing there. But obviously, I just moved all these plants. They're in the house. They're looking around. They obviously can tell there was a huge grow up here, but now there's nothing here. And they're like, where are all the plants at? I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about, officer. What are you talking about? There's no plants. Yeah, but we can see there's like imprints of. I was like, no, officer, if you look in the grow clone domes, I had like 3 clone domes, and each clone dome can hold like 25, 30 clones. I was like, oh no, the landlord must have came by, saw my clone domes, thought that they were plants, called y'all, and just said I had 100 plants here because she saw the 100 clones. And they're like, okay. All right, well, we're going to go. There's nothing illegal here. But just so you know, there probably will be some civil case. She didn't seem happy. She's probably going to evict you. Just be aware of it. And I was like, okay, yeah, for sure, bro. She ended up whatever. Long story short, there was a falling out with me and the little 19-year-old girl. And I took this as a sign from, this is going to sound so weird, man. And it might sound like a cop-out, might sound like a bitch thing to say, but even to this day, bro, I got nothing to prove and I have no reason to say it. To this day, I do feel as if God was telling me that Angela was supposed to be the girl I was supposed to be with. That I was able to grow weed, no problem, for 7 years with her. And the moment that I left her to go do something else with somebody else that I thought would make me happy, the truly thing that made me happy was the stability and the love in which Angela was able to provide. That all these things that these younger, hotter, 18, 19-year-old girls, she's not going to cook me dinner. She's not going to suck my dick. She's not going to, rub my back when I have a sore, like a sore muscle or whatever. These young girls don't give 2 fucks about you, but this girl does. You know what I mean? This girl actually cares about you. Not only does she care about you, she loves you, Ryan. You need to, it really made me appreciate what I like, not having Angela and seeing and having everything that I thought I wanted and actually living on the other side of the grass that I thought was greener and realizing it wasn't, made me appreciate everything I had with Angela 1,000 times more. So when I went back to Angela, I no longer treated it like an option. I actually treated it like I loved Angela. Like I genuinely, like I slept on the couch for like 5 years. I didn't sleep in the same bed as Angela, before this moment. But after this moment, when I moved back in, I decided I was going to sleep in the same bed with her, that I did truly love her, that I did want to be with her, that I did want a life with her, that I was so stupid for all these years for not appreciating this beautiful female who decided to start a life with me that I didn't even deserve to begin with. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't appreciate it to begin with. So anyways, it took all that. And when I came back, in her own words, she accepted me back, but she hated me. You know what I mean? I left her for a younger version. You know what I mean? She hated me after that. And she also knew that I actually wanted to be with her. That's the thing about with females. They can sense when you actually want to be with them. That for the 5 or 6 years that I was with her, and I didn't really know if I wanted to be with her, it made her want to be with me even more. But the moment that I decided that I wanted to be with her, that was the moment she was like, nah, I don't want to be with him. Anyways, long story short, she leaves one day right before rent's due. It's the same story. Females love, what they'll do, not just females, but most people, when they're planning their escape, they do it right before all the bills are due so they can collect all the money and they don't have to, they can just leave and have as much money as possible. But you're not ready for it, right? You're not ready for it. So she leaves and she didn't pay the rent for like 3 months. She didn't pay the electricity for like 3 months. Nothing got paid for like 3 months. So everything happens at the exact same day. On my birthday, into the months, because the end of my birthday is August 31st. So when she leaves on my birthday, August 31st. Rent's due on the 1st. Everything's due on the 1st. You know what I mean? So now I'm like $3,000 behind in the hole. everything's due in like one, you know what I mean? It's just a shitty situation to be in. And, you know, she decides she wants to go live the dream. You know what I mean? She wants to trip and trap with the tweakers and the lost people. And oh, my birthday is nothing but fucking craziness, bro. I'm very careful nowadays, just so you know, on my birthday. But anyways, she leaves. She gets knocked up. She gets ran through by some brothers. She gets knocked up. I don't know any of this, right? I'm just living my life. You know, she hits me up and she's like, "Hey Ryan, I want to come back. Like, I'm sorry." And I'm like, "Bet, let's talk about it." She comes over. She's wearing a big sweater, but come to find out, after I let her move back in, she's pregnant, and she's trying to tell me it's my kid. And I'm like, I'm doing the math. I'm like, no, this isn't really adding up. It couldn't be. You wouldn't. No. Anyways, not my kid. I did the math. You know what I mean? Not my kid. So you got to go. So I kick her out. You know what I mean? She has the baby of some random brother that she had sex with. Very, you know, whatever. I don't see her for a while. You know what I mean? Maybe a year or so. I hear about what she's doing in the grapevine. Weird, you know, being pimped out by brothers and heroin, and you know, it saddened me on such a level, because like, she could be here today with me right now. You know what I mean? But she chose to die alone in a ditch than to be with me. And it wasn't just me, it was she said, "Ryan, I'm tired of trying." That's what it was. "Ryan, if I'm with you, I have to try. And I'm tired of trying." So some people would rather just fucking die in a ditch after being ran through by 100 brothers. You see what I'm saying? Like, and all you ask is for them to try. You're not telling them, "Hey, go sell your pussy to 100 fucking people and shoot heroin in your arm and die a slow death. But just give me a little effort." You know what I mean? Help me clean the dishes a little bit, you know, vacuum, do some laundry, wash your little clit. A little effort. No. Some people rather die. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? Anyways, Angela was a good person. It was very sad. She died. She had cancer. She had cervical cancer. And instead of treating it, the cancer, she decided just to do heroin and to die. Cervical cancer is a pretty easy cancer to treat nowadays. So, kind of crazy. And I saw her about a month before she died. This is right around COVID. Everyone's getting COVID checks, right? And she used to live here. So her COVID check came to my house. And she calls me up and she's like, "Hey, Ryan, can I get you to drop off that COVID check?" And I'm like, "Yeah, for sure. Where do you want to meet?" And I met her about a month before she died, dude. And it was rough. It was very sad. And you know what I mean? Like, I'm cut. You know what I mean? Your boy, work out every day, got a six-pack. I was riding a crotch rocket, ZX6R Ninja. You know what I mean? Like, I'm feeling myself. I've been working hard. You know what I mean? I haven't been dying in the streets, doing heroin, getting ran through by the squad. You know what I mean? Your boy been putting in fucking work. I got a crotch rocket. I'm feeling hot. So I'm like, I'm going to go to this meetup and I'm going to show, you know, I'm going to wear, you know, we're going to look good. I'm going to show her everything she missed out on. You know what I mean? But nothing made me more sad than that visit to see her, because, you know, a woman that you love, you haven't seen her for a year and a half, 2 years, and then you see her and she, you know what I mean? That hit, you know what I mean? And you don't care about the crotch rocket, and you don't care about, you know, you just feel sad. You just feel sad that you ever thought that this ever happened, that you wish things would have turned out differently. You know what I mean? It's just sad. And then you get a call. You get a call from Ellen. Ellen, all these years later, like a decade after meeting Ellen. You know, I haven't heard from Ellen in forever. She calls me. She's like, "Ryan, got bad news, bro." I'm like, "What's up?" As I've been trying to get a hold of Angela, and after a long and arduous journey of trying to figure out what happened, she died. She dead. cancer took her. Real sad. I was like, damn, that's heavy, bro. And I wept. You know what I mean? Because what you hope when you love someone, like I said, I've probably loved 4 women my entire life. And I've had sexual relations with 400. I've been on dates like with 4,000. You know what I mean? Like females that I thought I might like, and they thought they might like me. There's about 4,000. That's coworkers. That's, you know, whatever. There's 4,000 females that there was a maybe. And then there's 400 females where I definitely had relations with. And out of those, only 4 of them I loved. That's how rare it is. And when you love someone on that level, right? And it's just super sad. You know, it's super sad to see someone fall in the streets like that. So yeah, some people do belong in the streets, but I don't know. You know what I mean? Nobody deserved that. You know what I mean? Nobody deserved that darkness, Phil. I know we got lost in those weeds, but Angela definitely deserved that, because Angela really was a big moment in the life of me, because I learned a lot about myself in this journey. I learned a lot about what I'm capable of, right? Because when she had that $100,000, if you don't think that I was over there siphoning some money out, if you don't think I was going to that ATM every day and siphoning a little $100 and $250 out and pocketing that bitch, planning on just robbing this bitch and leaving, you'd be mistaken, because your boy was not a good person. Your boy was not a good person. Like, I was planning all kinds of stuff. But Angela really helped me find out how to be a good person, because she was so trusting and she was so naive. Didn't give a fuck about if people were manipulating her. You know, she just wanted to feel, you know, whatever. But like, she really helped me see how dark I could actually be to somebody who really didn't deserve. You know, it's one thing to be mean or dark to a person who kind of deserves it. It's another thing just to, you know what I mean, just to do it. We're reaching some different levels. But me and Angela, we were a thing 5, 6, 7 years. I mean, a long time from 22 to 28, 22 to 29, a long time. You know, and you know, it kind of saddens me, because you know, you always wish that you'll have that last, you know, where they do better in life, where they turn their life around, and you know, she gets off the streets and she got a job and she's on, you know, just her life is moving forward, and you're so proud, you know what I mean? Even though you're not mine anymore, you know what I mean? You always want that redemption song, that Phoenix's lament, that I can, you always want that. And when you actually know, you'll never see it. I mean, that just, I don't know. I don't know. It just hits different. You know what I mean? Anyways, I don't want to get lost in that. Some things happen, right? So at this point in the story, I have to get like real jobs, right? So up until this point, I'm selling weed. I'm kind of like, you know, just hustling, growing weed, selling weed, wherever, whoever, you know what I mean? Just hustling. She leaves and I'm like 3 bands in the hole. So I got to like beg, borrow, steal. I got to get like 4 fucking jobs. I'm working like 18-hour days. I'm working 7 days a week. I'm stealing from Peter to pay Paul. Like, nobody understands how I survived, to be honest. Like, I can't even, like, I think I took like a $2,000 loan from my mom's. You know what I mean? Like, it was just like, dude, I just... But I survived, and it started a new chapter, really. It started a chapter of, like, I need a real job. You know what I mean? Like, I can't just do this forever. Like I'm 20, I was 28. Like, so, like, I'm going to be 50 and selling weed? Like, what? Like, what's... It's got to have some more skill sets. Like, and just in case the Civil War don't pop off, I should probably get some skill sets. So this starts the adventure of like skill sets, right? So like, I don't know, lying on resumes to get higher positions in companies, you know, like lying to interviews, learning the trigger words that everybody likes, you know, lying. It's all about lying in these fucking corporate world shit, right? It's not about being real. It's not about being a real person. It's not about what you know. It's about what you can convince them that you know. And once you're in, like, right? Like, so I got good at that game, right? I got good at like, you know, we went from like peasant to assistant manager to general manager to district manager. You know what I mean? We just climbed the food chain up, you know, from 20,000 a year to 70,000 a year in like 4 years. You know what I mean? And all that is just, hey, hire me. You know what I mean? I'm a good hire me. And then like lying on your resume saying I graduated high school even though I never graduated ninth grade, and you know, just lying. That's all it is. Right? There's a liars in this world. So I get some skill sets. I have some crazy adventures with, you know, females and friends, and I meet great people, and you know, there's a million side stories, but none of these stories really matter in the grand narrative. Angela mattered in the grand narrative. Taught me a lot about myself. Her dog, you know, she left her dog, Nikita. You know, I still have her. Nikita is my girl. You know, I mean, she's old. She's probably like 13 now. But you know, every time I look at Nikita, I just, you know, I see Angela. That was, you know, that was her dog. To this day, bro, I can't wake up. I can't go to bed without thinking about that chick, her dog. You know, this house. Like, I'm surrounded by a million memories that just eat you up. Yeah, eat you up. Every bad decision, every bad mistake. You can't run away from it. You just gotta swallow it. You know what I mean? You gotta take those licks like a man and be like, yeah, man. You know, like, sad. It's sad. But on a different note, you know, I'm having a good time. Having a good time. You know what I mean? When you're living that lifestyle of drinking every day, you know, I became an alcoholic. After this, I become an alcoholic. Okay? I become a dark. You know, Angela leaves, and I became a kind of an alcoholic. Right? Because it kind of fucked me up, because every woman in my life who I actually wanted to be with, when I decide I want them in my life, they leave me. And the moment my entire life that I don't know if I want them or absolutely don't want them, they do want me. And it really just fucked me up. You know what I mean? I didn't know how to take that. I didn't know. I couldn't understand it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what, am I broken? Everything. I couldn't because it's not the first, like, that happened with Jenna. You know what I mean? It's not. I don't know. It's like, I don't know. Yes, I became a huge alcoholic to numb myself from the thoughts. I couldn't smoke weed because the weed made me think more about my thoughts. Weed made me more introspective. Well, alcohol made me just numb. Like, even though I was puking and I was throwing up and I felt like shit the next morning, it didn't matter, because at least I didn't think about things. You know what I mean? I didn't have to confront. And I was never really an alcoholic before this point. I enjoyed drinking with the homies. I worked at a titty bar. You know what I mean? Like, I would get drunk, you know, overly drunk at parties, but it wasn't like every day just to survive, like Kirby was doing with that KD. I mean, I saw that and I was always like, whoa, that's spooky. But no, I got to my point where it was peppermint schnapps, baby. I was a peppermint schnapps kind of fucking dude. We were in just as deep waters, you know what I mean? Like KD, peppermint schnapps, I don't know, man. It's the same fucking land. But no, I went, you know what I mean? I was drinking when I woke up and when I went to bed, you know what I mean? And I was doing more cocaine than you could ever imagine. Like, I was doing 8-ball every couple days, you know what I mean? Like, and then it was unsustainable. You know what I mean? Like, we are now reaching a point in my life where I haven't felt okay, we got off topic, but in reality, I haven't felt God's grace in 5-6 years. I haven't felt God's grace since I decided to be with Angela. Since I decided to sell my soul to the highest bidder. Right? God didn't want me to sell my soul. He didn't. I mean, like, it was. You think God gave me that $100,000 and this crazy chick? Or do you think the devil gave me the $100,000 and the crazy chick? So I didn't feel God's presence for like 6 years, dude. 7 years. You know what I mean? I was depressed. I was sad. So from like 20, so I felt a lot of God's coincidences and I felt a lot of presence of God's work in my life up until I decided to sell my soul for $100,000. And ever since then, I didn't feel God's love. I didn't feel any synchronicities. I didn't feel that tree. I didn't see the face. My dreams were all nightmares. There was no good. You know what I mean? I am cut off from the source. I know I'm cut off because I no longer feel the source, right? When I was younger, I felt something. I was straight up Luciferian. I was straight dark side. Do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. And then all of a sudden, I felt nothing for like 6 years. And that's another reason why I became a huge alcoholic, is because I felt like I was broken. Not only has the world abandoned me, not only does the world not want me, but my fucking creator has decided that I'm not worth the trouble. And I was like, oh my God, please. I was like, I'm just going to wild out. I'm going to fuck whores. You know, we live in hell. This is how we live in hell. This is hell. Hell is empty. All the demons are here. And when in Rome, do as the Romans. And if God has abandoned me, I shall abandon God. Right? So I was like, rah, rah. And I went crazy. You know what I mean? I went lost. I was wilding out. I was fucking every whore known to mankind. I forgive me, for I have sinned. Okay. I meet a female. Well, we can actually we'll give her name. Allison. Amy. We'll call her Amy. Crazy chick, you know, hot, cute, blonde, liberal, commie. You know what I mean? Like, but in my head, it's like, I didn't know that they were this far gone. So this is early. This is 2019, right before COVID. So like, yeah, everyone's kind of crazy, but like, in my head, it's like, they just don't know. If they were given some more information, you know, they wouldn't be commies. They just don't know 20th century. They just don't know what happened. You know what I mean? Apparently, they just never read a history book. If I just show them, you know, Mao Zedong, if I just show them a little Lenin, a little Stalin, you know what I mean? Get past that commie shit real quick. Join freedom. Join America. Join the good guys. No, bro. No, they want millions dead. You don't understand. It's not that they don't. They do know. They want to send you to that re-education camp, pimp. I don't want to send them to the re-education camp. You know what I mean? I know I can't have freedom unless they have freedom. I can't be an American patriot if they can't be their American commie, right? So like, in the free market of ideas, I know that I have the greater product. So like, I don't want to put them in a re-education camp. The problem is that they do. The problem is that. So anyways, I'm thinking in my head, like, I'm still under the impression that like liberalism isn't a full-blown mental disorder, that it's more just a philosophy. It's more just an ideologue. It's not like a straight up I've lost my fucking mind disorder, right? Okay, well, as time progresses, we will learn that, this is still 2019, dark times, but not as dark as we find ourselves. It was still it was still like, hey, let's not go to war. It was like, okay. And all of a sudden it's like, yeah, let's go to war with Russia. I was like, wait, what? What happened to like no war? Now we want nuclear war? What? It went hard left somewhere. I think like 2021. These people went fucking hard crazy. Anyways, I'm dating this chick. We're doing drugs. She's kind of a little demon girl. You know what I mean? She has no light of God in her. You can't be a commie and believe in God, right? That's just the way it works. You're either an atheist, you believe in nothing, or you're a demon and you believe in the dark side. There's no God, fairy, and commie on this goddamn planet. Okay, not one. This chick, I thought that like I could, if we had enough conversations. She was very intellectual. You know what I mean? We could have 2, 3, 4, 5 hour conversations about deep topics, and she wouldn't lose her fucking mind and yell and scream at me. It was more of like a conversation. And I found her intelligence attractive, even though I disagreed with it. It didn't matter. Like, I found it attractive. And I thought, or think, or maybe not, I don't know, thought that she found my idea, my thought process is attractive. But come to find out, that's not what it was. She wanted, okay, what happens with these liberal girls? They want to convert you. Their greatest desire is to use their pussy to convert you from what you believe, to get you to join their team through the power of their pussy. Not through the power of their intellect or the conversation or the merits of their works or anything like that. No. You want a piece of this sweet, sweet sugar ball? You just gotta say I'm right. And a lot of dudes will do that, right? There's a lot of simpy ass dudes out there who do that. So like, it's not all their fault. Like, they've been conditioned to think that that is something they can do. And when they see, one of the boys, they want, they really want me to switch teams. The dark side really want me on their team for whatever reason. And when I was sitting on that tree one day, looking at the face of God, I realized my soul had value. I didn't know what team I was going to play on. I had no idea what team I was going to play on. But I knew at that moment on that tree, downloading the information, looking at that face, I knew whatever this is, it's worth something. And God abandoned me because I knew that. And I still sold out anyways. So he went ghost mode on me. He went quiet for many years. Quiet. And I worked on my soul. You know what I mean? I went straight soul work. What is right and wrong? I don't know. Like, I never read the Bible, right? Like, I'm an American in Western civilization. Like, I've heard the stories. I've watched the movies. I know the basic lore behind it all, right? But did I ever sit down and like, I'm going to understand it. I'm going to fully, all my ancestors, say this is it. Like, they all can't be wrong. Something's good. You know what I mean? So I found a guy online. His name is Trey Smith. God in a Nutshell is the channel on YouTube. God in a Nutshell, Trey Smith. His videos during this time period in life, like 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, these are all very like spiritual. Like, I feel disconnected from the divine. I take a step away from the political. I take a step away from the historical. I take a step away from, the pyramids and Göbekli Tepe, and I take a step away from all this. And I'm like, we're gonna focus on the spiritual side of things. I know a lot about the dark side. I really don't know that much about the light side, right? Because you always grow up and it's like, yeah, I know that story. Oh yeah, I've heard that saying. Oh yeah, cliche. Do unto others as do unto yourself. You really don't think past it. You know what I mean? You really don't. We're kind of conditioned in the world, at least I don't know, the world I came from, I guess, that like they're good stories and antiquated and basically like Greek mythology almost. One step away maybe from Greek mythology. And you're like, oh, okay. Okay, well, at this point in life, I'm like, I mean, all my ancestors believe this. Like, we're gonna take this a little bit more serious. I'm gonna study this a little bit more. I study it. I feel something. I feel something, right? I feel something. She leaves, right? So I'm trying to study because I'm feeling like she's gonna leave, right? Like Angela before she dies. And then she leaves, and then I feel completely empty, and then I go into alcoholic land, and then I'm distracted by pussy and alcohol and sex, and I've completely given up on the search of God and meaning, and I was there for maybe 6 months, you know what I mean? I thought I was getting close, but then the devil came in, and he was like, sorry, bruh, time to be an alcoholic for a couple years, you know what I mean? But if I would have just stayed on that path, you know what I mean, and kept searching and kept looking for answers, I really believe I could have saved some struggles. You know what I mean? But I fell. You know what I mean? I let my weakness, I let my flaws take over, and instead of going down the path that I should have gone down, which is continuing searching for meaning through the Word of God, I when in Rome, baby, do as the Romans. Let's go party. Fuck it. That brings us to like 2019-ish, but I am gonna pause real quick and take a little sidetrack. Me and my brother, up until this point, like when he kicked me out of his house when I was 18, I thought he was a bitch. Like, and I didn't like him. But like, he wasn't my daddy, and I didn't expect him to take care of me. Does that make sense? Like, it was a bitch ass move, bro. But like, you ain't my daddy, bro. So like, you don't gotta be my daddy. Like, so like, I didn't hate him for it. You know what I mean? We weren't close. Like that brotherhood, that bond that I wanted when I was growing up, I realized that I'm never gonna get that from him. That he not that nigga. But I had no beef with him. You know what I mean? So when he got married, he let me, I was in the wedding, you know what I mean? Like, so after my brother did that and everything happened, I never held it against him. You know what I mean? I kind of like, when I started that story, I was like, bro, most of the story that happens after this is because you kicked me out. But in reality, like, nigga, you weren't my daddy. Like, you were my brother. I wish you were there for me. I would have been there for you. You, not me. It is what it is. Like, whatever. But like, in 2015 comes around, and this is the new era where everybody picks a side. When Donald Trump ran for office, like, I already picked a side. I'm Team America, right? I'm militia boy. I'm Homeland Security, right? I'm hiding out in the Rocky Mountains, waiting for shit to pop off. So when 2015 and Trump's come along, I'm already thinking, bro, this is too late. Civil war coming, Donald. You about 20 years too late, Donald. We're gonna kill each other, Donald. You can't stop it, Donald. And then I was like, all right, bet. Like, maybe he can, whatever. You know what I mean? So Orange Man bad, right? Everybody, I don't know if you were there in 2015, 2016. It's been a wild decade. Okay? It's been a wild decade. And I'm happy I got to see it. I'm happy I've been here for it. But like, holy fuck, it's been a wild decade, right? And I chose my side, right? So I went to my brother when I realized that, you know, Homeland Security just visited me. What do you think I did? I went to my brother, right? I drove the 2 hours to my brother's house, right? I wanted that bond with my brother, right? I always looked up to him. So when the feds came to my house and called me a domestic terrorist, who do you think I went to go see? I drove to my brother's house the next day. I drove 2 hours. I show up at his doorstep. And he was like, "What are you doing here?" I was like, "Bro, I got to talk to you. I got to talk to you, pimp." He's like, "Are you okay? You looking flustered, looking..." I was like, "Bro, I just had I tell him what happened. I was like, "Look, bro, like, I don't really know how to describe this. I feel like I'm losing control here. I don't know anymore. Like, I thought maybe it was, and I just don't know." And he's like, "Ryan, you need to go see a mental psychiatrist. You sound crazy. There's no one running the world, Ryan. There's no secret societies. They're not poisoning your food. There are no chemtrails, Ryan. You need to go see a psychiatrist." And I'm like, "No, bro, like, have you looked any of this up? Like, how do you know? Did you look up anything I just told you, or are you just saying that, like, to me?" And like, after that moment, like, I never went to my brother again as like a brother, like a role model. Like, "Hey, I'm having some real issues, bro, and I need you to talk. I just need you here next to me to tell me it's okay." I don't know, man. I just needed a brother. You know what I mean? I just had some real shit happen, and I just needed somebody. And I was told, "Hey, bitch, you crazy. Hey, bitch, check yourself in. Hey, bitch, that's not real. Hey, bitch, they didn't show up at your house and say any of that to you." I was like, "Okay, I guess I'm just making it all up, I guess. It's all just made up. Okay." But after that point, like, fuck you, dude. I got no beef with you, but we ain't like, you ain't my brother. We not blood. Yeah, I realized right then that, like, I got no beef with you, but like, you not to be trusted. Anyways, 2015 rolls around. I got no beef with my brother. It'd been like 5, 6, 7 years since that day when he kicked me out of his house when I was 18. It's been a long time. You know, that was 2000. When was that? 2007. And we're in 2015. So it's been a long time. It's been 8 years. Yeah, crazy, right? So it's been a long time. So I got no beef with him, whatever. 2015 roll around. You know, Obama been in office. Everybody hated Obama. Piece of shit. Drone strike from Kenya. You know, piece of shit, Muslim, commie, not an American citizen. You know, so on and so forth. Okay, there's a million things I had an issue with Obama. But do you think I, like, hated my brother because he voted for Obama? Do you think when he said, you know, vote for Obama, I was like, "Dude, you're a fucking piece of shit. Fuck you, you dumb piece of shit. Shut the fuck up"? You think I said any of that to my brother? I didn't say any of that to my brother. When he did all the Obama stuff, I just sat there. "Yeah, bro, like, you're welcome to think whatever you think." Okay, but I'd make my post about, you know, Trump and America and, you know, Second American Revolution and support the Second Amendment and, you know, foreign wars and blah, 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 blah. Ryan, we're sick and tired of seeing that from you. I'm unfriending you until you know, da, 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 da. I was like, bro, like, I was like, bro, like, if you unfriend me, that's it. Like, that's it. You kicked me out of your house, you piece of shit, bro. Like, it's not even that big of a deal, bro. Like, but if you unfriend me on this dumbass website after telling me, like, all this dumb, like, bro, I'll let you be as crazy as you want with your commie manifesto and your fucking shoot all the kids up with fluoride and vaccines. And, you know, I just sit there and I say, "Hey, bro," and I link you a CDC study about how thimerosal mercury causes, you know, autism. And I don't sit there and say, "You're a horrible piece of shit for thinking the way you think." I just send you some information and let God handle the rest. And, you know, is what it is. Now, not with these people. You agree with me? You agree with me, or bye. And that's what he did. He deleted me from Facebook, blocked me from Facebook, deleted my phone. I have Nick who? I voted for Trump in 2015, and I ain't heard from my brother since, pimp. I ain't heard from that nigga since. What? And I used to, when I was a kid, you'd hear like stories of like Civil War stories where it's brother versus brother. Sometimes in the same battle line, they'd be fighting against each other, firing upon each other. And you're like, that doesn't make any sense. I would never, like, what? My brother? Ain't no way, my brother? And then, dude, my brother. Damn, bro, that hit me so hard, bro. You know what I mean? That just, that crumbles you, bro. That there's no way back. And I remember him seeing this tattoo when I first got it, and he was like, but Ryan, what if you change your mind and you don't believe that anymore? I was like, bro, what do you mean change my mind and don't believe it no more? That's everything. Don't tread on me. Well, I want people to tread on me? You think there's going to be a point in my life where I'm like, yes, please tread on me? What? It was just this weirdest conversation. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Nicholas, if you're watching this, like, I don't even know what to tell you, pal. I don't know what to tell you. You know, get your wife to give you your balls back. How about that? How about you go to your wife, grab your balls back, and be the man that you should have been a long time ago? How about that? Hit me up. Call me, I guess. Say what's up. Hey, dude, we old as fuck now. You 40. I'm 36. It's crazy. It's crazy. So, there's a lot of moving parts. Okay, we're kind of like a Pulp Fiction video right now. We're kind of going, you know, we had a lot of linear events, and we kind of like, a lot of moving parts though. You know what I mean? I had to touch the brother thing because, you know, super fucking crazy. This whole Trump thing, it's more than just Trump. That's what I'm saying. It's more than just Trump. It's more than just politics. It's more than just spirituality. It's the human experience. Okay. Oh shit! How deep are we? All right, we're 10 hours deep, boys. We've been on a 10-hour rant right now. And I'm feeling like I just woke up. I feel like I just started this. I feel like we can go for another 10. We're not even at the best part of the story yet. We still in a lot of pregame. Best part of the story is coming. That's what I'm saying. Like, I can't give up now. We so close. I'm like 28 here in the story. I'm 36. We only got a couple years left. And then I'm done. And then I can fucking stop. I can go to bed. I'm so tired. 11 o'clock in the morning. I've been doing this since 1. 10 hours I've been doing this. Ugh. God almighty. Real MVP is this fucking dude. He's my hype man. Okay, okay. Things are happening. I guess I should hit the sister thing real quick. The sister is gotten married to a dude. She's had kids. Not to Brad. Brad and her, you know, that's a long time ago. She got married, had kids. You know what I mean? She hits me up one day, you know, and she's like, I'm like 25, 26. I'm still with Angela. She hits me up and she's like, Ryan, I want you to officiate my wedding. I was like, what does that mean? She's like, basically, you have to get ordained as a minister, and then you would say the vows, and, you know, you would be the master of the ceremony. I was like, that's pretty heavy. Like, sure, I guess. And I'm very, like, in the spiritual kind of vibe, and, you know, like, maybe not spiritual vibe, but, like, I definitely have felt something. I might not be Christian, but I'm definitely not Luciferian anymore. If I had to consider myself anything for most of my life, I was probably Luciferian for a couple of years, but for like a decade, for most of my life, from like 22 to like 32, I would consider myself a gray Jedi. That I saw the beauty and the light and the dark. And if I needed to touch the light a little bit to get what I needed and where I needed to go, As long as I didn't go full dark or full light, I was able to play in the gray because life was all gray. Moral grace, right? So I always considered myself a Luciferian Christian. You want to take it a little bit further, once I got more intellectual, once I understood life and history and whatever, more religious doctrine, I was more of a Gnostic. So like I was in the gray. Gnosticism is, if I had to describe Gnosticism, it would be Luciferian Christianity. That's how I would describe Gnosticism. So for most of my life, I'm in the gray. I don't know what team I'm going to play on. I'm in the gray. Both teams make good points. I have no idea which team is making is okay. So the Luciferian philosophy, right, is that a man was held captive in the Garden of Eden by a cruel, vindictive, jealous God, and that man was set free from the bonds of slavery that God wanted to keep us in through his agent Satan, and gave us the gift of intelligence, the knowledge of good and evil, and freed man so we as ourselves can become as God. Is God a mean, cruel, jealous, vindictive, evil, bad God, the great demiurge, the great deluge? You know what I mean? Like they say? Or is he the Jesus, loving, caring, all good? You know what I mean? Or is it somewhere in between? I don't know. And, like I said, I went completely dark, and I knew completely dark ends up in child sacrifice and drinking blood to dark gods. So I didn't want to go there. Okay, but I didn't know if I should be completely light, because if I go completely light, there's a lot of gray in there. You know what I mean? If I'm completely light, how can I fuck whores? And if I'm completely light, how can I get what I want out of people? If I'm completely light, all those good, there's a lot. The dark side got cookies. They make good points. I mean, dark side, they got really hot bitches over there. You know what I mean? Dark side not completely devoid of things. You know what I mean? And when you live in this world, it's very easy to be part of this world. But my entire life has been asshole after asshole after asshole. X. There's a right. But my entire life, I have, for some reason, never fit into this world. As much as I have tried, as much as I've wanted to, as much as I go to these fucking parties and I go to the bars and I sit there and I laugh, I do not fit in. I cannot hold dumb conversations about dumb things. I can't sit there and laugh at a dumb joke. I can't go to a concert anymore and enjoy a concert even. I can't be around the world anymore. And it's only because I am not of this world anymore. There was a longest time where I existed in the gray because I was a little bit of the spiritual and I was a little bit of the world, and took what I needed when I needed from both, from whenever was needed necessary, right? Yeah, but there's a saying in the Bible, neither hot nor cold I spit thee from my mouth. You got to pick a side, pimp. This is all about picking a side. This entire story I've told you so far is about me not picking a side. Okay, I don't know if anyone's following the 10-hour narrative that's flowing through this. It's a lot of you cannot sit on the fence. You're not allowed. You're not allowed. I know, you're like, well, I didn't drink the blood of the virgin. I didn't kill her, but you didn't stop him, pimp. You didn't pull that trigger, but you also didn't stop him from pulling that trigger. And that's why I started this. It's not always what you do that is most important. It's sometimes what you don't do, which is also very important. So, at this point in the story, I think we've learned a lot about I'm not picking a team. You know what I mean? I'm doing as thou wilt, even though I'm pretending like I'm in the moral superiority. I'm in the moral high ground, because I'm not out there raping people, and I'm not King Vonin people, and I'm not, catching licks. And it's like, okay, bro, not all evil is done in daylight. You know what I mean? Some evil is done in our hearts. Some of our evil is not so easy to see. And that gray, it real comfortable in that gray. You know what I mean? Just get to watch the war. You get to sit back and just, armchair quarterback everybody's fucking decisions. Alex, he's probably a Fed. He's probably COINTELPRO. God damn it. If he wasn't COINTELPRO, they would have killed him. You just fall, you know what I mean? It's like, it's so easy just to just sit back on the sidelines and judge people. And it's like, bro, get in the game. Get in the game and see what's up. You know what I mean? See what's up. See some of the weird shit that start to happen. Some of the weird stuff to start to line up. So I decided, that I wanted a wife, right? I lost the girl that I was with for 7 years. I'm now getting old. I'm like 28. You start feeling that 30 creep up on you, bro. That 30 get a little scary. Some of you young bucks, I don't know how old any of you people are in the world, but 30 be scary. 30 be scary. You know what I mean? Anyways, I'm getting up there, and I'm like, damn, I need a girl. I need a breedable hot bitch. You know what I mean? Need a breedable hot bitch. Wasted 6-7 years. She had some other dude's kid. Not even my kid. You know what I mean? Now I need a chick who's gonna have my kid. Well, long story short, I guess with this one, we can kind of sum this one up pretty quick. That chick was crazy. She was a demon incarnate. You know what I mean? Liberal chick, demon incarnate. Started out as a fuck buddy. She wants her cake. Most liberal women, want their cake and eat it too. She had a boyfriend. She wanted 2 boyfriends. I was like, look, you're not my girlfriend. You got a dude. I'm fucking whores. You're just one of the whores I'm fucking. Well, I'll leave him. I'll be with you. Okay, sure. She leaves him. I don't want to jump in a relationship right with you right away. Let's just, I was like, fine, whatever. Anyways, there's a couple years of this crazy liberal. I mean, I don't know. I'm assuming. Oh, it's very beautiful. I wish I had such beautiful things. But the chick that Amy's this chick. I chase her for not really chase her, I guess. She played mental games. Right? She knew that I wanted something that she could give, and instead of giving it, she held it out as a carrot and strung me along. And me being, I was a little bit overweight. I was probably 20, 30 pounds overweight. I was an alcoholic. I just lost the woman I loved. I've been absence of God's love for a couple years. I mean, dude, don't blame your boy for going a little weak, okay? I've been weak too, okay? So I've fallen, okay? I got a little chunky, you know what I mean? I got a little weak, okay? So don't judge your boy. And, the soul was still strong, you know what I mean? But the body was getting soft, you know what I mean? And the body getting soft is just a little outward appearance of what's about to happen on the inside, right? So she saw that. She saw my defenses were getting down, and she was like, damn, because these girls ain't, bro, this ain't about men and women. This is about spirit. Okay, it's about spirit. It's about spirit. About spirit. It's not that I think she even knew what she was doing. There was something moving through her. You know what I mean? Because they're all like schizophrenic. They'll tell you, I'm bipolar schizophrenic, Ryan. You mean you're possessed by demons? Like, no. Well, Well, that's what I hear. Oh man. Anyways, she, crazy chick, doing crazy chick things. I guess the main part of this story with her, realistically, isn't that I got weak, isn't that I got fat, isn't no, I don't want to say fat, but I was a little overweight, a little chunky, chubby cheeks, tubby little waist. I was just weak, you know what I mean? I was an alcoholic. I had no self control. I was lost. Bruh. Hurt. You know what I mean? No direction, no purpose, no meaning. Just lost, man. Waking up fucking empty. With no answers. Oh, no guidance. No homies. You know what I mean? Where the homies at? The part of the story, where the homies at? Okay. And when you're me and you think everybody's a fed, you know what I mean? You don't let anyone close. Right? Like, everybody stay away. I don't trust none of you niggas. None of you niggas worth trusting. I seen too many niggas get backdoored. I seen way too many homies get backdoored, bro. I ain't falling for it. And that's why your boy never got backdoored. That's why your homie never went to prison. It's because I didn't have no homies that I can, a friend. Okay, we can hit this. A friend to me is somebody that we gonna kill for. Ryan, I just killed somebody. I need you to help me bury the body. No questions asked. That's a friend. Hey, Ryan, the commies, Red Dawn, okay? They're parachuting in. Get your fucking rifle, pimp. We hitting the foxhole. Who gonna be there for you when the commies invade? Who gonna help you bury that dead fucking body? A lot of you motherfuckers think you got friends. I'm gonna tell you right now, you got snakes waiting to snake your ass, waiting to fuck your girl behind your back, waiting to take your money when you ain't looking. You ain't got friends, pimp. Ain't none of y'all got a homie who willing to die for you. I don't believe it. I don't fucking believe it. Unless you can be like, no, he done it. I seen it with his own eyes. He killed a nigga for me, Ryan. You don't understand. That's one of the boys. I'd be like, all right, bet. You right. I thought it was a unicorn. I thought it was a mythical creature, but I guess they out there. I guess the homies out there. I guess there's some boys ready to ride or die. I guess. I mean, shit. So no, I don't have friends, right, that are going to be like, hey, Ryan, let's work out. Don't worry. You can do better. Right? There's no, right? There's none of that. I'm a weed dealer, right? So I have customers. I have people who want to be my friend just to get a better deal. So there is no, like, friends. You feeling me? You feeling me? I'm willing, like, I don't know. Like, what I believe, and what I'm willing to kill and die for is not what other people believe and what they are killing and dying for. Right? They'd watch their mother get raped in front of them and not lift a fucking finger. I'm gonna move this over a little bit. Okay. Is that better? Yeah. Wouldn't lift a fucking finger. So I don't have friends that are helping me out in this part of my life. So I'm doing this in our own strength. This is where shit get a little funky, and I really don't like telling this part of the story because, like, I've never even told this part of the story. Nobody knows this part of the story. And I'm debating the best way because I never told this story to anybody. I don't even know. Every other story you've heard, I've told to somebody at some point in my life. Right? So, like, I kind of, like, know how to tell those stories. I know how to lead them into other stories if needed. This one is a little bit crazier, and it's hard for me to lead into because of what I'm about to say. But I'm gonna go to the bathroom. We're gonna pause on that. 2 bathroom breaks in 11 and 10 hours is not that bad. Give me like 2 seconds, and then we'll hit the story. Almost done with the story. Okay. All right. Now we're gonna smash out in this last little bit. Dog's like, we need to go outside, bro. You've been ranting for 12 hours. I'm working at I'm a district manager at like a truck stop petroleum company, general manager, truck stop petrol. I'm trying to make at least $60,000 a year, right? That's kind of where I'm at this point in life when I'm like 28, 29. I'm trying to push up the food chain, right? And without a high school diploma and without anything, like I'm doing okay, right? Like I'm doing okay. Not doing great. I'm not making 150 bands a year with my own business or nothing, but like as a high school dropout and every story you heard, making a decent amount of money, I'm okay. Anyways, I'm talking to this Amy chick. She's kind of crazy. We're going back and forth. There's a lot of ins and outs. There's a lot of back and forths. There's a lot of drugs. There's a lot of she's fucking other dudes. There's a lot of maybes, and she gets pregnant. And it's either my kid or this dude's kid. And she doesn't know which dudes it is because she's fucking both dudes. She's not sure whose kid it is. And she's like, I think it's your kid. I can't be sure though. But let's say I kept it and it wasn't your kid. And I was like, well, I wouldn't raise some other dude's kid. Like, that's not a thing. And she's like, yeah, but like, what if I chose you and it wasn't? And I was like, well, I wouldn't raise some other dude's kid. Like, she's like, well, what if I make the wrong choice? And I was like, well, that's why you don't fuck multiple dudes. So you can't just, so we don't have these problems. And she's like, well, I'm just going to kill it then. If I can't figure out whose kid it is, and neither one of y'all are going to take care of the other dude's kid, I'm just going to kill it. And I was like, well, what about a DNA test? She's like, an in the belly DNA test is like, $2,000 or whatever. And if I wait until after it's born, it becomes hella cheap, but it's already born. And by that point, y'all don't want to take care of it if it's not yours. And I was like, oh, okay. Anyway, she kills the kid. I assume that was my kid. I can't prove that it was my kid. I can't tell you 100% that was my kid, but I cried. You know what I mean? When she told me I just got done from the abortion clinic, I killed the kid. I cried. I wept. I couldn't even tell you 100% that was my kid. Couldn't tell you 100%. But I wept as if it was. You know what I mean? I felt that those tears were real. You know what I mean? I sat there and I felt that. I felt that just like every other brother would feel it. You know what I mean? That hit, that hit pretty hard, but I kind of understood. I guess, like, when in Rome, you know what I mean? Like, they're allowed to do it. I guess they doing it. It's not good. I'm not telling them that they should be doing it, but like, when in Germany, you know what I mean? A Jew ain't a human in Germany. You can do whatever you want to a Jew in Germany because they ain't a human. Just like a baby in America. You can do whatever you want to a baby in America because they ain't human. Anyways, that kind of hit. You know what I mean? That was a big moment in my life that hurt my little soul. You know what I mean? That kind of like took me down, darker pits. You know what I mean? And it's just darker and darker and darker. It's more drugs. It's more alcohol. It's more pussy. It's more dumb shit. You know what I mean? To try and numb myself from that feeling. You know what I mean? And all the other feelings and no purpose, no meaning. And I'm not finding, whatever. COVID hits. The whole world's losing its fucking mind. I'm just sitting here, I've been telling people not to get fucking the flu shot since 2008. I've been telling people, you know what I mean? Like, definitely don't get that COVID shot. Like, what? So I'm just watching the slow, they stole the election in 2020. You know what I mean? Like, I'm thinking we're all going to go to war. I'm thinking July 6th, Jan 6th. I'm thinking Jan 6th is about to pop off. I'm sitting here with my AR, watching the news, waiting for shit, bro. I'm sitting here just popcorn. Oh my God. Shit's about to pop up. They just shot Ashley Babbitt? Oh shit. With the body armor. Ashley Babbitt got hit in the face. And I was ready, bro. Like, they shot that chick in the face, and I was like, oh shit. There's no way they just shot that chick in the face, and we not getting blood for blood on this one. We not getting blood for blood on this one? There ain't no way, right? Okay, well, we didn't get blood for blood on that one. That's fine. That's fine. We got bigger. We going for bigger causes. You know, we going for the whole enchilada. We're not going for blood feuds. Okay, Ashley Babbitt, we will remember you. Okay, your memory's in my heart forever, girl. I got you. I'll catch a body in your name, I promise. But like until then, we fighting for bigger causes. Okay, we trying to save the entire country, Ashley. So just hold tight. You know, hold tight. We'll get you back. You know, we'll get the get back when needed. But you know, I saw that happen, and I was just like, they just stole the election in front of our eyes. They rigged, bro. Mail-in ballots. Like, come on, bro. We all watched it happen real time in front of our eyes. We all saw it. Like, and they all act like it didn't happen. Okay, whatever. We're not gonna go relive the past. But it's been tough, bro. It's been tough. We all been like just barely surviving. You know what I mean? It's very difficult to have spiritual breakthroughs. It's very difficult to like, you know, heal and grow and find yourself as a man and all these things that we are expected to do when like you can't afford to eat. You can't pay your bills. And that's the plan, right? That's the plan, is to make life as difficult as possible so you can never become who you were meant to be. Is to arrest your development, right? Arrest your development. Everything in this world that they have given you is not to empower you and encourage you and to make you a stronger person. And, you know, no, it's to arrest your development. That's why all these females never evolved past an emotional age of like 15. None of them. They're all like, it's like having a conversation with a 15-year-old girl. That works for HR and can fire you. And we have been conquered by these people. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Armies of these people. You understand what I'm trying to say? Armies. And we deserve it. You know what I mean? They are failing off recently, and that's 100% because COVID really, like, you know, a lot of people lost empires, bro. Empires fell. Businesses fell. You know what I mean? Like, lives fell. Lots of loved ones didn't get to say goodbye to other loved ones. It wasn't so, oh, Ryan, it's all in your head. No, nigga, what? You're not allowed to go outside. You can't go outside, pimp. You can't go to the store. You're gonna need a little pass. Don't forget your vaccine pass. Can't drive on the roads without your vaccine pass. Can't go to your job without your vaccine pass. Are you an essential worker? Do you work at the gas station for $20 an hour? You're an essential worker. Go die for us. And I decided, I have morals, philosophies, principalities in which I will stand upon no matter what. And I really like, at this point in my life, yeah, I'm not COVID vaccinated either. But I was never on food stamps, right? I never wanted to be a recipient of government dole, right? I knew the plan was to get people addicted to the government dole so eventually they could control us through the free goodies that they gave us, right? So I always said that hunger is a very powerful motivator, and I don't think food stamps should exist. I don't think food stamps should exist. There wouldn't be one goddamn jobless person on this goddamn planet if there wasn't someone else feeding another person. Okay, because hunger is a powerful motivator. It will make your ass get up on time. You haven't eaten in a couple days, I can guarantee you going to work. I can guarantee it. We're going to have a very productive society if food stamps gets cut off. You know what I mean? So I just, you know what I mean? Like, I always just took care of myself. Right? I just wanted, you know what I mean? I don't need a lot to survive. You know what I mean? I can live off very little. Very little. I am born and bred in the streets, in the gutter. I'm from the gutter, pimp. Fuck the streets. Deep gutter, deep trench line. Digging out of bodies to get out of the trench line. You feel me? So I understand what that hunger, what that drive can do for you. And I never wanted it. So when everybody was taking their COVID breaks, you know what I mean? I'm going to take 6 months off and just get free money and collect my $5,000 a month check. And, you know, I just knew so many people who just didn't do anything for 2 years. Just took that COVID money and did nothing for 2 years. Now, during that time period, I didn't take a goddamn dime. I didn't take 1 day off of COVID. I climbed that food chain. I saw opportunity. While everyone else was seeing ways to go chill and hang out and do nothing, I was like, shit, I can finally break that barrier from general manager to district manager. Because in my head, they would never hire me to district manager because I couldn't prove I went to college. Okay, during COVID, that didn't matter. All y'all were sitting at home chilling. The homies like me who were willing to grind a little bit, shit, we made that $20,000 jump. You know what I mean? A little jump. 45 to 65 jump. Quick. And I appreciate you motherfuckers staying at home taking that money. Because now my resume look real good. And I know trigger words like inventory variance. Ooh. Ooh. Profits and losses. Whoa. Oh. Time management. Oh. And that's what I'm saying. It's just I don't know. I worked hard. I tried to do everything right. So on and so forth. COVID woke up a whole bunch of people. So on and so forth. All right, we're gonna skip right to the fun part of this story. I'm dating that Amy Allison chick. Even after she had that abortion, I did really like her. You know what I mean? She was smoking hot. I'm old. Yeah, I mean, she was 23. I'm 29. I'm close. I want to, you know, okay, but yeah, she did that, but you know, maybe it's just a victim of circumstance, and you know, it's given a different path, maybe a different thing. What? Okay, whatever. Stupid, but I'm an alcoholic and I'm on drugs, so I'm not thinking very clearly. Anyways, she takes full advantage of it. You know what I mean? Some things happened. We stopped talking to each other for a while. I dated a chick. This girl, she was, you know, so the rebound or after the Amy chick, there was another chick. Kind of a quick fling, but it was a rebound, whatever. That made me understand some things. Is that I really did want Amy. I really did want Amy. Is that this chick was hotter. This chick wasn't as combative. But what made me so attractive to Amy is that I could have deep conversations with her, even if she thought I was the bad guy in that conversation. I enjoyed having a difference of opinion and not just talking and explaining and educating somebody who knows absolutely nothing. Sometimes you want somebody to push back a little bit. You know what I mean? Maybe not be a fucking cunt or rude or mean, but you know, you don't want a completely idiotic person where it's just you funneling knowledge into their brain. You kind of want a person who has their own thoughts and that can kind of challenge your thoughts, and that you go on this great debate for 3 or 4 days, and then after it, you're like, okay, you know what? Yeah, you're an asshole, Ryan, but you're kind of right. You know what I mean? I've heard that a lot. It's Ryan, yeah, You're right, but that doesn't change that you're a fucking prick and that's a dicky way to think about the world. And it's like, yeah, no, 100%. It is a dicky way to, but like, it doesn't change the fact that it's true. You know what I mean? So, I have a job offer that happens in Georgia, right? I live in Colorado right now. There was a job offer in Georgia. Your boy's chasing paper, right? Your boy is realizing that like these women only care about paper. And if I want to have a child, if I want to, like, I don't care about paper. Like, I just want, you know what I mean? Like, I don't give a fuck. But these whores do. They care about paper. And they ain't going to have my kid unless I fucking have like $1 million in the bank account. So somehow I got to have $1 million in the bank account, or they're going to kill my kid or try and cut its dick off and like chemically castrate it. And to protect my child from all of those threats, I need to make enough money where she doesn't want to chemically castrate and steal my kid because it's more economically viable to keep it, you know, the way it is because she wants to be with me, so on and so forth. So you're thinking in your head like, okay, I gotta make that paper. You know what I mean? I don't want a bitch to kill my kid. I don't want a OnlyFans whore. You know what I mean? I gotta make paper. If I want a submissive bitch in today's world, they only submit the paper. Doesn't matter if you're a good person. Doesn't matter you got a good personality. Doesn't matter you're pretty. Doesn't matter you got a full head of hair at 35. Don't matter you got a six pack, nigga. Don't matter you 6'2". Don't matter how many zeros you got. And that's all that matters, man. So I was like, all right, bet, you know, like, I can work hard. I'm not an idiot. You know what I mean? I never give a fuck about money, but I can get money. It's not a big deal. So, you know what I mean? I had a job opportunity, district manager in a truck stop company, petroleum company in Georgia. I was like, bet, let's go. Chase that paper. They were promising regional management, you know what I mean, after a certain amount of time. And I was like, bet. But I'm dating a chick at the time. And, you know, kind of the same situation. Hey, I'm going to go disappear for 6 months. I'm going to go work at this company. I'm going to get my resume up. When I come back, I'll have a stronger resume where I'm a regional manager. And that's a pay raise from, you know, $65,000, $70,000 a year to $100,000+ a year. And then I can start a new life with you, like, because you know, she was a very beautiful woman, and I didn't want to. She was making more money than me. I was making like 55. She was making 60, and I wanted that, you know, jump. I wanted to, you know, be that guy. So I was like, I'm gonna go to Georgia. I'm gonna chase this dream a little bit. I'll be back. You know, I'll come back, fly back and forth to see you. Not a big deal. Like, okay, well, apparently no. I come back. You know what I mean? Long story long, I have like she breaks up with me the day I get back. You know what I mean? Crazy. Yeah, it's kind of hard. You know, I don't really blame her too much. But I came back and, you know, she broke up with me. And I was like, damn, why? That made no sense. But anyways, after that happened, that Amy chick became like a fuck buddy again. And but she was living in Trinidad. And Trinidad is like Trinidad is like 2.5, 3 hours away from me where I live. So it's a far drive. You know what I mean? So I was like, I guess I can come out and see you like once a month, maybe. I can make that drive, you know what I mean? Stay with you a weekend. But I wasn't trying to date her. You know what I mean? I was just trying to fuck her. Whatever. You know, good pussy. So I end up letting her convince me to move in with me. But before we get there, there is one or two things I have to reach before we get there. When I came back from Georgia, my friend Jojo gave me some acid. I've never done acid, right? I decided at a very young age I was never going to do acid. I decided at a very young age I was never going to do any psychedelics. I mean, you've heard me talk for the last 11 hours. Heard me talk for 11 hours, completely sober. I mean, I got a little bit of weed. But I mean, imagine me on mushrooms. Imagine me on acid. Okay, it's a whole different, like. I don't need that. I don't need to see what's on the other side of them fucking dimensions. I don't need to talk to the Clockwork Domes, pimp. You keep the veil closed, pimp. I don't need to break on through to the other side. Close the doors, Jim. Keep the doors closed, Jim. Okay, I've seen too many people lose their fucking mind. I mean, I've seen a lot of homies like go to the edge and never come back. You know what I mean? And that kind of like, I don't need to go to the, scary. So there was a moment like I was given some mushrooms around like when I was like 31, 31, 32. And I was like, oh, mushrooms, that was a nice journey. You know what I mean? I can't remember exactly what the first mushroom trip was, but it was like calm. And I can't, acid's spooky, bro. Acid's like a whole different, like mushrooms is from the earth. And acid is is created by like satanic forces so they could contact other entities. You do a little bit of research on why and who and what acid is. Bro, acid's scary as fuck. But I knew this, but your boy was in a dark place and I was numb. Nobody was answering me no more. The connection with the divine, I couldn't reach it, bro. I don't know if it was because of the alcohol. I don't know if it was because of the cocaine. I don't know if it was because I was numb myself. I didn't know if I was shutting myself off or if I wasn't doing things that, I don't know. But I haven't heard God talk to me. I didn't see his face. I didn't see synchronicity. I didn't feel presence. I didn't goddamn feel anything besides darkness, death, and defeat. Okay, so we're all caught up. I come back from Georgia feeling this type of way. A homie of mine, Jojo, he's from England. Okay, and he's a good dude, but he likes to do psychedelics and stuff. And he was like, hey, Ryan, hey, mate. I'm going to England for a little bit, mate. Can I leave my acid here with you, mate? I'm like, sure, no problem. He's like, well, like, I know you don't do acid, mate, but like, if you want to have the hit in there, you can have it, mate. And I'm like, I appreciate it. I probably won't, but I appreciate it. And there was a moment where I did a bunch of fucking cocaine. And I ran out of cocaine. I did a bunch of cocaine, and I ran out of cocaine. And when you're on cocaine, you run out of cocaine, you really just don't want to come down. You really don't care how you go up or how you stay up. And I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, where's that acid? I've never done acid. I'm on a lot of cocaine. So fuck it. Let's do the acid. That was probably the worst mistake of my life. And as I tell you the story, you will see why. Every story I told you has led to this story. I'm pretty sure I've missed a story or two moving up to here, but I mean, shit, we're almost on the 11-hour mark, and I gotta finish this bitch at some point. But every story I've kind of led up to is leading to this moment. Every moment, every action, every decision, every thought leads to us where we are now. Okay. So I'm like 32. I'm back from bro. Like, I'll never give up. Like, realistically, like, I'll fight to the end, but like, bro, I get tired. You know what I mean? I get real fucking tired. And I never gave up the fight. But I'll be real with you, pal. I wanted to. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I never laid down in that fucking trench line and stopped firing. But I definitely stopped shooting, looked around a little bit, questioned whether or not it was worth it. I questioned it, bro. I mean, the fight was there, but it was like, why? I mean, what am I doing this for? Nobody give a fuck. They'll sell their own children. They'll kill their own children. They don't give a fuck about their own life. They don't care about the future. They don't care about the past. They lie to themselves. They lie to their children. Shit, they hit their children. They kill their children. What do I care for? I don't have kids. No whore's going to keep my kid. Apparently, I'm just going to die and drift off into the voids of time. And all these assholes can live in their idiocracy that they create for themselves. Good luck. That's kind of like I'm becoming apathetic, right? The come and take it, that mentality of like, oh, it will stand there as the enemies just crash against me. That's fading. Okay, your boy's not holding it together, right? So the acid, I'm thinking cocaine, I'm thinking acid, I'm thinking I have no answers. Maybe I'll get some answers through this acid. And I mean, I haven't felt nothing. People say they feel something in the acid. Let's let it whisper to me a little bit. So I lay down in my bed and I just, I just close my eyes and I just let it work. I should never have done this. Now, dark forces work through acid. When that veil is lowest, when you are on these drugs, you are easily suggestible. And these forces, these entities will access you. It will access you. And if you are not prepared, if you are not protected by the blood of Christ, you might think you prepared. You might think you so fucking clever. You might think you have it all figured out. I'm going to tell you right now, pimp, these creatures, these entities have been around since the dawn of time. You ain't clever. You ain't clever. You ain't fooling these people. Their little trickies and their little deals and their little whispers and your little... You think you ready. You ain't ready. You ain't ready. You ain't ready. So I'm sitting there and a mouth opens up and swallows me. I start falling, bro, in this like pit, mouth, tentacles. Like I would fall and you would think you're going to hit the ground, but then something would, and then you would just fold in this infinite mouth of, the best way I can describe it is when they say the bottomless pit, that's the best way to describe it because you never stop falling, but you never stop going back up. Like, I don't know how to describe it, pal. It's like you're in this, okay, and I'm feeling ecstasy. Okay, I'm in this mouth. I know it's a mouth. Okay, I know it's a mouth. It's swallowed me. I'm being swallowed around in this vortex of tentacles and eyeballs is what's happening. And these tentacles and eyeballs are staring at me and like licking my, like that's the only way I could describe it is it's staring and tasting me. It's looking and tasting me. Oh, I know it sounds weird. And I'm having like ecstasy like level sensations here. I'm digging this. I am not liking it. It's not painful. It's not scary. I'm enjoying it. It is very pleasurable. And I'm being talked to during this experience. I'm being told, what would it take for my allegiance? And I said, look, at this point in my life, I don't know what right and wrong is. I've seen a lot of things from both sides. I don't know anymore. I've been in the gray for so long. No one's talked to me in like 6-7 years. You're the first person, you're the first thing to actually reach out. I mean, what's up? What's the deal? What's up, pimp? And he was like, there's no deal. We just want to give you something. I was like, what? Whatever you want. What do you want? I was like, wait a second. You want to give me something? I was like, no strings attached. No, we just want to show you why you should choose us. We want to give you something to show you our power. No strings attached. Promise. I'm like, awesome. That sounds great. That sounds great. I want that girl that I could never get. Give me the Amy girl. I'm like, oh, perfect. Yeah, we got that. We'll give you the Amy girl. I was like, no, I actually want her. I want this kind of babies. I want her, to be my wife, to be the mother of my children. I want her. I'm like, no problem, pal. But that's going to be a by the way. I'm like, what's up? What's the by the way? We're going to have to go deep. You're going to have to give us access. I was like, give you access? Access to what? To you. You have to unlock yourself. I was like, but what happens when I unlock myself? We'll just sit there with you. I was like, what do you mean sit there with me? Like you're going to take control? You're going to possess me? No. Not like a possession, more like a familiar. We'll be there for you to answer questions. We'll be there for you to give you advice. But you'll still be in control. We'll just be there. We can't really get you what you want unless you unlock that for us. I'm like, fuck it, all right, bet. He's like, all right, bet. He's like, pick an entity. Pick a, I got to pick my familiar. And I was given options, and I picked Gilgamesh's familiar. The familiar that the demon, I was told familiar, but let's not sugar. The demon that followed Gilgamesh and was his, I chose his, right? You're like, that's a great choice. Excellent choice. It's a strong one. Many great things were done with this guy. I'm like, oh, all right, but yeah, sounds good. Gilgamesh sounds strong. And then, bro, okay, the tentacles change. Okay, it's no longer tentacles and eyeballs talking to me and tasting me and doing all that. Okay, now it's Gilgamesh has arrived. Okay, and he is like a steampunk. Like tubes were sent into my body. So imagine like Gilgamesh shoots out of his hands are like steampunk tentacle cords that then enter my body, and I watch them enter my body and go into my cells, into every cell, pimp. I watch each one of these tentacles go into every fucking cell of my body. And I'm thinking, this is crazy. He's like, yeah, we got to go deep. You know what I mean? To have complete protection against all enemies that come against us. We have to go deep. So the longer you let us work inside of you, the better you will be protected. And I was like, bet. So I just laid there for like an hour. I watched this happen. Like just this crazy like mechanical machinery being like embedded into every like being of my soul, into my fiber, into my cells. I remember specifically being like, damn, that's going into my cells. That's crazy. And I had this crazy experience. I wake up, I tell homie, I'm like, Joe, I did some acid. I told him about the experience. Joe's like, that's crazy. I ain't never heard nothing like that. Like, I've seen some shit, but bro, like, what? I'm like, yeah, bro, that shit crazy. I get the girl. Long story short, through 6 months of the craziest storyline that makes every other storyline I just told you pale in comparison. I mean, like, getting a hold of her coke dealer, right? Second, somehow getting the coke dealer's number and knowing what to say to the coke dealer, right? Knowing how many times to buy coke from the coke dealer, that he is going to eventually bring my name up to Amy. What I need to give the coke dealer to get him to bring up my name to Amy, to have Amy want to talk to me. Because I can't just talk to Amy, right? Amy has to want to come to me. And if I start pursuing Amy, she will know that I want her. And it doesn't work like that. She has to want me. It's the only way that she will want to be with me. I somehow have to convince her without ever talking to her, somehow through the grapevine of men, I have to work and move to get this coke dealer. The only connection I have with her is this coke dealer. There's no reason he should talk to her about me. I have to get him to talk to her about me. And after many adventures, she hits me up. Hey, I was talking to so-and-so. I'm like, no way. ah, that's weird. But in my head, it's like, it's been planned out. I was like, damn, these motherfuckers, this is crazy. This is crazy. There's some real power here. And then I was like, long story short, she moves in with me. Long story short, I move her from Trinidad and I move her in with me. Now, the next couple months of my life is hell on earth. She's a pathological liar. She's a paranoid schizophrenic. She's a schizophrenic. I mean, she's a psychopath. I mean, it's everything. It's everything. She's all of it. Multiple personality disorder, right? It's all of it. She is possessed by a demon. The only reason I was able to do that, the only reason my demon, right, the demon that I let in, that the familiar that I let in, was able to do any of this is because it was able to manipulate her demon. Does that make sense? Like if I was like, I want a good Christian girl who's protected by the light of God. Can you give me that? You think that demon, that familiar would have been like, oh yeah, let me get right on it. And you're like, pick a different one. I don't have any control over that one. But this chick, who's already full-blown in it, that's an easy play for him. He like, all right, bet, bro. I get her. Obviously I get her. She move in with me. I pack all of her shit, bring her over here. She crazy. Yeah, she fake calling the cops. Full-blown conversations with the cops about how I'm beating her and da-da-da-da-da. And then I'm going outside waiting for me to get arrested. And like 20 minutes, but I'm like, where are the cops at? Oh, I didn't call them. I was like, so you just made up like a 10-minute conversation with nobody on the phone to make me think you called the cops? I mean, just shit like that. The craziest, like making shit up, lying, you know what I mean? Like, we all been there. Just take it to the nth degree. Take it to the nth degree. Take it to no man's land. Take it to no man's land. And I realized I made a big mistake. I realized I made a big mistake. I realized I made a big mistake. We're about she moves in. Let's say it like this. Ready? I do that acid. 2021. December-ish of 2021. Everything that I just told you about, like, getting her in my life, that took about a year. Okay? That took about a year. There was a lot. I did a lot of work. You know what I mean? So she didn't move in with me until like January of 2023. You know what I mean? Like about a year later. But January of 2023 is when she moves in with me. I don't know if you noticed. The boy's missing a tooth. Okay. I'm real pretty. I already smile. Everything with that fucking ghetto ass trailer park tooth, right? There are signs that blood must be paid, that deals in blood must be paid in blood. There are signs afoot. And your boy is being made very aware that things are afoot. I get these crazy headaches. I'm like, I can't sleep. I'm having a hard time. And I'm like, chica, like, I gotta, this tooth here, dude, hurting so bad. I gotta go take it out. So she's like, cool. We go to the doctor, the dentist. He's like, yep, that's infected. It's going up into your jaw. We have to catch it before then. Scrape it all out. Clean it up. Send you on your way. Good to go. We can put a new one in it if you want, and put a cap in it, keep it open, however you want to do it. And I was like, all right, bet. They do their whole thing. They pull the tooth out. You know what I mean? It's infected. They scrape out all the shit. You know, they put the bone graft in or where the fuck it is. They send me on my way. Well, apparently, there are bad things happening in my cells. There is not good things happening in my cells that were attacked. That the entities attached themselves to. And I don't know all this, right? I don't know any of this. I'm just telling you that there's something happening in my cells. There's something happening. So I'm like, okay, bet. Rip it out. Okay, I started getting this huge blood clot in my mouth. Okay, this thing right here grew into this huge blood clot. Like this big in my mouth. Huge. And I called the doctor and I was like, dude, this isn't supposed to happen, I don't think. And he's like, what? What's happening? And I go up there and he's like, yeah, I've never seen anything like this. This is crazy. Is everything okay with you? Like, this shouldn't happen. Like, I'm like, I think everything's okay with me. I don't know. I guess everything's okay. I don't know. He's like, well, I guess your body's rejecting the bone graft. So we'll just go in there and take the bone graft out, put a cap in there and hope for the best. And I'm like, all right, bet. They do this whole thing, clean me up, send me on my way. They're like, hey, man, you know, good luck. I'm like, thanks, whatever. Doesn't do the thing again, but it was weird, you know, weird. I should have known that to be weird. I should have taken that as weird. Okay, but no. I'm dealing with a lot. I'm dealing with this crazy demon girl in my house who's a pathological liar, who's trying to fuck around on me, who's trying to hang out with the coke dealer, who's trying, you know, I told her before she moved in that the old ways of tripping and trapping is done, that we're trying to start a life together, and that no more partying, no more clubbing, no more drugs, that we are going straight edge, no more drinking, you know, we want to have a couple glasses of wine or whatever, go out, that's fine, but like this whole wiling out nonsense is done. We're old, we're 30, stop. Okay, well, after a couple months of trying that, she was like, no, I can't do that. You know, the little demon in her, little demon creature that's inside, the little familiar in her, like, no. Okay. And I was like, all right, bet. Well, you got to go then. You got to go. You know what I mean? Like, at this point, I'm like, this isn't the deal. Like, the only reason I let her in was because I thought we had a deal between that she was done with that lifestyle. Okay. Yeah, deals. Yeah. Read the fine print, I guess. When you're making deals with the dark side, there's always a little extra hidden in between the lines you really didn't quite ready for. So I go deep into Christian like stuff, right? So I'm seeing weird things like in her. I'm seeing her face like shifting. They're not happy, you know what I mean, that I'm not about this anymore. And not only they're not happy I'm not about it anymore, I'm going hard left. I have jumped into Christianity. Like, if I had to describe myself, if you go watch these other 4 podcasts, the ones I did before this, those 4 podcasts are like a week and a half after I kick her out. So I kick her out, like a week and a half later, I do these podcasts, and then about a couple, like a week later after that, things happen. And I'll go into that. But so I had this crazy chick, and I've done all these like deals with the familiars, and I've let this creature in my house, and now I'm trying to expel it out of my house, and I'm not sure that there's something attached to me. Like, I know that I know things happened. I know I shouldn't have let them happen. I'm aware, okay, that I should not have done this, that I have visual, that she's in my house. You know what I mean? Like, this deal was made, and here we are a year and a half later, she's here, and I want out of the deal. How do I get out of this deal? I was told through the blood of Christ is the only way to trample a demon. The only way. The blood of Christ is the only thing. Not your power, not your wit, not your cleverness, nothing. Not another deal. You can't give him money. You don't want nothing. Blood of Christ will slay that bitch though, 100%. So I'm all like, All right, Trey Smith. It's been like 8 years since I've listened to Trey Smith. You better damn for sure I put on Trey Smith loud as fuck. I gave that bitch a 3-week eviction notice, and for 3 weeks it was nothing but like full volume videos of like, redeem me, oh Lord. Forgive me, oh Lord. And this chick is like having exorcism like effects to it. You know what I mean? She's, why the fuck are you listening to this all of God? And I'm just like, oh my God. Like, oh, you know what I mean? I'm just, oh God, please, Jesus, protect me. Oh my God, like protect me. Oh my God. And I'm just getting like the intro. This is like the intro course, and I'm already terrified. I'm already, holy shit. Okay, so yeah. I make those podcasts. I can feel something's happening. I'm bruising really easily. Like, I'm anemic. I don't know this, but like, I tap myself, like, tap, and I bruise. Dark, black, purple, dark, big. You know what I mean? And I'm over here like, oh, it must be my new Testofen pills I'm taking. You know, I'm gonna take Testofen pills or something. And I'm like, oh, it must be the, must be, whatever. You know, I'm not really thinking that my cells have been corrupted by a demon. You know, obviously, I'm in great shape. I got a 6-pack. There's no way I'm dying right now, right? Right? But nay. I have like a little like shitty job at this point in life. I don't know what my next steps are. I've done things I shouldn't have done. I've quit all my jobs. Like, I am in a very dark place. Okay, I have demons in my body. I don't know how to describe it to you. I can't explain it to you. I'm praying to Jesus, but my entire life I've never felt Jesus's love in my heart. Does that make sense? I've never fully known Jesus. So like, I'm begging for Jesus to show himself to me. I am 24/7 in ministry. I know that I'm dying. You don't get bruises that dark and that big and not think you're dying. You know what I mean? But I didn't have insurance. I don't have money. I don't have a way to fight it. You know what I mean? I was just hoping for the best. Hoping for the best here. So there is a moment where I get a job, bullshit job at a security place, doing like graveyard shift security for like $22 an hour, just to like, I just need to tap out. You know what I mean? I don't want to talk to people. I don't want to be around anybody. I just want to be in my thoughts. I need time to figure out what the fuck is happening. Not only am I lost, I think I've made a bad decision. I think it's bad. And I can't talk to anybody about this, right? You can't call your moms and be like, look, you can't tell your friend, you know what I mean? Because you ain't got no friend. You know what I mean? You can't call your brother because you already think you're crazy. You know what I mean? Yeah, and my mom has been trying to get me as a Christian my entire life. You know what I mean? She'd come around the house with like sage and be like, we got to get the bad spirits out, Ryan. Like, did you pray, Ryan? And I'm all like, Mom, that's so stupid. You're so stupid. Stop being stupid. You're nothing like that. You know what I mean? But anyways, bad things are happening, right? So I try to like just go underground, try to go graveyard, try to go ghost, try to recollect some of the bad decisions I made. Try to understand, listening to some God stuff, listen to Trey. I'm listening to anything. Anything, please. December rolls around of 2023. And by this point, there's something very wrong I know it. My leg hurts more than I could ever explain to you people. I was working out one day and I tore a leg. I tore my calf muscle in my leg. And I've torn a muscle. I've torn like a bite. I've torn muscles, right? Okay. This was, and I'm all over here thinking I'm just going to alpha through it. You know what I mean? That's what I've always done with torn muscles. I'm just going to alpha through it. Okay. I'm just going to alpha through this. 2023, bad year. Whole universe didn't like that year. But December rolls around. I'm having huge legs pains. I just start wrapping it with an ace bandage. Because I went to the, I waited to go to the doctor for like a week. Because I thought, I'm just torn, whatever. But after a week, I was like, nah, this is not right. So I go to the urgent care or whatever, and they're like, yeah, we'll look at it. We'll do some ultrasounds to it. We'll make sure it's nothing more. Da 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 da. I was like, bet, appreciate it. Thank you. You know what I mean? And I'm actually at the doctor now. I've been putting this off. I didn't want to go to the doctor. So I'm thinking, okay, doctor's going to tell me if something's wrong. We're all good. She's like, we scanned it. Yeah, there is a little tear. But, that should heal up within a week or so. Just go home, put some ice on it, wrap your leg with an ace bandage, and you'll be good. I'm like, bet. Appreciate it. Thank you. I do that. You know what I mean? And I'm thinking, don't be a bitch, bro. This little Asian lady at the goddamn UC Health said everything good. Wrap that bitch up, put a little bit of ice on it. Call it a day, bitch. I'm being a bitch. All right, well, one day, it turned out this is my leg. My leg turns into like 5 legs. My leg is like 3 legs. You know what I mean? It's a goddamn Legosaurus. And I wake up and I'm like, holy shit, that's not good. That's not good. But, you know what I mean? I'm thinking, not a big deal. Just wrap it up. Go to work, come home. I call my mom and I'm like, Moms, I don't know, bro. Something bad's happened. I don't think I'm going to live. I don't think I'm going to make it. She's like, what do you mean? It's like, I don't know. I went to that doctor. They said everything was fine, but I don't think everything's fine. I don't think I'm going to live. And she's like, what do you mean you're not going to live? Why are you saying you're not going to live? And I was like, shit, man, I don't know. There's something in me. If I don't go to the hospital, I'm going to die. And she like, well, then what are you doing? Go to the hospital. I was like, I can't drive. Like, my leg is 3. Like, I can't drive. I can't afford to go to the hospital. Like, it might just be better to let me go. Like, what am I even living for? Why would I even want to be here? Like, what's the point, bruh? It been nothing but pain, misery, sadness. Ain't no purpose no more. Ain't no meaning no more. They just stole the election in front of our eyes and nobody did a goddamn thing. They shot that bitch in the face. They killed 20, 30 million of us with the COVID vaccine. Like, we all just gonna sit here and just take it. It's gonna be the slow destruction. I'm over here in my head. Like, I don't even want to be here no more. Take me out. The enemy is doing a very good job on me. Okay, the enemy is doing a very good job on your boy. Okay, and your boy is not doing well. You know what I mean? Standing up in the face of such enemies. And it's very disappointing to tell this to God and country, time and space, that I was weak and I fell, and the darkness came for me, and it was very spooky. So leg is swelling up. I call my mom's. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning. You need to go to the fucking hospital. You're talking about dying. You're talking about all this stuff. Go. I was like, okay. So I drive and I can't get. I'm army crawling out of my door, down my stairs, army crawling through my fence, army crawling up my fucking car door, crawl in. Drive to the fucking hospital. I call the hospital. I'm like, dude, I made it, but I can't get in. I can't move. And they're like, where are you at? I was like, I'm in my car, bro. I'm right outside. I'm done. Like, you got to come get me. And they're like, yeah, we'll come get you. Like, no problem. And they come get me. And they're like, so what's happening? And I think I'm dying. Can you save my life? And they're like, why do you think you're dying? And I was like, I don't know. I just sat down. And she's like, can you fill out this paperwork? Hey, I don't think so. Here's my ID. My wallet's in my back pocket. You have my permission. Just save my life, please. And she's like, okay. And then next thing I know, I'm in and out of consciousness. Next thing I know, it's gurneys and nurses and you're going to be okay. You know, it's a lot of this. And I'm sitting there in the hospital and I'm having like flashes in and out of reality, right? And one doctor's like, check it again. There's no way that's right. I've checked it 3 times. What was the number again? 777,000. It makes no sense. I mean, it has to be right. We need to get him out of here. ASAP. He's not going to make it. And I'm like, you know, I'm hearing this from like, you know, in and out of reality. And I'm like, are they talking about me? I was like, you gotta understand, like 777, sevens in my life have been a repeating number throughout my life. Like my phone number that I've had since the day my mom got me out of jail on the 18th day. I had the same number that she bought me. I've had that same number, and it has 3 sevens in it. You know what I mean? Like, and that's just one example of a million examples. Sevens are like a thing. Sevens are a thing. Okay, so when I heard like 777, I didn't know what that meant. You know what I mean? I was like, that's interesting. You know what I mean? So next thing I know, oh, is it still frozen? On my screen, it seems it worked good. I'll wait to get a feedback. Okay. You know, like I'm in the hospital and they're shipping me from one hospital to the other hospital in an ambulance. And I remember talking to the ambulance kid. He's like 22. He's young. You know what I mean? They're all fucking young. Children saving my life. Bunch of fucking children in control of my life. And I'm like, dude, am I gonna make it? And he don't even want to talk to me. This motherfucker don't want to even say a fucking word to me. And he just shrugged his shoulders like he didn't give 2 fucks. You know what I mean? Bro, it'd be scary, bro. Some people don't give a fuck whether you live or die. And you supposed to trust these niggas. These are the people. You know what I mean? And I've never been sick before. I've never been like health sickness. I've always been in good health. This has been a very interesting situation that I found myself in because I'm gonna tell you right now, pimp, you think there's a health system that gives a fuck about you. Let me tell you right now, pimp, I don't give a fuck about you. You better hope God give a fuck about you. You better hope God is on your side because these people are not on your side. These people don't give a fuck about you. And as I tell this story, we will continue down that route. So they take me to the hospital, one hospital to another, because the hospital I went to didn't have a helipad. And we got to fly my ass out of here. Your boy not going to make it. We're not banking it. We got to fly. So we got to go to the helipad. Where's the closest helipad? We got to go over there. So they put me in the ambulance, drive my ass to the other hospital with the helipad. I get there, boom, 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 in and out of consciousness. I'm in and out of consciousness. I'm like, what the fuck is happening? I have no idea. I have no stable connection to reality. I'm just hoping for the best. I'm texting my mom in the ambulance, right? Because at this point, like, I have no idea what's happening. I have dogs at my house who love me. Like, they're going to die You know what I mean? If they don't get fed, I mean, it's winter time. So like somebody needs to turn the heat on. You know what I mean? Like I got dogs. They need like, I'm texting my mom and my mom's like, I don't know if I'm, I don't know how, I don't know what's about to happen. They're taking me A to B. No one's telling, I don't know. Just, I have a friend and his name is Porter. He's actually on episode number 1 with me. If you want to know who Porter is, he's on episode number 1 with me with the face mask. That's Porter. Okay, that's Porter. So Porter, my mom calls Porter. Porter comes through, clutch as fuck, takes care of my dogs while I'm fighting for my life. So in my head, I'm like, okay, fight for my life. This happens December 13th. December 13th. I get to the helipad. A pilot named Michael. Symbolic? I don't know. Archangel Michael? I don't know. Michael, my boy, he looks at me. He's like, we're going to get you to Denver, bro. We're going to get you. They're going to take care of you. I was like, yeah, that's good. That's real good. Thanks, man. And he loads me up. You know, I've never been on a helicopter ride. You know what I mean? Like, it's always been my dream to be a helicopter pilot. It's like if life would have happened differently, I would have got a pilot's license of some sort and would have pursued flight of some sort. But as you can tell, my life did not go that way. So right before I die, I got to ride in the helicopter ride with the pilot named Michael. And we're talking. He's talking with me, at least. And he's like, you believe in God? Like, the fuck? You know, because my entire life, bro, has been, I don't knows, maybes, gray. And it was very tough to want to tell the story because I get a little emotional, you know, telling the story. And that's why it took me a year and a half to even, like, want to tell the story. It's because, like, I'm getting emotional and I'm trying not to. I'm going to try real hard. Anyways, he's like, do you believe in God? And I'm like, shit, bro. No more maybes. You know what I mean? No more. No more maybes, pimp. You know what I mean? This is it. I'm trying real hard. I'm sorry. Anyways, there's no more maybes, right? So I'm having this dude, and he's like, "Do you believe in God?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "I would pray to him. I don't know which God you believe, but I would pray to him. It's not looking good for you." I was like, "Shit." Up in this point, everyone been like, "Hey, you're gonna make it. Don't worry." This nigga's like, "Nah, bro, you need to talk to God. It's not looking good, pal. You might want to just throw something out there real quick." And I'm thinking, you know what I mean? I'm flying over we're following the highway, and I'm watching the cars on the highway, and I'm looking at the mountain, and I'm watching the cars, and I'm like, I'm just talking, I'm talking to God. You know what I mean? And I didn't ask for more time. I didn't beg for my life. I didn't say please. Nothing like that, pimp. I knew I deserved exactly what I got. I knew I deserved this. I did not have to do this. I felt those cells. When that number, you don't know this, but 777,000 is the number of white blood cells that I had. And the average human has 5,000 blood cells. So we're hundreds of thousands above life. You die. Most people die at like 100,000. I mean, we're at 777,000. I'm sitting here and I'm like, shit. You know what I mean? I saw the cells. I saw it, pimp. I was there when it went down. I let that nigga in. So I wasn't sitting there like, oh Lord, please, I don't deserve this. Please God, please, whatever. That's not what happened. I sat there and I was like, fuck it. World probably better off without me. I ain't never. Fuck it. You know what I mean? I had no purpose anyways. The fuck? I was more lost than what any of you niggas right now are. I was 1,000 times more lost than you. What you think you lost is right now, I opened up the door to the dark side to come in. You know what I mean? I thought they had the answers. So unless you there, I want to hear that you lost. Okay? There are levels to this shit. There are levels to lostness. So I'm sitting there. Michael's like, hey, bro, pray. I don't pray. I just sit there and accept my fucking fate because why would I pray? I made the wrong choice. We land at the top of the helipad. We're waiting for the doctors to come get me. He takes me out, out of the heli. Me and Michael are chilling, hanging out on top of the helipad, waiting. Ryan, you believe in God? I'm like, yeah, man, I do. He's like, is Jesus Christ your Lord and Savior? Did he die on the cross and was raised again 3 days later? I was like, that's very, in my head, I'm like, this nigga's very specific right now. Like, this isn't like the Freemason God shit. This is Jesus Christ. There is no like. And I was like, yes, 100%. Like at this moment, there was no question. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how to describe it, but all questions were gone. Okay. That emptiness in my heart where I didn't know an answer and I was willing to get answers anywhere. No. The moment I said yes to that question, I don't know how to describe it. Okay. There was a sense of like fear disappeared. Peace ran over me. He prayed with me. He took me by my arm, my hand, and he bowed his head and he prayed with me. He prayed that my life would be spared and that the doctors would be able to save my leg and my life and so on and so forth. And I was like, dude, that's, appreciate it. You know what I mean? Not thinking too much of it. Not even thinking it's as bad as what it is. You know what I mean? When you know what I mean? You're not really, it's not like what you think it's going to be like. You know what I mean? When you face death, when you facing it a little bit different than what you kind of fear it to be like. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Maybe for me, maybe every person's different. I don't know. But like for me, it was fuck it. You know what I mean? Like whatever. Let's do it. Whatever about to happen, let it happen. You know what I mean? So the nurses come, pick me up. Michael stares at me, and then I black out. Okay, that's pretty much December 13th. Okay, that is the day of December 13th. Now I wake up 10 days later. 10 days. December 24th. So like 10 and a half days. I think I got to that hospital at like 7 o'clock at night. And then, I wake up December 24th at like 10 o'clock, whatever. It's been 10, 11 days, whatever. Something like that. Your boy's been in a coma. They put me in an induced coma because they was trying to save your boy's life. And they had to do a lot of surgeries to try and save my life. And there's no point in bringing me in and out of consciousness for every surgery. It's best just to leave him down. Just keep that nigga down. We gotta work here. So I had 10 fasciotomies. I didn't know what a fasciotomy was. But if you know what a fasciotomy is, and if you don't know what a fasciotomy is, go on YouTube. Google fasciotomy. You can go watch it happen. You can go watch what they did to me. And I had 10 of those bitches. I had 10 of them bitches. You talk about a level of it was bad. You know what I mean? No bueno. No bueno. So I wake up on December 24th. December 24th. Very specific. Very specific day. I open my little eyes, right? It's pitch black. I'm laying in my hospital bed, strapped up. You know, I can't move. I'm strapped in. Like, they got me strapped in, baby. I'm like, the fuck? Get me out of here. I wake up. I'm looking around. It's completely dark. All black in my hospital room. Completely dark. And I'm seeing some weird shit. I'm seeing some weird shit around your boy. Okay? I've done all the drugs on the planet, and I ain't never seen weird shit like this. In the corner, there's a skeleton staring at me, laughing at me. There's bats hanging on the ceiling. There's spiders crawling all over the walls. Spider webs in the corners. Bunch of spooky shit happening. But I'm not like, I don't know, like it's not that weird, I guess. I'm thinking it's Halloween. I swear. I wake up and I'm like, oh, Halloween decorations. Must be Halloween. Nurse comes in. I'm like, what the fuck am I looking at right now? And she's like, I don't know. What are you looking at right now? I was like, I don't know. I'm seeing a skeleton over there. He laughing at me. I'm telling her everything I just told you, and she's like, yeah, I don't know. What day do you think it is? I was like, well, obviously it's Halloween because you have all these Halloween decorations up. She's like, actually, you couldn't be further wrong. It's actually Christmas Eve. We're bringing you out of the coma. We're going to talk to you tomorrow about what's happening. Oh, I'm getting hustled. But he's like, I can help you. Or I'm sorry, this guy said that. Sorry. Or we're really deep in the stream. I'm getting lost in time. Like, what am I looking at? You know what I mean? I don't know. Tell me. I told her Halloween. She's like, it's Christmas. We're going to talk to you later about what's going on in your life. We're bringing you out of the coma. We're trying to save your life. They're going to talk to you tomorrow. I was like, okay. Sounds good. She closes the door. Bye. Bye, nurse lady. I'm sitting there looking at all this shit in front of me. I'm seeing the skeleton. I'm seeing the bats. I'm seeing all this stuff. And the next thing I see, bro, I see a claw twice the size of my finger. Okay? Just the nail claw, like the raptor claw. Like, you know what I mean? Claw. I'm going to try to give you a good interpretation. In front of me, the claw writes, a gift from the laughing God. Written in the air in front of me. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening right now? And I'm freaking out. Dude, this claw just broke through the veil of reality, wrote in reality with his claw, and I am now seeing the flames of hell through the letters that he wrote through reality. Okay. And I'm like, I'm freaking out, pimp. Your boy's freaking out, pimp. Okay, it's not fun and games no more, pimp. We at the gates of fucking hell, pimp. And the laughing God wants me. He has decided that I am his. I don't know what that gift is yet, right? But there's a gift from the laughing God. I don't know what this fucking gift is. But it can't be good. They're not giving good gifts around. So the next day, I'm sorry, we're about to miss the most important part of the story, actually. I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm freaking out. I'm sitting there, I'm seeing the writing, I'm seeing the flames of hell, I'm seeing the skeletons and the bats and the spiders, and I'm like, holy shit, what the fuck is happening right now? And I hear a voice, not my voice. Hey, not my voice, not this voice, not the voice in my little head, not the demonic voice, none of that voice. I hear a calm, assured, steadfast voice. Do not be afraid. Do not worry, for I am with you. And then the writing in the air disappears. Just in an instant, no fear, no worry, right? I don't know how to describe it. I don't know how to describe it to you people. I don't give a fuck if you understand what I'm saying. But when you see the gates of hell and there's a demon coming to take your ass to them gates, and Jesus come to you and say, hey, don't worry, pimp. You don't worry no more. I don't give a fuck what you say. You can put me in the gates of hell and I'll fight all the demons with my boy Jesus, because I ain't scared. My nigga Jesus with me. You know what I mean? So I'm feeling the type of way when I come out of that fucking next day. I wake up and this is what they tell me. Okay. Ryan, you got cancer. It's real fucking sad. The cancer caused hematoma in your leg. It caused blood clots. It caused compartment syndrome. The compartment syndrome, we got to cut your leg off. It's real sad. Is what it is. Say goodbye to your leg. We wanted to wake you up the last day. You know, we've been working on your leg for the last 10 days. You know, we thought we could save it. We tried. But to save your life, pimp, we got to cut the leg. Your body's about to turn, your blood's about to turn toxic. We don't cut it now, like you'll die. So we don't want to cut it off and you not know that we are going to cut it off, because it's very traumatic if you just wake up and nobody told you that they're going to cut it off. So we've learned to bring people out of a coma before we cut it off. And in my head, I'm like, all right, bet. And they're like, that's it? All right, bet. I'm like, yeah, I'm not too worried about it. They're like, what? Okay. I don't think you quite understood, but okay, must be the drugs. And I'm like, nah, nigga. Jesus came to me last night. I know you think that this, I don't know what you think about to happen, but I'm not supposed to be worried. I'm not afraid. I was at the gates of hell last night, and whatever you think you're going to do to me, cut that leg off. Cut all my legs off. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Take them all. Because Jesus with me, apparently, and he told me not to worry and don't be afraid, and I thought I was all alone. I thought I was facing this demon all alone. I thought he turned his back on me, but here he is at the last moment, coming in clutch. And I'm like, my boy, don't worry about it. You know, chop it off. I'll be a pirate. You know, my name is Ryan Ray Roberts. It's a family tradition that all the men, we all have triple R as our initials. So you got like Rodney Ray Roberts, Roger Ray Roberts, you know, so on and so forth. RRR. And I've always made the jokes that I'm a pirate. You know what I mean? So I'm all like, oh, and I even got a pirate tattoo of a pirate girl holding the severed head of a dead ninja on a pirate ship. You know what I mean? To kind of keep the World of Warcraft pirate versus ninja thing. And I'm like, no worries. They're going to cut that leg off, and I'm just going to be an official pirate. I'm going to get me a wood leg. I'm going to say arm. I can get me a little parrot. And the nurses are laughing, and they just, you know, they're like, what the fuck? They even told me, they're like, we've never seen anything like this before. Like, your spirit, like, when we told you that we chopping your leg off and you just make jokes. What? Who does that? Nobody. And I was like, and I can't tell them that Jesus came to me the night before and I saw a demon ripping through reality. You know, you can't tell them this. But you just say, yeah, no big deal. Don't worry about it. So they come in, wake me up the next morning. All right, bro, we're taking you down there. You know, you're going to taking that leg off. Say bye to it. I'm like, whatever, fuck that leg. You didn't need that leg anyway. And the way I saw it, right, as I saw that the demon, the laughing god, his gift was the cancer and the missing leg. That's why it's irony. That's why he's the laughing god, right? It's real funny. It's a gift, but is it? You know what I mean? It's a gift if I asked for it, right? I invited him in. It's a gift. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter what he gives me. It's a gift. Okay, so I'm all like, okay, I wake up. Okay, surgery's over. Your boy got both his legs still. Oh shit! And they like, Pound, you believe in God? I'm like, yeah. What's up? He's like, you're a medical miracle. We ain't never seen nothing like this. You'll be in books. Like, this doesn't happen, bro. We went to go cut off your leg and it healed itself. We do not know how to describe it. A medical mystery, medical marvel, medical science. However you want to describe it, Pam, we can't describe it. So if you believe in God, maybe that can describe it. And I was like, bruh, what? What? No, like, so there's a couple by the ways though, Pam. You get to keep your leg, but you won't ever be able to use it again. It's more like just there. You won't be able to walk, probably. Can't move it no more. It's more like aesthetics. You'll wear like a prosthetic on that bitch to help you walk. But you got to keep it. And that's cool. Congratulations. You won't feel anything but absolute pain. Like your nerves died. All your nerves in your leg died, right? Died. So your nerves are all dead and they have to grow back. Nerves can grow back sometimes. If you're lucky, they'll grow back for you. If not, at least you got to keep your leg. Okay, whatever. Cool. I'm not worried. I'm not afraid. Don't you worry about it, pant. The nurses and everybody, I had no idea. Doctors have no idea. They were able to get. So the way it worked out is the cancer I have, it's a leukemia. It's a blood cancer. It makes my white blood cell count go out of control. Before 2001, it was a 100% death sentence. Now, you take a pill, get your blood work done, eat healthy, make right decisions, don't talk to the demon creatures on the other side. You know, I might be okay. I'm still fighting it. You know, it is what it is. But 100% of my cells were infected when I went in. And as of today, remission is 0.003% of your cells will be infected. Right now, I'm at 0.02% of my cells are infected. So I am still technically have cancer, but we are on a very nice path to hopefully beating it through the help of Jesus. There was a lot of damage to my leg. There was a lot of night terrors. There was a lot of, like, you know, physical therapy and a lot of pain and a lot of morphine and a lot of pain. You know what I mean? Lots of pain. Lots of scars. My leg looks like a Rocky Mountain Horror Picture Show. Scars and skin grafts and crazy. You know, you leave. I was in that ICU. I was in the intensive care unit for 2 months. They filtered my blood. They saved my leg, you know, so on and so forth. 2 months. I was in that ICU, unable to move, unsure of anything, bro. Like, I'm not rich. I ain't got family. Who the fuck is paying my bills for 2 months? You know what I mean? Who the fuck is taking care of my dogs for 2 months, fam? Like, there is, like, it's so much more than just me losing a leg or, like, cancer. It's like, I ain't never had like 10 bands in my bank account before. You know, I usually spend my money, reinvest it, whatever. But for whatever reason, right before I went to the hospital, I had $10,000 in my bank account because I just bought and sold and flipped a Sierra 92 Jeep, 6-banger. You know what I mean? Bought it for 6, sold it for 7. You know what I mean? I had 3 bands in there already, so on and so forth. Boom. I was able to take that money, not work for 5 months, recuperate, so on and so forth. You know, like, it's not just my leg being caught. It's like not losing my entire house. You know what I mean? It's how do you pay for millions of dollars? How do you buy? I mean, my cancer medication is $40,000 a month. You see what I'm saying? It's so much more than just like this or that. It's like if I just sat here and explained the entire crazy situation of how God is moving through my life every second of every day now. I don't know how to describe this to you people. Like there was a moment. Okay, here we go. We'll go a little bit further. I get out of that hospital. Facts. So I'm sitting there, I'm in the hospital, and it's freezing. It's winter time. This is just one story, right? Of a million I could probably sit here and tell, but it's winter time. I don't get out of the hospital until February 6th or something like that. I went in December 10th. I don't get out. So Colorado winters are pretty rough. And I got 2 doggies, and I have a wood burning stove. It's not like I can just leave the heat on. You know what I mean? So like the homie has to come over, get the house warmed up a little bit, get the heater going, keep my dogs alive. It's negative whatever degrees. He's feeding them, he's walking them. When he can't do it, he has to ask one of his friends to do it. There's a lot of moving parts of people who are trying to help me when I'm in the hospital. I get out of the hospital, I come home, and guess what? All my pipes busted. All my pipes busted. Every pipe. All of them. I come home to like, holy fuck. Not only am I dealing with this, now my house is, holy fuck. And it's like I had a dude come out. He's like, it can be like 6 bands to fix this, bro. You got like 15 fucking bursts. You're for some reason the water in my toilet froze and busted my toilet. The water froze in my toilet and exploded my toilet. Didn't even know that was possible. So somehow dogs are alive. Somehow all the exploding pipes don't flood my house. Somehow, I don't know. Anyways, I call a dude. He's like, it'll be like $5,000-$6,000. I really can't tell you until I actually get in there and start doing it. I know this Mexican dude who lives right next door to me. Good dude. You know what I mean? Helped me out once or twice before. I hit him up. I told him what happened. He was like, give me $500 and it's all done. And he spent all day with his entire family. You know what I mean? There's 3 kids. They all came over. They all fucking just put in work for me while I'm sitting there with my leg all lit, dying, just. And I talked to him, you know what I mean? I'm like, dude, what's up, bro? Why, this motherfucker told me 10 times the amount, dog. What you do that for me for, pimp? Like, we cool, but like, are we that cool? And he looked at me, he was like, look, Ryan, there might be a point in my life where I need help, and I hope when that time comes, you're there for me. And I was like, pimp, fuck, dude. I'll go to the gates of hell with you, doggy. Shit, I got you, pimp. When ICE come looking for you, I'll Anne Frank your ass, doggy. I might not even want to Anne Frank your ass, but you know what? I'm gonna Anne Frank your ass. You know what I mean? So good fucking dude, bro. Good dude. Good fucking dude. Helped me out a lot. You know what I mean? Saved me and I was able to survive off of money. Like I would run out of money. I swear to God, I'd run out of money. I'd be at $0 with no way to make money. I'm dying of cancer. I'm crippled. I can't walk, right? And then all of a sudden, $1,000 check would just hit my mailbox. Swear to God, $1,000 check at the most clutch moment. And you're like, wait a second, the fuck is happening right now? And to the nth degree, like every second of every day of my life is filled with these moments now. So for those 7 years that I was in complete darkness and I was tripping and trapping and I was making bad decisions and I was all that crazy shit. I know we're getting a little manic right now, but like you can't, I'm reliving the most traumatic, craziest shit of my life. Okay, so obviously I'm a little manic. Obviously it's a little crazy. You know what I mean? Because I'm in 24-hour worship now. I'm in the most ungodly pain you could ever imagine. And this is a key part of this entire story. Is the first year of getting out of the fucking hospital, the pain, I can't describe it to you people. Like, I'm on 100 milligrams of morphine, you know what I mean, every day. And Dilaudid medication. Like, the pain, words don't describe. Okay, words don't describe. And I was very upset that God decided to save my life just to have me exist in absolute pain. Like, I was seeing his miracles all around me, but I was like, bro, just let it go. Let me go, pal. Like, is this like the price I gotta pay for the mistake I made? This is like this is my redemption song, pimp. I gotta scream in absolute agony to get, I gotta bear this cross. This is the cross. Damn, bro. My burden is too heavy to bear. You know what I mean? I'm feeling like Cain and Abel in this bitch. Man, too heavy, baby. Pain too crazy, bro. Pain, you know what? When your dreams, this is kind of going to blow your mind. It blew my mind. Dreams, I don't know if you've ever had a level of pain, but, for the first couple months, the dreams were an escape. You know what I mean? I looked forward to going to sleep for peace. You know what I mean? That pain enters sleep now. They got to a moment after a couple months where the pain eats through sleep. I have this, in your dreams, you would think that you're fit and fiddle and you're ready to rock and roll and it's peak you. Okay, well, it was like that for the first couple months. Okay, nowadays, it cripple Ryan. It pain Ryan. My dreams are nothing but pain and crippleness. You know what I mean? And where do you... It's just like... And I'm just, dude. Oh, dude, I was losing my mind. Okay, realistically, like, I was mad at God. Okay, I was very appreciative. Okay, I was very appreciative for the gift of life. But at the same time, I wanted to crash out. The pain was too much. And you know what? I'll be real. I shouldn't say this. But you know what? I got cancer. Who gives a fuck no mo? Who gives a fuck no mo? During the election, you know what I mean? When you got cancer and you in constant pain and you seeing these motherfucking demons run around stealing elections, killing kids, you know what I mean? I'm going to tell you right now, it might have been a different situation if my boy Trump lost. I'm just going to say it like it is. You know what I mean? I was not in a good place. And I was looking for a reason to crash out. But I believe God saved my life so I could experience this grand reawakening that is happening in this country. Oh, okay. Yeah, I turned it off. Better. But anyways, there was a moment where I believe God saved my life, specifically to be in this fight for the soul and the heart of America. I believe that a lot of us should have died, right? A lot of us didn't deserve to be here, right? And I think this is the grand fight. This is like God needs his greatest warriors here, for this fight. In my entire life, I didn't want to talk to you, nigga. I didn't want to tell this story. I didn't want to Alex Jones you. I didn't want to red pill you. You know what I mean? I just wanted to fuck whores, make a little bit of money, die in a trench line for glory. You know what I mean? That was it. I didn't think anything past it. Nowadays, we're in a completely different world. And I'm going to explain to you how we got there. Okay. First year, complete pain, absolute agony. Woe is me. I'm mad. I'm upset. I don't see what God could get out of me in this much pain. What could God get out of me as like a one-legged, hobbly ass, cripply ass nigga? Like, what? It had to be just a test of will, right? It's not like I actually have important value in this fight, right? Like, so I was in a very dark place for about a year. Very hard year. Okay. December 25th, December 24th of 2024. So 1 year exactly after that, a gift from the laughing god, terror in reality, I was invited to a Christmas get together from an old friend. I haven't talked to him in like 7-8 years. He was like, hey man, come by Christmas. We'd love to see you. I was like, all right, bet, bro. I show up, great time. Long story short, he gives me like half an ounce of mushrooms. Now, I've always had very good experiences on mushrooms because mushrooms are a creation of God from God's green earth given to us as a gift from God, while acid was created by man as a gift to man from the devil. As a way to communicate with the dark side is what acid is for. Mushrooms, in my opinion, is what communicates with creation and creator. Okay. At least it's my perspective. Okay. Right. I've already dabbled with a lot of this. Maybe I shouldn't be dabbling with it anymore. But from everything I've experienced, I've never had or talked to anybody who has really had dark experiences on mushrooms. It's usually acid, DMT, ayahuasca, like these heavy level shit. So anyways, I'm like, cool, it's been 1 year. As you can tell, I'm very symbolic. As you can tell, I am somebody who very symbolic. You know what I mean? So I took it as a very interesting synchronicity that the homeboy was like, here's an ounce of mushrooms on exactly 1 year ago. And he doesn't know this story. I never told him. Bro, I've never, by this point, nobody knows the story, right? Nobody, my mom doesn't know. Nobody knows. My friends don't know. I ain't trying to tell that to nobody. What? What? So I thought, like, oh, God wants to talk to me. That's how I took it. I was like, God gave me 1 year to digest what's happening to me. And apparently there's some things he needs to tell me. That's how I took it. And I was terrified to take it. I'll be 100% real with you. When you got cancer, on the best day, taking mushrooms is a little intimidating. Okay? On the best day. You know what I mean? You're feeling a little under the weather. Your girlfriend broke up with you, something like that. You probably shouldn't take mushrooms because it's going to affect how you're going to perceive reality, right? Okay, let's take it to the nth degree. Let's take it you got cancer and you're the most ungodly pain known to mankind. And God said he want to talk to you still. And you're like, I don't know, pal. I don't know if I'm ready, pal. And he's like, don't worry, don't be afraid, for I am with you. Remember? Don't worry, don't be afraid, for I am with you. I'm calling you. And I was like, all right, bro. Fine. I was like, how do I do this, though? This is a half ounce of fucking mushrooms. Like, what do you want me to do? He's like, do the math. I want you to do mushrooms. This is going to sound crazy. I know, it sounds crazy. I want you to do mushrooms from the 25th, the day you woke up from the coma, to the day you officially, like, so the day I woke up from the coma was the 25th, technically. I go back into the coma until the 27th. They re-wake me up. For like 3 days, I'm kind of in and out of reality. Like the drugs and the coma and everything is kind of like in and out, in and out. It's kind of like I'm talking, but I'm not there, and kind of know reality's happening around me, but I don't know what's happening. You know what I mean? It's like I'm here, but I'm not really here. That kind of ends on January 3rd. I remember it very vividly. I remember sitting there talking to the nurse. You know, January 3rd was like the day that I was back to being Ryan. You know what I mean? That I vividly remember this energy and this persona and this, like, you know, Ryan's back. You know what I mean? January 3rd. So in my head, I was like, cool. 25th to the 3rd, that's, you know, whatever many days that is. I have half an ounce. I think it came out to like 2 grams a day. I was going to do 2 grams a day. And here we are. You know what I mean? I did it, and it was a journey for my soul and for my dogs. Were definitely like, this is intense, bro. But basically, what it came out of that experience was God told me that this is not a curse. That is a gift, it is a blessing. And the moment that I change my perspective from fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, every time I feel that pain, every second of every day that surrounds me, that I can't escape from, the medieval torture device that I'm strapped into, that's not a fuck you, right? That's how I was seeing it. I was seeing it as fuck you. That's what that pain was. God told me, you need to see it as I love you. Don't see it as fuck you, pal. Every time you feel that pain, that's a reminder of how much God loves you. And that blew my mind, dude. That blew my mind, dude. Once I understood that, the pain, I want it. You know what I mean? I want to feel the agony. I want to feel God's love. Like every second of every day, 24 hours, 7 days a week, I'm surrounded by God's love. And that took me a long time. It took me a year and a half ounce of mushrooms to finally see reality in the way in which I was always meant to see it. And it's crazy, you know what I mean? That like my bad decisions, God made it into his perfect plan. I don't know how to describe it any more than that. My bad decisions were made perfect by God's perfect plan. And I don't know how to describe it. I don't know exactly. It's very tough, you know what I mean, to sit here in front of the world and say all this crazy shit to y'all. But like, it is what it is, bro. I mean, you sitting on that deathbed, like I said in the very beginning of this whole fucking show. I don't give a fuck no mo. You know who was there when that demon came ripping through reality? Not no bitch, not no money, not no president, only Jesus. Only, not Muhammad, not Vishnu, none of these fucking little entities, okay? The creator of the universe sent his son to die on the cross so we may have eternal life. And I told God, I said, bro, I will speak my testimony. I just need time. I need time to digest it. Give me time to digest everything that's happened in my past, what happened to me recently. I need time. And God said, I'll give you 9 months, pimp. You get 9 months. And I was like, why 9 months? He's like, your birthday's in 9 months. You have until your birthday. You were conceived on January 1st. You were born on August 31st. I will give you 9 months to gestate what you have experienced. And then on your birthday, you have a duty to give your testimony to the world. So I've spent 9 months, a year, 9 months, 36 years, however you want to look at this, preparing for this fucking 12-hour episode. Okay, not because I want to, not because I think I'm going to get something out of it. It's because the Lord Jesus Christ saved my life. And I was told that my life will be snuffed out like a thief in the night if I do not do this. So here I am, 12 hours deep, telling you a story I never wanted to tell anybody on my entire fucking life. Took me 9 fucking months to digest this. Took me a long fucking time. And there's a lot more twists and turns and ups and downs and what the fucks and holy shits. I mean, but, you know, for the last 2 weeks preparing for this moment, on Easter, another homie gave me a half ounce of mushrooms, and I have been putting off doing this for a long time. I've been putting off doing those mushrooms for a long time. So anyways, I did those mushrooms in the last week to prepare me for this experience, to prepare my soul for being able to be so vulnerable to the world. Because this is a new thing, you know what I mean? I told my creator that not only will I witness this one time, I will then help anybody who wants my help find their way in life. Maybe me speaking about current events, topics, Who knows? But I was told that my life was not saved to fuck whores and play video games. Like that's not what that's sorry. As much as that would be nice, you know what I mean? I was like, you know what? That's heavy, bro. That's heavy. That's definitely heavy. And I was like, you know, I just want to spread a little bit of light in this dark world. You know what I mean? Um, so every day I wake up, there's no question anymore. There's no doubt anymore. Uh, I'm in 20, I mean, shit, right here next to me at all times. I got my Bible. You know what I mean? Like, and I really just, I, I really just want to say, if you don't believe in a higher power, just don't ever stop questioning. That's all I can say. A kid, you know, a couple months ago, he's like, Ryan, you know, I don't believe in nothing. I don't feel nothing. What do I do? I was like, just don't stop looking, pimp. I mean, I looked to the day I fucking was, until the day, pimp, until the last second. You know what I mean? I was looking to the last second. I made a lot of mistakes. But if you're genuine and you're serious, I mean, God is good. God is good. And I am a lowly sinner, and I definitely don't deserve any of this. I'm poor. I'm not rich. I'm getting old. You know what I mean? Like, I don't got that much value. I'm a cripple ass motherfucker now. If I showed you my leg, you know what I mean? You'd be like, what the fuck? But I still work out, you know what I mean? Healthy body, healthy mind. I got to be prepared. Jesus doesn't let me, you know, not be in shape. He stays on my case that it's not woe is me. I can walk, I can move, I got function on my toes again. I can walk, I can move my leg up and down, left and right. I'm getting feeling back when used to be no feeling at all when you touched it or hit it. It was like a wooden log. Now there's, sensation coming back, and God is good, baby. God is good. And like I said, it ain't me. It ain't me. Like, it ain't me, pal. So I know it's been 12 hours, and I can't even believe old dude stayed that entire journey. That's crazy, bro. Like, send me a message, like, in my DMs, bro. We'll chit chat. Like, you a homie for sure. I can't even believe. Like, you must be a bot. There's no way you're real. You were sitting here just to keep me going, just to hype me up for the entire journey. And I don't know if you remember, but like at hour 3, we were tapping out. Remember how tired I was done at hour 3? And then here we are, like 10 hours later. Bro, we made it. You know what I mean? Crazy story. Nobody thought we was going to make it. It's crazy. I'm super fucking tired. I haven't even eaten in like 36 hours. So I guess I'm going to try to eat. I don't know, decompress after all this. But God bless each and every one of y'all, and thank you for listening, and tune in again. I guess I'll have more of these, and we'll see what happens. But God bless you, and